Boom! The walls crumbled and broke into pieces. Yue Yang, who had been knocked out on the ground just a few moments ago, suddenly disappeared. He appeared behind the Heaven Realm Great Leader with Divine Trident with Hwei Jin magic blade in his hands, which was blazing with the flames from his Yang ability. He slashed down ferociously with a courageous, vigorous first slash, earth-splitting slash. You don't have enough strength, and your speed is just so-so. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with Divine Trident turned into a shadow and disappeared. Within the same second, he reappeared right behind Yue Yang. His palm touched Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang felt like a giant mammoth had just collided against his body. His body was sent flying in the air, rolling wildly. Yue Yang tried hard to gain control of his body in air. When his body was about to crash onto the ground, he swung his Hwei Jin magic blade momentously to decrease the impact of his crash. This also caused his body to slide back and avoid his enemy's terrifying attack. After creating a huge split of almost 100 meters on the ground, Yue Yang stopped his sliding body and charged forward towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident the second time. This time, he had not only held the Yang ability infused Hwei Jin magic blade, he was also holding his crescent blade, which was infused with his Yin ability. In the air, he formed a mysterious-looking Yin and Yang circle. Ice and fire revolved and mixed together inside the circle, quickly yet slowly. That Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's eyes glinted. He didn't avoid the attack, instead, he raised his hands, which was as white as a girl's. With this right hand, he stopped Yue Yang's fire and ice power slash. No matter if it was the crescent moon that was incomparably sharp or the Hwei Jin magic blade which had continued to grow together with Yue Yang all this while, both were unable to harm that tender, snow-white right hand. Yue Yang was not even able to nick the enemy's hand. The enemy had easily stopped this second slash, heaven and earth collapse attack, which could easily kill a lower innate in an instant, with only the minimum protection power of his body. Your abilities shouldn't be this low. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident shook his right hand a little. Boom! A ray of white light flashed and immediately reflected the crescent moon blade and the Hwei Jin magic blade in Yue Yang's hand away. Yue Yang, who was holding his weapons tightly, was actually injured with multiple lacerations on his skin by this ray of light. Yue Yang staggered a few steps back and gritted his teeth, charging forward once again. Heaven runes and ancient runes formed in his hands. It was dazzling like the brilliance of Milky Way. In the end, it formed World Exterminating Wheel. With a world exterminating, unstoppable power, it charged towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader. Before this, no one had dared to stop the World Exterminating Wheel head-on before. The Great Emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, Thousand Goblins Sect Leader, Great Demon King Baruth and so on were all enemies much stronger than Yue Yang, but against the World Exterminating Wheel, they could only avoid it and retreat. None of them dared to stop Yue Yang's World Exterminating Wheel head-on. The World Exterminating Wheel was not something that could be stopped with brute force alone. It represented destruction. Any living being that came into contact with it would definitely be destroyed. The only exception was Yue Yang, its user, the only person capable of controlling the World Exterminating Wheel. Steel. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident saw it, he was not shocked. Instead, he looked excited. It was as if he was waiting for Yue Yang to unleash his World Exterminating Wheel. His opened, empty hand made a pushing down, capturing movement. Then he pulled his hand inwards. That unstoppable World Exterminating Wheel, which was capable of destroying every single living being, immediately flew towards his right hand. The World Exterminating Wheel that was flying in the air, spinning quickly, stopped in the middle of the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's hand. It spinned even more quickly, but it was unable to move forward at all. Behind that Heaven Realm Great Leader, his innumerable white wings, which was shining brightly, magically turned into long ropes of light. They reached out forward as if they were living things, like an octopus capturing its prey. Uncountable ropes of light surrounded the World Exterminating Wheel, which was still spinning quickly. The heaven runes located on the outer surface of the World Exterminating Wheel seemed to be unable to damage those ropes of light. It was enveloped by the long ropes of light instead. This kind of strange scene was not something that Yue Yang, or even Phoenix Fairy Beauty, had ever seen before. She heard about the steel rune before, and knew that some strong warriors was especially good in stealing other people's runes. However, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had really never seen someone stealing runes by using ropes of light filled with energy like this. Looking at the layers of heaven rune circles being dismantled one by one, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's heart fell. Could it be that this Heaven Realm Great Leader was really that strong, that even the World Exterminating Wheel couldn't do anything to him? Yue Yang was about to charge forward and unleash an innate invisible sword chi. Suddenly, the immemorial rune in the middle of the World Exterminating Wheel appeared after it was unwrapped from the layers of runes. Bright light flashed. The ancient rune surrounding the immemorial rune immediately emitted an immense burst of power and an extremely dazzling flash of light. The ropes of light coming out from the back of the Heaven Realm Great Leader were immediately severed. Furthermore, they were absorbed by the immemorial rune circle in the middle that had been continuously spinning. The heaven runes that were taken captive previously returned one by one, combining once again into a firmer, more complex combination. Yue Yang discovered with his Heaven Eyes divine vision that the world exterminating wheel seemed to have unlocked a new ability. He also discovered that it was now able to fully display its full strength. Its destructive power increased by 100 times. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident, which was extremely strong and calm, immediately took back his hand and bent backwards, avoiding the world exterminating wheel's attack. As the world exterminating wheel broke down to pieces and returned to Yue Yang's body, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident looked at Yue Yang with a deep gaze. His right hand, which had been cut by the world exterminating wheel, bled a little. He mumbled to himself, "There's actually an immemorial rune inside the world exterminating wheel." The Heaven Realm Great Leader, who never spoke at all from the start, whose body was like a black hole, suddenly emitted a special kind of wave. He seemed to be trying to communicate with his comrade, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident. Yes, this is the real world exterminating wheel. It is the world exterminating wheel from the legends which have the power to destroy everything in this world. Turns out it looked like this. I am really getting a little jealous. Why would a mere human boy possess the true world exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame? He is really blessed with good fortune. Even Ming Yu Guang and the two of us, who are renowned as the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm, do not possess those skills. There are only 36 immemorial runes, and one of them actually appeared in front of me. It's a pity that I couldn't stole it. This is definitely my life's biggest regret. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with divine trident nodded towards his comrade and sighed heavily. Come towards me. Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt that Yue Yang shouldn't attack them anymore. If this continues, the opponent might get jealous of him and decided to kill him for real. With your abilities, it's a miracle if you managed to hurt me. Of course, with the world exterminating wheel, it is quite reasonable that you managed to hurt my body. What a paradox. Try showing your Nirvana flame, although I can't steal it away, I have never seen it before. I will feel regretful if I don't see it at least once in my life. The Heaven Realm Great Leader's expressions returned to normal. As you wish. Yue Yang formed Nirvana flames in both of his hands and charged straight towards his opponent. 2 clusters of Nirvana flames? That is more than my expectations. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with divine trident reached out his right hand and stopped Yue Yang's punches easily. Yue Yang was pushed back. As for the Heaven Realm Great Leader, he observed his right hand with a curious expression. Nirvana flame continued to burn on his fingers where his fist met with Yue Yang's. No matter how much power he exerted, he was unable to extinguish the Nirvana flame completely. Nirvana flames possessed the power to burn and purify every single thing in the world. It was even more powerful than the world exterminating wheel, who could only destroy and did not possess the power of rebirth. That Heaven Realm Great Leader with divine trident slid his right hand across his divine trident, and immediately cut a slice of flesh. He cut the piece of flesh burning with Nirvana flame away. His wounded finger was quickly healed to normal. When Yue Yang finally steadied himself, the wound on the Heaven Realm Great Leader's right hand had already closed, as if it had never been wounded before. Fortunately, you have not mastered the ability to control Nirvana flame from afar. Otherwise, I will be really miserable. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with divine trident muttered a little, then asked Yue Yang, do you have any more strong abilities? I can feel that you are still holding yourself back. Even if you are not my match, I can feel that you are still hiding something. Young human, I really respect your resolution. Even in this kind of situation, you are still maintaining your fighting spirit. You even have the intention to kill me. Counting the prison emperor, you are the second human I met with so much courage, insight, and the guts to fight me. I still have a stronger ability, do you want to try? A deep killing intent flashed upon Yue Yang's eyes. His enemies were strong, they were strong beyond his imagination. Even if he forced himself to fight him, he wouldn't be able to kill his enemies. There were even 2 Heaven Realm Great Leaders, the moment one of them was in critical situation, they would definitely join together to attack. The combined power of the 2 great leaders would not be something that could be overcome with brute force and fighting spirit. The only way was to continue fighting and find out their opponent's weakness during the fight. Before they managed to find their opponent's weakness, it would be a joke if they said they wanted to kill such a strong enemy like these Heaven Realm Great Leaders. If it was another person, fighting against such a frightening Heaven Realm Great Leader, they would have fallen into despair long ago. However, right now, in Yue Yang's heart, there wasn't fear at all. Instead, he felt strangely excited, he felt an excitement that could only be experienced by challenging a strong enemy. A manly man would grow stronger when they met difficulties. He had already slowly managed to catch up with his previous targets, the great emperor of Jiwei Shuntian and the Thousand Goblin sect. Yue Yang had stopped using them as his goal since long ago. The current Yue Yang already had a new target, and that was the Heaven Realm Great Leader, who was much stronger and wiser than Shuntian and the Thousand Goblin sect leader. Yue Yang felt that as long as he found the opponent's weakness, he would still have a chance to kill his enemies. There were many ways to kill their enemies. Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel, and there was even the innate invisible sword Qi. The only problem was how to find the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's weakness. Where in the world was his weakness actually? Everyone has a weakness. Some would have many, some would have less. Some people's weakness were more obvious, some were hidden deep. For example, this Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's weakness was hidden really deep. From the surface, he didn't look like he had any weakness, as if he was a perfect existence. However, Yue Yang knew he had a weakness. No one in this world was without any weakness, this includes the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm. Yue Yang had been observing with his Heaven Eyes divine vision since he started fighting, thinking hard about how to his enemy's weakness. He felt that he was about to find it. Some kind of feeling surfaced inside his heart, that as long as he continued to fight, he would be able to find his enemy's weakness very soon. Young human warrior, do you think I will foolishly wait for you to release all of your strength? The Heaven Realm Great Leader laughed out loud. Thud. Yue Yang, who was about to attack, once again fell on the ground with a thud, falling into a deep sleep. He had been hypnotized to sleep. Originally, with Yue Yang's mental strength and abilities, no one in Soaring Dragon Continent was able to hypnotize him. However, in front of this Heaven Realm Great Leader, he had actually been hypnotized without him realizing it. He was sleeping soundlessly, like a defenseless, powerless baby. On the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's right hand, there was a small chain bracelet. On top of it, there was a light green pearl. It broke into pieces soundlessly and became fragments, slowly disappearing into the air. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident turned around and looked towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty. You don't seem to be worried about his life? Could you tell me why? He possessed Nirvana Flame, so he had an immortal body. Why would I be afraid? Phoenix Fairy Beauty looked towards Yue Yang. There was a gentleness that was rarely seen on her expression. No, that is not the real answer. That Heaven Realm Great Leader didn't agree. Alright then, I'll tell you the real answer. The real answer is that I am going to make my move. Unless I die, don't even think of killing him. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's gaze slowly became more resolute. Watching the Heaven Realm Great Leader intently, she humphed, I'm not the prison emperor, so I don't have the power to seal you. However, don't ever look down on human warriors other than the prison emperor. Otherwise, I might be able to kill you. Did I hear correctly? That Heaven Realm Great Leader didn't mock her, his voice carried a little curiosity. There is a kind of summoning skill that can only be used once in our lives. Phoenix Fairy Beauty suddenly revealed a slight smile, it just happened that I knew this kind of summoning skill which requires sacrifice. Life combustion. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's expression turned serious. The correct answer is actually 100-fold life combustion. The moment Phoenix Fairy Beauty finished, that Heaven Realm Great Leader with Divine Trident, whose face had always been calm and unperturbed, was actually disturbed. Phoenix Fairy Beauty took a deep breath and started summoning. Phoenix Fairy Beauty started chanting a special kind of chant with an extremely soft voice, faintly discernible. However, the chant's true power resonated from the bottom of her heart. When Phoenix Fairy Beauty started chanting the summoning chant that could activate 100-fold life combustion, a skill that will greatly increase one's fighting power, everyone's soul seemed to be struck by thunder. Her voice echoed continuously. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident showed a grave expression. It was the first time he made a defensive gesture. He put his right hand in front of his chest, protecting himself. A grimoire appeared and floated into the air together with Phoenix Fairy Beauty, its master, ascending dozens of meters into the sky. Countless heaven runes sprung out from the grimoire, magically floating around with the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's hands. One by one, they formed mysterious-looking rune circles, complementing one another, combining with each other. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader saw this, his face immediately changed. He could see it now, his enemy was not faking him, she definitely have the power of life combustion that could increase her strength by 100 times. This was a summoning skill that not even a Heaven Realm warrior would have. Some heaven runes started to explode. The rune circles broke apart. A golden light pillar erupted from the summoning grimoire, rising up to the sky, enveloping Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body completely. Boom! That energy she was emitting was like a tsunami that could engulf the whole world. It was like a volcano eruption. A loud explosion resounded throughout the surroundings. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body had now unified with her guardian beast. At the same time, another thing that changed was Phoenix Fairy Beauty's pupils. Both of her eyes had turned deep purple. Even with her eyes half closed, she already looked extremely charming and beautiful. When those eyelashes moved and her eyes completely opened, a pair of majestic, cold demonic pupils were revealed. Even the golden pillar was unable to conceal the energy that she was emitting. A beautiful dark purple, magenta and light purple colored ring of light which was made from heaven rune circles and an ancient rune as its core was formed, perfectly and ingeniously combining together, surrounding the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body. This special sight happened before when Phoenix Fairy Beauty leveled up to innate level 10 before. However, the energy at that time wasn't as strong and intense as this time. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was placing her hands on the grimoire, suddenly shouted out loudly. The whole prison Emperor Divine Palace trembled. Her body was slightly trembling, as if she was enduring a great deal of pain. The level of energy increased rapidly. At first it was only twice of her energy, but very quickly, it rose to 5 times, 10 times. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader saw how Phoenix Fairy Beauty's strength increased like crazy with her life combustion, he couldn't help feeling a chill down his spine. He felt that human warriors were not very strong. Other than Prison Emperor, he really had never seen anyone capable of giving him a mortal wound. However, it couldn't be denied that a lot of human warriors were dead stubborn. They would rather die in battle until the end, using self-detonation or life combustion that offered their life energy as sacrifice to kill their enemies, completely disregarding their own lives. This kind of sacrificial spirit was something that was rarely seen amongst the Heaven Realm warrior. Other than their own clan or sect members, Heaven Realm warriors would not sacrifice themselves for others. As for humans, most people didn't even know what they were fighting for. Sometimes human might even sacrifice their lives for a stranger or a friend they were not very close with. They might even be willing to sacrifice their lives for enemies they disliked last time. Humans were really difficult to understand. The Heaven Realm Great Leader couldn't understand them even after thousands of years. While the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident pondered about this, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's energy continued to increase. Ouch! Phoenix Fairy Beauty spurted blood from her mouth that splattered onto her grimoire. Her body was ignited with purple flame. There was an ancient rune that surfaced on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's head. As that ancient rune lighted up, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's strength increased greatly. Right now, her strength had reached 20 times stronger. Furthermore, it was still increasing until 30 times. A tornado-like energy surrounded Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body like crazy. Even the golden pillar that was emitted by her grimoire was twisted around by this tornado-like energy. The moment she broke through her 100 years bottleneck, when Phoenix Fairy Beauty leveled up to innate level 10 and stepped into a whole new realm, her powers had already transcended the ordinary realm. After rebirthing to a new life with Yue Yang's Nirvana Flame, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had benefited even more. She had down-leveled to innate level 9 from innate level 10, but her strength increased instead of decreased, because it was like her energy was purified by the Nirvana Flame, causing a fundamental change with her energy. With the life combustion summoning skill, her energy exploded once again. Although she had not reached the level of 100 times, the Heaven Realm Great Leader didn't suspect her anymore. You are crazy. I don't have any intention of killing you. He looked up to Phoenix Fairy Beauty in the sky and suppressed the anxiousness in his mind as he called out to her. Are you trying to stop me? Just try it out. Phoenix Fairy Beauty raised her hand. Even faster than lightning, she appeared behind the Heaven Realm Great Leader's back. The hand that she just raised just now pressed onto his back. Her palm power exploded. It was the first time that the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident was sent flying. The Heaven Realm Great Leader stepped 9 full steps forward before he could stable himself. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips, but the gaze in his eyes was still calm. His left hand, which was holding his Divine Trident, didn't move at all, but his right hand lightly brushed across his lips and wiped his blood. Is 30-fold strength enough to injure me? If it gets to 100-fold, it would really be dangerous. I shouldn't be looking down upon human warriors. If it weren't because I was defeated by the Prison Emperor, was sealed for 6,000, and only have merely 1% of my strength, and as the Heaven Realm Great Leader, I shouldn't even need to worry about this. I have assumed too much, too much. Can I give up? I really don't want to fight against you. You might not care about your own life, but you should think about that human boy lying on the ground. Isn't he the human race's hope? If we battle to our deaths, he would definitely come to your rescue and might die in the process. Do you really want to see that happen? My dear clever Heaven Realm Great Leader, do you know what I wanted to tell you the most? Phoenix Fairy Beauty have not finished speaking when she pressed her hand onto the back of his head. Ouch! The Heaven Realm Great Leader wasn't sent flying this time, but his body swayed forward. With just a slight sway, he neutralized Phoenix Fairy Beauty's powerful attack. Even at this point of time, he still had not used the Divine Trident in his hand. Phoenix Fairy Beauty didn't pursue him. Instead, she, who had increased her strength 30-fold by combusting her life as sacrifice, suddenly pressed her hands onto the grimoire and chanted. Yue Yang, who was deep in his sleep, mysteriously woke up from his dream. Even though his eyes was not opened, his expression was extremely angry. It was as if someone truly angered him inside his dream. Phoenix Fairy Beauty slowly tightened her fist that she pressed upon her grimoire. Yue Yang's expression became even angrier. Nirvana flame ignited on his body, like hell boiling over in volcano eruption. The furious Yue Yang roared like a wild animal. His voice was loud like thunder, resounding throughout the whole Prison Emperor Divine Palace, deafening. When he took a step forward, the ground beneath him collapsed. Mud splattered everywhere. It was as if Yue Yang had become a madman and lost his sense of reason. He charged furiously towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader with Divine Trident rapidly. In an instant, his fists had already flew towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader hundreds of times. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident felt a little strange in his heart, feeling a little surprised with Phoenix Fairy Beauty's charm inherent skill. He might be someone interesting, but this fellow had already slept, so how could he still be hypnotized by Phoenix Fairy Beauty's charm inherent skill? Furthermore, this kind of hypnotism power was even stronger than hypnotizing with artifacts. The hypnotizing pearl was extremely strong, a lot of Heaven Realm warriors died because of the hypnotism. However, those hypnotizing pearl was limited to one-time use. The thing that surprised the Heaven Realm Great Leader was that Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was using life combustion, could also activate life combustion on her partner. Although he didn't know where this power came from, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with Divine Trident had already realized one thing, and that was his opponent's abilities were much stronger than what he had expected. Even if he was one of the Heaven Realm Great Leader, he didn't know any summoning skills that would be able to increase his comrade's powers by 10 times. Most importantly, this life combustion skill did not do damage to her comrade's body at all. Danger. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident felt some kind of unexplained sense of danger. Furthermore, it was getting stronger with time. Yue Yang, who had just been pushed back just now, his power was increasing once again. Phoenix Fairy Beauty sent a ball of purple ball onto his body. Yue Yang's body immediately morphed into a demon king-like existence. Of course, that was only an illusion, it was not his true body. Yue Yang, who was ignited in Nirvana flame and in a berserk state, moved his hands and formed a fire phoenix. He prepared himself to ride this destructive fire phoenix and kill the Heaven Realm Great Leader. That Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's calm expression was finally broken. He didn't stand at the same spot anymore, he immediately soared to the sky. The Divine Trident in his hand continued to swing. A white light wave, that looked like a lightning splitting across the sky, shot straight towards Yue Yang's head, attacking him and the fire phoenix. At the same time, Phoenix Fairy Beauty had already caught up to him. Her hand had already pressed against the Heaven Realm Great Leader's back. She unleashed her palm power. The Heaven Realm Great Leader quickly escaped. Phoenix Fairy Beauty quickly chased after him. Her shadow formed a long streak of line across the sky, as if she was always pressing onto the Heaven Realm Great Leader's back, trying to push him down to the ground. On the ground, with a loud boom, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's right hand crashed inside. On the other hand, the Heaven Realm Great Leader, who had managed to escape at the last minute, break out in cold sweat from fright. So dangerous, if he was late even a little bit. Come out, my slave. Finally the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident summoned something. A flash of white light flashed down from the sky to the ground. The shock wave emitted from the Heaven Realm Great Leader's grimoire was not something that a normal person could endure. Compared to the energy that Phoenix Fairy Beauty had emitted when she activated her life combustion, this shockwave was many times stronger. Seems like this Heaven Realm Great Leader had not even used his true strength at all since just now. On the other side, Phoenix Fairy Beauty unleashed the second charm on Yue Yang, making him complete his second transformation. In the history of the Soaring Dragon Continent, many researchers or great sages had studied about berserk strengthening, and most supported second berserk transformation. They had even spent their whole lives researching it. However, the result they obtained were extremely little. Their conclusion: human second berserk transformation only existed in theory, but no one had ever proven it. In this 1,000 years, only Phoenix Fairy Beauty was able to successfully use this kind of illogical second berserk transformation. Yue Yang, who had been sent to berserk state twice, had completely gone mad. Seeing his second berserk transformation, the Heaven Realm Great Leader's eyes popped out, revealing a shocked, disbelieving expression. This was the Heaven Realm's secret ultimate skill, and only a handful of people could master it. How could the Soaring Dragon Continent warriors learn about it? Yue Yang was in front while Phoenix Fairy Beauty was behind. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident couldn't react at all before he saw a fist ignited in Nirvana flame quickly coming towards him. He couldn't do anything but watch as Yue Yang landed a heavy hit on his chest. Furthermore, at the same time, same place from the Heaven Realm Great Leader's back, Phoenix Fairy Beauty also attacked with a powerful attack. Humans are indeed a race that can create miracles. The Heaven Realm Great Leader's body trembled slightly, and suddenly, he sent both Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty flying away like a bullet. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth, but the expression in his eyes turned swift and fierce because of this. He nodded, interesting. Although he had high defense, after receiving Yue Yang's and Phoenix Fairy Beauty's attacks, who had been powered up by second berserk transformation and 30-fold life combustion respectively, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident was still injured. It was not just a simple blood dropping from the corner of his mouth like just now, this time, he was really injured. However, the fact that Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty had joined together to attack him really made him furious. He threw Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty away and immediately retaliated. He pushed his Divine Trident, which was shining resplendently, forward. Power started to overflow explosively from his body, just like a shockwave, spreading outwards quickly. However, it was not destructive at all, it only formed a huge domain of power around his body. 50-fold gravity. The heaven realm thud his divine trident onto the ground. Countless heaven runes gathered at his feet, forming a huge rune circle. Boom! Yue Yang, who was sent flying, immediately crashed onto the ground like meteor. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was 30 times stronger by using life combustion as sacrifice, felt her body slowly falling down. When she reached the ground, the stone slabs on the ground were actually cracking from the weight of her body, spreading like a spider web. On the other side, Yue Yang's legs had stuck deep into the stone slabs. However, as he was in a second berserk transformation state, Yue Yang didn't care what tricks his opponent was using. As long as his body could still move, he would continue to attack. Yue Yang slowly moved his body, stepping on the stone slabs as he walked step by step towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader. Turns out you will get stronger when you lost your senses. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident saw Yue Yang's movements, he immediately understood why Phoenix Fairy Beauty didn't stop him when he used hypnotism before. She also didn't dispel the hypnotism effect. Turns out that this young human boy would become stronger when he lost his senses. This situation proved one point. And that was this young human boy possessed a really huge potential, far above his powers now. It's just that he had not fully grown. With his senses intact, he wouldn't be able to realize his full powers because he was unsure about his true potential. When he lost his senses and enter into a berserk mode, this boy's powers would burst forth without him realizing it. Most importantly, this berserk state that made him lost his senses wouldn't harm his body at all, because this boy possessed the protection of Nirvana rebirth from his Nirvana flames. From here, it could be seen that the true potential within High Boy was far above what he was showing right now, immeasurable. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident would obviously not let this situation continue. He swung his Divine Trident and pointed it at Yue Yang. Dispel. A strange-looking light burst out from the Divine Trident and shot straight towards Yue Yang's forehead. In an instant, the strong hypnotizing power just now was dispersed, and Yue Yang reverted to his original state. My head hurts. Yue Yang's mental state quickly recovered, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His head hurts as if he was pricked by needles. The thing that made Yue Yang suffer the most was because his senses was coming back and the effects from the second berserk transformation was rapidly vanishing. His power, which had been rapidly increasing just now, immediately decreased. Yue Yang almost couldn't breathe, bearing the weight of 50-fold gravity. Inside the Heaven Realm Great Leader's domain, any living being would feel the effect of 50-fold gravity. However, Phoenix Fairy Beauty noticed a small detail. All the stones, building, and items here were completely unaffected. They experienced the normal strength of gravity. Summoning a grimoire protective shield did not decrease the effect of the pressure at all. It was obvious that the opponent's domain of power had the ability to pass through protective shields. Their opponent was a Heaven Realm Great Leader, not an ordinary adventurer. The grimoire protective shield was nothing to him. Phoenix Fairy Beauty immediately reacted and increased her life combustion to 50-fold strength. As she chanted to acquire the status, Yue Yang made use of the strength of second berserk transformation, which had not completely disappeared, and jumped high. Riding on his fire phoenix, he charged towards the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's eyes glinted. He didn't receive Yue Yang's attack head-on, instead he raised his Divine Trident to the sky. A strange kind of light burst forth to the sky from the tip of the Divine Trident. Countless heaven rune circles appeared, dazzling brightly, like a river of stars, interweaving together into a mysterious, complicated rune pattern. Void. Heaven Realm Great Leader pointed with the Divine Trident. The whole space immediately turned into a zero-gravity, void dimension. Yue Yang, who was using all of his strength to resist the 50-fold gravitational force, couldn't adjust his strength at all. Within a second, Yue Yang shot to the sky like meteor and crashed onto the dome of the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. The impact of the crash caused the whole third hall to shake violently for a long time. Phoenix Fairy Beauty noticed that the rebels in mud were falling towards the ground slowly. Other than living beings, non-living things were not affected by the domain of power. She took this in and remembered it at her heart. She felt that this might be the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's weakness. Of course, that Divine Trident might be his measure to make up for his weakness. Without it, this Heaven Realm Great Leader's strength would definitely decrease. 50-fold gravitational force. The moment Heaven Realm Great Leader changed gravity, Yue Yang's body smashed onto the ground once again. Void. The Heaven Realm Great Leader raised his Divine Trident up to the sky. Yue Yang, who was resisting the heavy gravitational pressure with all his might, shot up like a meteor again towards the dome of the third hall. Don't forget I'm still here. Is there any meaning to bullying a kid? Phoenix Fairy Beauty appeared behind the Heaven Realm Great Leader's back. Her hands grabbed at the Heaven Realm Great Leader's right shoulders. Whoosh! The Heaven Realm Great Leader disappeared immediately, avoiding the battle with her. He smiled towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty and said, "You are luring me to attack you, but no, I won't fight you. You want to end your life together with mine. I know you have some kind of ability to do this, but I'm not that stupid. Provoking me is useless. How long can you last with your 50-fold life combustion?" Phoenix Fairy Beauty's heart slightly trembled when she heard that. Her opponent wasn't tricked at all. What could she do now? How long could she last under 50-fold life combustion? Could it be that she must use 100-fold life combustion? However, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with Divine Trident had made a decision faster than Phoenix Fairy Beauty. He shouted, "Absolute Domain, 100-fold gravitational force." Yue Yang supported his body as his hands and legs sunk into the stone slabs. Under the pressure of 100-fold gravitational force, forget about him, even Phoenix Fairy Beauty found it hard to defend. Her legs crushed the ground beneath her as her body, which was enduring the 100-fold gravitational force, stooped down slightly. If her hands was not bracing her body by holding onto her grimoire, she might also be unable to endure the force and fall onto the ground. 100-fold gravitational force was definitely not something that a human could defend against. The most troublesome thing was that the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident was able to immediately change the gravitational force inside his domain of power into vacuum. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was still alright, she could resist the changes with much difficulties. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was completely miserable. His body couldn't endure it anymore, he was in so much pain as if a herd of giant mammoths had trampled over him. He held his grimoire, which was floating in the air, with his bloodied hands to prevent him from falling towards the Divine Palace's dome. As long as his opponent continued to alternate between 100-fold gravitational force and zero gravity, Yue Yang thought that the only thing he could do was to escape. That was no victory at all. "I said before, don't forget, your opponent is me." Phoenix Fairy Beauty humphed. When the Heaven Realm Great Leader turned back and looked at her, he suddenly saw her hands coming towards her with a speed faster than lightning. Before a thousandth of a second passed, her hand was already right in front of him, getting bigger with the passing time. Some kind of irresistible force burst out like a tsunami. The Heaven Realm Great Leaders with the Divine Trident immediately froze. He couldn't even have the time to swing his Divine Trident and attack his opponent before he was attacked by that force. In Yue Yang's eyes, to his surprise, he saw Phoenix Fairy Beauty powerfully pinning the Heaven Realm Great Leader onto the ground. Her sharp claws grabbed at the Heaven Realm Great Leader's head, and when her opponent tried to look back, she smashed the Heaven Realm Great Leader's head onto the ground. Boom! The whole of Third Hall violently shook from this attack. That loud explosion sound reverberated through the Divine Palace for a long time. Forget about Feng Shenqi and the other Heaven Realm Great Leader, who was like a black hole. Even Yue Yang couldn't believe it. How could it be possible? The Heaven Realm Great Leader, who was strong beyond compare, was actually pushed down on the ground by the Phoenix Fairy Beauty? Just as everyone was shocked speechless, that Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident lifted his head up from the ground with his hands as support. He stabbed his Divine Trident backwards, fiercely stabbing it onto Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body. However, the Heaven Realm Great Leader's attack was useless to the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. "It's useless!" Phoenix Fairy Beauty shouted out. She swung her claws and sent the Heaven Realm Great Leaders flying away forcefully. Just like a cannonball, he flew towards one of the pillars, immediately shaking the whole of Divine Palace. He crashed onto the palace walls and carved a human-shaped hole. That Heaven Realm Great Leader immediately reacted. The Heaven Realm Great Leader came out from the hole with a speed faster than light. The Divine Trident in his hand turned into a powerful thunder as he charged straight towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty. The demon wings on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's back quickly flapped about. With one flap, she had already reached the Heaven Realm Great Leader's back. Sharp claws grabbed onto the Heaven Realm Great Leader's legs. She clutched his whole body and smashed him mercilessly to the ground. Without waiting for the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident to recover, she stomped her legs onto the Heaven Realm Great Leader's face. At the same time, she raised her hands high up to the sky. Endless power gathered in her hands, as an impressive sight started to appear in the sky. All of the free energy in the air became berserk, then, as if they were following a specific law, they quickly gathered towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty's hands. A terrifying energy flow started to form in the sky. Purple-colored lightning streaked across the sky like fiery snakes as thunderbolts boomed. Sky, law. Phoenix Fairy Beauty never told Yue Yang before what her domain of power was. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident revealed a terrified expression. If the old dragon turtle had seen him right now, he would discover that the Heaven Realm Great Leader had the exact same expression when he was about to be sealed inside the prison Emperor Divine Staff 6,000 years ago. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, whose strength had been amplified hundredfold with life combustion, was fighting against the weakened Heaven Realm Great Leader who had just recovered. The move that she used was an instant kill move. Right now, she had finally used her ultimate skill, Sky Law Domain of Power. With the greatest power she possessed in all her life, she prepared to kill this Heaven Realm Great Leader. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she would have no regrets. Would she succeed? That Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident, for the first time in his life, revealed a terrified expression in front of a human girl. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. Countless thunder and lightning gathered at Phoenix Fairy Beauty's hands, forming a huge ball of electric current. The whole of Third Hall was as bright as day with the illumination from the lightning. The whole world was overshadowed by the brightness of the lightning. The power of this sky law was definitely not something a person could resist. Even if it was the Heaven Realm Great Leader who had just awakened, he couldn't ignore this power. Careful. Although Yue Yang was shocked by the scene of sky law, but a strange scene heightened his sense of danger. Out of the corner of his eyes, he discovered shadow of a black human figure floating out from a black hole. It was that Heaven Realm Great Leader who had hidden his true appearance behind his black hole domain of power. That fellow gathered 2 black holes that could swallow everything on his hands, as if he was about to sneak an ambush on Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Yue Yang panicked and recklessly charged forward, using his body to protect Phoenix Fairy Beauty's back. He released his star explosion domain of power and threw it towards the enemy. At the same time, Phoenix Fairy Beauty attacked with both of her hands. The power of Sky Law, which had been amplified 100-fold, mercilessly smashed at the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident's body. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the black hole domain of power used one of the black holes to stop Yue Yang's full power star explosion. His other hand, which was holding the other black hole, penetrated through Yue Yang's grimoire protective shield and ruthlessly smashed against Yue Yang's chest. The whole space was distorted. Not only there was Sky Law's power, the space was also distorted by the clash of star explosion and black hole ball and the clash between the black hole ball with the innate chi protection on Yue Yang's body. There was also the clash between the Heaven Realm Great Leader black hole domain of power and Yue Yang's grimoire protective shield. Even the sound from the resulting explosion was crushing. Everything inside the space, other than the 4 people, turned into fine powder. The resulting shockwave sent Feng Shenxi, who was on his soul state, flying 100 meters away. All of the walls and pillars in the third hall broke down, even the dome almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the prison Emperor's will which was supporting the third hall and preventing it from collapsing, if it was a normal structure instead, it would have become debris from the huge explosion shockwave. Amongst flying debris, the 4 people didn't move at all. The first one to move was the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident, who had been struck by Phoenix Fairy Beauty's 100 times strengthened Sky Law. He had lost one of his arms and his face was drenched in blood. His left shoulder and the left half of his body had been seriously injured. His bones were even exposed in some parts of his body. His left eyes were shut and his forehead was bleeding, from his hair down to his eyes and cheeks, like he was crying tears of blood. Drips of blood dropped onto what remained of his right hand. His right hand was still holding onto the Divine Trident, but he did not attack Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Instead, he stabbed it backwards towards the gap between Yue Yang's ribs and arms, stopping the other Heaven Realm Great Leader's second attack, the Black Hole Domain of Power, to everyone's surprise. With regards to this, Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty was extremely shocked. This fellow not only didn't attack back, he had even stopped his comrade's fatal attack and saved Yue Yang's life? Could it be that this fellow's brain had been fried from the Sky Law power? Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty was completely at loss. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with Black Hole Domain of Power seemed to not understand his comrade's actions too. He had came to his rescue when his comrade was in danger, why was he unwelcomed? Zhu Xiao, this is my fight. Even if I am killed, my pride as a Heaven Realm Great Leader will not allow me to beg for help. This will only make me feel humiliated afterwards. If it was you instead, if you were beaten to the ground by your enemies, would you beg for your life like a dog? Would you wish for me to come to your rescue? I don't want to look for any excuse, a victory is a victory, a defeat is a defeat. Even if my powers have not recovered and my opponent is using 100-fold life combustion to kill me, is this an excuse for my defeat? As one of the Heaven Realm Great Leader, when did I ever need to find a laughable excuse for my defeat? When the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident said this, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with Black Hole Domain of Power quickly returned to his black hole without a second word. Shiro, Zhu Xiao means 9 nights, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident turned around, his body drenched in blood. He closed his eye which was bleeding and only used one eye to look at Phoenix Fairy Beauty. You are really a strong opponent. Other than Prison Emperor, you are the only human who managed to attack me until this bad. You could have killed me just a little bit more. If I didn't have a divine weapon with me, I would need to sleep for thousands of years again today. With this divine weapon, you won't be able to kill me. As for me, I don't wish to kill. On the contrary, I long for an opponent like you. That boy and you still have so much growing potential. Both of you are still so young. Continue to train yourselves, we will wait for you guys in the Heaven Realm. This lesson, this defeat today, I will forever remember it in my heart. He summoned his grimoire and his body slowly disappeared. Goodbye, 2 human warriors who bring so much excitement to me. I really hope that you guys can give us an even nicer surprise when you see us in the Heaven Realm in the future. Before he disappeared, he waved his divine trident. A ray of bright light flashed. A line of heaven runes slowly formed in the sky. Yue Yang recognized a few words. He reckoned that these runes should be that fellow's address in Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm Great Leader with the Divine Trident returned to his grimoire world and completely disappeared. His parting words reverberated for a long time in the destroyed third hall. Remember my name is Su Kong. Shiro, Su Kong means void, vacuum. As the Heaven Realm Great Leader called Su Kong returned to the grimoire world, Feng Shenxi who was on his soul state also followed his master with the divine trident's light as guidance. At this time, in the third hall, there was only that Heaven Realm Great Leader with black hole, Zhu Xiao. Although he did not speak at all, his true abilities were far above Su Kong, the Heaven Realm Great Leader with the divine trident. 5 bleeding holes appeared on Yue Yang's chest. Even the extremely strong Yue Yang who possessed Nirvana Flame thus giving him the ability of Nirvana Rebirth was unable to heal the injury his opponent had caused. The black balls which possess the ability of a black hole, able to swallow everything inside, had already invaded Yue Yang's body. If it was another person, they would have already become a corpse. Their corpse might not even exist anymore. However, Yue Yang who possessed Devour Domain of Power, had turned his body into a battlefield, fighting a tug-of-war battle that black ball. If it were an ordinary adventurer, they would definitely not be able to endure that kind of battle inside their bodies. However, Yue Yang possessed the innate chi protection and Nirvana Rebirth, and unimaginably managed to endure the battle inside his body. Furthermore, the origin of his Devour strength had become stronger as it continued to swallow the opponent's power, transforming and devouring into a stronger Devour origin. The black balls had aroused Yue Yang's potential and the origin of his Devour Domain of Power abilities at the same time. The origin of his Devour which was not considered very strong in the first place had already become 10 times stronger because of the invasion of this strange power. Furthermore, after the Devour origin fused together with the opponent, it started to evolve. It was constantly changing, becoming stronger. Of course, the impact it caused on Yue Yang's body was excruciating pain. Yue Yang was in so much pain that his whole body was trembling. Phoenix Fairy Beauty took care of Yue Yang who had almost lost control and fell to the ground with her beautiful hands and long tails as she glared coldly at the Heaven Realm Great Leader who was called Zhu Xiao. This Zhu Xiao who possessed Black Hole Domain of Power had not left. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Yue Yang. Su Kong's wishes had nothing to do with him. Although Su Kong had asked Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Yue Yang to fight again in the Heaven Realm in the future, the current Zhu Xiao was thinking of eliminating these two people as soon as possible. I had always thought that humans are dangerous. No matter how weak they are, as long as there are some kind of miracle, they would become extremely strong. Even if they have short lifespans, their growth rate was extremely quick. You, for example, a young human boy who is only 20 years old but possessed a power that is almost the same as my current strength. If I give you another 100 years, I really can't imagine how much you will grow. Zhu Xiao whose body was hidden inside his black hole domain of power slowly floated out. His appearance had not been fully revealed, but his strength and chi pressured Yue Yang to the point that he found it difficult to breathe. Compared to Su Kong who had the divine trident, he was 3 times stronger. Furthermore, this Zhu Xiao was much more cool-headed. He possessed some kind of cool-headed wisdom. When Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty gave him a sense of danger, he would not be like Su Kong, giving Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty the opportunity to launch their attacks. He wished to kill the two of them as soon as possible, nipping the problem in the bud. Zhu Xiao raised both of his hands to the sky and formed 2 black balls in the sky. Phoenix Fairy Beauty raised her hands to the sky and prepared to summon Sky Law once again. That Zhu Xiao who was so calm that he was almost cold as ice suddenly asked, "How many more Sky Laws can you summon with that 100-fold life combustion of yours? How long more can you last? If I didn't guess wrongly, you could only last another minute at most. With such a little time, you shouldn't be able to summon another Sky Law. Furthermore, do you think I will fight against you head-on? You can continue to wait until your life has been fully combusted." Although she didn't speak, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's darkened expression proved that what Zhu Xiao said was true. She didn't want to admit defeat, but she had reached the limits of her 100-fold life combustion. Only half a minute left, speak your last words. Zhu Xiao didn't attack Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Yue Yang immediately. Instead, he stood in front of his black hole domain of power, as if he would return back inside any time. He knew that he had just awakened from his slumber, hence his powers were not even 1% of his original strength. He was completely unwilling to fight the current Phoenix Fairy Beauty head-on. He chose a different battle tactics from Su Kong, he chose to wait. I die without regrets. This was Phoenix Fairy Beauty's last words. Why don't you ask me what my last words are? Yue Yang endured the pain in his chest and asked his opponent with a hoarse voice. What do you want to say? Zhu Xiao was only vigilant towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty currently. With regards to Yue Yang who was gravely injured, he only spared him 1/10 of his vigilance. Although I can't compare to you, this doesn't mean that you are invincible. Kylan girl, I never asked a penny for your rent. Right now I'm going to die, if you don't come out and help. Don't blame me for kicking you out of my house. Yue Yang suddenly shouted out and cursed furiously. Don't be angry, how would I know you are fighting? I have been sleeping and I just woke up just now, I still feel very sleepy. A Kylan girl who was wearing her pajama full set sleepily patted her yawning mouth, looking indolent and drowsy as if she had just woken up. She then stretched out her waist and rubbed her eyes, then looked towards Yue Yang who was drenched in blood, with bleeding holes all over his chest, and asked curiously, blinking her eyes, "Are you injured?" Obviously. Yue Yang really wanted to beat the Kylan girl's butt violently. Forget it if she didn't want to help heal his injuries, she even had the nerve to enjoy watching the show. Shiro, popular children disciplinary measure in China is to beat their butt. This injury is not difficult to heal, but I only have a pair of hands. She or you, I can only save one of you. Which one should I save? The Kylan girl reached out her hand, showing that she could only save one. Save her. Yue Yang hurriedly asked her to first heal Phoenix Fairy Beauty when he heard her. I can save her, but I can't give you any guarantees, because it's already a little too late to save her. Before the Kylan girl could even finish her words, Yue Yang had raised his hands and beat her little bottom hard. Then why are you wasting time talking bullshit? Quickly save her now. You dared to hit me. The Kylan girl was furious, she was about to throw a tantrum. However, when she saw Yue Yang who looked like he was about to eat a person, she jumped in fright and stuck out her tongue. Then, she quickly held the unconscious Phoenix Fairy Beauty and brought her back into the grimoire world. In the end, she asked Yue Yang, who is that fellow that looks so ugly and sinister? It's alright if his looks couldn't make it, but he still dared to reveal his face to the public. I don't understand, does he has any self-awareness? Save her quickly. You are not even marrying him, why do you care about how he look like? Yue Yang shouted exasperatedly. So you actually have an immortal beast's protection. No wonder Ming Yu Guang and Su Kong let you off. Although immortal beasts are strong, do you think they don't have weaknesses? That Heaven Realm great leader called Zhu Xiao suddenly turned invisible and returned to his black hole domain of power. His thought wave floated out, if it wasn't for the fact that I have just awakened, I would have killed you all together with that immortal beast. Young human, let me give you a present. A flash of black light, like a sword, shot out from the black hole. It disappeared in an instant. Just as Yue Yang prepared all of his body to take the attack, suddenly, Lei Shenxi who looked like a thunder giant appeared. He held that black light in his hands as he bowed in respect towards the black hole. The black hole domain of power slowly disappeared. In the end, a cold strain of thought wave floated out, cut all of his 4 limbs so that he could become a human rod. Bear in mind, you can't endanger his life, otherwise that immortal beast protecting him will immediately attack you back. The immortal beast's weakness is that she has to follow the rules. She can't take the initiative to attack weak living things, unless her master's life is in danger. Humans' battle power mostly depended on their 4 limbs. Once he loses his limbs, his battle power will decrease greatly. Furthermore, humans will not be able to grow out another set of limbs. Young human, I hope that you will like my present. Although the Kylan girl didn't attack at all, Zhu Xiao, the mighty Heaven Realm great leader was definitely scared away by her. A lot of unexpected events had happened in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace battle. For example, strong Heaven Realm warriors such as Feng Shenxi, Lei Shenxi, Ming Ri Wu, Huang Xia, Xia Fei, Ni Guo and the others had broken free from their seals and even possessed physical bodies. This was completely different from the information that the old dragon turtle had given to them previously. These strong enemies who popped out of nowhere had completely thrown Yue Yang's plans into jeopardy. Even after intense training for a month guided by the Sword Goddess and obtaining Nirvana rebirth, he was still unable to pull the gap between him and the enemies. The most frightening thing was that the time of the awakening of the 3 Heaven Realm great leaders had changed because of Yue Yang's interruption. Furthermore, every Heaven Realm great leader succeeded in breaking free, and every single one of them possessed destructive powers capable of annihilating a whole army. Under this kind of critical battle, Yue Yang was unable to control the flow of the battle. He could only make the best out of the situation. Other than fighting to their deaths, Yue Yang's only hope was for the Phoenix sisters and Kylan girl to help him with his fight. Yue Yang was not afraid of the hard battle, but he was afraid that Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and the others would be killed. Forget about Shui Wuxia and the others who couldn't revive, Yue Yang was not even willing to let his guardian beasts like the Bloody Queen and the others who could revive to die. Their greatest threat was only Su Kong and Zhu Xiao, the 2 Heaven Realm great leaders. Su Kong had been heavily injured by Phoenix Fairy Beauty's Sky Law attack which was strengthened by 100-fold, and left with a flashy escape. The one that Yue Yang was worried about the most was the cold and wise Zhu Xiao. Furthermore, he was such a strong opponent. Fortunately the Kylan girl had appeared and scared him away. Seeing how quickly he escaped after the Kylan girl appeared, Yue Yang sighed in relief in his heart. As for Lei Shenxi who was still in his soul state, even though he possessed strong powers and the artifact black light that Zhu Xiao had bestowed to him, Yue Yang wouldn't really care too much about him. After all, compared to the 2 great leaders just now, the strength of this Lei Shenxi who had lost his physical body couldn't really be mentioned. Electric Cage, Lei Shenxi was originally in his soul state, so he was not very strong. His battle power should be almost zero. However, with the black light, his powers had greatly increased. He was able to summon a gigantic electric cage, turning the whole third hall into a prison, trapping Yue Yang and the others. Yue Yang's devour domain of power was still trying to consume the black ball filled with energy that Zhu Xiao had shot into him. His body was also healing his wounds with Nirvana Flame, hence he was unable to stop Lei Shenxi's actions. Maybe he didn't have much confidence in victory, hence Lei Shenxi had borrowed the power of the artifact Black Light again and summoned 2 Heaven Realm goblin beasts. They were different from the centipedes that Feng Shenxi summoned. These goblin beasts had humanoid appearances. One of them was red while the other was green. Both of them were gigantic, their heights could reach 50 meters easily. They looked grotesque like a blood-sucking, man-eating demon. Their bloody mouth dripped with their smelly slobber. Their sharp teeth and red eyes continuously emitted their bloodthirst and ruthlessness. Their forehead were branded with the word demon and their body were almost naked other than their lower part which was covered with animal skins. They held a 30-meter-long giant wolf tooth which had the ability to crush one of the pillars in the third hall with just a simple swing. Whenever they took a step, the weight of their body would shake the whole of Prison Emperor Divine Palace. Boom, boom, boom. When they walked towards Yue Yang and the other humans who were much smaller than him, the whole of third hall shook uncontrollably. The most frightening thing was that these 2 humanoid red and green goblin beasts had the domain of powers Bone Maggot and Death Mist. The red demon's Bone Maggot sucked in Yue Yang's strength like crazy while the green demon's Death Mist engulfed the whole third hall with a green, disgusting mist. Yue Yang discovered that his skin had even turned rotten green. Yue Yang's eyes glinted as he looked at Lei Shenxi. Lei Shenxi, who was holding the black light artifact, was waiting for the right opportunity to attack. Seems like he wouldn't leave unless he really cut all of Yue Yang's 4 limbs. Suddenly, Yue Yang sighed slightly. Yes, I admit it. With my current strength, I am still unable to fight against the 2 Heaven Realm great leaders. This battle was the hardest and most difficult battle I have ever experienced amongst all of my battles. However, I will forever remember the lessons learned today. When I escape from here, I will train myself again from the bottom, so that I may become a true expert. When I meet Su Kong and Zhu Xiao in the future, I will definitely not be like today. Did you think you can really leave here? Lei Shenxi didn't speak, he only sent out a thought wave. Even Zhu Xiao could leave, that is the truth. Yue Yang suddenly smiled brilliantly, like a sun. His smile really confused Lei Shenxi. Immortal beasts would definitely not take the initiative to attack their enemies. It was obvious that Lei Shenxi understood immortal beasts' limitations. An immortal beast's protection would only come when their master's lives were at stake. I have a sister. She had never participated in battles before, so none of you guys know about her existence. Right now, do you want to know where she is? Yue Yang had not finished speaking when a small body appeared from inside the profound coffin room, holding the Prison Emperor Divine Staff in her hands. It was Yu Bing. When the Prison Emperor Divine Staff that contained the Prison Emperor's will came out to the third hall, it immediately shone with dazzling light, illuminating the whole hall so brightly as if it was daylight. The bright light was so dazzling that the 2 goblin beasts were unable to open their eyes. They roared in fear continuously. They subconsciously avoided Yu Bing, who was holding the Prison Emperor Divine Staff with both of her hands, retreating step by step backwards. However, when Lei Shenxi shouted to them to stop and keep calm, they became slightly better. Suddenly, from outside the electric cage, a human figure appeared. He shouted a warning towards Yue Yang. These 2 are the Red Goblin King and Green Goblin King. They possessed extremely strong vitality. You won't be able to defeat them using normal physical attacks. You must take out the Goblin Pearl inside their bodies. Most of the time, their Goblin Pearl would be at their head, some would also have it at their belly button. Before he finished his words, Lei Shenxi had already shouted thunderously in fury, "Nge, you traitor!" Although the Birdman Nge was afraid of Lei Shenxi, he felt quite safe because there was Yue Yang in front of him. He summoned his courage and replied, "I'm not a traitor. You guys are not my master from the beginning, you are also not our sect leader. You guys are just our dictators, forcing us to listen to your order with fear and violence. We were forced to come down from the Heaven Realm and fight with the humans. The battle with the Prison Emperor left my brothers and sisters in grave injuries, but even so, you continued to look down upon us. You guys never acknowledged us as your comrades, you guys didn't even acknowledge us as your comrades. Our existences were just like slaves. When Su Kong and Zhu Xiao needed to speed up their recovery, the ones you sacrificed were our brothers and sisters. So many of my comrades were still in their slumber, yet you sucked all of their energies from them. Many of those who were like me, who had awakened earlier, were also unable to avoid their tragic fate. In order to rescue the 2 great leaders in advance, in this 6,000 years, you guys have been using our bodies and beasts as sacrifice. Look at my body, what have I become? When I woke up, I have turned into a beast mix, I have even lost a huge part of my memories. If I hadn't recovered my memories due to the shock from my battles, I might even still continue to be your foolish slaves, becoming the sacrificial pawns you needed, like my other brothers and sisters, I'm not afraid of death, and I'm not afraid to fight. However, I definitely don't want to become your sacrificial pawn. I am also a proud Heaven Realm warrior. Even if you are much stronger than me, you won't be able to kill my pride. Nge only had the strength of an innate level 1 right now. If Lei Shenxi had not turned into his astral state because of his sacrifice to the two Heaven Realm great leaders, he could have killed Nge in one move. No matter what reason you have, the fact that you are a traitor doesn't change. The black light artifact in Lei Shenxi's hand shot out a ray of light towards Nge, sharp as sword. If you want to kill him, can you ask my opinion first? Yue Yang stood in front of the sharp sword beam. He reached out and stopped that sword beam head-on. Speaking of controlling sword beams, other than the heavenly sword goddess and the big loli which was made up of sword chi, no one was more of an expert other than Yue Yang. Lei Shenxi discovered that the sword beam that he shot out with black light was useless. Hence, he quickly ordered the red and green Goblin King to attack. Just as the two goblin beasts were charging towards Yue Yang, a mirror suddenly appeared in front of Yue Yang. This was Yinan's soul mirror. Her soul mirror reflected the brightness emitted from the Prison Emperor Divine Staff onto the two goblin beasts' face. Immediately, the two goblin beasts shut their eyes in pain, blocking the light coming into their eyes with their big hands. It was as if they had great fears towards this shining light. The two domain of powers in Yue Yang's body, bone maggots and death mist, had also quickly dispersed under the light that the soul mirror had reflected. When the black light in Lei Shenxi's hands were slashed down, Yue Yang unleashed the five-colored divine light. It was time for Yue Yang to strike back. The green color of the five-colored divine light clashed with Lei Shenxi's black light. Within one attack, Lei Shenxi and the black light were both blasted 100 meters away. The black light's light grew dimmer while Lei Shenxi's body crackled with electricity current, as if he had received quite a grave injury. Mine is the real five-colored divine light, yours is fake goods. No matter how generous Zhu Xiao is, he wouldn't give the true five-colored divine light to you. The black light in your hands is nothing more than imitation goods. Yue Yang appeared behind Lei Shenxi's body, holding the five-colored divine light in his left fist. He punched out as he condensed the star explosion power in his right hand. When Lei Shenxi tried to defend himself, Yue Yang threw the star explosion to him. Whoosh! Lei Shenxi was shocked. He immediately turned into electricity and avoided the star explosion attack. Die! Yue Yang didn't pursue him, instead, he guided that star explosion to bend and exploded it right at the Red Goblin King's head. The star explosion caused half of the Red Goblin King's head to shatter into pieces. It fell to the ground with a loud boom. However, the strange thing was that the Red Goblin King, whose head had been shattered to pieces, was still alive. Its shattered brain was quickly regenerating as countless pieces of flesh automatically turned into powder and returned back to the Red Goblin King. A paste-like substance formed on the Red Goblin King's head and it slowly turned back to the Red Goblin King's original appearance. This process had only taken a few seconds. Let me send you back to hell. Yue Yang, who held the world exterminating wheel in his hand, threw it down from the sky, slashing the Red Goblin King whole body into two. On the other side, the extremely furious Green Goblin King had not managed to do anything before Yue Yang turned around and slashed it into two with his world exterminating wheel. Both the Red Goblin King and Green Goblin King's bodies, which were split in half, were growing sprouts of flesh, as if they were about to reconnect again into one. However, a little Lamia with big, adorable eyes had appeared. She had dual icicle blades in her hands. In an instant, she froze the Red Goblin King and the Green Goblin King's bodies, which were split in half, into ice blocks. Of course, this was not the end. When Lei Shenxi rushed towards them to help, she had already raised her two little hands towards Yue Yang, showing him a red and green goblin pearls in her hands. The Red and Green Goblin Kings who had lost their goblin pearls were just like humans who lost their souls. Although they had not died physically, they became a mere mountain of flesh. They were not a threat at all. The bone maggots and death mist domain of powers had also become useless under the light from the Prison Emperor Divine Staff. Even if I can't kill you, I can kill all the girls you brought with you. Human, the greatest weakness of your race are women. Lei Shenxi was completely incensed. He knew that he would definitely not be able to defeat Yue Yang, because Yue Yang possessed the true five-colored divine light. Yu Bing was under the protection of the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, hence Lei Shenxi was also unable to come in closer. Yinan had the soul mirror to protect her. The soul mirror revolved around her body, reflecting the light from the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, allowing her to control the soul mirror to face any direction. This was also equivalent to having the Prison Emperor Divine Staff protecting her, hence Lei Shenxi didn't dare to attack her. As for Xia Wen Li, she was a guardian beast, hence he wouldn't be able to kill her completely. In the end, the furious Lei Shenxi decided to go down to the second hall and kill those few female humans who would not be able to resurrect in the future. This would cause Yue Yang to go crazy. That was how they dealt with the Prison Emperor and the warriors that followed him last time. When a human man saw their women die, they would fall into despair. They might even kill themselves after winning the battle. This kind of behavior was far beyond Lei Shenxi's, who was from the heaven realm, comprehension. However, he knew that human warriors had this kind of fatal weakness. Do you want to kill me? You don't have to go to the second hall, I'm already here. Shui Wuxia clasped the ancient book in her hands as Princess Xian, whose body was drenched in blood, appeared behind her, holding the prison emperor divine sword in her hands. Behind them, Luo Hua City Mistress and Yu, who looked pale and a little weak, followed. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon were protecting them left and right. The fact that they managed to come over proved that the two Heaven Realm centipedes had been successfully killed. The thing that shocked Lei Shenxi the most was not the fact that the Howling Wind spell that was supposed to stop them were ineffective, nor was it the fact that his subordinates in the Heaven Realm centipedes have been killed. It was not even the Heaven Centipede Pearl that the Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon were holding in their hands. The thing that shocked him was the ancient book that Shui Wuxia was holding. That ancient book was a silver-ranked artifact. If it were last time, Lei Shenxi wouldn't even bat an eye on a silver-ranked artifact. Even a gold-ranked artifact wouldn't be able to hurt him, who was an innate level 10. However, he, who was in an astral state right now, felt a really bad feeling towards the ancient book. Although it was only silver-ranked, it was a soul-type artifact. The most terrifying thing was that it seemed to be an artifact that specialized in swallowing thunder-type energies. It was coincidentally his nemesis. Shui Wuxia turned her book open, and a female spirit that looked like her appeared. The spirit was covered with cold air all over her body, but there were static electricity buzzing in her hands. Facing against Lei Shenxi, who was so much bigger than her, the female spirit charged forward courageously, not showing a trace of fear at all. She looked as if she wanted to swallow Lei Shenxi, who was 1,000 times stronger than her. No. Lei Shenxi felt a kind of fear from his sixth sense as a warrior and hurriedly tried to leave. However, behind him, Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li had appeared at the same time and locked his movements with binding chains. Nirvana Flame, World Exterminating Wheel and Innate Invisible Sword Chi flew towards Lei Shenxi's body at the same time. However, the one who delivered the ultimate blow was the sickly beauty who had taken out the prison emperor divine seal from the profound coffin room and knocked Lei Shenxi's head with it. Conclusion of a hard battle. Everybody levels up. Lei Shenxi's immortal body was stronger than Huang Sha's body of sand. If he had not sacrificed his body, then Yue Yang, with his current strength, would have had a hard time killing him, who was at innate level 10. Other than destroying his nucleus, he would be invincible. After losing his body, only his spiritual body remained and he couldn't use his lightning powers. As a result, he was at his weakest. If not for Zhu Xiao bestowing him with the black light and giving him power, Yue Yang could easily ignore Lei Shenxi's existence. When the Kylan girl had saved Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Shui Wuxia and the others had also rushed over. This completely lifted the boulder in his heart. He was determined to surround and kill Lei Shenxi. Yue Yang would not allow this powerful enemy to regenerate. He would take advantage of him being at his weakest state to forever seal him inside the prison Emperor Divine Palace. Hool! Lei Shenxi could not bear the pain. Whether it was Nirvana Flames, World Exterminating Wheel or Innate Invisible Sword Chi, any of them could heavily damage his soul. The prison Emperor's divine seal, containing the prison Emperor's will, pressing down on his forehead made him remember the shadow of death 6,000 years ago. 6,000 years ago, the three great leaders and his comrades had used their strength to endure the seal together. Today, he was alone without any support. Could it be that he was going to die? Die with me. Lei Shenxi turned around and charged towards Yue Yang. He was prepared to use the Heaven Realm's taboo skill, physical and spiritual self-detonation, taking down Yue Yang with him. Even though he lost the support of his body's energy causing the physical and spiritual self-detonation strength to weaken, it would still absolutely be capable of annihilating his enemies. Xia Wen Li glared at him and her binding chains inherent skill burst out once more. Yue Yang did not retreat but instead he moved forward. In his hands, he created a giant burning phoenix with nirvana flames and shot it towards Lei Shenxi's body. The world exterminating wheel followed after, cutting the heaven rune protecting his soul. Then, Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi struck at Lei Shenxi's nucleus. Lei Shenxi's nucleus broke apart and his entire body shook. His spiritual energy dispersed and it was then absorbed by Yue Yang's devour domain. However, Lei Shenxi did not die. When he knew that he already had no chance to kill Yue Yang, he suddenly gave up the idea of dying together. Instead, he charged towards Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian. Yue Yang's hair stood up in anger. He quickly chased him and reached towards Lei Shenxi's spirit body. He forcibly dug out what remained of his nucleus. Lei Shenxi suddenly laughed, too late. Men's weakness is women. Break down and go crazy. He charged towards Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian. The black light in his hands prepared to perform his final attack. Before the nirvana flames obliterated his nucleus, he still had a bit of time. Die! Princess Xian tenderly shouted. The image of the white tiger flashed in the air. With the strength of the white tiger and the help of the Emperor's sword chi, she moved the prison emperor's divine sword and cut Lei Shenqi's spirit in half. At the same time, Lei Shenqi also extended his hands. He basically did not defend. He only raised the black light and chopped towards Shui Wuxia. No matter how Luohua City Mistress, Yu, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and the Ice Serpent Demon attacked, he ignored them all. He wholeheartedly wanted to kill Shui Wuxia. The black light slashed down and nothing could stop it. The old dragon turtle quickly caught up but was sent flying by the other half of Lei Shenqi's body. He simply could not block the black light's slash. No. The sickly beauty had already formed a crystal shield, but her speed was not fast enough. She was too late to rush to Shui Wuxia's side and sadly shrieked. Sister Wuxia. Yinan also controlled the soul mirror to fly over but her distance was too far. Shui Wuxia felt that she had already been locked on by the black light. If she ran away, she would just die faster. She did not panic and deeply looked at Yue Yang. She even let out a smile. If this would be an eternal separation, then she would leave him a smile. He liked her smile and always wanted her to smile, but she would normally ignore him. She raised her right hand, preparing to receive the attack. She hoped that one arm would be enough to exchange with her life. Even though she did not know if this would succeed, she still wanted to try it. Isn't it only an arm? As long as Lei Shenqi did not turn around to attack Yu or Luo Hua, then losing an arm is fine. She did not move at all. Her guardian beast, Blizzard Lady, was also copying her movement. It also raised its arms inviting the attack, while her other hand had condensed her freezing powers waiting for a chance to counterattack. Luo Hua City Mistress had already exhausted her strength and could not help. She was so scared that she almost fainted. Yu, who was normally weak, had tears streaming her cheeks. She had prepared to use her body to protect Shui Wuxia, but she stopped because she would only be sacrificing her life pointlessly. Motherfucker! Yue Yang broke out into his fastest speed to pursue Lei Shenqi. He also tossed out the 5 colors of divine light to block the black light. Kaya! In the sky, Bloody Queen Red screeched and flew down. She used her entire body to embrace the black light. She knew that she was a guardian beast and would never truly die. She prepared to use her body to block this attack. On the other side, the golden crowned Thorny Flower Queen had rushed over. A while ago, she was cleaning up the battlefield in the second palace hall. She was late by one step and did not expect Lei Shenqi's suicidal actions. Lei Shenqi was not only an innate rank 10, he was also well known for his speed. Even though he had sacrificed his physical body, when he attacked, it wasn't something that could be easily stopped by everyone. The black light flashed. It had chopped an arm, at the same time the body behind the arm was also cut in half. Fresh blood erupted in mid-air. The nucleus that was being held by Yue Yang was being purified by the nirvana flames. It had thoroughly become a lightning attribute soul energy pearl. Lei Shenqi's spirit body immediately lost its conscience. His expression froze. His soul had been purified by the nirvana flames and faded away. The black light that he used to attack had fallen down from his possession and pierced the floor. Yu was scared senseless. She rushed over and hugged Shui Wuxia who was laying on the floor covered in fresh blood. She cried loudly, "No! No! Wuxia! Don't scare me! I'm fine! Aman had helped me block the move." Shui Wuxia had also thought she was finished. However, she did not expect the tall Aman would suddenly come out, fly in front of her, and block the fatal attack. The barbarian cow shadow Aman's right arm was cleanly cut. The black light had cleaved a half of her body. Her body was almost completely cut in half. She was already very close to becoming humanoid, so fresh blood had spurted out wildly like a rain of blood. When Yue Yang hurried over, she did not speak. Her eyes carried no pain and only carried joy. Because she had seen her master's eyes containing concern and pain. Lei Shenqi's soul had already faded away. However, his spiritual body was dragged away by the female spirit from the ancient book. She returned inside the ancient book and slowly disappeared. However, no one had paid attention to her actions. Everybody surrounded the barbarian cow shadow. Yue Yang hugged her and exhausted his strength to use the nirvana flames to cure Aman's severe injuries. Yu was scared to the point that her hands trembled. She had even almost forgotten how to summon her healing water ball. Unconsciously, everybody had treated Aman as a human and not a guardian beast. Aman stretched out her remaining left hand and touched Yue Yang's face. She shook her head as if wanting to smile to tell them she was all right. However, before her smile took form, she had already turned into light particles. Her body gradually returned to a state of energy and returned inside the grimoire. "I will remember today's lesson. I will definitely become the strongest in the world. I swear that in the future, whether facing strong enemies in the human or heaven realm, this kind of thing will never happen again. Never again." Yue Yang clenched his fists. At this moment, he was angry. He hated himself for not having enough strength. If he had killed Lei Shenqi in an instant, if he had the strength to withstand the two great leaders' strength, would these kinds of danger even happen? Until now, Yue Yang had thought that he was strong. Even if he was not the strongest, Yue Yang still felt that he could deal with any kind of hardship. However, this battle had told him a single lesson, and that was to never be limited by the strength in front of him. A true expert would be unimaginably strong. The circumstances would never always be according to their plans and expectations. This world was filled with the unknown. In front of absolute strength, knowledge and skill were nothing. Wishing to use knowledge and skill to gain a victory requires oneself to have enough strength. Summarized in one sentence, only when you are strong enough would you possess the qualifications to toy with others. The three great leaders of Heaven Realm showed Yue Yang a very high target. Even if they were asleep for 6,000 years and under their weakest state, the three great leaders of Heaven Realm still had the strength to kill Yue Yang. This kind of strength would become the goal for Yue Yang's training. Become the strongest warrior among humans was not enough. What Yue Yang wanted was to become stronger than the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, become stronger than the prison emperor that had sealed the three great leaders of Heaven Realm. Just as Yu Bing, Yu, Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian, and Luo Hua City Mistress hugged Yue Yang, all of a sudden, everybody's grimoire appeared and flipped their pages. Huge golden pillars, unprecedented in history, had shone out from the grimoires and shot towards the skies. Every beast was bathed in this golden light pillar, evolving, leveling up together with their owners. Amidst the light pillars, Yue Yang's and Shui Wuxia's level up were the most shocking. After the female spirit in Shui Wuxia's ancient book had absorbed Lei Shenxi's spirit energy and bathed under the golden light, the ancient book had undergone a fundamental change. It had leveled up to become a gold-ranked artifact. Yue Yang's grimoire, which was originally an intermediate gold-ranked grimoire, had directly leveled up into a beginner platinum-ranked grimoire. Shui Wuxia, who had been suppressing her level at lesser innate, was unable to suppress her energy any longer. With a loud shout, her body shot up into the sky and was bathed in the golden light pillar that only appeared when one leveled up to innate. The pillar was so tall that it seemed to be connecting the sky and earth. It more than 100 meters tall, close to 200 meters, even taller than the golden pillar that appeared when Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress leveled up to innates. However, everyone was all busy leveling up, hence no one had noticed Shui Wuxia's level up. Her guardian beast, Blizzard Lady, changed her body completely and merged with the female spirit in the ancient book. Ice and lightning along with their awareness merged together. They formed a huge figure surpassing 30 meters, appearing at the center of the golden light pillar. She inconceivably shed her feathers and became a diamond-ranked beast. Even if she was only diamond-ranked level 1, it was enough to prove that her growth potential became even greater than before. Her appearance brought forth snowflakes that floated that danced around in the air. She gradually turned into spirit form and entered Shui Wuxia's body, just like how Xia Wen Li would float into Yue Yang's body. Only then did the snowflakes in the air gradually disappear. Aman. Yue Yang did not pay attention to any of these. His mind was still worried about Aman. Just as he linked minds with the hibernating Aman, he surprisingly discovered that Aman truly did not die. She was only hibernating due to her severe injuries. She was unlike other guardian beasts that would lose their memories upon death. She was still the same Aman. She was still his own Aman. Xia Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and the Ice Serpent Demon surrounded Yue Yang. They bathed in the Nirvana flames that appeared during Yue Yang's level up and leveled up at the same time. They continuously evolved and shed their feathers. Even the spirit of flame and smoke, that had been hunting the sand drill demon worm, erupted into flames, enjoying the pleasure of leveling up. The old dragon turtle, who did not level up along with Yue Yang and the others, held the prison emperor's divine staff that contained the prison emperor's will. His tears welled up as he knelt down and lamented continuously. Other than him, the prison emperor had only left behind a forgotten history. 6,000 years had passed and the sealed Heaven Realm warriors had not died but escaped. Who could have remembered the human emperor who had shocked the Heaven Realm? Who could still remember the prison emperor who sacrificed his life in order to seal the three great leader of Heaven Realm? The sole thing that assured the old dragon turtle was that a genius had once again appeared amongst the humans. He was still very young and could not compare to the prison emperor before. However, with this brat's growth potential and a little bit of hard work, there will come a time when he will become a new generation super ranker. He could even become stronger than the prison emperor. He was still young. With the challenges and experiences he gained today, his powers would be unlimited in the future. He would be the best successor for the new generation prison emperor. After the battle in the prison emperor's divine palace, the old dragon turtle happily took the prison emperor's divine staff and rushed out to use a secret technique to recover his power. With regards to Yue Yang's adamant refusal to give the prison emperor divine seal to him, he couldn't do anything to it at all. Although Yue Yang would not be able to use the prison emperor divine seal right now, to Yue Yang, who definitely refused to be shortchanged, he would still want it even if he could only use it to smash walnuts. He finally cleared the prison emperor divine palace quest after so much hard work. He had even chased the 3 big bosses away. If he didn't receive some artifacts as compensation, Yue Yang would feel gravely wronged. Hence, Prison Emperor Divine Staff belongs to the old dragon turtle, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal belongs to Yue Yang. As for the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, it indisputably belongs to Princess Xian. Furthermore, only she could use it. Yue Yang said that he had contributed the most, so he insisted on getting double the amount of rewards. Hence, he also snatched the Prison Emperor's 7-star pillars forcibly. The old dragon turtle obviously disagreed, but his opinion did not matter at all to Yue Yang. Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and the others didn't leave at once. Instead, they stayed at the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and rested inside the grimoire world for 3 days until they completely recovered from the fatigue of the great battle. Then, they spent a few more days to round up all the various rewards they got from the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. They tore up the Heaven Realm Centipede's venomous mouth and outer shells into pieces. They also took the Sand Drill Demon Worm's inner den, the Heaven Realm Warrior's wings, weapons and armors. All of these materials were brought into the grimoire world, becoming materials for refining. They cleared the whole place until there wasn't anything left to be cleared. Only then did Yue Yang left the Prison Emperor Divine Palace under the old dragon turtle's secret teleportation method. Amongst all of the sealed Heaven Realm warriors, only the monster guy Nge was left. That fellow had almost been swallowed whole by the golden crowned Thorny Flower Queen. Fortunately Yue Yang had promised to spare his life before. Nge carried over a dozen of his comrades' remnants and memento, then walked step by step away from the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, leaving through the teleportation gate. Before he left, he turned back for one last look. Maybe there was a thread of unspeakable sadness in his heart. He didn't look as happy as he thought he would be, instead, he felt a little depressed. Yue Yang didn't really care about him at all, but listening to Nge's mumbling, he discovered that Nge actually had around 50 comrades before. Now, only he was left. He could also only find 10 over mementos from them, most of them had been lost. It couldn't be helped that he would feel depressed. Getting back his freedom was a good thing, but right now, he had become completely alone. 6,000 years had passed and he had lost his original body and became a monster guy. Could he still return to the Heaven Realm? With his current innate level 1 strength, would he still be able to safely return to the Heaven Realm? Forget about his lack of confidence, even Yue Yang who had never gone to the Heaven Realm before looked down on him. I will stay at the Tongtian Tower for a while, I want to adapt first. Monster Guy Nge actually wanted to say that he wanted to follow Yue Yang to the Heaven Realm, but he saw that Yue Yang didn't have that kind of thought at the meantime, so he didn't mention it at all. He believed that when Yue Yang go to the Heaven Realm in the future, he would definitely need a guide. Nge believed he would be the best choice as guide, so he was not in a hurry. He would first improve his strength at the lower levels of Tongtian Tower first. Parting ways with Nge, Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and the others returned to the Little Flower Garden. The Prison Emperor Divine Palace battle had not only brought a huge impact for Yue Yang, it had also greatly impacted Shui Wuxia and the others. The strong Heaven Realm great leaders, the Heaven Realm warriors who didn't die, the Heaven Realm centipedes whose bodies were extremely durable. Inside everyone's heart, after this battle, it was like they had acquired a deep enlightenment. When they thought about how they had been recognized in the human realm, they really felt like a frog in a well. Heaven Realm was indeed an abnormal place. If they wanted to advance to the Heaven Realm with the strength that they have right now, they would really be a joke. Heaven Realm was definitely not a place that they could live easily once they reached the innate rank. After this lesson, Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia and the others finally had a goal. They decided not to think about how the gates to the Heaven Realm would only open once in 100 years. The most important thing was not to be in a hurry to go to the Heaven Realm. Instead, they should be training to achieve greater heights, becoming stronger and having greater powers. Just as Yue Yang and the others were about to start their harsh training, the drunk cat big sister and her little panda Niu Niu suddenly came to the Little Flower Garden, bringing a shocking news. The Supreme Elder Xia, Night Empress, Elder Nangong and the others had already returned from the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. With regards to the matter of the Soaring Dragon Continent invasion, the Supreme Elder was extremely enraged. However, with reasons unknown, the Innate Alliance had not moved to interrogate the Thousand Goblins sect, Western Lion Pagoda and the Kingdom of Xian of their sins. Of course, all the powerful experts such as the Great Emperor of Xiwei, Shuntian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader had already gone into hiding. No one dared to face the wrath of the Supreme Elder. Xizun has returned. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia looked at each other. Does Xizun's return meant that their advancement towards the Heaven Realm had failed? She seemed to be looking for you. Elder Nangong has also looked for the Vice Principal to discuss about something, but I'm not sure what it is about. The drunk cat big sister was a little curious about Yue Yang's powers. She might not be shocked anymore at his impressive growth, but how did Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress also leveled up to innates? Could it be that body fusion training was really that effective? Then let's go back to the Yu Clan Castle to find out. Yue Yang also thought that they had stayed at the prison Emperor Divine Palace for too long, they had missed a lot of news about the outside world. When Yue Yang returned back to the Yu clan castle, Elder Yu Hai and the others were overjoyed. Jun Wu Yu and Eastern Sky King quickly rushed over too. They were fathers after all. It would be a lie if they said they didn't care about their daughters. Right now, seeing their daughters and their future son-in-law returning safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, they had all improved so much. They really should let the young train on their own, otherwise how could their daughters improve so much? 3 innates had followed after Yue Yang, the abnormal brat. The fact that Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress all became innates, if it happened last time, everybody would have said that it would only happen in Dreamland. After a round of celebration, Night Empress suddenly appeared inside Yue Yang's head. Xizun and her did not appear in person, but both took turns to question Yue Yang about the events that happened in the prison Emperor Divine Palace. They especially asked a lot about the circumstances of the Heaven Realm great leaders. How is she? Xizun finally asked. She asked the question out of the blue without heads or tails, but Yue Yang understood that she was asking about her little sister, Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Not good but not bad either. She is still sleeping. Actually, Yue Yang had not seen Phoenix Fairy Beauty yet, but according to the Kylan girl, after Phoenix Fairy Beauty spent most of her life force for hundredfold life combustion to fight the Heaven Realm great leader, it would be best if she could continue to sleep like this to recuperate. Yue Yang was already very thankful that she was still alive. If the Kylan girl had came out a little later, Phoenix Fairy Beauty might really die because of her life combustion skill. It would be best if you don't think about the Heaven Realm great leaders now. Thinking too much would bring no advantage at all, you might even get obsessed with it. What you need to focus right now is to build up your basics. Xizun immediately disappeared after saying this. Little fellow, don't you want to ask about how our expedition to the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower goes? Night Empress really liked to tease Yue Yang when they were alone. What's the result of your expedition? Yue Yang guessed that the results was probably not good. The Heaven Realm is extremely vast. There are 4 gates in total to enter it. We went to the bottom of the 4th gate, which should be the west gate from amongst the north, south, east and west gate of Heaven Realm. Legends said that the gate to Heaven Realm opens once in a century, this was indeed correct. However, in front of the Heaven Realm gate, there was an extremely long, sealed passageway. The seal guarding the passageway was extremely terrifying, one could go in but would never be able to go out. Hence, we gave up on the next step of the exploration. We thought that it is probably a trap, there must definitely be another way to enter the Heaven Realm. Otherwise, during the ancient times, how could so many human warriors enter the Heaven Realm easily? Night Empress didn't hold back on Yue Yang, she told him all about everything that had happened, but in a simplified term. You mean you guys have given up on entering, and are trying to find a new way? Yue Yang frowned slightly. Could the seal have something to do with the prison emperor? Yeah, maybe we'll talk about it again once you youngsters grew stronger a little more. Otherwise, in case I can't return, you guys will be in danger. Night Empress was telling the truth. Even before strong rankers like Night Empress, Xizun and Elder Nangong could confirm that they can return from the Heaven Realm, Great Emperor of Ziwei, Shuntian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader had already plotted an attack. If Xizun and the others really couldn't come back, it would be weird if they didn't plot to attack Yue Yang with all they had. Then you guys would probably need to wait for some period of time. Yue Yang felt that even if he had the body fusion skill, it would be too early for him, Shui Wuxia and the others to go to the Heaven Realm. It's okay, we will personally teach you guys ourselves. Night Empress giggled like your typical next-door girl. Her laughter was like bells ringing in Yue Yang's ears. However, Yue Yang was unable to sense her body's presence. Compared to the Heaven Realm great leaders, Night Empress was not as powerful. Even against the weakened Heaven Realm great leaders, it might still be difficult for her to win. That was because the Night Empress was only a little stronger than Phoenix Fairy Beauty, and Phoenix Fairy Beauty could only injure the Heaven Realm great leader after she strengthened herself with hundredfold life combustion. Without life combustion, it would be a miracle if the Night Empress was able to fight the Heaven Realm great leader on equal terms. Of course, Xizun, whose strength far surpassed the both of them, in Yue Yang's opinion, would probably have a chance to defeat Zhu Xiao at his strongest. If the Heaven Realm great leaders who had not recovered their full strength met Xizun, they would really have a tragic fate. Xizun, in Yue Yang's opinion, was the female version of Prison Emperor. Maybe the current Xizun could not compare to the Prison Emperor at his prime, but in the future, she would definitely be as successful as the Prison Emperor. Yue Yang firmly believed in this. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, there were only 2 people that Yue Yang couldn't figure out. One was Xizun, and the second was the pitiful guy's mother. After speaking with the Night Empress, Yue Yang had thought that she was joking about the personally teach you guys ourselves part. Who knew, the next day, she really came and took Luo Hua City Mistress away. At the same time, Princess Xian's mysterious teacher had also come. Yue Yang didn't recognize the old lady, but he discovered that she had a hidden strength of innate level 8. He couldn't help but be shocked. Turns out that there was such a powerful person amongst the protectors of the royal family. Yunan's aunt came and left with Yunan. Grandma Wu Teng, who had healed her inner injury with the martial arts pill, came to get Yu Bing. Yu Yu's master had also come and took Yu Yu away, chuckling all along saying that she couldn't teach her student anymore in terms of martial arts skills, but she still had various knowledge and life experiences that she could share with her disciple. Yu Yu was naturally willing to spend some time with her master, because to her, she was a mother-like figure that she lacked. Shui Wuxia was the most favored. Xian had come and decided to teach her personally. To the Shui clan, this was a dreamlike opportunity. No one in the Shui clan would ever thought that Shui Wuxia would receive the supreme elder of humans, Xian's favor. Forget about them, even Yue Yang never expected it. In the end, everyone left for their separate training. Only the sickly beauty was left. Don't worry, no matter what, I will accompany you. I will stay here. The sickly beauty revealed a gentle smile as she curled her arm around Yue Yang's, thinking that he would feel lonely. However, everyone's departure was actually only a temporary goodbye. Everyone was trained by different seniors with different experiences and knowledges, they would definitely improve quickly and become stronger. After some time, when they meet again, they would definitely become a better partner for Yue Yang, different from their previous selves. You can't continue staying at home like this. You should go out and explore the outside world. Before Xian left, she gave an advice to Yue Yang. Yes, you should listen to Her Highness Xian. You haven't been to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, right? Do you want to go? Maybe you can train over there. Even if you can't level up, at least you can learn more knowledge. The sickly beauty thought that Xian's words made sense. If they didn't go out and train indoors, their views would be narrowed. Furthermore, going to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower wouldn't conflict against anything. Yue Yang could go out and train during the day and return to the grimoire world at night. She would accompany him so that he wouldn't feel lonely. She wasn't afraid that she would get bored inside the grimoire world because she could enjoy researching runes all day. Whenever he missed her, he could return and spend time with her. 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Yue Yang had only gone to the 4th floor at the most. Legends said that the 6th floor was a place that only the strong could exist, he really never gone there before. Legends said that the 6th floor was where different races gathered, where the Innate Alliance was located. The 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, what was it like actually? Yue Yang, who was able to endure Su Kong's domain of power, which could manipulate gravitational force and continuously changing it between 100-fold and zero gravity, didn't feel anything when he stepped into the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, which impose a 6-fold gravitational force on everyone on that level. In reality, a few months back, Yue Yang had already had no problem withstanding 20-fold gravitational force when he fought against the vice-sect leader of Green Summit Sect, Makai Su Ling. After finishing the Prison Emperor battle, Yue Yang had improved by leaps and bounds, be it in terms of skills or levels. If it were another person, they would definitely need a long time to adapt when they first stepped into the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. To Yue Yang, this was nothing. At the teleportation gate of Tongtian Tower's 6th floor, many of the warriors who had just teleported to the level were quietly sitting down and adapting to the 6-fold gravitational force. Only a handful of people who had adapted to 6-fold gravitational force before or experts who have teleported down from the 7th floor could leave the gate proudly with wide steps. Some of the newcomers like Yue Yang who had never stepped into the 6th floor before could only look at them in envy. Many newcomers were observing the sealed giant teleportation circle. Different from the lower levels, from the 6th floor onwards, all the teleportation circles were sealed tightly. In order to enter or exit the 6th floor, everyone would need to go through the same passageway. Moreover, this passageway restricted flight. Only experts who had reached innate level 6 and above had the power to overrule the restrictions. Otherwise, even if it was a giant dragon or a demon from the demon abyss, everyone would need to walk through the passageway step by step. Yue Yang noticed a lot of demons who were several meters tall walking through with booming steps beside him. They completely disregarded humans' existence. In here, the hatred between races was not the most important thing. Human warriors respected the strong. No matter what race they were, if they were strong warriors, they would be respected by the others. On the contrary, if their abilities were so-so, even if they were the golden elves whose status was extremely high and noble, they would still be looked down and scorned upon. One's position depended solely on one's levels. This was the real 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. What's your name? On the entrance to the 6th floor teleportation gate, the newcomers were queuing to register their names. In the Tongtian Tower 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, they could just stir up trouble whenever they liked and show off their powers for a while. However, here, they were all newcomers. If they were not obedient, they might provoke the wraths of old-timers here and die. Titan Yu. Yue Yang also entered the queue. If he was willing, he could just notify Elder Nangong or the Innate Alliance, then everything would have been easier. Innate rankers enjoy special privileges, there was no need for them to queue. Furthermore, an attendant would also be appointed to take care of them. Yue Yang, who wanted to experience life on his own, would of course choose not to do that. What's your level and rank? The registry officer, who seemed to come from a different race, asked disinterestedly. Ah. Level 6 Elder Intermediate. Yue Yang did not lie. According to the level stated in his grimoire, he was actually a level 6 Elder. His rank had just leveled up after defeating the prison Emperor Divine Palace. If it was last time, he would just have been a level 5 Grandmaster. If it was just based on his level, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Your introducer. The man with 4 strands of beard, from an unknown race, asked in the common language. Shui Donglu. Yue Yang didn't dare to say the Supreme Elder of Humans, Zhizun's name out loud, otherwise, this indifferent registry officer would definitely have a heart attack. He said the old fox's name instead. In any case, in order to protect every ranker's personal strength and privacy, the registry officer couldn't check warriors' grimoires or test their strengths, so as to prevent the leak of information and protect the interest of different races. Shiro, in case you guys forgot, the old fox's name is stated in chapter 323, the registration process would usually only involve verbal inquiries. The registering warrior could even choose not to answer some of the questions. For the registration of ordinary warriors, this was enough. As they do not have to hide their rank and strength, innate rankers had a special entrance process. The ones that were being protected were all warriors with special abilities. They might not be very strong, but they have some kind of special skill. These people, if their abilities were known to people who had bad intentions, their lives would be in danger. Of course, nobody would ever think that there would be a powerful person like Yue Yang who would queue and register together with the newbies. No one suspected that he was an innate ranker. Most people who saw Yue Yang, who possessed the camouflage inherent skill, would only suspect if he really had the strength of a level 6 elder. Do you have any unique abilities? This question, asked by the man from a different race, wasn't to pry into the secret of the warriors, but instead to set them up with a suitable quest. This question, the registering warriors could choose not to answer. My speciality is to create mechanical puppets. Yue Yang pretended to be an honest child and replied. Creating mechanical puppets. That man from a different race tried to recall something and nodded. You said that you came from the Soaring Dragon Continent just now. I remember there is a Yue clan over there that creates puppets. Are you one of their disciples? What's your strongest beast? Silver-ranked Wind Eagle Warrior. Yue Yang stated one of Ghost Genius Yue Gang's transformers goods that he found in the Puppet Palace. Do you know any combat skills? The man from a different race questioned closely. A few decades ago, there's a Yue Chu from the Soaring Dragon Continent, who was an expert in combat skills. Was he from your Yue family? He had already passed away during a battle. I didn't inherit his combat skills. When Yue Yang said this, that man from a different race revealed a pitiful expression. Seems like he had no interest at all for Yue Yang, who was an expert in creating combat mechanical puppet beasts, but was extremely interested in Yue Chu, who was a combat expert. Young man, do you need my word of advice? The man from a different race asked finally. Please speak. Yue Yang felt strange. This fellow didn't seem to give any word of advice to the registering people in front of him just now. According to your level, strength, and abilities, it would be very difficult for you to survive in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. In the lower floors of the Tongtian Tower, your beasts might be an invincible existence, but you must know that in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, the monsters here are 100 times stronger than what you imagine. Their numbers are also 100 times more. Beasts that can't level up, such as puppet beasts or beasts with low potential, are just like trash up here. They are completely useless. Please don't blame me for my harsh words, but the ability to create mechanical puppet beasts is useless. If you want to survive in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower longer, you have to possess strong powers, not only in terms of combat skills, but also in terms of possessing beasts with high potential of growth. If your purpose of coming here is not to train for a long period of time, that you only want to try living in the higher floors of Tongtian Tower for a while and experience a different world, that's okay. Young one, if you want to train yourself here and continue to become stronger, your preparations are far from enough. Can you understand my words? The man from a different race didn't speak in a loud voice, but he used an extremely stern voice to warn Yue Yang. Little human boy, why don't you go home and continue to drink your mother's milk? This is not a place for a weak, spoiled child like you. Behind Yue Yang, a sharp voice scorned at him. Yue Yang turned back, and discovered that the voice who jeered at him was unexpectedly coming from a dwarf. He was speechless. If you insist on entering the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, then, I suggest that you better not enter these places. It's better to stay in a safe district. The man from a different race took out a map, and drew tens of circles, representing those death traps of Yue Yang, this 6th-ranked clan leader. Thank you. Although he had been looked down upon by the others, Yue Yang was still thankful towards the man from a different race who was cold on the outside and warm on the inside. This was also his way of showing some kind of protection towards his juniors. Generally speaking, it was difficult for young humans to accept rejections. However, a word of advice, although it was unpleasant to hear, the effects are much better than harsh rejections. If Yue Yang hadn't hid his abilities, if his abilities were really only limited to what he had stated just now, it would really be very dangerous for him to enter the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. That man from a different race didn't reject him or stop him from entering. Instead, he gave him a fair warning and even carefully pointed out the various dangerous areas on the map for him. Forget about someone from a different race, even if he was also human, they might not show so much care and attention. Hence, Yue Yang wholeheartedly said thank you to him. Although he was not really thankful, he wanted to praise the attitude of this man from a different race. The dwarf who was queuing right behind Yue Yang still continued to ridicule him. The whole queue were buzzing with hoots of laughter. Only one of registering warriors, who was a humanoid goblin race, frowned his brows as he observed Yue Yang from the back. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out the problem. Was this human boy really like what that dwarf had said, a weak, spoiled little human boy? Wrong. If he were to choose an opponent, he would rather choose to fight two of that dwarf than fight that human boy. His sharp goblin senses make him feel that something was wrong, but he just couldn't figure out what's wrong. Would a true weakling, when faced with mockery, be so calm and tranquil? Even if it's oneself, one can never reach this state of ignorance. He's not that simple. This human boy, he was definitely hiding his abilities. He definitely had some kind of special abilities, it's just that he was extremely secretive and didn't want to reveal it at all. The goblin man made a conclusion in his heart. He felt that Yue Yang was a formidable opponent, but he would never imagine that this young human boy was actually an exceptional innate ranker, who possessed a terrifying strength capable of killing an innate level 8. Looking for tankers in the blood area 1. Shiro, tankers are literally meat shields in Chinese LOL, willing to train you for 10 days for a wisdom fruit. 2 wisdom fruits and I'll train you for a month. Cheap equipments for sale. Exchanging a 90% quality, new dragon leather armor and light sword for black sand. Mass buying lustrous branches, and buying a death suit. Good news to the newbies, selling survival guidebooks for Tongtian Tower for 1,000 gold each. You'll also get a monsters map as a free gift. Super strong healing medicine, selling for 100 gold each bottle. Limited to 9 bottles per customers, first come first serve. Also selling yellow topaz. The moment Yue Yang exited the teleportation gate passage, just as he took out his water bag and was about to soothe his parched throat, he suddenly heard a crowd of people shouting outside the big plaza in front. He immediately spurted out the water he was drinking, coughing violently. This was really shocking. This was practically an online merpage in a different world, the only difference was there was no hacking or alternate accounts. Soaring Dragon Continent, as compared to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, cannot be referred to as a continent, but only a small place. On the map, it's even smaller than the palm of an infant. If it's not for Supreme Elder of Humans, Xian, who was extremely powerful and was ranked number 1 in terms of powers even amongst various races, these different races might not even be aware of such a small, insignificant place like the Soaring Dragon Continent. Advancing up the 8th and 9th floors, the Soaring Dragon Continent would just be a sesame-sized village, almost unseen on the map. Forget about Soaring Dragon Continent, even the Demon Abyss, which was a dozen times larger than the Soaring Dragon Continent, was merely a place as big as a finger on the 8th and 9th floor map. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, there were not many level 6 Elders. However, here, they are all over the place. Furthermore, every single one of them was strong. Level 5 Grandmaster? Those could only be attendants. As for level 4 heroes, they were not even qualified to become servants. After looking for a long time, Yue Yang finally discovered a handful of heroes and dozens over grandmasters amongst hundreds, nearing thousands of level 6 elders. Everyone, without exception, was servants to different rankers. You, that hideous-looking human boy over there, come over here. Suddenly, a lovable voice shouted towards Yue Yang. Hideous-looking. It was the first time Yue Yang heard someone commenting that his looks were unsatisfactory. Why are you talking so much? If it's not because we are short of one person, we won't even bother to ask you to make up our number. We are rushing for time, so stop staring like an idiot. Let's go, quickly. Another voice that sounded coarse and rough resounded from Yue Yang's back. When Yue Yang turned around, he immediately jumped in shock, his heart almost flying out of his mouth. My God! In front of Yue Yang, stood a party of beauties and beasts. There were 2 ox-head people, 4 orcs and 3 golden elves. In this party, the beauties were extremely beautiful while the beasts were extremely hideous. The one that was shouting at Yue Yang was a 3-meter-tall ox-head girl. Yue Yang thought that before the barbarian cow Shadow man evolved, she was extremely ugly. However, who would have thought that compared to this ox-head girl, a man was really beautiful in comparison. It's fine if only the ox-head girl was ugly, but there were still 4 more orc girls with lower fangs that extended upwards. Their bodies were stout and stocky, one even more muscular than the next. Originally, when they stand together, they were already a shocking view. Now that they were standing beside 3 golden elves who were so breathtakingly beautiful, the difference between the ugliness and the beauty was really too powerful. Yue Yang thought that he had quite a strong mental strength, but when he turned around, he really felt that he couldn't take it. The sight was simply too shocking. Amongst the 3 golden elves, one of the youngest one was a minor who have yet come of age. Strictly speaking, she was a big lowly with a flat chest. Her hair was lively green, and she wore a green-colored elven clothing that accentuated her slender waist and long legs. She gave Yue Yang the impression that she was a little deer in the forest, lithe yet elegant. Her graceful face was smooth without any flaws, really desirable. Her long eyebrows made her look especially quick-witted, and her light green eyes were like a pair of emeralds. Her soft lips were always smiling mischievously. One could tell with one look that she was smart but a troublemaker, an eccentric little enchantress. Another one looked like her elder brother. His body was tall and lean, his long purple hair was draped over his shoulders. His handsome features did not lose to the handsome prince of Tianluo. Compared to him, Yue Yang's elegance and gracefulness was a little lacking. However, he definitely won in terms of masculinity and soldierly aspects. Of course, compared to the looks of the Golden Elves race, where everyone was either a handsome guy or a beautiful girl, the human race was definitely inferior. The Golden Elves was the noblest, most beautiful and most reputable race amongst the different branch race of elves. If humans like Yue Yang, Shui Tanlang, Yan Po Jun, Prince of Tianluo and other handsome guys of the Soaring Dragon Continent were to be compared to them, they would only be average at the most. Standing beside the Golden Elf man was a girl who looked much more mature than the first one. Her beauty definitely reached the femme fatale standard, able to cause a downfall to a kingdom. Yue Yang had seen many beauties like Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress, the sickly beauty and the others, who had their own assets. They were much more beautiful than the average human girls, but compared to these golden elves, they were really incomparable. Yue Yang suppressed his good-for-nothing impulse. According to his aesthetic standards, these golden elf girls were a little too skinny. If their chest area could be more wavy, maybe they would be much more beautiful. Of course, wanting to see an elf's breast was not simply a dream, but sleepwalking in broad daylight. An elf's personal strength was in their breathtaking, beautiful looks, their slender waists, their heart-stopping legs and perfect, flawless skin. What are big breasts? Only the orcs girls beside the golden elves would have this gifts, they were practically born with large breasts. One of the 4 orcs girls came out. Their magnificent breasts were more than capable of suffocating a big man. That golden elf girl who looked more mature was wearing a light purple gown decorated with golden threads. She held a green staff in her hand that had a blue precious stone embedded on top of it. Yue Yang didn't observe her too carefully, because firstly, he had a wife at home that possessed an exceptional looks not inferior to this golden elf girl. Secondly, this mature-looking golden elf girl looked like the handsome golden elf guy's girlfriend. She had already been taken. The quest requires 10 people, we are lacking 1 more person. If you come along, we can give you a red precious stone as reward. If you want it in gold, we can also do that. When the golden elf handsome guy saw Yue Yang, who was observing the 3 of them, averted his eyes immediately when their eyes meet, he felt that this human man was extremely well behaved. If it were another human looking at his younger sister and wife, they would probably already drool uncontrollably. After thinking like this, he decided to explain courteously to Yue Yang, and even offer him a reward. Why did you guys choose me? Yue Yang felt strange. The plaza was full of people, why did they choose a newcomer like him? We definitely won't let those fellows who have ulterior motives to join us. You can just follow us for a while, we won't take up much of your time. When we have finished the quest, you can leave the party straight away. The ox-head girl slapped Yue Yang's shoulders roughly, almost knocking his small body to the ground. Which instance dungeon are you guys going to? I am only a little level 6 puppet master now, can I even go? Yue Yang felt that it would be better if he asked clearly. What's instance dungeon? Everyone was looking at him with a bewildered expression. Like the place you guys are preparing to go, the Jadeite Forest? What kind of boss monster is there? I mean, what kind of big monsters are there? Like the guardian of some artifact or the strongest monster? When Yue Yang asked this, he discovered that they were looking at him like humans looking at aliens. Stop reading too many bullshit fairy tales like or. It's not like what you think. The ox-head girl was about to slap Yue Yang's back once again. Fortunately, Yue Yang managed to avoid it in time. You mean, you guys are not going to beat monsters? You won't train to level up? You won't look for treasures? Yue Yang felt that this Otherworld gaming company was really too ruthless. How could they make a game that don't give out treasures? We are going to pick up herbs. A large blue vein started to pop out on the ox head girl's forehead. This fellow looks like an idiot, will there really be no problems bringing him along? One of the orc girls spoke to another orc girl. The stupider the better, a smart fellow would be dangerous instead. However, amongst the cunning human race, an idiot like him is really rare. The orc girl's conversation really stabbed Yue Yang's pride. Ever since he came into this world, it was the first time he heard someone saying that he was an idiot. Furthermore, it was also the first time he heard someone saying his looks were unsatisfactory. Heavens, this Tongtian Tower's 6th floor was really not a nice place. Yue Yang thought that he might just came to the wrong place. He hadn't even started touring this place peacefully, yet he was already jeered upon. Alright then, it's good that they didn't know the truth yet. It wouldn't be interesting otherwise. Yue Yang immediately pretended to be I am a fool who have a lot of money, I am easily bullied. Yue Yang had even thought of pretending to be a newly rich country bumpkin. There was an ox-head man that had not spoken since the start. He looked like their leader. He suddenly acted domineeringly and waved his hand heroically, why do you talk so much? Let's go. Just like that, the easily bullied rich idiot Yue Yang was dragged along by the Beauty and the Beast party. No one cared about this newbie's opinion. His existence was only to serve as the 10th member for the Beauty and the Beast party, because the basic requirement of coming to the Jadeite Forest was to have 10 people in a party. It was a team quest. If there was only one person, even if he was an innate, he would never be able to receive it. The 4 orc girls were wearing heavy armors and held a thick, bulky wolf-tooth clubs each in their hands. They were also carrying large, black, round metal shields. Seems like they were the tankers in this party. The 2 ox-headed people, one male and one female, were carrying huge axes in their backs. They were probably the main attacking force. The big lowly elf was an archer, she carried a beautiful wisteria bow on her back. Her brother was either a magician or a warlock, the party's important DPS member. As for that mature elf girl who was beautiful beyond compare, needless to say, she was definitely the babysitter of the party, a priest without doubt. Yue Yang continued to daydream as he walked. What kind of role would he play in this party? Puppet summoner? But he was a fake one, alright? If Yue Yang was a real puppet summoner, then what was ghost genius Yu Gong? Paladin? No, that's not right. Although he had Nirvana Flame, he couldn't resurrect. A druid? Although he had Thorny Flower, Hui Tai Lang and the other beasts, he was definitely not a druid. As for a knight, forget it, that was not even reasonable. Could it be that he was a thief? Yue Yang thought for a long time, and in the end, he actually made a shocking conclusion. According to his usual actions, his shameless and cunning ways, sneaky and secretive attitude, the most obvious conclusion was, a thief. Forget it, being a thief is also a good thing, he can do a stun attack. Yue Yang was still daydreaming when the ox-head girl's back slap almost sent his heart jumping out from his mouth. What are you mumbling about? Do you really have some dissatisfaction? The ox-head girl glared at him intently. No, I wouldn't dare. Yue Yang immediately raised his hand in surrender, showing that he was docile and submissive. He was like a submissive citizen of a tyrannical king who would never scold or strike back no matter how much he was bullied. If you are worried about the danger, after receiving the quest later, you can leave the party at the Jadeite Forest and teleport back. We will give you your reward and the teleportation scroll. The kind elf girl thought that Yue Yang was afraid, so she comforted him with a gentle voice. She was just like a big sister comforting her younger brother, making Yue Yang feel really depressed. Hey coward, do you know I was brave enough to start doing quests in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower since 2 years ago? Unlike you, you are already so old, yet you are still trembling in fear. That mischievous big lowly elf made a face at Yue Yang. You have started doing quests since 2 years ago? Little friend, how old are you this year? Yue Yang was bewildered. 2 years ago, won't this little minx be around primary 3? Listen well, I'm not a little friend. In another 5 years and 8 months, I will be 160 years old. I'm a grown-up, you understand? The big lowly elf girl's words almost made Yue Yang drop to the ground. Sigh, talking about age with the golden elves race who could live up to 3,000 years is meaningless. Where are you from? That handsome golden elf sent a wry smile to Yue Yang. It was obvious that he felt bad as her brother, hence he tried to change the topic. Soaring Dragon Continent. Yue Yang knew that in these people's eyes, the Soaring Dragon Continent was a foreign domain, a very small foreign domain at that. I know that the Supreme Elder Xia came from the Soaring Dragon Continent. When the big lowly spoke about Xia, she sounded respectful. Yue Yang noticed something. Not only her, everyone in the party, be it the ox-head people, the orcs, or the golden elves, they showed sincerely respectful expressions when Xian's name was mentioned. Seems like everyone in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower really respected the strong. As long as one was strong, one would have fans from all the different races. The big lowly elf then continued, I also want to be Supreme Elder when I grow up. The handsome elf guy who usually spoil her immediately rebuked her, don't disrespect the Supreme Elder, there is only one Supreme Elder in the world. The mischievous big lowly elf jumped in fright and stuck out her tongue to show that she knew she had spoke wrongly. She then tilted her head and looked towards Yue Yang, do you know the Supreme Elder? Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head. The 4 orc girls burst into laughter. One of them laughed so hard that her mane became ruffled, of course he know the Supreme Elder, but the big question is if the Supreme Elder knew about him. A weak human like him, I really doubt he had even heard about the Supreme Elder. Of course I heard about the Supreme Elder before. Yue Yang replied in a monotone. Ha ha ha, do you want to make me laugh to my death? This time, the ox-head girl and the reserved elf girl couldn't help their laughter anymore. Little boy, stand beside me later on, I will protect you. Jadeite Forest may be a dangerous place for you, but I have gone there 3 times, so I am more familiar with that place than anyone else. As long as you continue to follow me, I guarantee you will be fine. The ox-head girl proudly slapped Yue Yang's shoulder. Her actions really made Yue Yang speechless. Fortunately he knew that the ox-head race's standards of beauty was different from humans, otherwise, he would really suspect that this ox-head girl had taken a liking to him. The ox-head people like men with horns. Furthermore, their bodies must be sturdy and full of fur. A thick, long tail was the most important aspect. Amongst the ox-head race, a man who couldn't use his tail to swat away flies was not handsome at all. Lastly, if one wanted to be even more handsome, one should even put on a nose or an ear piercing. As for scars, of course the more the better. Based on Yue Yang's appearance, within the ox-head race, he was definitely ugly. According to the standards amongst the orcs, without a big pair of front tusks, a hairy mane and a big belly, a man would definitely be unpopular. Hence, in conclusion, according to their standards of handsome men, in the eyes of the ox-head girl and the 4 orcs, Fatty Hai would probably be a much more handsome man than Yue Yang. At first, Yue Yang thought that it would be easy to get a quest in the warrior guild at the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Who would know that it was completely beyond his expectations. In the warrior guild of Tongtian Tower 6th floor, the requirements of getting a quest was extremely strict. Other than the fact that the party level had to meet the requirement, the party's number of members and job allocation were also strictly imposed. If the party leader did not meet the required level, or if the party did not have a party member with certain jobs, the quest officer would reject the party's request for the quest. Furthermore, in the warrior guild, there were very little single-person quest, because even innate rankers believed that in the Tongtian Tower 6th floor, the chances of a single person surviving was extremely low. Without the support of a party, a person would not even be able to guarantee their life's safety, let alone finish a quest. Are you really sure that you have the power to finish this quest? The quest officer, who was a middle-aged warrior, asked this question to Yue Yang at least 3 times. If it was really a Star Cup flower-picking quest. Yue Yang was speechless. Did he really need to be so nervous over picking some flowers? They were not even going to defeat some big boss monster. Furthermore, why didn't he ask the others and only him alone? Could it be that he really looked that weak and fragile? Was his camouflage inherent skill that effective? Young one, you have to pay attention to your attitude. Although the Jadeite Forest is a green-coated area, 30% of the monsters there are gold-ranked monsters, and close to 10% are gold king beasts. Most importantly, sometimes the strong green dragon or blue dragon would appear there, as they like to rest there. In this 100 years, there were at least 500 warriors who died taking this quest. Do you understand what I mean? The middle-aged warrior was dissatisfied with Yue Yang's attitude. He felt that if he let Yue Yang do the quest, it would be equivalent to sending him to his death. Alright, I'll be careful. Yue Yang didn't want to argue. He hurriedly expressed his understanding and gratefulness to the middle-aged warrior's good intentions, so that he could stop him from lecturing him again. I will lend this to you for the moment. The middle-aged warrior gave a teleportation stone to Yue Yang, and warned him one last time, young one, if you are in danger, crush it at the first moment, understand? Sometimes retreating is not a disgrace, on the opposite, throwing one's life is the real foolish thing to do. Yue Yang never thought that this middle-aged uncle who had too much saliva on his mouth would actually really care about his life. Of course, to a warrior guild officer, the warriors who managed to come here, no matter where they were from, were the elite amongst the elites. If they die at the beginning, it would be a great loss to the world. Especially the younger ones, they still have a huge growth potential, they might even become an innate in the future. If they die at the initial stage of their growth, it would really be a pity. After accepting the quest, an attendant led them towards a special teleportation room. Before they teleported into the Jadeite Forest, the old man who was in charge of the teleportation gate warned them, everyone, you only have 10 days to finish the quest. If you cannot return by the deadline, you will fail your quest. From the 11th day, we will send a rescue team. If you guys fall into a predicament, you have to keep persevering on. Lastly, I wish you good luck. Thank you for senior's well wishes. Other than Yue Yang, everyone, including the orcs and the ox heads, replied him respectfully. A golden light flashed. Yue Yang discovered that he was teleporting to a special place. The whole sky and earth was green. The sky was green jade-colored while the ground was dark green. The trees here were close to 100 meters tall, lush and thick, full of vitality. Compared to the Soaring Dragon Continent, the forest here was obviously much cleaner and lusher, moist and humid as if they had just been washed thoroughly by water. No wonder this place was called Jadeite Forest. The six-fold gravitational force had been increased to around eightfold. The ox heads, orcs, and 3 golden elves were quietly adapting to the gravitational force the moment they teleported over. The strongest amongst them, the ox head leader and the handsome elf guy had quickly adapted. When Yue Yang saw them opening their eyes, he hurriedly pretended not being used to the gravity, so as to avoid them seeing through his deception. The slowest one to adapt was the golden elf Big Loli. She required 5 full minutes before she finally adapted. The moment she adapted, she immediately teased Yue Yang, the weak human, with a bell-like voice. In the past, I have always been the slowest. It's good now, finally someone stole the precious position from me. You have to treasure it well, because I gave that position to you. Right, what's your name? It's been so long, yet we still don't know what your name is. That's not my fault, it's because you never asked. Yue Yang reported his name and spoke out the famous name of Titan proudly. That. I think you don't really suit the name Titan. The ox-head girl slapped Yue Yang's shoulders as always. If my name is not Titan, then what could it be? Yue Yang didn't let her slap his shoulder. Maybe Pai Gujing will suit you more. The ox-head girl almost said that Yue Yang was a skeleton. Shiro, Pai Gujing is the slang for anorexic in China. Yue Yang immediately rolled his eyes when he heard that. They were really such a bully. Entering the Jadeite forest, everyone showed a serious and vigilant expression, as if they were going to fight a bloody battle. Only Yue Yang, who was not afraid because of his ignorance, treated this journey as a holiday trip. Of course, according to strength, for the powerful Yue Yang who could kill an innate level 8, coming to the Jadeite forest was really to have fun. It was not that there were no strong monsters in the Jadeite forest. On the contrary, there was a lot. However, it was marked as a green-coated area because the monsters here would not take the initiative to attack intruders. Most of the time, they would only roar to drive the intruders away. Unless the intruders attack them, they would live in harmony with each other. A large group of forest wolves and 10 over forest boas walked past Yue Yang, but they did not pay attention Yue Yang's little party at all. They only walked past them quickly. All of them were gold-ranked level 6 monsters and above. There were also the metal dragon eagles and golden head falcon which were even more powerful. Yue Yang had even saw 2 gold king beasts, purple-backed thunder condors. Other than a row of gold mammoths' footprints marking their territory and warning intruders not to come in, the party who had walked for 6 hours had not met any enemies yet. The ox-head and orcs, elves, and human risk-taking party that Yue Yang was in, they were not in these beasts' prey list. With great difficulty, they finally walked towards a marshland that was slightly more deserted. Just as they were finding a place to rest, suddenly, Yue Yang felt a strange presence. No, this isn't right. My heart is beating so fast, there may be danger here. We should leave. That gentle elf girl who didn't talk much usually suddenly stood up. Her slender hands grabbed hold of her staff tightly as she surveyed the surrounding. Although she didn't see any anomaly, she immediately warned her comrades, I didn't see any enemies, but this place doesn't feel good. Anna's senses are the sharpest. Since she said it's not safe here, we should leave immediately. The elf woman's husband, that handsome elf guy, immediately stood on guard in front his wife and sister. The 4 orc girls and 2 ox-head people reacted very quickly. They immediately took out their weapons and guarded the 3 elves in the middle. Only Yue Yang didn't move in tandem. In the sky, a cry resounded. More than 100 over wyverns proudly flew towards them, blocking the sun above them. Yue Yang almost drooled when he saw this. So many wyverns, how many magic crystals could he get if he killed them all? Hide behind the trees, idiot, do you want to die? The ox-head girl who had hidden herself behind the trees rushed out and pulled Yue Yang inside. She glared at him angrily and whispered, didn't I say you should follow me? Are you really an idiot? Don't speak loudly, wyverns have sharp senses, especially this kind of green-spotted wyvern. Their sight and hearing ability are extremely sharp. You are really not going to fight monsters at all. Yue Yang was a little disappointed. How would he level up without fighting monsters? How would he get magic crystals? Stop talking, the ox-head girl glared at him and hurriedly told him to stop talking. The majestic flock of wyverns flew across the sky. Yue Yang's heart broke into pieces. His Reaper Mantis needed wyverns' magic crystals to level up, it was such a good opportunity just now. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have joined their party, he would have come on his own. Of course, he wouldn't be able to receive the Jadeite Forest quest, and wouldn't even come here at all. Although the wyverns have gone for quite a while, the strange feeling that Yue Yang felt was still very strong. He knew that it wasn't those wyverns, there was an even stronger existence following him. Furthermore, this existence's location was way out of his hearing and sight ability. The elf girl Anna couldn't sense the strong existence's presence at all. The Ox Head party leader, although he kept silent, he had a bad feeling and even went to check ahead on his own before leading his party forward. It was a pity that the Ox Head party leader's search ahead was ineffective. That strong existence was like a shadow who could even hide from Yue Yang's ears and sight. What kind of existence was it? It was following the party that he was in so closely. What does it actually want? Having the ability to hide itself and tail someone, it proved that this existence was at least a holy beast. Yue Yang couldn't figure it out, he could only keep a lookout. On the way, Yue Yang had a lot of harvest. Although the place where the Starcup flower grew was still far away, on the way there were various flowers and herbs. Yue Yang had seen them in his medicine encyclopedia and the tragic guy's mother's knowledge inheritance. Seeing good stuff, of course Yue Yang wouldn't let it off easily, plucking them off continuously. On the contrary, the Ox Head, orcs and elves in the party were indifferent to Yue Yang's actions, as if they didn't know that these were all precious treasures. The herbs in the forest are limited, we should exercise restraint when we pick them, so as to prevent unnecessary wear and tear. That golden elf handsome guy advised Yue Yang not to pick so much. But the Jadeite forest is so big, Yue Yang was speechless. From the map, the Jadeite forest was at least half as big as the Xia kingdom, what does it matter if he picks some herbs? Even if 100,000 people came and cut down the trees for a month, it would only affect the Jadeite forest a little. That's right, but the Jadeite forest is a medium-sized forest, and their resources are limited. We are all outsiders after all, we are not the owner of this place. The living things here, they have their own cycle of nature. We cannot overdo it, otherwise we might really destroy the environment. You must understand that there are a lot of adventurers like us who come to this forest endlessly. If everyone demanded something from the nature without giving anything else back, Jadeite forest wouldn't have time to recover. If it can't recover, our successors would not be able to enjoy the Jadeite forest's selfless rewards. The handsome golden elf guy's words made sense, making Yue Yang stared blankly for a long time. No matter if it was in China or in the Soaring Dragon Continent, Yue Yang never met anyone who was so caring and protective of their nature. The government in China had only spoken about protecting the environment, they did not act on it at all. However, the moment materials such as fur, herbs, oil, minerals and others appeared, everyone would claim the resources like madmen, plundering everything as quickly as possible. Even if it was harmful to the environment or causing imbalance to the nature, and causes natural disasters, people continued to plunder without end. In conclusion, in front of money, environment means nothing. As long as they get money, no one would care about natural disasters, no one would care about the consequences of polluting the environment. Even if they obviously know that they ended up destroying the environment, destroying their own home, destroying their own lives, they did not care at all. Yue Yang didn't know what kind of realization that this handsome elf guy had, but when looked at the ox heads and the orcs, they were all looking at him with an expression of "You are nature killer." Yue Yang couldn't help but to be shocked. Could it be that humans are really that greedy compared to other races? Still dissatisfied even after plundering so much resources and was even greedier to plunder more until their deaths? Alright, I won't pick them anymore. Yue Yang couldn't endure the gazes they were giving him. Did he really deserve this for picking just a few branches of flowers and herbs? A human like you who could suppress your own desires is really rare. The handsome elf guy seemed surprised at Yue Yang's reaction. He sincerely praised Yue Yang as he reached out his hand. I'm Lin En. Your behavior has really changed my perspective of humans. Shiro, Lin En literally meant gratitude to forest. I'm called Baoer, I'm a very outstanding godly archer, 100% accuracy. The big lowly elf emphasized her godly, unrivaled archery skills. Although I don't really like you, it'll be quite rude if I don't introduce myself. The ox-head girl was offended when Yue Yang avoided her slaps to his back, but she still mumbled out her name. Call me Fan Lun Tai, it means healthy and strong, it's a really good name. Yue Yang didn't think that Fan Lun Tai was a good name for girls, although she was an ox-head. Shiro, Fan Lun Tai is a very boyish name, Li Ao. The ox-head party leader said curtly. Food Law, Food Jiao, Food Li, Food Man. The four orc girls' names sounded very strange and odd, but according to their orc language, when the four names were put together, it meant plump and white. However, when Yue Yang observed the four orc sisters, he discovered they were darker than anyone, they are anything but white. However, the plump part was definitely true. If you don't know, my name is Anna. I am Lin En's wife. In the end, the mature elf girl smiled, although you are human, you gave me the feeling that you are a little brother who have not matured yet. You are different from other humans who are cunning and full of schemes. Yue Yang was speechless. Couldn't she just praise him if she wanted to? Why did she has to say that he wasn't mature? It hurts his pride. Although your abilities has not reached the maximum potential, we welcome you to join our party. After that annoying AI Gui returned to his hometown to become a blacksmith, he refused to come out and receive quests with us. We have not been able to find someone that we can get along with. Little boy, you are very lucky. If you are scheming and deceiving, I would have thrown you out to the marshland and feed you to the wyverns. The ox-head girl grabbed Yue Yang's shoulders, stopped him from running away, and slapped his shoulders hard. Then she laughed out very happily. With regards to her tendency to speak and behave rudely and provocatively, Yue Yang was really speechless. Fortunately the ox-head race wouldn't marry a human. Otherwise, if this Fan Lun Tai had a human husband, the unlucky cap would probably be beaten until he died of internal injuries. The flat-chested big lowly elf very mischievously asked Yue Yang about the human race, deliberately trying to embarrass him. Of course, it was also because she was curious. For example, do humans really fight wars every day? Another example, I heard that humans would exchange their sons for food when they are hungry. Is that real? All these questions, it was difficult for Yue Yang to answer. This was because all of these questions were actually facts, and the cruelty of humans were 100 times worse than selling sons for food or engaging in wars all the time. If he told this pure-hearted golden elves about the darkness of humans' heart, they would probably faint from shock. What's your personal strength? The handsome golden elf guy tried to help Yue Yang out of the predicament by changing the topic. He also wanted to understand if this party member that was newly acknowledged by his friends had the ability to join them. Personal strength? Probably creating mechanical puppet beasts. Yue Yang summoned the silver fox that he worked hard to make for Yu Shuang, his little sister, before. It was quite a good explanation for his personal strength. When the silver fox appeared, the big lowly elf Baoer immediately took a liking to it. Countless little stars appeared in the big lowly elf's eyes. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have already stolen Yue Yang's silver fox that was extraordinarily cute away. The silver fox did not have intelligence, it only have a set of skills. Yue Yang created it to protect the little girl Yu Shuang. Because he was worried that enemies would endanger Yu Shuang's safety, when creating the fox, he made its ability of sensing enemies nearby his priority. The moment it appeared, its eyes immediately flashed with a blue color. Its ears perked up and it snarled, revealing its sharp teeth. This kind of battle position showed that it had discovered a strong enemy nearby. When the silver fox discovered there was a strong enemy in the surrounding, on the contrary, Yue Yang felt that the strange holy beast that was following him had suddenly left. It left to the southeast direction. When Yue Yang was feeling confused about this, suddenly, the ox-head party leader Li Ao's black iron wrist protector and the golden elf Lin En's precious stone ring lighted up in red at the same time. Both of the red lights pointed towards the southeast direction. The two people shouted at the same time, "There's someone requesting help from the southeast direction. Quick!" The ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai slapped Yue Yang's shoulders hard, signaling to him to follow her. She rushed to the front, wielding her giant axe. Oink oink, quickly, saving others will give us twice party points. The four orc girls also rushed forward dauntlessly. Yue Yang felt that this kind of saving others are pain in the ass. They might not even be able to guarantee their own life, let alone save others. The monsters here, the moment they go berserk, they were definitely not monsters that this party could defend against. Of course, saving others might be the good culture in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. This point, he couldn't use a human's perspective to differentiate right or wrong. Yue Yang recalled the silver fox who had been baring its teeth and signaling that there were enemies surrounding them and followed behind the big lowly elf Baoer. He could enjoy a nice view for one, looking at her round little butt covered with her tight pants, it was quite seductive. For another, he could also help the innocent and enthusiastic Baoer, who was the weakest one in the party, in case an emergency happened. On the way, Yue Yang discovered that countless monsters were gathering on the southeast direction, including the flying beasts in the sky. After walking for half an hour, a thick scent of blood pervaded the air, spreading throughout the forest. Beside them, beasts would come and go at times, but they completely ignored Yue Yang and the others. It was like they had gone berserk. They rushed forward, as if there was some kind of thing that was summoning them. After walking for another 10 minutes, there was a swamp and a lake up front, and they came into a wide clearing. On the southeast direction, at a tall mountain peak in front, countless green dragons swooped down continuously, releasing their dragon breaths and attacking the human warriors with flames. The countless number of beasts rushed towards the battlefield, recklessly charging towards the 10 over human warriors who had formed a defensive circle to protect themselves. The ground was filled with the corpses that the human warriors had killed. Fresh blood covered the whole ground. The river of blood flowed towards the lake, staining the clear lake water red. Yue Yang did not need to look to know that these people were not in danger at all. There were 2 innate rankers in the party, and the weakest amongst the party members was a level 7 overlord. A few green dragons wouldn't give them any difficulty at all. As for the beasts on the ground like forest wolves, forest boas, falcons, and so on, they were completely just throwing away their lives. Quantity would never bring difficulty to two innate level 3 rankers. Furthermore, these two had artifacts on their hands. One of them held a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear while the other clasped a curse ball. The curse ball had the ability to increase the party's strength and weaken the forest beast's power. It would be weird if they were defeated in this battle. Yue Yang didn't understand why they would sound a distress call. Could it be that there was a stronger holy beast amongst the beasts? On the high cliff, there was a silver figure guarding in front of a cave. Only this giant silver dragon had the power to resist the two innate rankers, albeit with much difficulty. However, even if it had the support of the green dragons around it, Yue Yang didn't think that it would be able to endure the deadly combination of the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and the curse ball combo. Especially the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, it was a stronger weapon than the dragon-slaying dagger that Yue Yang had. More accurately speaking, they were gold-ranked weapon designed specifically to kill giant dragons. Legends said that 10,000 years ago, there was a talented boy with a mediocre appearance called Tai Yu. With a fated meeting, he fell deep in love with a beautiful dragon girl, who reciprocated her love. Their incompatible love had angered the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King angrily imprisoned the dragon girl, but she escaped very quickly and eloped with her lover Tai Yu to a deserted place, living in seclusion. The Red Dragon Prince who secretly loved the dragon girl was once Tai Yu's best friend, so he gained Tai Yu's and the dragon girl's trust. Other than the Red Dragon Prince, no one else knew about their location. Even the dragon girl's escape was planned by the Red Dragon Prince. With regards to the Red Dragon Prince, the Tai Yu husband and wife were extremely grateful. They viewed him as their benefactor. However, the truth was that the Red Dragon Prince was burning with jealousy because the dragon girl had fallen in love and became his best friend's wife. He was intent on destroying the two people's happiness. Under his report, the Golden Dragon King very quickly dispatched the Royal Dragon Guard to capture Tai Yu and the dragon girl. The Red Dragon Prince notified Tai Yu immediately, and requested him to create a weapon that could kill the Golden Dragon King for him. He would personally kill the strongest Golden Dragon King and put an end to this tragedy. Hence, Tai Yu, who was an expert in making weapons, personally created a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear as the Red Dragon Prince's weapon. As for himself, he created a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear to protect him and his wife from the Royal Guard's attack. After killing the Golden Dragon King, the Red Dragon Prince informed the dragon girl and told her that Tai Yu, her husband, was the one who did it. The dragon girl mistakenly believed the Red Dragon Prince and started to interrogate her husband. Tai Yu, who had the gold-ranked dragon-slaying sword hung on his waist, couldn't explain himself. He could only confess that the Golden Dragon King was killed by a weapon that he created. The dragon girl walked away in anger, and Tai Yu was killed by the furious Royal Dragon Guard who wanted to take revenge on their king. In the end, the last blow was delivered by his good friend the Red Dragon Prince, with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear that he created. He immediately died on the spot. When the dragon girl who came back after calming herself down saw her husband's corpse, she was devastated. Then, she finally realized there was something wrong and investigated privately. When she saw that the Red Dragon Prince possessed a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, she finally understood everything. The remorseful dragon girl was unable to take revenge, so she pinned all her hopes on her son, who was still inside her womb. When Tai Yu's child grew up, he was more outstanding than his father. At the same time, he inherited his mother's beautiful features. Other than creating an extremely sharp gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger, he had also studied transformation technique with a ranker called Wu Xiang. Tai Yu's son pretended to be a beautiful girl and approached the Red Dragon Prince who had become the dragon race's king. He successfully assassinated him. Just as the furious dragon race was about to tear Tai Yu's son into pieces, the dragon girl appeared and lamented her tragic story to her people. She then took her husband's gold-ranked dragon-slaying sword which was on the Red Dragon Prince's waist and committed suicide. Her sacrifice for love shocked the entire dragon race. In the end, the dragon race released Tai Yu's son, who was heartbroken and inconsolable. The story was passed on generation by generation. After such a long time, nobody knows if the legend was true. However, the Yu clan descendants in the Soaring Dragon Continent looked up to Tai Yu's son, the strong man who created the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger to avenge his father. They regarded him as their ancestor and chose Yu as their surname. This was the story that the old man Yu Hai told Yue Yang after he had gotten the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger. In Soaring Dragon Continent, other than the Yu clan, other clans would probably have already forgotten the legend. Maybe the royal library of the Xia and Tian Luo Kingdom would record a few sentences of this story in a thick history book. No matter what, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, dragon-slaying sword, dragon-slaying dagger were the three weapons in the dragon-slaying collection. Other than the three weapons, there were also the red dragon armor, Tai Yu's gloves, dragon girl's necklace and dragon king's crown. All these artifacts were the items that were passed down in legends. The later generations grouped them into a set. Inclusive of the dragon-slaying spear, dragon-slaying sword and dragon-slaying dagger were grouped into the revenge set. Of course, because the legend was passed on for too long, the revenge set slowly turned into the dragon slaying set after some time, as the dragon slaying part was easier for the later generations to remember. With the gold-ranked dragon slaying spear, Yue Yang felt that those few low-leveled green dragons would definitely die under the two innate rankers' attacks. He didn't understand, such a strong party, why would they call for help? These people definitely had the power to handle the monsters in Jadeite Forest. Why are they still calling for help? However, when the flock of 100 green-spotted wyvern, Yue Yang's heart twitched. Here, everywhere around was magic crystals. He couldn't spoil the balance of the environment, but in order to save people, it should be okay if he takes some magic crystals, right? Furthermore, it was not like he killed all the dragons here. The monsters that party killed won't be able to resurrect anyway, it would be a waste if he didn't pick those magic crystals up. Yue Yang flexed his hands and prepared to clean them all up. Of course, the most important thing was to collect magic crystals. He couldn't care less about other people's life and death. Furthermore, there were two innates supporting the party, it would be difficult to die even if the party members wanted to. On the other hand, the strongest amongst the party members that came to their rescue, the party leader Li Ao, was actually weaker than the weakest of the group of humans. If they really joined the battle, their lives might even be in danger. These bunch of despicable, shameless humans are really too evil. Humans are definitely no good. The ox-head girl roared furiously. Hey, hey! What's happening? Yue Yang didn't understand. Why were they angry when they saw that the humans' party that they hurried to rescue were currently winning? Were they actually jealous? Or was it because this ox-head girl was as kind as Buddha and couldn't bear to see the ground drenched in blood? They are dragon hunters. The handsome elf Guy Lin suppressed his anger and explained remorsefully. What? Yue Yang still didn't understand. Idiot, dragon hunters are a kind of barbaric, bloody job. They have completely lost their conscience and are addicted to massacres. Although they say that they are dragon slayers, they actually do all kinds of bad things. They will kill whatever monsters they see, clearing everything like a locust epidemic, destroying one whole pasture of land. The Jadeite Forest is the place for the green dragon and blue dragon to rest, but these dragon hunters have used some kind of secret method to trick the warrior guild quest office and came here. They slayed the dragons and plunder the dragon crystals. We can't just sit still and do nothing, we must punish these evil humans severely and butcher them. The big lowly elf was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She almost shot out the arrow on her bow. Don't, you are not their match. Yue Yang hurriedly stopped her. Do you think what they are doing is right? Couldn't you see the bloodbath on that battlefield? The ox-head girl seized Yue Yang's collar. That, my opinion doesn't matter here. The most important thing is that you guys are far from becoming their match. Yue Yang told them the truth. They are a party of 15, and the strongest ones are innates. 4 of them are level 8 intermediate emperor, 6 of them level 7 advanced overlord, and the weakest amongst them are 3 level 7 beginner overlord. Every one of them are higher leveled than Lin and I. This battle looks difficult, we might be completely annihilated. The ox-head party leader Li Ao looked extremely serious this time. It was the first time he spoke so many words. You guys are not really going to fight with them, right? Yue Yang was shocked when he heard him. Wouldn't this be a case of throwing an egg into a rock? Dragon slayers are the common enemy of all races. Although we are weak, we can't just leave them to do what they please and do nothing. They would kill us all sooner or later anyway, so someone must come out and stop them. Even if we can only kill one of them, we could decrease their strength by a little. The handsome elf Guy Lin made Yue Yang speechless. Yue Yang remembered there was a saying spoken by a German pastor, Martin Niemöller, when they massacred the Jews, I didn't speak up because I am not a Jew. When they massacred Christians, I didn't speak up because I am not a Christ follower. When they captured the communists, I stayed silent because I am not a communist. In the end, when they wanted to kill me, no one spoke up for me. If the slaying of dragons happened in the Soaring Dragon Continent, no one would oppose the dragon hunters. Most of the people would think that it was nature's law. Killing dragons and getting their dragon crystal was a human's basic desire. It's alright to kill anything, as long as they need it, they could even kill their fellow humans, let alone dragons. Maybe there were only a few of people who thought that killing too much would disrupt the harmony of the community, destroy the environment and the ecosphere. However, they would definitely not dare to stop the dragon-slaying hunters. At the most, they would only curse them in their hearts. There would be people who protest slaying the dragons, but would there people who took action against the dragon hunters? No. Amongst humans, such a fool would definitely not exist. That was definitely a death-seeking action. Forget about having the ability to stop them, even if they had it, they might even ignore the dragon hunters' evil acts because they were worried that their future would be afflicted. There might even be people who joined the dragon hunters enthusiastically, becoming one of the dragon hunters to reap huge benefits. What was the giant dragon's wrath and the hundreds of beasts' cries? Those things, who would care about them? The deterioration of the environment and nature, who would care about them? Yue Yang was completely shaken by the few idiots in front of him. They clearly knew that their enemy was much stronger, yet they still advanced bravely to the battle. Inside these ox-head people, orcs, and golden elves' brains, could it be that they were filled with rocks? Couldn't they be more flexible, returning to the Warriors Guild first then coming back to fight with more reinforcements? This is throwing away your own life. Let's give up our quest and return to the Warriors Guild. We can ask for reinforcements and come back here again. Yue Yang advised. Good idea. You should go back, then. Bring Baoer with you. The handsome elf Guy Lin patted Yue Yang's shoulders and nodded, showing his agreement. That was really a good idea, the ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai laughed coldly without any tinge of ridicule. I wouldn't run away just before the battle. Even if I die, I won't leave. Let this coward of a human escape. I am a brave golden elf, I am a noble member of the Moon God Royal Guard, I will definitely not escape in the face of danger. I am not afraid of death, because death would only bring me back into the Moon God's embrace. The big lowly elf girl Baoer's lips was trembling. It was obvious that she was actually afraid of dying. Shiro, Moon God Kiv. Translating is subjective, it can be translated as Moon Goddess too. We'll need to see the context in future chapters. Good Baoer, you are really a brave warrior. The four orc girls praised her in chorus. You guys are making her throw away her life. She wouldn't be able to withstand any of the opponent's attacks. What use could her little bow and arrow do? Make her opponents lose a strand of hair? Have you guys ever thought that the moment you failed, not only would you die, you would also miss the chance of capturing them? Baoer and Anna's purity might even be tarnished by the enemies. This will be the result of your reckless heroic act. You want to defeat the enemy, that I understand, but before you guys become stronger, this method is completely illogical. It's completely wrong, I can't accept it. Yue Yang was furious. Even if we die, the Moon God would not let us be humiliated. We will offer our lives. No one will be able to sully the Moon God's disciples. Anna's breathtakingly beautiful face revealed a smile. She looked at Yue Yang as if she was a big sister looking at her younger brother, gently nodding her head. What you said is completely right. Our choice of action might not exactly be the best choice. However, the worth of a life living in this world is not measured by how much wealth he acquired or how smooth sailing his life journey was. It is measured by how much he could enjoy freedom and heartfelt happiness. If he can't, no matter how strong he is or how rich he is still poor and weak. My words, you might not be able to understand it, but one day you will, because you are different from other humans. Think about it, if an enemy is threatening your freedom, making you feel unhappy, what will you do? Fight. I believe you will fight. But of course, your method of fighting is different from ours. You can endure and kill your enemies after you have grown stronger, but we can't. That's why we choose this method. There are no right or wrongs in our fighting method, your method is right, but our method is not wrong either. We only have different opinions, but we are both fighting in our own way. So you would rather die and fight? Do you think sacrificing your lives for nothing to your enemies worth it? After listening to Anna's lecture for a long time, Yue Yang asked. There's value. The value in our fight is not by how many enemies we defeated, but in our hearts. We definitely couldn't tolerate this kind of behavior. They can kill us, but they wouldn't be able to change our mind, soul, and will. The Ox-head party leader Li Ao patted Yue Yang's shoulders. We won't force you, because you are human, you are different from us. You can stay, or return and report to the Warriors Guild. Amongst all the humans I've met, you are one of the best youngster. Live on your life happily. Sleep. The golden elf handsome Guy Lin covered Baoer's face with his hands for a while. A green light flashed and Baoer immediately collapsed. Anna carried her softly. The golden elf Lin spoke to Yue Yang, take my sister away, she is still a child, please bring her to my father. You don't have to care about the things that happened today. In Tongtian Tower, there are a lot of small parties like us. Every day, there would be people dying and new people entering. A warrior's grave need not be with their families. Everywhere can be our final resting place, be it in mountains, forests, snow, or sand. Our fighting method is different, but there is one certain thing between us, we are both excellent warriors. I have really never seen anyone who are more determined to throw away their lives like you guys. Forget it, I won't leave at the meantime. Maybe I can try talking with those dragon hunters. Maybe they would consider my advice seeing that I am also of the human race, maybe they will consider leaving afterwards. Yue Yang thought to drive away those fellows, so that these stubborn ox-heads, orcs, and golden elves wouldn't die for nothing here. No, if you go, you will only throw away your life. They will never listen to anyone's advice. The golden elf Lin shook his head, he didn't agree with Yue Yang's plan. Idiot fool, go ahead and do it. When you are killed by them, I will avenge your death. I will definitely kill one of them at least. The ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai slapped Yue Yang's back strongly, and laughed out loud at the same time. The human dragon hunters party had already discovered Yue Yang's party. 2 of the 4 level 8 intermediate emperors flew over towards them like lightning. When they saw Anna and Baoer's appearance, they immediately smiled wantonly. The tall and skinny one on the left chuckled lewdly, "What a good day, it's been a long time since I tasted a golden elf. It should have been 20 years at least. I never thought a golden elf will serve herself on a silver platter in front of me today." Among those 2, compared to that mature-looking golden elf, I like the young sleeping one better. When I think about her crying out in pain as I rape her, I couldn't help having goosebumps from the exhilaration and anticipation. That young one must be a virgin. After we finished raping and killing them, I can slowly drink her delicious blood. Ha ha ha, wouldn't that be awesome? The other man who had a heavily muscled body and did not wear any top completely ignored everyone there as he laughed out loud in ecstasy. Can you consider letting them off on my behalf, as a fellow human race? We will leave immediately. Yue Yang knew that he was wasting his breath, but he must confirm what kind of existence these dragon hunters were. Who are you to say that? Human? Do you think we don't roast human and eat their flesh? Don't think that because you are human, you can give us orders like that. In the Tongtian Tower, there are no difference in races. As long as you are strong enough, then every living thing is either food or slaves, you understand? You think that just because we are both humans, I will be so generous and let you off? Dream on. You bumped into me, just think about it as your bad luck. With just the likes of a weakling like you still dared to act like a hero? Do you want to make me laugh until my jaw dropped? I say, little boy, have you drunk your milk yet? You are so naive and foolish. What kind of place do you think Tongtian Tower is? Your nursery? If you don't have the ability, then you can only die. The tall and skinny guy spitted on the ground as he taunted Yue Yang rudely. I think a donkey has accidentally kicked this fellow's head. I've never seen an idiot like him. With your power, I am really curious about how you could still survive in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Little boy, let me tell you one fact, the weak are prey to the strong. Come and kill us if you have the ability to do so. In your next life, if you still have a next life, you must remember. If you don't have the ability, you should just hide behind your mother's skirt and let her protect you your whole life just like how a mother hen would protect its chick. Remember not to go out of your house, otherwise people might just accidentally stomp a fool like you to your death. The heavily muscled guy laughed out loud. The ox-head party leader Li Ao, the golden elf handsome guy Lin En, the ox-head girl and the 4 orc girls were all looking at Yue Yang. No one spoke, but Yue Yang could feel that they were trying to console him. It's just that they didn't know how to. Anna, who was carrying Baoer, walked to Yue Yang's side and said gently, "You are just like my little brother, kind and smart. It's just that you lack experience. I am very happy to have met you. Take Baoer and leave now, you are still young, you shouldn't die here. We will open a path for you. Use the teleportation stone and leave. The golden elf race and I will always wish you good luck. Although you are a human, you are really excellent." Yue Yang looked at Anna and shook his head. He didn't take Baoer who was in her arms. He stopped Lin En, Li Ao and the others who wanted to advise him, and walked, step by step, towards the 2 dragon hunters. Did you say the weak are prey to the strong? If you have no ability, you should let yourself be killed and slaughtered? I have learned a lot from your words, a lot. Since that is the case, you guys should just die. Yue Yang was completely furious. Faster than lightning, his hands moved towards the tall and skinny guy's face. Yue Yang's star explosion domain of power exploded. That tall and skinny guy didn't even have a second to struggle before his head immediately exploded. In the next second, Yue Yang appeared in front of the heavily muscled guy. That heavily muscled man was still in shock. He never thought that a weakling enemy would actually be able to instant kill his comrade who was equal to him in strength. How could a level 8 intermediate emperor have killed instantly just like that? However, as a ranker, he had a quick reaction speed. When Yue Yang appeared in front of him, he didn't think much and simply punched forward. This punch was strong enough to split a mountain. Even the gigantic gold mammoth would collapse to the ground with this punch. Ag! The heavily muscled guy only felt pain in his fist. His body suddenly went weak and involuntarily collapsed to the ground. He felt his fist was grabbed by an unstoppable force and was completely crushed in that moment. That kind of pain shot straight into his bones. He heard a weird sound in his ears, which he was actually very familiar with. This was because he would hear that cracking sound every time he crushed his enemy's bones. He even liked that cracking sound that makes others' hair stand on its end. He listened to the voice as he closed his eyes in an attempt to endure the pain. He realized his arm was completely numb. It continued to twist and changed shape. In the end, his whole arm was twisted out of his shoulders. He never imagined that today, the one that was being tortured turned out to be himself. He didn't even bother to shout in pain before he turned around and escaped. This kind of enemy was not someone he could handle, he could only run away. He must return to the two innate rankers, only then could his life be saved. As he was about to run away like crazy, Yue Yang touched the back of his head. A great force suddenly pushed the heavily muscled guy's face to the ground. His head sunk into the ground, but the great force continued to push his head forward. Like a plow that the bull pulled to loosen the soil on the ground, his head drew a long line on the ground. Everyone, including the two innate rankers, was completely dumbstruck by the scene in front of them. They were shocked speechless. No one could understand what was actually happening. That fellow whose head was pulled through the ground like a plow was not dead yet. When Yue Yang released him, he could even jump up and ran towards his comrades, with a face like a rotten fertilizer. Only his squished mouth was calling out in an unclear cry for help. The sight made everyone's heart tremble and hair rise. Boom! He didn't even manage to run 10 steps away before his head was exploded to pieces by Yue Yang's innate chi charge. His brain matter and skull pieces splattered all over the ground. As the two level 8 emperors had died under Yue Yang's hands, their beast's body had also exploded as they died together with their master. They didn't even manage to betray their master and died on the spot. We have no intention to be rude to your excellency. The one who reacted fastest was one of the innate rancor. He wore black clothes and had an eagle beak-like crooked nose. His gaze was sharper than sword and he held a curse ball in his hands. He should be playing the role of intelligence in the party. He had heard a little about their conversation just now, and he knew that the two level 8 emperors were vile and nasty. Now that they had angered the opponent, it was very normal for the opponent to kill them one after another afterwards. The only thing that he felt strange about was the fact that there was such a strong innate rancor in their opponent's party. Why would an innate form a party and do quests with level 6 elders and level 7 overlords? This was really bewildering. The other innate with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear wore a red robe and had red hair. He was glaring at Yue Yang furiously. If only he could determine Yue Yang's level and abilities, he would already attack him. As a level 3 innate rancor, although he possessed extraordinary powers, he knew that there would always be someone stronger than him. Although innate level 3 was considered strong in 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, there were many far stronger warriors than them. Innate level 3 was not an unrivaled existence. If he were to encounter a level 6 rancor, he would be killed instantly. Right now, he was just afraid that this boy was a level 6 innate rancor. Judging from his age, he didn't look like an innate at all. However, if he wasn't an innate, he wouldn't have been able to kill two level 8 emperors in an instant. Let's talk. Amongst the dragon hunters, a scrawny guy who seemed to be the most proficient speaker tried to ask Yue Yang. Yue Yang's answer to them was the earth-splitting slash. With a burst of his innate chi, his Huijin magic blade burst into raging flames and he slashed the scrawny guy who was about to negotiate with him into half. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear pierced the air in a flash. The red-haired innate rancor wearing a red robe roared in anger. He gave up fighting with the heavily injured green dragon although he could have killed it with a few more blows. The sudden critical situation that arose because Yue Yang killed his comrades forced him to change his mind and attack Yue Yang instead. Innate rancors were bound by the rules of the innate alliance, so normally, innates would avoid battles as much as they can. Especially innates of the same race, so as to avoid lost in overall strength as a race, unless negotiation completely broke down, killings between the innate rancors would not occur under normal situations. Following its master's attack, a gold-ranked level 8 red-eyed lion roared as it attempted to pounce on Yue Yang. In the sky, two gold-ranked level 7 cow-eating giant vultures were hovering in the air, bearing their sharp claws. Facing attack from all sides, if it were another innate level 2 or below, they would definitely be running around in circles, especially when they were being attacked by the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear which was extremely sharp, terrifying and powerful. It was more than capable of causing one to die upon contact. Yue Yang dodged and escaped from the sharp point easily. His Yang ability burst out in an instant. Under Yue Yang's control, the Huijin magic blade roared with raging purple flame that soared into the sky like a phoenix and attacked the two cow-eating giant vultures. The two vultures shrieked as they became roasted birds. As the red-eyed lion attacked from behind, Yue Yang held the silver-ranked Eye Destroyer dagger and sliced it past the eyes of the red-eyed lion. Without waiting for the red-eyed lion to react to the attack, Yue Yang's gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger had penetrated its skull. Innate invisible sword chi pierced the skull through the blade and shot through the red-eyed lion's magic crystal in its skull. The red-eyed lion was initially leaping through the air, but it suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. Without it could even land on the ground, it had already killed by Yue Yang. The other innate rancor watched as his face turned pale from the realization that the venom curse released from his curse ball was rendered useless on his opponent. God knows what those two level 8 emperors did to offend this opponent, who was immune to the unique skills of gold-ranked artifacts and could remain safe under attacks from both the innate rancors and their beasts. He was even capable of striking a deadly attack in return. No, my kitty, the red-haired innate rancor with bloodied clothes cried sorrowfully as he unleashed all his powers and went after Yue Yang. Yue Yang didn't even bother about him as he raised the crescent moon and Huijin magic blade together. The two level 7 overlords who rushed to defend couldn't even withstand one blow from Yue Yang before their heads were cut off, soaring across the sky. The current Dragon Hunters team, who was always the tyrannical bully, now became victims of abuse. In front of Yue Yang the killing machine, they couldn't stay in their party formation anymore. The survivors all fled, except for two level 8 emperors who fled to where their leader, who was holding the curse ball, was. They knew that they would be the safest when they were near their leader. Flee? Who can flee faster than an innate? Yue Yang thrust the prison emperor's 7-star pillars onto the ground and went after the level 7 overlords. Blade slashes, dagger thrusts, star explosion. Yue Yang raised his fire bow and ice arrow and aimed at the fellow who escaped the furthest. His ice arrow pierced the heart of the fellow who thought that he could get away. Even an innate ranker could be instantly killed by Yue Yang's ice arrow. Previously, Yao Guang of the 7 Great Bears died after being shot by 3 ice arrows. As the fellow who escaped was just a normal level 7 ranker, he didn't even get the chance to cry before he froze into a ice sculpture. Burst. Yue Yang clenched his fist as the ice sculpture burst into a million pieces of ice crumbs. Apart from 2 level 3 innate rankers and the 2 level 8 emperors, amongst the whole team of dragon hunters, there was only one surviving level 7 overlord. Based on his real strength, he could easily fight on the same level as the Golden Elf Lin and the Oxhead party leader Li Ao. However, now he appeared as weak as a chick in front of Yue Yang, he didn't even have the courage to fight back. As Yue Yang approached him, he took out his teleportation stone with trembling hands. The teleportation stone was subsequently shattered. However, the pillar of light for teleportation didn't appear. Nobody looked at Yue Yang as their attention fell on the prison emperor's 7-star pillar thrust onto the ground previously. The giant pillar had such a strong will that it disrupted the teleportation severely. Please spare me. The fellow cried out as he trembled in fear. Your comrade taught me that only the fittest will survive, and I'm sorry you're not strong enough, Yue Yang then pointed on his forehead. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, passing through the back of his head. The innate invisible sword chi is invincible. It was unrivaled and invincible. Forget about the level 7 overlord, even powerful warriors like the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, the Thousand Goblins sect leader and the great demon king Baruth didn't dare to stop the attack head-on. Maybe because they have witnessed Yue Yang's terrifying power and also understood that they couldn't escape, the 2 innates and 2 level 8 emperors charged forward towards Yue Yang like madmen, intent on attacking Yue Yang from all sides. If they didn't risk everything to kill Yue Yang, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving. Right now, they had understood that their opponent had been completely enraged by their comrade's arrogant attitude and was determined to slaughter their whole party. There was completely no room for negotiation or reconciliation. The innate with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear took the lead, becoming the main attacker of the party. The innate party leader who held the curse ball in his hands took out a gold-ranked staff and attacked from above Yue Yang. He also summoned his Gold King Beast, Chaotic Flame Beast, to attack Yue Yang altogether. The 2 level 8 intermediate emperors attacked from the left and right. The one on Yue Yang's left held a thunder axe while the one on the right held a blood scythe. Yue Yang laughed coldly. Welcoming the 4 attacking enemies, his body flashed across. When Yue Yang reappeared again, amongst the 4 attacking enemies, the 2 emperors who was charging towards Yue Yang in the air had fallen to the ground. The warrior with thunder axe's head was separated from his body. The warrior with blood scythe waist had been twisted off. The innate party leader with the curse ball cried out disbelievingly, "Impossible, it's definitely impossible. What godly weapon do you actually have? How could you kill them so easily? I don't believe it." The red-robed, red-haired innate with gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear charged forward as if his life depended on it and thrusted his spear straight towards Yue Yang's heart. Before the spear even reached Yue Yang, the wind blade caused by the spear had already torn across the air. Even the cliff dozens of meters behind Yue Yang were smashed into pieces by this powerful attack. Yue Yang was pierced through by the spear. However, before the enemy managed to smile, Yue Yang's after-image had disappeared. Yue Yang's real body appeared right behind the enemy, his eyes flashed with ridicule. With regards to speed, how could these fellows be compared to the Heaven Realm great leader, Su Kong? They were like tortoises compared to him. How could Yue Yang, who had gotten used to Su Kong's speed, be pierced by his spear? He stuck close to his enemy's back. Nirvana flame flared up and turned into a spear. With a powerful thrust, the Nirvana flame spear pierced through the back of the innate with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, right through and out of his chest. You don't deserve to use this spear. Yue Yang snatched the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear in lightning speed. With another beautiful thrust of spear, he pierced the burning enemy on the spear point and threw him to the ground. He stomped on the enemy's head, trampling his head deep into the ground, trapping him, who was still trying to struggle for life even on death's door. Let me go, I can promise you something. The innate party leader with the curse ball knew that he would definitely not be able to defeat his enemy, hence he only pleaded for his life. You asked too late. Yue Yang turned around, and the world-exterminating wheel that he had thrown out just now easily slashed the last man standing, the Innate party leader, into half. He kept his world exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame spear, and took the gold-ranked dragon slaying spear and curse ball. He then turned around, and looked at his new party members Lin En, Anna, Li Ao, Fan Lun Tai and the others who were still staring with their mouths agape, unable to believe everything that happened in front of them. Yue Yang then turned again and took back the prison emperor 7-star pillars. At the same time, he crushed the teleportation stone that the middle-aged warrior from the warrior guild gave him. It was time for him to leave the party. Although they had different thoughts, Yue Yang had learned quite a lot of things from the Ox-head orcs and the Golden Elves. For example, he witnessed their will to fight for their own beliefs, their fearless courage and their unyielding spirit. These things were things that Yue Yang had never seen before. Although he didn't agree with their views, he didn't disagree with their life philosophy. Wait, in the instant before Yue Yang teleported away, Lin En, Li Ao and the others shouted out, as if they had just woken up from their dreams. Before Yue Yang left, he felt that weird holy beast that had been following him from the start observing him. When did it come? Even with Yue Yang's sharp senses, he was actually not able to sense its presence. If he wasn't in the midst of teleportation, Yue Yang would have searched for that holy beast to see what it truly looked like. If it was fated to be, they would definitely meet again. Yue Yang suddenly felt this way in his heart. He had only just came to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. His future leveling journey was still a long way ahead. Ahead. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. In the warrior guild, Yue Yang who teleported with the teleportation stone immediately appeared in front of the middle-aged warrior. Do you need healing? When the middle-aged warrior saw that Yue Yang was covered in blood, he thought that Yue Yang was grievously injured. He never thought that those blood were the blood of the dragon hunters party that Yue Yang had massacred. Thanks, I'm fine. I can't compensate your teleportation stone for the meantime. As for the quest, my comrades will definitely finish it. Yue Yang nodded, then turned around and left. That boy is really a little weird, the middle-aged warrior watched Yue Yang's back and frowned. What happened? A young foreign tribe warrior beside the middle-aged warrior asked. It doesn't seem like he has gone through a bloody battle. Although he was covered in blood, he was extremely calm. I don't understand, how could he be someone who had just reached the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower? The middle-aged warrior had seen through Yue Yang's details previously, and discovered that he had joined a party straight away, before an hour had even passed since the first moment he stepped onto the 6th floor. If it wasn't that way, the middle-aged warrior would not have given Yue Yang a teleportation stone for emergency escape. Right now, this newbie had actually returned before half a day had passed. Furthermore, he was covered in blood. However, he looked extremely calm. Could it be that this boy was one of the generals who led bloody battles in the lower floors of Tongtian Tower? Not even 10 minutes had gone by before Yue Yang entered the warrior guild again. He walked up to the middle-aged warrior and gave him a form. I decide to join the anti-dragon hunters mercenary procession. The mercenary guild said that I need a nominator and a guarantor. May I ask if you could help me sign your name here? You met dragon hunters just now. The middle-aged warrior was greatly shocked. Dragon hunters were not a joke. Although they weren't many, almost every dragon hunters party was led by a corrupted innate ranker. Every time they moved, their party would consist of more than 10 members at least. It would be extremely difficult for normal warriors to kill dragon hunters. Even the warrior guild's iron blood guards would require more than 100 men to defeat a single dragon hunter party. There happened to be a powerful warrior passing by. He drove them away, so my party member and I were unharmed. Yue Yang didn't deny that they met the dragon hunters. You are very lucky. The middle-aged warrior sighed. Every year, at least 100 newbies died under the dragon hunters' hands. Listen, I can sign here, but you must listen to my advice. Before you reach the innate realm, if you met the dragon hunters when you are alone, you must immediately escape, the faster the better. Understood. Yue Yang obviously wouldn't tell him the truth. You wait a minute. The middle-aged warrior wrote 2 words on Yue Yang's form, Ou Zhen. Looks like that was his name. After he finished signing his name, he did not give the form back to Yue Yang immediately. Instead, he walked into the warrior guild's inner office and did not come out for quite a few minutes. When he returned the form back to Yue Yang, there was another name written on it, Ma Tai. That was Yue Yang's guarantor. The middle-aged warrior Ou Zhen had settled the guarantor's name conveniently. When Yue Yang was about to leave, Ou Zhen had even warned him, Young one, I understand your anger, but I sincerely wish that not just today, I wish that next year, or even 100 years later, I can still see you walking into the warrior guild full of fighting spirit like today. Do you understand what I mean? Yue Yang nodded, thank you for your advice. I think I won't do anything foolish. With regards to Ou Zhen's name, Yue Yang remembered that there was a great demon king with the name of Ou Zhen in the demon abyss. When Yue Yang left, the old man who was in charge of teleporting Yue Yang and his party to the Jadeite forest just now came out. He, who had hair as white swan, laughed out, Ou Zhen, it's really rare for you to agree being the nominator for a newbie. You have even asked me to be the guarantor. That young human is really mysterious. The thing that made me feel strange is that he looks very familiar. Maybe I have seen his father or relative before, it's just that I can't remember him from the back of my head now. The middle-aged warrior Yue Yang frowned. Yeah, he do look familiar. I wouldn't notice it if you hadn't said that. The old man remembered vaguely. Yue Yang walked towards the mercenary guild and handed 100 gold and the filled-up registration form. He officially became one of the mercenary and received a valor medal, the identifier for mercenary soldier. This valor medal was divided into 6 ranks. Every rank had different runes installed. The first 3 ranks were strengthened with dwarf runes while the later 3 ranks were strengthened with heaven runes. With regards to this medals, Yue Yang didn't care at all. Furthermore, dwarf runes was easy as primary school questions to him. Even the heaven runes on the later 3 ranks of the valor medal was like the most basic knowledge for Yue Yang. They couldn't even compare to the sickly beauty's research. What Yue Yang wanted was a status. Now Yue Yang discovered that the normal path of training was not suitable for him, he must walk a unique training journey that was different from anyone else. For example, leveling up by defeating monsters. Yue Yang felt that he was now under-leveled but extremely powered up. With his super strong abilities, it might even be an overkill. Yue Yang decided to be patient and start from the beginning. This was actually quite difficult. This was because he had already gotten used to meeting stronger enemies with every battle. Yue Yang really couldn't care less about picking herbs or defeating low-leveled monsters to get magic crystals. These things didn't make his heart move at all. On the opposite, if he tried a new way. If he could get treasures from killing people rather than get treasures from killing monsters, Yue Yang would be more fired up about it. Especially when he slaughtered the small dragon hunters party just now. He had killed his arrogant enemies in one swoop, then took their treasures such as gold-ranked dragon slaying spear, curse ball, blood scythe, thunder axe, and others and kept them inside his lich ring. That kind of satisfying feeling was something that he wouldn't experience normally. Furthermore, the equipment that the small dragon hunters party wore were far more valuable than the magic crystals and herbs that he collected along the way. If he had killed a normal party, he wouldn't be able to explain it. After all, the other party had not offended him at all. However, he had killed the dragon hunters, who was notorious for their cruelty and crimes. He managed to uphold justice and acquire treasures at the same time. Getting double achievement, why shouldn't he go for this? In the mercenary guild, Yue Yang realized that among the top 100 quests, 5 were requests to annihilate the dragon hunters. Some requests were for small parties, while some requests were for a single person. Assassin Guild, Thief Guild, and Mercenary Guild were all combined together as one body in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. All requests would be issued on the Mercenary Guild, but the trade, materials, and rewards would be completed at each guild. All 3 guilds would have a bloody villain list. Amongst the top 10 wanted people, 8 of them were dragon hunters. Only 2 were naturally born mad slaughterers. The murderer who killed the most number of people was called an Xi. That fellow had slaughtered over 1 million people, way ahead of the second in line. This an Xi, from the description, possessed the strength of an innate level 10. He was a ranker who was said to have slaughtered one whole continent before. Other than the supreme elder of humans, Xia, an Xi who had lived for more than 2,000 years was not an enemy that anyone dared to challenge. In the bloody villain list, other than an Xi who was top of the list, the top 10 mad murderers had not killed over 10,000 people. Of course, these numbers were not counting the number of civilians that they killed, it was only the number of warriors that they killed. It was unknown how the list kept track of the numbers. Yue Yang went through the list. He felt that if he killed every single fellow in the list, he would acquire a lot of treasures. Other than the mysterious and Xi, the dragon hunters who mostly dominated the bloody villains list had actually so rampantly created a country in one of the outer realms and 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. It really made Yue Yang surprised. Seems like as long as one possess power, no matter who they are, they would be able to act as they please, unrestricted. Why are you covered in blood? When the sickly beauty saw Yue Yang return all covered in blood, she became curious. I was beating up some little thieves. Yue Yang chuckled. Gold-ranked dragon slaying spear? It's a set with your dragon slaying dagger. Not bad. The sickly beauty knew that Yue Yang had always wanted to find suitable weapons. This gold-ranked dragon slaying spear, although it was not the ideal holy-ranked or divine-ranked weapon that Yue Yang had wanted, it was still part of a gold-ranked set. It was still a good thing to have. The 6th floor of Tongtian Tower is kind of interesting. I will rest for a while, tomorrow I will continue to find treasures. A thought suddenly flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Should he bring Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and the others to train here? Although it would be a little dangerous, and that they might die if they were careless, under this kind of environment, they would definitely improve faster than in Soaring Dragon Continent. Are you missing Wuxia, Xian, and the others? When the sickly beauty saw Yue Yang deep in thought, she even thought that Yue Yang was missing his home. She slowly hugged him. Also missing you. Yue Yang didn't deny her. He hugged the beauty and gave her a sweet kiss. You are thinking of playing dirty tricks, right? The sickly beauty's starry eyes looked drunk in happiness as she slowly closed them. Within Yue Yang's embrace, her hands pinched his arms lightly. Scoundrel, you should bathe first, your whole body reeks of blood. The second day, Yue Yang, who wore the Gemini mask, wyvern armor and carrying a gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear wrapped up in a cloth, appeared in front of the mercenary guild. He used his valor medal to receive 3 quests. After getting the map for the quests, he prepared to teleport to his destination. Suddenly, he walked towards the plaza. Golden Elves Lin En, Anna, Baoer and the Oxhead party leader Li Ao, Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls walked past him, but they did not recognize that the man who was dressed strangely was actually the weakling Titan Yu, who had suddenly exploded and annihilated a whole dragon hunter's party. Yue Yang was walking right beside Baoer, the big lowly golden elf, but this self-pronounced 100% accuracy, unrivaled archer with sharp eyesight had even glared at him, because Yue Yang had accidentally knocked over the card in her hand. She raised her card up high, which stated, "Looking for party member, Titan Yu. Hoping for any kind of news, informers will be rewarded." The same search request for Titan Yu had also been posted at the Mercenary Guild quest list. Yue Yang didn't greet them, he only chuckled and teleported away from the plaza, starting his bounty request. And at this time, in the newbie registration site, a few men were acting like farmers who had just came into a big city. They were shouting excitedly as they walked in. One of them was a fatty. He was holding a chicken drumstick with his oily hands, biting voraciously as if he was a reincarnation of a hungry ghost. He ate as he talked with his comrades. "Monkey yet, look at that. This is the plaza of Tongtian Tower 6th floor. My god, it's so much bigger than my courtyard. Look at those monsters, my god, how did it grow so big? Look at those golems, do you think that their brains are made of stone? Not bad, this Tongtian Tower 6th floor is more lively than I imagined. If we can set up a stall here, we might earn a lot of profit." Dumb fatty, although you have the spirit of a merchant, don't be an embarrassment to Soaring Dragon Continent. Nobody here wants your trash. The lean guy sneered at the fatty. 2 honest-looking, dead silent men carried 2 huge bags and followed behind the lean guy and the fatty, not speaking anything at all. Behind them, there were 2 more guys. One was cold as ice, as if he was a guy who had just broken out from a world of ice and snow. The other one had a face as smooth as jade and whiter than girls. For a human man to have such a beautiful appearance, it might even be pushing the limits of a human. The golden elf Lin En and the oxhead Li Ao glanced at each other. Are they newbies from the Soaring Dragon Continent? The oxhead Fan Lun Tai became more anxious. She quickly walked forward with wide steps and shouted out with her coarse voice, deafening everyone around, "You human newbies over there, stop there and don't move. Is this robbery? Great Oxhead King, I have no money." Fatty Hai raised his hands exaggeratedly and pretended to be panic-stricken. "I have chicken drumstick though, if you don't mind leftovers." "Who wanted to rob you?" "I just wanted to ask you about a person." The Oxhead girl Fan Lun Tai grumbled at her heart, "Why are there no normal humans from the Soaring Dragon Continent?" "So it's not robbery." The fatty immediately turned around and shook his hand, just like he was swatting flies. "Shoo, shoo. I don't speak to anyone other than beauties." "What do you mean ask us about a person? We just came to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, we don't know anyone and didn't owe anyone money." "You asked the wrong person." He continued to speak as he ate his chicken drumstick, completely disregarding the Oxhead girl Fan Lun Tai's enraged eyes. "We want to find someone who is like you, a newbie who came from the Soaring Dragon Continent." Baoer hurriedly ran towards them and asked. "It's a whole other case if a beauty is asking me. Although you are still small, you will definitely be a beauty when you grow up. I have decided to answer your question. However, you must call me Great Big Brother first." The fatty showed his piggy older brother appearance. "Scram! You are really an embarrassment." The lean guy sent the fatty flying through the air with a kick. "That's right," the ice-cold guy agreed. "Please don't mind him. Although the Soaring Dragon Continent produce many handsome guys and beautiful girls every day, sometimes, a defective product will arise. For example, that piggy over there is a disgrace to our Soaring Dragon Continent. Just ignore him." The lean guy acted refined and courteous, but even a blind person could see that he was not a virtuous person either. Furthermore, his courteous demeanor right now was the complete opposite of his violent actions just now. Even the Oxhead girl Fan Lun Tai, who had strong mental strength, could not react to these people. "We have no intention to disturb you guys. We only wanted to find a friend whom we had just gotten to know but went missing. He is called Titan Yu, do you happen to know him?" Anna decided to ask them herself. The moment she asked, Lin En and Li Ao noticed that everyone's faces revealed a strange expression. Did they really ask the wrong people? Were these people Titan Yu's enemies? They definitely recognized him, but they might not be friends. If Titan Yu was their friends, why wouldn't they come to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower together? Titan Yu came alone, could it be that he was trying to hide from these people? These people looked a little strange, it was completely possible that they were Titan Yu's enemies. Lin En and Li Ao prepared themselves internally. The fatty that had been kicked flying just now had already returned without anyone noticing. He was standing right in front of Anna. He put the chicken drumstick inside his robe and wiped the grease on his mouth. He then took out a comb and brushed his hair neatly. Next, he dusted off the dust on his clothes and finally, acting like an elegant noble, he bowed gracefully, "My beautiful, fair lady, allow me to answer your question. Let alone answering your questions, I would even jump into blades and fire for you. I would also, ah." Before the fatty finished his words, he was kicked to the ground by the lean guy once again. Then, the few people who came from the Soaring Dragon Continent harmoniously stomped and trampled on the fatty. Anna and Baoer were completely dumbstruck by the scene before them. Could it be that everyone in Soaring Dragon Continent are freaks? Why aren't there any decent ones? When they finished beating up the fatty, Anna tried to endure her smile and asked once again. Initially, she had doubted that these humans were bad people, but now that she looked again, they didn't seem so. This was only a group of buffoons who liked to make commotions. Although they were kind of lewd and strange, it seemed like they were good people. What did you say? Titan Yu? Of course we know him. That brat is my little brother and I'm his big boss. How could I not know him? The fatty, whose face was full of bruises, so much that he bears close resemblance to the orcs, suddenly jumped up. His face weren't red and he wasn't out of breath as he proudly patted his chest. When we studied at Ivy Academy last time, I was the one who led him to woo girls. That brat was too inadequate, no girls like him at all. He simply couldn't compare to the handsome me, who had so many admirers that I have rejected. You are his big boss. Lin En and Li Ao immediately sweated profusely when they heard him, speechless. Are you really Big Brother Titan's big boss? Baoer couldn't help but to sweat profusely as she thought, could it be that the Soaring Dragon Continent respect the fattest as elders? Whoever was the fattest would be the big boss. Big Brother Titan. The lean guy looked at Baoer curiously. His probing gaze made Baoer feel embarrassed. Before this, Baoer definitely never called Yue Yang Big Brother Titan before, she only called him idiot. However, after she woke up, she heard about the mysterious, amazing story that Fan Lun Tai and the others had told her. She heard about how the cowardly, weak, and idiot human had annihilated the dragon hunters in an instant and saved everyone. About how he had left in a flashy way and left a lonely, strong person's figure at the end. Hence, the weak, cowardly idiot had leveled up to become Big Brother Titan. Where is he? Hand him over. The ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai was different from Baoer. She felt that she had been fooled by Yue Yang previously, hence she was extremely furious and was thinking of settling the debts between them. Isn't he with you guys? The fatty asked. He, got lost. Fan Lun Tai found it embarrassing to say that their whole party misunderstood that Yue Yang was a coward weakling, and made him walk away in anger at the end. You can lose anything, but you, how could you lose a person? The fatty immediately made a big fuss. Bus. Thunder Fortress. There was a place in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower that could induce fear in a person just by hearing its name, the Thunder Fortress. Despite its name, it was not a castle or fortress, but a kingdom. More accurately speaking, it was a robber's den. Rumor has it that in the whole of Tongtian Tower, a unique type of thunder ore could only be found there, hence, the adventurers who camped there in the early days named it the Thunder Fortress. Of course, there was another version saying that as the surname of the adventurers' leader was Lei, he named the place the Thunder Fortress, and the ore indigenous to the Thunder Fortress as the Thunder Ore. Want2EAT, Lei is thunder in Chinese. Whatever the truth was, people didn't really care. Also, as the Thunder Fortress had been dominated by the dragon hunters for thousands of years, it became a restricted ground for normal adventurers. Those who could make it into the Thunder Fortress, other than malicious robbers or bandits, only merchants could pass through. Anything associated with friendliness, justice, or kindness had long gone extinct over here. Combats, fights, and death could occur any moment. The king who reigned over the Thunder Fortress was Chong Ni, who was ranked 8th on the bloody villain list. He was a level 8 innate with supreme powers that could move mountains, a force where nobody could match up their power to. He was also a serial killer who had killed over 40,000 rankers in the past 600 years. Forget about Chong Ni, his 3 followers Demon Eye, Mountain Elf, and Blood River, were all serial killers in top 100 of the bloody villain list. Shiro, would you guys rather Demon Eye, Mountain Demon, and Blood River or Yao Tong, Shan Xiao and Shui He? These were names, so it should be the latter, but a lot of readers said that Chinese names were confusing, due to the unique terrain of the Thunder Fortress and the powerful Chong Ni who ruled over the place. It was therefore no wonder that the warrior guild couldn't do anything. Even the Innate Alliance turned a blind eye to them. In Tongtian Tower, there were a lot of people who was just like Chong and I. They couldn't maintain their self-conscience after the possessing power, subsequently turning into a dictator. In the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, there were more than 1,000 who were villains just like Chong and I, but as the Thunder Fortress was the most infamous one, Chong and I could be considered to be the leader of all villains. How could there be a ranker who didn't have their own territory in the Tongtian Tower? Only the weaklings don't have their own territories. The great emperor of Jiwei, Shuntian, for example, he possessed several palaces in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. He even possessed a Sky Emperor Divine Palace in the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower, where he ruled over the whole rich territory that seemed to be as vast as the Dragon Soaring Continent. This was an embodiment of his power. Yue Yang was heading towards the Thunder Fortress, the place where he could unleash his powers without any restrictions. He first teleported to the Yellow Goat Hills, the only place that allowed access to public. Then, he subsequently made his way to the outpost station of the Thunder Fortress, the ancient town of Yellow Goat. Although this was a town, it was much bigger than Whitestone City and was bustling with excitement and activity. Countless merchants traded here, trading various life supplies including food, water, meat and other products such as wine, salt, sugar, as well as gold, silver, copper, iron and other metals. There was even countless slaves from different tribes on sale, including humans. However, most slaves were beastmen or half-beastmen who were physically stronger. The merchants here were generally weaker, almost everyone were either level 4 champions or even level 3 hero. At the most, they were level 5 grandmasters, and very few of them were level 6 elders. Although they were weak, they were safe. Apart from the unwritten rule that forbid the killing of merchants, they also carry badges from the different merchant guilds they belonged to, and this helped to keep them safe. For example, for merchants who represented Shuntian's Sky Emperor Divine Palace Merchant Guild, even if they looked as weak as a chick, no one would dare to touch Shuntian's property. Power ruled over everything here. As long as one had enough power, he would be granted access to anywhere. As Yue Yang strolled along the streets of the ancient town of Yellow Goat, he felt sentimental as he looked at the bustling trading zone. As extreme as it may sound, immorality certainly nurtured business faster. Being profit-maximizing, merchants did not care about justice. They used extreme tactics to earn more money. For example, slaves trading was an extremely profitable industry. Do you need a female slave? She's a half-elf with an exotic look and a hot body. A single taste of her would definitely drive you crazy. More than one merchant attempted to promote their slaves to Yue Yang. In the ancient town of Yellow Goat, slaves were just normal trading goods which were a tad more expensive than the others. For example, the half-elf that was offered to Yue Yang just now cost 3,000 gold. As long as one was willing to pay 3,000 gold and a tax of 500, one could have bought the female slave and do whatever they want with her. This included abusing and killing her. To put it bluntly, her whole life belongs to the person who paid for her. If one thought that it was too expensive, they can opt for cheaper female slaves for a price ranging from 10 gold to more than 100 gold. With 100 gold, one could have bought more than 10 slaves. The cheapest slaves were the coolies, who were either beastmen or half-beastmen used for mine digging or manual labor. These coolies were not sold separately but sold per cages. One cage of 100 slaves, just for 500 gold. Are there any golden elves? After walking a few rounds, Yue Yang finally stopped in front of the asked the fat frog merchant who attempted to promote his half-elf to him. SHHH. The fat frog merchant shushed him. You know the goods well, but golden elves were extremely hard to get. Maybe you didn't know that they were very stubborn and would not leave the forest they were inhabiting in easily, hence, making hunting them extremely difficult. To make matter worse, when one golden elf was caught, all the other villagers will go after and kill the hunter. They would not stop until they die. The golden elves had always been a subject of interest to the VIPs, but demand had always been greater than supply. Who doesn't want to earn that money? It's just that it's really too hard to get them. I've been a merchant for over 100 years and I was only involved in trafficking them twice. The last time I done it, I was kidnapping a young golden elf, but I was attacked by a golden elf that was thousands of years old. I almost died from fright, so I could only let that little prize go. Boy, it was a little prize worth more than 50,000 gold. If it's grown up, people would even be willing to pay more than 100,000 gold for it. Really? Yue Yang replied disinterestedly as he prepared to leave. Wait, although I don't have a golden elf, I still have other beauties from different races, including virgins. Do you want to take a look at some of my goods? I'm sure that you will find one that satisfies you. Our Golden Toad Guild was one of the largest merchant guild in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, ranked 95 out of 10,000 other merchant guilds. I'm sure that you have heard of us. The fat frog persuaded, afraid that Yue Yang would run off. For him to be able to ask about the golden elf, he must be rich, right? Moreover, he was wearing a gold-ranked equipment mask, and cladded in the wyvern armor. This was something a normal adventurer would not possess. Yue Yang wasn't interested in buying a slave, nor was he interested in doing something so troublesome as upholding his sense of justice and free all the slaves here. That was a task for the next dimension traveler, he had no time for that. These slaves had already been domesticated, they had already lost the ability to survive independently. If they were to be freed, they might die of starvation without the support of their masters. Actually, Yue Yang's real intention was to enter the Thunder Fortress. If not for it, he wouldn't have even spoke with the fat frog merchant. I want to enter the Thunder Fortress to get some stuff. If it's within your ability, then name me a price. Yue Yang's tone was akin to those serial killers who wish to seek refuge with Chong Ni. Ahem, it's not that I'm doubting your strength, but entering the Thunder Fortress is a little, if you don't have a guarantor, it will be very hard. I click well with you and want to help you, but, the fat frog merchant was a little hesitant because if Yue Yang were to get caught, it may implicate him. It would still be alright if Yue Yang just wanted to buy the banned thunder ore from the Thunder Fortress, but if he turned out to be a spy from the warrior guild, the fat frog merchant was afraid that he would get into trouble too. 1,000 gold. Yue Yang stated his price. What? What did you say? 1,000, I want to help but my hands were tied. The fat frog merchant gulped on his saliva. He wanted to earn the money, but was afraid that he would lose his life before he could even spend them. 2,000 gold. Like a vicious devil, Yue Yang kept tempting the merchant with money. I really can't. The fat frog merchant decided that if Yue Yang offered an additional 100 gold, he would relent. If you can't, then never mind. Yue Yang turned and left. Hey, wait. The fat frog merchant almost wanted to slap himself. Why was he so stupid? He could only earn a profit of 200 gold from the sale of the half-elf beauty, but now he could earn 2,000 gold right away without any capital. How could he simply reject it? You silly, you must have employed golems as your personal bodyguards for so long that your brains had turned into stone too, the fat frog merchant thought to himself. When it was night time, the fat frog brought Yue Yang through the heavily guarded teleportation circle and headed towards the Thunder Fortress. The Thunder Fortress was in an independent dimension, and the space it occupied was not very vast, approximately only the size of 5 Whitestone City in the Xia Empire. Yue Yang guessed that it was even smaller than Hong Kong. The Thunder Fortress was surrounded in volcanoes, and the lava from the volcanoes accumulated to form a gigantic lake. In the middle of the lava lake laid a funnel-shaped giant island which was wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, just like a spinning top, A.K. of Beyblades, positioned in the center of the boiling lava lake. This was the Thunder Fortress. Of course, only Chongni's palace was situated at the top. Normal dragon hunters, robbers, and bandits could only live in caves. As for merchants and slaves, they had to live underground. 2 to 3 kilometers underground, there was a underground city made from mines and pits. While the environment wasn't comparable to that above the ground, it was good that they could expand the space endlessly. When the coolies dug the mine every year, they would add new pits. This is, at the entrance to the underground city, even after being bribed, an elite guard still cautiously asked for Yue Yang's identity. My nephew. His face got disfigured during a battle, so he had to wear a mask. I brought him here to broaden his horizon. He definitely won't cause any trouble as we were all law-abiding merchants. The fat frog merchant said as he gave another 20 gold as entrance fee to the elite guard. The elite guard frowned as he pondered over how a frog would have a nephew of human descent. But what trouble could a timid merchant cause? He reckoned that the merchant brought Yue Yang in to buy the banned thunder ore from the black market. If anything happens, the Golden Toad Guild will have to bear all responsibility. The elite guard warned. Yes, of course. The fat frog nodded and bowed, appearing respectful on the surface, but he thought secretly, once we enter, who would know that I brought him in? Moreover, there were so many others who sneaked in, how could they even manage the whole lot of us? Take off the mask and show it to me. The elite guard wanted to let Yue Yang in, but seeing the golden ranked mask on his face made him greedy. Those who dared to touch my mask will become blind, Yue Yang said as he pointed his silver ranked eye destroyer dagger on the eyelid of the elite guard. Are you still insisting on taking a look at my face now? Yue Yang said coldly. The frog merchant's mouth was so wide open that he could have swallowed a Kodo beast. Kodo beast. The strongest one would always be the big boss. This sentence suits the robber's den, Thunder Fortress the most. When Yue Yang made his move, all the problems were solved. Even after they walked 2 kilometers out of the pit, the fat toad still couldn't believe what he had seen. It was only until they almost reached the black market at the end of the road that he finally swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Titan, you really surprise me. Honestly speaking, this is my first time seeing someone handling the elite guard in the Thunder Fortress like that. They were usually evil demons who would devour humans whole, they wouldn't stop until they wring the person who wanted to enter Thunder Fortress dry. Other than giving them endless amounts of bribes, I still have to give them 100 female slaves every year, otherwise I won't even be able to enter the first checkpoint. Actually, no matter what kind of method you use, it is a good method, as long as you can achieve your purpose. Yue Yang replied disinterestedly. Yes, you are right. At this time, the fat toad's respect for Yue Yang greatly increased. Previously, he had only regarded Yue Yang as a VIP customer who must be waited upon carefully. However, right now, he only felt a little afraid of him, mainly because he feared the unforeseeable. Mr. Titan, I didn't complete my job well. Maybe I should refund you 500 gold, no, I should refund you 1000 gold. No need, gold has no meaning to me. Yue Yang's attitude was like an emperor. That kind of attitude which sees gold as nothing almost made the fat toad cry river of tears. Thinking about how he had always had to work hard, running around everywhere, how much could he earn a year? At first, he only wanted to earn a small sum of money to purchase a small villa in the most bustling part of the plaza at 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, then lived peacefully with his family. He dreamt of living a high-class, worry-free life. Who would have known that in the end, compared to others, he was not even worth a fart. Money was indeed unimportant to Yue Yang. He didn't have a lot of money, but he didn't lack of them. Yue Yang only lacked a divine weapon. Of course, in Tongtian Tower, no one would complain having too many divine weapons. He believed that Xian was also the same. In the underground city of Thunder Fortress. Black Market. This black market was extremely large. Other than those who lived outside of the dark pit, all the roads and caves were part of the black market. Everything could be found in the underground city, including food, water, beast, slaves, weapons, minerals, women, etc. Anything anyone could think of, everything was provided in the black market. Even things that nobody could think of can be found here. On the outskirts of the black market, different stalls selling street food from different races were set up. There were roasted rats and roasted snake skewer or roasted lizards. They were the most popular snacks around. One would already feel good just by smelling the delicious smell. It was best to eat them with a chilled mug of dwarf ale. That was the definition of a sumptuous meal by most people who lived here. Walking deeper into the underground city, Yue Yang discovered more products being sold here. Most of them were small stalls, there were also some stalls that were built underground. Yue Yang felt that this place was very similar to some underground markets in China. It was messy, but lively. And it seemed like it was better to set up stalls here than in China, because there were no troublesome things such as city management over here. Walking past the bustling stream of people, Yue Yang walked a few miles forward. As he continued to walk, the area in front of him suddenly cleared up as a huge underground city suddenly appeared in front of Yue Yang. This underground city was more or less as big as 10 football fields. The dome-shaped roof was more than 300 meters above the ground and was covered in caves. The caves glowed brightly with residence lights, making the whole scene look like a starry night filled with red stars. Although this place was incomparable to the villain city above, it was still an extremely expensive estate. The stronger and richer people would live at higher floors. Our merchant guild pays 30,000 gold yearly rent for a room that was even narrower than a snail shell, but there's no other way, that's the way of this damned place. It is really hard to find a place to rest immediately unless you rent a cave. The fat toad complained a few words, then introduced himself in an over-friendly manner. My real name is Jude, I am of the golden toad race. Of course, in front of the others, it would be best if you still call me Wei Er. I have used this alias for almost 100 years. Wei Er, you damned toad. I said I want a butterfly beauty last time, did you bring one with you? Suddenly a loud voice resounded from afar. Butterfly beauty. Everyone couldn't help but to stop their conversations and turn towards the fat toad. Yue Yang knew that butterfly beauties were extremely rare. They were the gems of the butterfly race, but Yue Yang didn't know that they were so popular in this Thunder Fortress. My highly esteemed Lord Gunai, how could this lowly toad dare to forget your orders? We have caught a butterfly beauty, but the rumors have gotten quite out of hand, so I was not able to bring her here. Please wait for another 10 days, maybe I can think of a way. The fat toad nodded and bowed to another person, humoring him. This man was not a human, but a man from a different race. Yue Yang didn't know what race this fellow was, but he could see that he was a level 8 emperor, beginner. His strength far surpassed the rest of the people around, he looked like he was the gangster boss of the region. Yue Yang didn't care about his curious gaze, but measured his surrounding instead. Countless people were performing secret trades, huddling in different groups. There were torches hung on the cliff walls, the soft glow of light bearing witness to these exchanges in the black market. Naked leopard girl and snake girl were twisting their waists inside their cages, seducing soundlessly. They were all high-quality goods. These women were much luckier than those prostitutes that Yue Yang saw just now, who were standing along the tunnel, revealing their bodies under the torch lights. They were all beautiful, they only lacked their new master. Of course, high-quality goods couldn't be shown on display, they were for the finale of the black market auction house. For example, a butterfly beauty or a beautiful elf. Even if the fat toad brought a butterfly beauty, he wouldn't sell it to that Gunai. He would have auctioned her on the auction house, so that other rich people would fight over her. Even if he sold her privately, the fat toad would have sold it to the rankers in the Thunder Fortress, for example the top 10 rankers of the Thunder Fortress. As for Innate, the small-time gangster boss, it would be enough to deal with him politely afterwards. You are just bragging, right? How could the likes of your third-rate merchant guild be able to catch a butterfly beauty? You think the strong warriors in the butterfly race are all fools? Innate, who was from a different race, slapped the fat toad's shoulders hard, shaking the fats on the fat toad's arms. His other hand took the money pouch that the fat toad offered, collecting his bribes. Then, he looked at Yue Yang. It seemed like he extremely disliked Yue Yang. He signaled for Yue Yang to give him money too. When he found out that Yue Yang had no intention to give him any bribes at all, he became extremely furious. He brushed the fat toad who was about to sweet-talk him away, and glared at Yue Yang provocatively, purposely staring him down. Yue Yang ignored him. Seeing this, Innate became even more furious. His oddly huge nose flared open, almost as if he was about to breathe fire. Two of his four, thick hands clenched into fists. One of his hand brushed the fat toad aside while his last hand dug into his nose and dug out a green-colored booger. He then disgustingly tried to wipe the booger on Yue Yang's mask. Yue Yang moved his head in a swift movement and avoided his hands. It's okay, it's all a small misunderstanding. He is new here, he doesn't know the rules yet. The fat toad hurriedly wiped the booger off on Innate with his hands. What a joke, Innate, who dared to provoke this titan who could even disregard an elite guard, would definitely suffer in his hands. But this fellow was still a gangster boss after all, everything would be fine if they gave him some money. Since he's new, we should teach him our rules. Innate thought that Yue Yang was scared. He dug out an even bigger booger, but he was still unsatisfied because it wasn't big enough. He reached out his other hand and dug inside his other nostril. Seems like he was intent on embarrassing Yue Yang, the newbie who had just arrived here. The surrounding people were only watching idly, as this kind of scene happened every day, they had long gotten used to it. The crowd even followed Innate's sneers as they wanted to be on his good side. They jeered a few words so that Innate would feel happier. Bam! Yue Yang punched Innate square in the face. He punched him hard, shattering Innate's nose into pulp. His finger that was digging inside his nose was also shattered. Innate hadn't even managed to scream out before Yue Yang grabbed the horns on his head and smashed it hard against the cliff wall. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Broken teeth and blood spurted out. That big boss Innate, who was extremely strong in people's eyes, his head burst open like a watermelon, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Yue Yang acted like he had only done a small thing, like a normal person who had just killed a mosquito. Under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, he turned around leisurely and prepared to leave. Innate, whose head had been completely shattered, suddenly stood up. Although he had a head, as a warrior of the land scabbard race, he could continue to fight even without a head. This kind of power was similar to other animals who could continue to live without their tail or their head, but it was much stronger. Yue Yang was not surprised. With his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he had already known his opponent's weakness. Explode! Yue Yang clenched his fists. The star explosion power that he had shoved inside Innate's body exploded in that moment, shattering Innate's innards into pieces. Innate's innards and blood splattered all over the fat toad's face. One of Innate's arms fell right at Yue Yang's foot, twitching continuously. Watching this scene, Innate's subordinates immediately abandoned all thoughts of surrounding and attacking Yue Yang. Looking at it right now, changing their boss was more logical than fighting against this terrifying boy in front of them. They could change their boss, it was a very normal occurrence in the black market. But if their head was gone, they wouldn't be able to change it anymore. When the guard who was patrolling at a far distance saw that Yue Yang easily killed Innate, he also pretended that he didn't see anything. He hurriedly walked further away in order to avoid being implicated. Fighting, brawling, injuries, death. These things happened on daily basis in the Thunder Fortress. The only exception today was that an outsider had killed the strong Innate in an instant, he could be considered to be a dark horse. Many gamblers regretted not betting on the outcome of the fight, otherwise they might have won some money. One of the most regretful person in the scene was the fat toad. He was the person who understood Yue Yang's abilities the most. Yue Yang had even dared to attack the elite guard just now, so what was Innate even mean to him? He really regretted not setting up a bet and attracted everyone to wager on the winner of the fight. Otherwise, all the gamblers here would have already emptied their pockets. Nice one. Your speed is as fast as lightning, and your power is as might as thunder. I really like a young talented person like you. A man that was 10 times fatter than the fat toad was lying on a comfortable, luxurious-looking carpet. He was being lifted by 50 strong beastmen slaves who looked like they were having a hard time carrying him. Like he was the star of a show, he proudly made an appearance from the crowd. Beside him, there were even 2 demon race slaves feeding him grapes and massaging his shoulders. Yue Yang was speechless. If he didn't have his Heaven Eye's divine vision, he wouldn't have known that this humongous, overweight fetus was actually a human. Do you have any interest in wrestling with me? Winner gets 1000 gold. The huge fetus tried to entice Yue Yang with money. Sir Ndong, the great slave merchant of Qilan continent, we are really happy to receive your offer, but my friend over here don't really care about gold. Maybe we can find a better place to have a chat, about trade, for example. The fat toad hurriedly bowed politely. He knew that it was the time for him, the spokesperson, to show himself. If you want me to fight against that chief bodyguard of yours, I don't mind trying. Yue Yang suddenly spoke out his condition. As long as one was not a fool, one would understand how terrifying it was to fight against the combined strength of 3 lesser innates. Although there are a lot of money, they still need their lives in order to enjoy spending it. Yue Yang pretended to be thinking deeply and mumbling to himself, then he spoke out, I don't want money, but if I win, you have to give me a high-class equipment. When Yue Yang said this, even fools knew that he wanted the thunder ore. However, the thing that everyone never anticipated was that Yue Yang actually wanted the 3 chief bodyguards' lives. These 3 chief bodyguards were all notorious villains in the bloody villains list. As both the Merchant Guild and Assassin Guild offer bounties for their heads, they had nowhere to run to. In the end, they stayed here at the Thunder Fortress under Ndong's protection. As long as Yue Yang got rid of them, the quest that Yue Yang came here to finish would be 20% completed. No problem. The huge fetus Ndong was rich and influential, he was one of the Thunder Ore Mines shareholders. He had many Thunder Ores to spare. Boy, you are courting death. Those 3 chief bodyguards revealed a menacing glint in their eyes. Not a bad phrase for your last words. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders disinterestedly. In order for both sides to fight in a fair match, I suggest that we start the fight 1 hour later. This way, you would be able to get enough rest and preparation. As for us, we would also be able to take the opportunity to invite more people to watch this intense fight and place their bets on us. Ndong laughed out loudly as he glanced at Yue Yang, young one, you can find a place to rest or come to our waiting room. There are a lot of supplies that you can use for free over there. Thank you, we will appear on time. The fat toad quickly rejected their offer. What a joke, if they used their supplies, they might not even know it when they suddenly die. When Ndong left, the fat toad started to complain at Yue Yang without caring about the others watching them. Mr. Titan, it's not that I want to blame you for your recklessness, but this time you are really too reckless. You did not think over it carefully and you did not even try to discuss it with me, your friend. Yes, I understand Ndong's scheming ways, even if you are very powerful, it would be very difficult to defeat them, you understand? Ndong has this special kind of drug that would increase someone's strength multiple times for a short period. If he used it, then you won't be fighting against 3 lesser innates chief bodyguards, you would be fighting against 3 innates. If you don't have the confidence, we should run away now. Retreating is not a disgrace, recklessly going into fights and dying would be the greatest mistake you can make in your life. Maybe you don't agree with my idea, but I still hope that you could listen to my advice. This matter, you have to think about it carefully. The enemy definitely have the intention to eat us to our bones, otherwise they wouldn't initiate a fight with us. Maybe, Ndong's true motive is your mask and the treasure behind your back. Yue Yang waved his hands, Jide, thank you for your good intention. Allow me to say one thing, if you want to be my friend, the only thing you must do is to believe in me. And although Yue Yang said that, inside the fat toad Jide's heart, he was thinking about other thing. In this world, there was no way that a ranker could be friends with a weakling. It was the same logic as how he wouldn't be friends with servants or his bodyguards, because the relationship between a weakling and a ranker would always be that of a master and servant. When this young human said that to him, he thought that it wasn't because he wanted to be friends with him, he just wanted a merchant manager to help him. Of course, the fat toad Jide didn't dislike this kind of status difference, he even approved of it. If Titan, this young person was truly strong enough, it would be a good idea for him to change the person he could depend on. He didn't mind servicing anyone, as long he could depend on and had the backup of someone strong. Although the Golden Toad Merchant Guild was ranked 95th largest guild, within the Golden Toad race, Jide was nothing, his status was not high. If he really could follow this Titan, the human with extraordinary powers and helped him to manage stuff, it was definitely not a bad thing. The only problem was if this Titan could win against the fight with the 3 chief bodyguards. This young human ranker's power, was his power really as strong as what he had said? If he could return victorious, the fat toad Jide made a decision in his heart. He was a risk-taking merchant, he was an expert in speculation. Let's go. Yue Yang didn't give a damn on what the fat toad was thinking about. In the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, everything was so much easier than the Soaring Dragon Continent or China. Here, there were no seniority or complicated human relationship. Only strength matters here, with power, one can do whatever one pleased. In conclusion, power determined everything. Without power, one would be nothing. To Yue Yang, the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower made him like a fish in the water. When he was at the Soaring Dragon Continent, there were still Elder Yu Hai, Jun Wu Yu and the rest above Yue Yang. Although they didn't restrict his life, their senior-junior, king-subject relationship was extremely evident. Even though it was extremely mild, it still existed. Under the same situation, when Yue Yang reached the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, no matter how many Soaring Dragon Continent rankers were here, as long as their strength was weaker than Yue Yang, they would have to show respect to Yue Yang. They would not be able to adopt seniority over him. The norm of human lives were not applicable here. Yue Yang possessed power, hence he was extremely confident. Whoever that Ndong from the Qilan continent was, Yue Yang did not even care at all. In this whole Thunder Fortress, there was only one person that was worth of his careful attention, and that was the innate level 8 Chong Ni. Chong Ni did not only possess the power of innate level 8, he was also extremely cunning. A ranker who could kill heartlessly and still had the ability to join the innate alliance, his wisdom was definitely comparable to Huang Xia, who was of the same level. However, as Yue Yang, Xia Wen Li, Shui Wuxia and the other girls had partied together to kill Huang Xia with his weakness, water, at the second hall of the prison Emperor Divine Palace, they managed to defeat him. That victory couldn't be an evidence of Yue Yang's strength. It can be said that Huang Xia, who possessed the strength of innate level 8, died wrongfully in Yue Yang's hands. If Yue Yang were to fight Huang Xia fair and square, it was not even clear if he would be able to beat Huang Xia or not. Comparing Chong Ni and Huang Xia, although their powers were more or less equal, if Yue Yang were to fight Chong Ni, he wouldn't be able to make use of the same siege technique like what they had used on Huang Xia. Ming Ri Wu and Nji had told Yue Yang all of Huang Xia's weaknesses. On the other hand, no one knew this Chong Ni's weakness. The only report that Yue Yang knew was that this fellow had accidentally committed an offense towards Night Empress and became her target. However, he cleverly managed to escape and only suffered minor injuries. The moment he escaped, he immediately asked for Elder Nan Gong's help. He sought forgiveness from the Night Empress with 9 meteor stars and buried the hatchet between them. Hearing about Chong Ni's manners, Yue Yang could imagine how patient and clever he was. Night Empress didn't have a high rank in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. A lot of people had even thought that she was merely one of the members of the alliance. Only the people in 9th floor of Tongtian Tower knew that her abilities was only second to Zhizun. Amongst the millions of rankers in Tongtian Tower, she was definitely one of the top 10. She even had the qualifications to be in the top 5. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who had the title of Sky Law, although she acted so arrogantly, she never disrespected the Night Empress when they discussed about her. Of course, there were many other strong people who hid their true strengths from the public. Night Empress was not the only one. One of such example was Sky Execution, who lived in the demonic palace at Mountain Luoji. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who had become innate level 10, had told Yue Yang before that she couldn't compare to Sky Execution even in her current level. Sky Execution's strength was close behind Zhizun's. His power had even surpassed the 3 demonic palace lords who set up the demonic palace in Mountain Luoji thousands of years ago. Shun Tian and the 1000 Goblin sect leaders' strength was extremely clear. Even if they tried to hit it, they didn't hide a lot. Night Empress and Sky Execution was different. These two people completely hid their true powers, no one knew their true powers and which realm their cultivation was it. Right now, it was still too early for Yue Yang to catch up with Zhizun and Night Empress or fight against Sky Execution. That was only Yue Yang's long-term goal. Even if he challenged Shun Tian, 1000 Goblin sect leader, Baruth, Ha Xian, and the other, it was still too early for him. However, this innate level 8 Chong Ni had become the stepping stone target that Yue Yang had chosen. He still had no ability to defeat the extremely strong one, so he should look for a nicely matched opponent to train. This was Yue Yang's current training plan. With regards to killing monsters to level up, no one would go kill the last big boss at the beginning. That was not killing monsters to level up, that was suicide. Just like in Diablo, no one would fight Diablo right from the beginning, newbies would definitely go to caverns to find wraiths first. However, Yue Yang, who had a certain amount of strength, wasn't interested in small wraith boss who could breathe fire. At least he would try to defeat Andriel. As he walked out to the fighting arena, Yue Yang continued to daydream. Countless people were pointing at Yue Yang, the newbie. They felt that Yue Yang really had a death wish, challenging 3 lesser innates to a fight. A few gamblers shouted loudly towards him, cursing Yue Yang to die quickly so that they could earn money. There were also a few people who had seen how Yue Yang had instant-killed Gunai Te just now. They had hurriedly pulled their comrades and tried to warn them, in order to avoid provoking Yue Yang's wrath. Provoking a ranker's wrath would never be a good idea. Boy, go back into your mom's arms and drink your milk. Why are you so skinny? Li Er and the others would definitely beat the shit out of you. You can start crying now, you won't be able to cry later. Did you see his expression? I saw him trembling just now. What a wimp. Anyone wants to buy his flesh? I have already told Mr. Ndong that his flesh belongs to me. Those who wanted to eat human flesh, please register here. I will give you a chilled wine for free if you buy 3 parts of meat. Innards? What did you say? You think that after being beaten by Li Er and the others, this brat won't even have any innards left? I dare say that Li Er would pull his intestines out, then he would tie it on his neck and turn him into a kite. Countless number of people gathered and gossiped together. There were even some people who tried to force their way inside to beat Yue Yang up. These people were serial gamblers who had bet on Yue Yang's lost. Yue Yang turned the crescent moon blade in his hand, and slashed every single gamblers who wanted to ambush him, those fellows who wanted to spit on his body with their unclean mouths. The whole ground was filled with cut-off arms, lips, tongues, and ears. Following that, miserable cries resounded all around relentlessly. The cursing crowd was immediately thrown into chaos. Countless of people started running away in terror, those who moved slowly were stepped on by other people. It was the first time in the slave fighting arena that a gladiator had injured countless audience. No one dared to do this, no one dared to offend the audience. Only Yue Yang, the newbie who had only came to the Thunder Fortress less than an hour ago, dared to use the sharp blade in his hand to enforce his new rule. There would always be people in this world who was born to bend rules, for example, Yue Yang. No one dared to curse Yue Yang anymore. However, behind him, at a place where Yue Yang couldn't hear them, they would still curse him badly. Almost everyone bet on Yue Yang losing. The fat toad Jita thought about the battle for a while and in the end, placed 10,000 gold to bet on Yue Yang's victory. This was not the merchant guild's money. It was a tenth of his lifetime savings. Jita was not a crazy gambler, but he was a clever, speculating businessman. If Yue Yang was defeated, he would definitely suffer a great loss. But he wouldn't be ruined, he would still have a chance to start over. If Yue Yang became victorious, then he would earn a small fortune. Chances won't come by every single time, Jita thought that he must get hold of this chance. Otherwise, he would only be a small merchant in the Golden Toad Merchant Guild forever. How much did you bet on? Before Yue Yang entered the fighting arena, he suddenly asked Jita. Not much, cough cough, I didn't bring a lot of money. Jita jumped in fright and hurriedly explained, Mr. Titan, I definitely believed in you. I bet on you winning. Will we be compensated with the same good if we place our bet with physical goods? Yue Yang asked. Do you want to bet too? Jita was bewildered. Under the normal situation, the gladiator was forbidden to place bets, because everyone was afraid they would fake the results. Of course no one would really follow these rules, as long as they didn't bet on themselves losing, no one would care if a gladiator bid the maximum amount. The slave fighting arena would always welcome it. The maximum amount here was 100,000 gold, other than the extremely affluent people, no one would bet that much. Some poor beggars who wanted to bet but had no money would even pawn his goods to place their bets. It's just that the odds from the pawning of the goods would be half of the market price. Help me pawn these. Yue Yang took out a huge sack from his lich ring. Ah, okay. The fat toad Jita thought that it was gold pieces or some kind of special ores, so that when he won he would be compensated by thunder ores by the huge Fatus and Dong. Unexpectedly, when he opened the sack, he was completely dumbstruck. That pawn declaration officer who was about to shout out his usual pawning of 5 items, item price will be halved due to bad quality, was completely shocked. He wasn't able to utter a single word. This was because the things that Yue Yang wanted to pawn were 5 platinum grimoires with different motives. If he pawned these things and if he really won the battle, what would they pay him with? Money? No one knew how to price a platinum grimoire. Those were priceless treasures. The pawn register officer moved extremely quickly. He first wrapped the 5 platinum grimoires and threw it to the back pile of pawned goods like cabbage. He then wrote a pawn receipt with sharp writings, 5 dilapidated platinum grimoire as collateral, gambling capital will all be used in one day. Goods will not be refundable if the bet is lost. Goods will be returned if the bet is won. The odds are only half of the market price. When the fat toad Jita and the pawn declaration officer was still in a state of shock, all of the formalities had been completed. He then stuffed the pawn receipt to Jita and shouted towards the window, next. This shout finally woke the pawn declaration officer up. He had wanted to snatch the pawn receipt in Jita's hands, but Jita immediately ran away quickly, not giving him a chance to renege. The pawn declaration officer grabbed the collars of the pawn register officer, who was as expressionless as a rock. He shouted furiously, damn you, are you blind? Did you see what thing it was just now? You actually dared to accept it. If that Jita fatty really won the bet, how are we going to compensate him? The odds are 1 to 10. Idiot, if that damned titan really won, we have to compensate him with 50 platinum grimoires. Even if it was halved, we would still need to compensate 25 platinum grimoires. Where on earth are you going to find 25 platinum grimoires for him? The pawn register officer was completely shocked. What platinum grimoires? The blood to the pawn declaration officer's head was completely blocked due to anger as he shouted miserably in despair, please don't tell me you did not see the goods properly just now. Wasn't it just 5 old books? It was only then did the pawn register officer felt that something was wrong. He looked at the records in his book, 5 dilapidated platinum grimoire. Platinum grimoire? My god, which fool would do this kind of thing? That fellow is mad, he actually used platinum grimoires as collaterals. That's not important, the most important thing is that it has been pawned. How are we going to compensate it? The pawn declaration officer felt like the sky had fallen on him. Listen to me, Huoji, I didn't react at all just now because I thought it was just 5 old books. Damn it, those beggars have always used some rotting books as collaterals, so much that I became so used to accepting old books. How would I know they are platinum grimoires? If I knew those 5 books are platinum grimoires, I won't accept it even if they threaten to squeeze my head against the door. The pawn register officer felt that his numbness to his job had brought him a huge trouble. Damn it, that's not important, the most important thing is that we have accepted the collateral. If that Titan brat really won, Jia would ask for 25 platinum grimoires from us. Mr. Ndong would beat us all to death and would probably roast our meat into meat skewers. I dare say that we would definitely meet the same end. The pawn declaration officer was sweating bullets right now, he was trembling all over. I say, Huoji, maybe it is not that bad. You saw Jia's bet, right? He laid a bet on that Titan. That boy will be fighting against 3 lesser innates. Li Er and the others will definitely not lose. We will definitely win this bet. This is not scary at all. We will definitely win this bet, and the unlucky Jia will cry and wail. He should be the one crying. The pawn register officer was also sweating bullets. You are saying, we should win this 5 platinum grimoires? Mr. Ndong will not be angry at us, but will reward us instead. The pawn declaration officer also felt a glimpse of light shining from the dark sky. Maybe. No, that's certain. The pawn register officer comforted his comrade and himself at the same time. The 2 people didn't care about the gamblers outside who wanted to place their collaterals anymore. The 2 officers listened to the news intently, hoping to hear the good news of the 3 lesser innates defeating the newbie called Titan. Along with a deafening roar of cheers, everything became silent all of a sudden. This kind of silence made the 2 officers' hairs stand on their ends. Not good, if the 3 chief bodyguards had won, everyone should be cheering. Could it be that newbie Titan really won? But that's weird too, how could the newbie Titan be able to defeat 3 lesser innates? The 2 people didn't care about anything anymore and rushed out. Gasping for breath, they went to a corner of the fighting arena and stuck their heads out from the crowd. When they saw, the 2 people immediately were so shocked they turned into statues. In the fighting arena, the 3 chief bodyguards had all collapsed on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. One of them was so scared that he was trembling non-stop. Over 10 beasts cut up corpses were scattered all over the ground as a platinum reaper mantis grabbed 2 beasts on its 2 side-like arms. One was a thunder lizard and it was already dead, while the other was poison-spotted dragon king who was still alive. However, there was a portion of its head that had been chewed off by the reaper mantis. Even a blind person could see who was the winner in this battle. The pawn register officer and the pawn declaration officer's eyes blacked out as they fainted over. The huge fetus Ndong who was sitting on his carpet looked extremely miserable, as if he was a widow who had just lost her only son. Jia felt like laughing when he saw Ndong. That fellow still didn't know what would happen afterwards. If he knew that he was supposed to pay 25 platinum grimoires to Yue Yang, his face would definitely be more interesting. Shiro, forgot to include chapter 365 is sponsored by Jonathan Chen, Stefan Harnwa Gilherm Pires, Adrian Holland. Everyone lost their bets. Being utterly disappointed, the gamblers tore the paper used for betting into pieces and threw them all over the ground. As the 3 chief bodyguards were not powerful enough, the gamblers who lost their bets were blinded by rage and immediately switched over to Yue Yang's side as they screamed, "Kill him!" Listening to the waves of crazy screams, Maiden Dong's complexion became uglier. However, there was another person whose complexion was even worse. It was the only surviving chief bodyguard, Li Er. As he was the most powerful among the trio, he survived until the last moment. But he was also not far from death. As long as Yue Yang wanted it, Li Er could die any time. Even the swift Reaper Mantis could kill him, let alone such a strong opponent. Li Er's Thunder Lizard and Green-Spotted Dragon King that were once arrogant and known to be powerful in the underground city had all became food to the Reaper Mantis. He wouldn't have dreamt that a little-known opponent like Titan would be so powerful. He previously thought that with the combined power of the trio, they could have killed Titan easily. Unexpectedly, even after drinking crazed bloodthirsty potion and upgrading their strength, they were still easily defeated by their opponent. This young man who appeared extremely weak possessed strength that no one could imagine. To win the fight with him was as hopeless as 3 ants fighting against a mammoth. They couldn't defend against him at all. It was a pity that Li Er realized it all too late. "Spare me, I can give you all my money in return." Li Er pleaded desperately. "Sorry, but I'm not short of money." Yue Yang was indifferent. A man wearing a wide-brimmed hat sat beside Ndong and whispered, "How's the feeling of losing a bet? Depressing, isn't it? If you didn't forget, I placed a full bet on Titan just now for 100,000 gold. I know a million isn't a lot to you, but I hope to get them quickly. I'm be more than happy if you use your shares from the Thunder Mine to repay me. Ndong's face fats shook and his face turned ashen. I haven't lost yet. The man wearing wide-brimmed hat shrugged his shoulders. Of course you haven't, but soon. Upon hearing his words, Ndong's complexion became akin to that of a dead pig. He gritted his teeth and jostled the female demon slave beside him who was just about to serve him beer, sending her flying into the air. Scram! Go and get Mr. Nightmare and Mr. Nian quickly, or you'll lose your life. Shiro, Nian means year. The man with the wide-brimmed hat stretched his lips, seemingly smiling but also not at the same time. Mr. Ndong, do you want to bet? I'll bet 100,000 gold this time too if you don't mind. 1 million, if you've got guts. If I win we'd be even with the debt for the previous 2 rounds. Ndong hit the couch in anger, almost breaking it. If you lose, I want 1/5 of your share in the Thunder Mines. The man wearing the wide-brimmed hat said as he nodded in agreement. In the arena, Yue Yang ignored Li Er's pleads. Yue Yang only cared about digging all the magic crystals of the beasts and told Li Er casually, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide now. But don't take too long because I have limited patience. Upon hearing this, all the gamblers cheered loudly. Although Yue Yang injured many and made everyone lose their money previously, nobody want to support a loser. Everyone would only go after the one who had emerged as the winner. Li Er wore an abject look of despair on his face upon hearing the news. At the same time, he felt a sense of indescribable wrath. He glared at Yue Yang with eyes full of hatred, and cursed, you forced me into this. If I'm dying, you are going down with me too. Li Er spoke his summons quickly as red light shimmered off him. His whole body inflated like a balloon as he turned into a blood-red human balloon in a blink of an eye. Self-detonation, it was apparent that Li Er knew that he couldn't survive so he was attempting to kill Titan together with him. Jieda's heart raised to his throat as he felt anxious for Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang reacted to it as if nothing had happened. It was only until Li Er's body bloated up to its maximum capacity did Yue Yang raise one of his fingers to poke into the roundest part of the stomach of the blood-red human balloon. Uncountable amount of energy burst out like an volcanic eruption. Yue Yang spinned his hands. The explosive energy became tamed like a kitten instantly. Under the control of the Yang ability, it went from violent to gentle, moving to stationary as it coalesced to become a blood-red glowing ball. It was then kept into the lich ring and disappeared. Only Li Er was left in the arena. All skins and bones, he looked like a dry corpse. Li Er was not dead yet, but everyone knew that his current condition was worse off than being dead. After losing his powers completely, he went from an innate to a useless man. No one would be able to accept such a drastic change, so even if he survived now, he would definitely commit suicide later. Li Er fell to the ground, crestfallen. Nobody cared about his well-being now. After all, who would care about a useless person's well-being? Ndong sat upright, and said in a loud voice, Mr. Titan, you have won this round. If you are interested, we can have a second round. For this round, you'd only have to fight against 2 people, and I'll give you 10 times the reward, which is 100,000 gold if you succeed. Do you have enough guts to rise up to this challenge? If you don't, then you are a coward, a bastard with no balls. Yue Yang raised his head and stated at Ndong sharply, like a ferocious tiger staring at a fat pig. Everyone crowded around to watch the show, as they were certain that Ndong would likely become a dead pig. Yue Yang snorted coldly, Mr. Ndong, please don't insult a ranker so casually like this, if not you may have to fret for your life. I will let you off this time after you apologize. But if you do it again, I will kill you. Yue Yang's words struck to one as the descent of a devil. Ndong quivered uncontrollably. Forget about Ndong, the spectators sitting behind him all had their palms sweating in fear of facing Yue Yang's wrath due to Ndong. All right, I apologize. It was just a slip of the tongue. But still, if you think of yourself as a ranker, then you will have to accept my challenge. Ndong was a cunning rich man who had been in various situations, thus he knew that he couldn't insult the dignity of a ranker and therefore he wasn't stingy about apologizing. In his heart, in order to get Yue Yang to agree to him, he could bear with everything. As long as Yue Yang fell into his trap, he would have a chance to turn things around. This isn't fair, we won but you are saying that this round isn't counted? This is going against the rule set by King Chang'an for the underground city. A minority of the spectators saw that Yue Yang instant killed Gunai Te and bet that Yue Yang would win in hopes of being favored by luck. It was therefore obvious that they would object when they saw that the win wouldn't be counted. Moreover, they would lose the money from the previous winning round if Yue Yang loses in the next round. In order to calm the nerves of the spectator, Ndong had to say, of course we will take this round into account, but now there's another avenue to bet. You can continue betting that Titan will win consecutively for 2 rounds, or you can bet that my men would make a comeback this round. Especially for those who lost their money just now, this is your chance to compensate for your losses. I'll give you half an hour to contemplate before you can start betting. The new ratio is 1:2, meaning that if Titan lose when you bet for him to win, you lose twice the amount you bet. There were betting stations set up all around the arena. Those who lost their bets just now rushed to place their bets. This time even the fools knew that they should bet on the strong newcomer, Titan. There were also a lot who bet that Yue Yang would win consecutively. Among all, Xia the Fat Toad was the most enthusiastic one. He bet with the whole of his life savings, which was total of 90,000 gold. Even if he lost, it would still be offset by the 10,000 he won previously. And if he wins again, his total earnings would become 280,000. With this money, he could open a small merchant guild and be his own boss. He wouldn't have to deal with the attitude of his seniors anymore. Regarding Yue Yang's bet, Xia the Fat Toad felt that Ndong wouldn't be able to repay him even if he cuts off his meat to sell every day. It was because Xia took advantage of the chaos and transferred all the receipts from his winning bet to another betting station. This was also a convention in the arena of the underground city. As time is tight, people usually used receipts from winning rounds as their money to bet in the next round. They would then get another receipt in return. If they won, they would become rich overnight, but if they lose it would taken that they hadn't win and they would lose all their capitals. Xia was very crafty. He didn't go back to the betting station at the west side as he proceeded to the one at the east side instead. As the betting officer and recorder at the west side were too timid, they didn't dare to report it immediately. The betting officer and recorder at the east side didn't know a thing. Due to the overwhelming crowd, they only saw that it was a receipt from a winning bet and had no time to notice anything else as they shouted, "One old certificate of deposit, all in, we'll leave it up to fate to see what happens to the money. If you lose we wouldn't return you the money, vice versa." The betting ratio is 1:2. The recorder then wrote a new certificate of deposit hastily and kept the old one in a craft paper bag and stuffed it into the drawer. He placed the new receipt onto Xia's palm as he shouted, "Next one, quickly." "Thank you, thank you." Xia thanked them politely, but on the inside, he was overwhelmed with excitement. After betting, the initial 25 platinum grimoire would become 50. Forget about Ndong, even the owner of the Thunder Fortress Chang'an wouldn't be able to repay him with 50 platinum grimoire. Now, he would just have to wait for Titan to win and watch the fall of Ndong. That fatty who's 10 times heavier than a pig must be crying right now. 50 platinum grimoire, just the thought of it made Xia shiver with excitement. As Xia returned to the arena, before he even got chance to speak with Yue Yang, curses filled his ears. Previously, they were hurled towards Yue Yang as all of the gamblers hoped for him to lose. But it was the complete opposite now. All the cursing were cast at Ndong. Xia the Fat Toad looked at the duo standing in the arena and started to curse loudly too. "Fuck, Ndong, you shitbag, fuck your ancestors." The reason why Xia was so agitated was due to the two gladiators hired by Ndong. One of them was named Nightmare, and the other one Tiger Nian. This duo were very notorious, and in the whole of the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, nobody was unaware of them. As shameless as Xia might be, he despised the duo. This was due to the fact that the duo were the scum of the scums. If not for their power as level 3 innates, more than 90% of the speculators would have charged towards them and tore them into pieces. In the whole of the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, there was no place for the duo, except for the Thunder Fortress and some other robbers' dens. The Warrior Guild, Mercenary Guild and Assassin Guild all offered rewards for anyone who could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian. The person would then choose his reward among the Black Dragon Pearl, the Wisdom Fruit and 1 gold-ranked equipment. This type of reward would only be offered for those who could take down serial killers on the top 100 of the bloody villain list. Undoubtedly, Nightmare and Tiger Nian were in the top 100 among all other villains. Although the duo had innate powers, the innate alliance excluded them and expressed disdain over the idea of them joining. Even in the Thunder Fortress, which was a robber's den, Nightmare and Tiger Nian weren't welcomed. Nobody liked them, including Chang'an who took them in. "They are all shitbags that couldn't be shittier, don't ever let me see them." Chang'an mentioned this more than once. Although he didn't mention his reasons, but a lot thought that why Chang'an took the Nightmare and Tiger Nian in was because their teacher saved his life when he was young, therefore Chang'an took them in to repay their teacher's kindness. It was therefore no wonder that the duo, who killed their teachers and families, were the type of people that Chang'an hated most. Nightmare and Tiger Nian were both level 3 innates and were extremely vicious. This was not a simple war between 3 innates anymore. Could Titan continue to win this second round? Xia thought as his heart thumped in anxiety. His head was covered in perspiration, but he didn't bother to wipe them away as he was focused on the changes in the arena. The tension in the arena peaked as the battle was just about to begin. Nightmare was a tall and scrawny man. He wasn't only scrawny, but he also had long skinny arms and legs. Yue Yang remembered vaguely that he had read a poem in the past. It was My Old Home, written by Liu Xuan, which depicted a woman called Madame Yang with legs akin to sticks. It still remained fresh in Yue Yang's mind. He reckoned that this Nightmare who was standing arrogantly with his hands resting on his hips was more or less like that Madame Yang. If his hair was shorter a little bit, he would have looked like the scrawny, old, and wizened Xia Long. Shiro, Xia Long is some high-ranking guy jailed for corruption in China. That Tiger Nian, on the other hand, didn't look like that at all. Although Tiger Nian was a little old, his hair was all black, strong, and straight, like thorns. He simply looked full of energy. His thick arms and robust body was filled with explosive power. A pair of tiger eyes glinted menacingly, terrorizing everyone's hearts. If his beard didn't show strands of white hairs, no one would be able to tell that he was an old man. These two people were innate level 3 rankers and they possessed summoning grimoires. The thing that surprised Yue Yang was that they only owned gold grimoire. He remembered Phoenix Fairy Beauty telling Yue Yang that these kind of people were most probably be power leveled to the innate level. Due to maturing before they were ready, they completely exhausted their whole potential ahead of them. Hence, they were completely looked down upon real innate rankers. Of course, some people would use this way to obtain innate power due to their impatience. As a result, the price they had to pay was reaching their maximum growth at innate level 3. Their summoning grimoire was also limited from growing and leveling up, there was no way it could rank up to higher levels. Previously, Yue Yang had fought against Yao Guang, Kai Yan, and Tian Xuan of the 7 Great Bears who were power leveled by Shen Tian. They were not very highly skilled, and they were also only innate level 3 and below. However, they all possessed platinum grimoire. This proved that Yao Guang, Tian Xuan, and the others were already quite matured before they were power leveled. They had cultivated until their grimoire became platinum ranked before they were power leveled. Unexpectedly, Nightmare and Tiger Nian didn't even possess a platinum grimoire. They only had a gold grimoire. Yue Yang didn't know Nightmare's and Tiger Nian's previous experiences. If he were to ask the people of Thunder Fortress, he would definitely be shocked. That time, right before Nightmare and Tiger Nian reached the innate realm, they had actually murdered their own teacher who had raised them painstakingly. They ate their teacher's body and ability like beasts and power leveled to the innate realm immediately. Because they had acted so evilly, the innate alliance rejected them and did not recognize their strength. When Yao Guang and Tian Xuan power leveled to the innate realm, they only did that with Shen Tian's help and a quick growth medicine. They had already been looked down by the others using this way, let alone Nightmare and Tiger Nian who ate their master's flesh. The 7 Great Bears, although their names were quite notorious in the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower, compared to Nightmare and Tiger Nian, they were all good children. Newbie, you are really crazy. Nightmare let out an extremely sharp condescending laughter, piercing Yue Yang's eardrums. Is this your last words? Yue Yang took out a book and scratched out some line of words, as if he was recording something. What do you mean? Although Tiger Nian was arrogant, he was extremely cautious. He was both suspicious and curious towards the little book that Yue Yang had. Forget about them, even the whole audience were curious about what Yue Yang had written on his book. Facing against 2 innate level 3 rankers, facing against such evil murderers like Nightmare and Tiger Nian, how could he have the mood to write something? I suddenly remembered, seems like I will be able to exchange your heads for something good in the Adventurers Guild after I killed you. I have to write it down, otherwise I might forget and wasted it. Yue Yang's words was like Yu Huang was too arrogant. Forget about outsiders, even Jyuta thought that Yue Yang was too haughty. They were 2 innate level 3 rankers, it was not as if they were normal level 3 weakling warriors. Yue Yang had not even fought them before, but he actually wanted to get their heads as reward? What kind of people were Nightmare and Tiger Nian? Even though the number of people who wanted them dead might not reach 100,000, there would at least be 99,999 of them. However, these 2 outcasts were still living well until now. It couldn't be denied that these 2 people were powerful. If they were even a little bit weaker, their graves would probably be full of weed by now. How could they still live in the Thunder Fortress happily? Those people who knew of Nightmare's and Tiger Nian's abilities were even more convinced that Yue Yang would definitely be defeated. Nightmare and Tiger Nian were powerful innate level 3s, they even had unique, high-leveled beasts. That time, when they were not yet innate, they managed to kill their master who was innate level 5. From this, it was apparent how terrifying their beasts were. The fat Dong laughed coldly, this rascal is gonna die. The mysterious man wearing a wide-brimmed hat shrugged his shoulders, Mr. Dong, forgive me as I don't agree with your views. I won't deny that Nightmare and Tiger Nian's beasts are very unique, but they are not undefeatable. The fat Dong face darkened, you're preparing to leak information to that lad? The man wearing the wide-brimmed hat waved his hands gracefully, don't think that I'm like you. Since we are agreed upon this game, I will definitely abide by the rules. It will be best if you do that. Don't forget that you bet 1 million. Dong warned the men repeatedly. Do I have to thank you for the reminder? The mysterious man was nonchalant towards Dong's attitude. At the side of the arena, Jyuta twisted his hands nervously. He was in dilemma deciding if he should remind Titan that Nightmare and Tiger Nian's beasts were unique. On one hand, if Titan lost, he wouldn't gain anything, however, on the other hand, if he broke the rules first, although he would still be alright if Titan wins because no one would care about the mistakes made by the one who emerged victorious, if Titan lost, he feared that he would be killed. Was he going to watch the young Titan getting defeated just because he didn't know the powerfulness of his opponent's beasts? Even if it's not for the 280,000 he bet, he should care for his new friend Titan. Although casually, at least that Titan mentioned the word friend. A ranker wanting to be friends with a merchant, there won't be many ranker who would do that in the Tongtian Tower, right? Feeling an urge, Jia left his seat and shouted loudly at the side of the arena. Wait! You want to interrupt the game? More than 10 guards crowded around him immediately. I am his friend and I just want to show him my support. Do you want to drink up? You should rest now because you just finished a round. It's unfair for you to start the second round immediately. Jia waved a bottle in his hands as he prepared to tell Yue Yang more about the unique beasts of Nightmare and Tiger Nian once Yue Yang approached him to drink water. It's okay, the fight will end soon effortlessly. Yue Yang smiled slightly, signaling to Jia not to be over-anxious. Hey! Jia perspired profusely, thinking that this lad was either too haughty or too young. Did Yue Yang not realize his undertone? He wasn't really asking for him to drink up or rest, but rather, he wanted to speak to him. Did Yue Yang really not understand? Jia wanted to open his mouth to speak again, but he suddenly thought of Yue Yang's words not long ago. Allow me to say one thing, if you want to be my friend, the only thing you must do is to believe in me. Should he continue trusting Yue Yang? During his fight against the 3 chief bodyguards just now, Jia was similarly worried, but Yue Yang's victory proved his worries and doubts unnecessary. At the same time, he also earned him a handsome reward. Now that the fight was beginning again, could he not trust Yue Yang completely for once? Jia the fat toad gritted his teeth and smiled at Yue Yang. Although he believed in his words, to the old him, it was simply ludicrous. But now, he was willing to try to believe for once. Just for once. Hearing Yue Yang's arrogant response, the speculate's responses varied vastly. Andong smiled coldly, while the gamblers cheered passionately as they favored haughty rankers. Weaklings? Let all of them die. The gamblers didn't support goody two-shoes but rather, arrogant, chic and powerful champions. Of course those gamblers who bet on Yue Yang losing cursed loudly, but because they were the minority, their cursings were washed away by the loud cheerings. Tiger Nian smiled coldly in silence. Newbie, since you want to die early, I will grant your wish. Nightmare held onto the gold grimoire as he started summoning swiftly. A dark glow appeared on the gold grimoire, just like thick smoke, it rose to the sky in a warped fashion. It then swirled around the whole arena's roof and morphed into a dark hazy-like state as it descended slowly towards the ground. Yue Yang didn't respond as he watched silently. The ground of the arena spilt suddenly and out came boiling hot lava that was blood red in color. It then spread towards Yue Yang's feet. As Yue Yang didn't move, the lava surrounded his feet and caused him to be unable to move anymore. The air in the arena became insanely hot. Everyone couldn't stand the heat and started to perspire profusely. This included Jia, who was sitting at the side, his sweat fell like waterfall. The place that Nightmare and Tiger Nian were standing on rose above the ground, and morphed into 2 tall pillars. Countless soil, together with the walls of the arena, came crumbling down. Some metal cages that were used to keep beasts also stumbled and fell into the lava. With a sizzling sound, they melted and turned into smoke. In the next moment, they became part of the lava. Yue Yang's eyes were calm and one wouldn't be able to tell any changes, it was as if the pool of lava weren't there. Just then, under the control of Nightmare's fingers, innumerable spikes emerged from the ground and went straight through Yue Yang's feet. Blood spilled all over the place as the bloodied spikes tore through his feet, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. Nightmare summoned the 3rd time as a meteoroid fell from the sky and went crashing into Yue Yang's head. Yue Yang remained stationary. The meteorite brushed past his scalp and landed beside him with a thud, causing splashing magma around him. The enormous shock wave caused everyone to fall to the ground in an unruly manner. Some cried pitifully as they were scalded by the hot lava that splashed onto them. As their body got caught on fire, some of they rolled around while others slapped themselves in an attempt to extinguish the fire. Jia the fat toad's obese, heavy body flew to the level 2 of the arena that was meant for the VIPs. Some lava got onto his bottom and it caught fire, sizzling as smoke rose. Jia's face was twisted from the pain, and he could only grit his teeth to stop himself from crying in pain. Not bad, it'd be better if it rained some chili powder from the sky. Yue Yang spoke suddenly. Chili powder, everyone was stunned. Why would one want to rain chili powder? If there isn't any chili powder, this huge bowl of noodle wouldn't be tasteful enough. Eating noodle without chili powder isn't satisfying. Yue Yang explained. This is lava. Nightmare's nose was twisted in anger. What kind of gaze was that? Did these look like noodles? It was obviously lava, it had no relation to eating noodles at all. Agreed, this is lava brand instant noodles. If you add some hot water, pour some flavorings, together with poached eggs and some chili powder or spicy sauce, it'd be perfect. Nope, we will still have to add some vegetables. If there's some leftover ribs in the fridge, it'd be nice to add 2 whole pieces in. Yue Yang almost drooled while he was speaking, but nobody could understand his words. Instant noodles, fridge, nobody had heard of them before. Also, how was eating noodles and lava related? Everyone scratched their heads hard but was still far from comprehending him. Just then, an eerie thing happened. The boiling hot lava disappeared and in the center of the arena, there appeared a soul, gigantic bowl containing noodles. Inside were ingredients such as poached egg, ribs, and spicy sauce. Yue Yang walked towards it in huge steps with chopsticks in his hands. He seemed to be preparing to eat the noodles. The observant ones had already noticed that his pierced foot, and the lava that splashed onto him disappeared as he looked as good as before. To make things more eerie, Nightmare turned into a white pig all of a sudden. The chopsticks in Yue Yang's hand turned into a meat chopper as he explained, "Ribs ain't enough, I'll have to kill a pig and barbecue it for some barbecued pork." "No, I'm not a pig, this is an illusion," Nightmare shrieked in horror. All the illusions disappeared. Yue Yang didn't move an inch as he watched silently. Standing before him were the stunned Tiger Nian and Nightmare, who was covered in perspiration. To add to the shock, Nightmare continued to cry hysterically, "I wasn't killed, I wasn't placed onto the table, no, I wasn't butchered into pieces nor was I barbecued, no, this is my beast, this is an illusion, I didn't die. This is impossible, how could others control my beast, this is all an illusion. Tiger Nian save me, no, you can't kill me, you can't betray me, we are. This is impossible, you are already dead, I already ate you, no, no, teacher, spare me." Nightmare's hysterical cries stopped suddenly. Nightmare collapsed as his body twitched and convulsed into spasms as if he just saw the most terrifying thing on earth. His eyes were wide opened and bulging like that of a dead fish. His pupils expanded and froze gradually. Tiger Nian shook Nightmare's body vigorously and slapped him continually as he tried to wake Nightmare up from the illusions of his nightmare beast. Unfortunately, all he could do was to watch his partner, Nightmare, die from fright. Nightmare, a serial killer who toyed with his opponent and a disciple who killed his own teacher with a beast, is dead. He died from his own nightmare beast. In the illusion of the nightmare beast, everything were delusional, but if you affirmed it, they would become reality. When a person died in the illusion, his body would also die in reality. It was because the illusion would kill a person's soul. Under Nightmare's control, this unique ability had taken the lives of several victims. Even warriors who were stronger than Nightmare couldn't escape it. But to Yue Yang, who could see through the illusions in the Gemini Temple and Virgo Temple, this kind of illusion was really just a piece of cake. Not to mention, Yue Yang even possessed the Heaven Eye's divine vision which could help him see through his opponent's ability. "It's impossible," the fat and Dong's perspiration fell like waterfall as he stared at Yue Yang in the arena in horror. With a pale complexion, he whispered to himself, "This is impossible, this is a delusion, this lad couldn't have killed Nightmare, he's the mighty Nightmare, please allow me to remind you, Mr. Ndong, that this is a fact." The mysterious man curled his lips and smiled. Following Nightmare's death, his grimoire and his nightmare beast exploded violently with a boom. The gold grimoire dulled and reverted back to the state without a master. The nightmare beast disappeared into the mirage and left behind only a black bead which rolled towards Yue Yang's feet. Yue Yang bent down and picked both the bead and the gold grimoire up. He then kept them into a lich ring swiftly, just like how he did when he played online games in the past. The one who was faster always gets the stuff, therefore Yue Yang was never slow to react. Jia the fat toad began to understand where the 5 platinum grimoire came from. They were all acquired by Yue Yang after defeating his opponents. God, what kind of opponents did he kill? As Nightmare collapsed, the entire arena was roaring with cheers, including those gamblers who bet for Yue Yang to lose previously. Nobody could stand the two scums, Nightmare and Tiger Nian. But as they were constrained by their limited power, they could only comply. After watching Nightmare getting killed, and Tiger Nian landing himself into a sticky situation, who wouldn't be happy enough to cheer? Tiger Nian took out a dodgy-looking wand and waved it. A black light flashed past. Suddenly nobody could speak as their mouth seemed to have been sealed. Silence loomed over the whole of the arena. Silence wand, a gold-ranked equipment. Everyone responded to it quickly but no one could speak a word under the spell of the silence wand, which almost suffocated those who were in the middle of their shoutings when the spell was casted. The silence wand was a gold-ranked equipment which didn't have the ability to attack, but to some warriors, it was a dreadful weapon. For example, it could be used when the opponent needed to speak to summon a beast, hence he would then suffer an ugly defeat. Not only did Tiger Nian seal the mouths of everyone in the arena using the silence wand so that they couldn't cheer for Yue Yang, he also summoned a giant beast at the same time. The beast looked like a tiger. It had a huge physique, spanning an enormous length of 20 meters from head to tail. Its mountain-like physique made it look very fit and full of strength. Sharp teeth were found all over its wide mouth. As the horn on its head was glowing with an eerie green light, its body started to expand close to 50% more than its original size. With 4 razor-edged claws and eyes sharp as a hawk, the beast pounced on Yue Yang, baring its claws as it prepared to tear Yue Yang into pieces. The Reaper Mantis which had been hovering the air dived down fearlessly. The Reaper Mantis had seen nothing short of strong beasts. It had also killed several of them. Forget about the tiger beast, it would even kill a giant dragon without hesitation. It was no average Reaper Mantis, as it had been nurtured with a large number of dragon's crystals and Yue Yang's innate qi. Complemented with the heaven runes and purification by the Nirvana's flame, it was definitely a Reaper Mantis with the most potential in history. Its ambitions was to become a holy beast or even a divine beast in the future. So how could the gold-ranked level 8 tiger beast scare a Reaper Mantis that could hunt and kill any beast, and one who even got the guts to kill a giant dragon? Of course it not. Although it was slightly low-leveled, the Reaper Mantis was of a higher grade as it was platinum-ranked. The Reaper Mantis sickle pierced into the body of the tiger beast deeply, causing huge wounds on its neck and lower spine. Even before its opponent can counteract, the Reaper Mantis was smart enough to fling him off and flew into the skies to prepare for its second attack. Actually, once a beast suffered severe injury at its neck and spine, it would be not far from death. From the sickle attacks just now, the Reaper Mantis had already slashed the tiger beast's artery and windpipe, it almost hacked its entire head off. Under normal conditions, the tiger beast would definitely die. However, something eerie happened. The tiger beast's head, which had almost been hacked off, didn't have any blood on his wounds. They were even healing rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, the fatal wound disappeared without a trace, as if they were never there in the first place. The tiger beast's horn was shimmering with green light as a pair of wings began to grow on his back, like that of a bat's. The wing developed and opened. It rose to the sky and sailed towards the Reaper Mantis in the sky. On the ground, Tiger Nian smiled coldly as he unleashed his strong power as a level 3 innate, stunning everyone with his shockwave. Waving his thunderous punches, he charged towards Yue Yang. Every punch made the spectator feel a suffocating discomfort. The way he threw his punches made everyone nauseous and feel a sense of tightness in their chests and even in the deepest part of their bones. No one could ever imagine the strength of the waves of punches withstood by the calm-looking titan standing before Tiger Nian. Those who sat near the arena or those who sat eye level to Tiger Nian's punches were all in agony. They had to gather all their energy to protect themselves, and even then they could only barely do so in defending themselves against the strong punches that were more than 10 or even 100 meters away. Yue Yang didn't retaliate, nor did he take a step backwards to shy away. All he did was to move his upper body slightly. In doing so only, he managed to dodge casually from all the punches through by Tiger Nian. Although every single punch through by Tiger Nian was lethal, he didn't even manage to touch a hair of Yue Yang after more than 10 punches. The Reaper Mantis in the air slashed the tiger beast, who had overestimated its abilities and tried to attack it. The Reaper Mantis tore the tiger beast into two ferociously and threw it to the ground. However, the strange tiger beast remained unscathed as it fused together again within half a minute. It completely returned to its initial state, unwounded. Jia felt the urge to shout to Yue Yang, "This beast is called the Nian Beast. Other than sound, nothing can defeat it." He also wanted to tell Yue Yang that he could only take the Nian Beast down through the use of sound. But he couldn't shout any of those out. It was all because Tiger Nian had already used the silence wand to turn the whole arena into a place of dead silence. No one could make a sound. The Reaper Mantis had killed the Nian Beast various times, but even if it ripped the Nian Beast into a million pieces, its attempt in killing the Nian Beast would be futile as it could recover quickly. Conversely, the Nian Beast, with its giant claws, sharp teeth and tail like an iron whip, could easily injure the Reaper Mantis. Although the Reaper Mantis could react quickly, minimizing its injury, the injuries had accumulated and the situation looked bleak now as circumstance favored the Nian Beast. After all, there was still a difference between the two when one could withstand any attacks while the other could only dodge. "Yes, that's the way, this brat is going to die in my hands," together with his mantis. The fattened dong felt a pang of excitement and wanted to scream in joy, but unfortunately his mouth was sealed too and he couldn't make a sound. In the whole arena, only the mysterious man wearing the wide-brimmed hat still smiled, as he still seemed to think that Yue Yang would still win. Seeing that his beast was gaining the upper hand, the bloodlust on Tiger Nian's face deepened. He was the complete opposite of Nightmare. Nightmare had strong psychological skills, but he didn't fare in short-distance fight. Once he faced an opponent who was immune to psychological attacks, he could be killed instantly. Other than the Nian Beast who was immune to attacks, Tiger Nian also possessed power as level 3 innate that allowed him to engage in short-distance fights. As long as his beast could overpower the opponent's beast, Tiger Nian could kill his opponent easily in the short-distance fight. For example, he was going to use his strongest and most secretive trick, 3 moves of the ferocious tiger now. In the past, when he was overpowered by his teacher, he used the Nian Beast and 3 moves of the ferocious tiger, and together with the mental suppression subjected by Nightmare, they managed to kill their teacher and swallowed a large portion of his body to level up to an innate. Even though his teacher was a level 5 innate then, he was still killed by Tiger Nian in the end. Of course, Tiger Nian would never deny that part of the credit of killing his teacher went to Nightmare, because without his mental suppression, it wouldn't have been possible. But it was also a fact that it was the 3 moves of the ferocious tiger that killed his powerful teacher. After becoming a level 3 innate, their moves of the ferocious tiger became the strongest trick of Tiger Nian and no opponents who saw it survived. Strike of the ferocious tiger. Tiger Nian gathered all his energy to form a giant energy tiger resembling the Nian beast. It then went together with the Nian beast such that Yue Yang couldn't differentiate between the two. When Tiger Nian felt that the time is ripe, he would strike his attack just like a fierce tiger pouncing onto Yue Yang. Strike of the ferocious tiger could strike through any form of defense, nothing can be shielded against it. The enormous energy tiger passed through Yue Yang's body. As Tiger Nian was about to celebrate his victory, it disappeared and didn't burst as expected. Similarly, the Nian beast who tried to attack at the same time was captured by the Reaper Mantis in mid-air. As the Reaper Mantis dived to the ground, it slashed the Nian beast into two and then thrusting it to the ground. Tiger Nian was shocked, he couldn't imagine how Yue Yang could differentiate between the real and the phony the Nian beast beast. One wouldn't have been able to tell the difference with their naked eye. Forget about the human eye, even an innate belonging to the Hawks family, who were the most gifted in sights, couldn't tell the difference between the Nian beast and that of created by his energy. Moreover, although the energy tiger was a phony, its strikes were on par with the Nian beast. How could this lad remain the same even after the energy tiger passed through his body? Regarding this, Tiger Nian was very puzzled. But he didn't really have the time to think. Tiger Nian had to launch his second attack immediately after his first, if not he would suffer severe injuries. As he continued to unleash his powers, a second energy tiger appeared. It was compressed from a height of 20 meters to a hungry black tiger standing at only 5 meters. But of course, its strength was amplified 10 times after the compression. The hungry black tiger moved like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that it had already pounced on Yue Yang under the control of its master in the blink of an eye and started engulfing on his body. Forget about Yue Yang, it would break even the strongest rock and mountain. Without waiting for his engulf of the hungry tiger to take effect, Tiger Nian launched his third attack. Tiger Nian morphed into a tiger resembling the Nian beast, using his two hands as the tiger's teeth and upper body as its head, attacking Yue Yang at the same time as the hungry tiger. When he successfully distracted Yue Yang, he rotated his body swiftly while his two arms struck down tiltedly and his upper body bowed slightly. He then used his left feet as his bearing and his right leg as a giant cane that struck towards Yue Yang's ribs. This was the most powerful move of the 3 moves of the ferocious tiger. Tiger Nian's then powerful teacher was also ultimately killed by this move. Although Tiger Nian didn't have a tail, he can make use of his legs as cane to attack his opponent and its effect would be extremely powerful. Tiger Nian had already used this on 6 rankers and all suffered smashed internal organs and had their ribs broken into pieces. Among all, 2 were innates. Tiger Nian was very certain that once his leg cane struck his opponent, he would definitely die. No opponent could ever survive the attack of the 3 moves of the ferocious tiger that could be struck through defense. Boom! The arena vibrated vigorously, making everyone trembling in the shock wave. Everyone fall onto the ground messily, looking extremely unruly. Other than the man wearing wide-brimmed hat, no one could see what was happening clearly. Tiger Nian stood at a distance of 10 meters from Yue Yang, his expression was deep and no one could tell his emotions. Titan looked unruly as his left rib had an apparent shoe print and 2 punch prints on his chest. These were all results of the 3 moves of the ferocious tiger. Was Titan, the young human lad, going to lose? Everyone was worried. Suddenly, Tiger Nian staggered a few steps as his body trembled and fell to the ground. Both of his hands were pressed against his crotch as Tiger Nian curled himself up in pain, just like a grass snake which had been hit fatally. The man wearing the wide-brimmed hat smiled even wider because he saw that when Tiger Nian struck cane of the angry tiger onto Yue Yang, attempting to hit his Yue Yang's left rib with his right leg, Yue Yang titled his body and did a side kick. Not only did he dodge from the fatal strike, he also hit Tiger Nian's crotch. Needless to say, Tiger Nian must be in pain now. The Nian beast threw itself towards Yue Yang in an attempt to protect its master. It rolled up its master's body shrewdly and attempted to escape. A shadow moved in the sky with a speed 10 times faster than the Reaper Mantis as it dived towards the ground. Ignoring the power of the silence wand, it let out a stentorian shriek. The duration of its appearance and subsequent disappearance was less than 1 second, however its shriek was so nerve-wracking and made one's soul trembled so much that it resonated in the people's long after it's gone. The previously majestic the Nian beast curled up in pain from the shriek, looking even worse than its master. Blood oozed out from its eyes, nose and mouth as an unknown force within its head caused it to explode. Reaper Mantis then pounced on it, deprecating the Nian beast's head with its sickle. Blood spew out this time and the Nian beast would never recover from this. It died. The Reaper Mantis gave the Nian beast's head to its master obediently and then went on devouring the Nian beast's corpse. Tiger Nian could only watch in horror. He struggled to get up and escape. Even if he was a fool he would have understood now that he could match up to his opponent. Yue Yang ignored him initially as he picked the silence wand up. The speculator watched as he kept the wand skillfully. He must have killed and snatched the possessions of many to be so familiar with the procedures. Actually Yue had already acquired the silence wand once in the Ares temple. But of course, its effects were temporary. But this one is a gold-ranked equipment and its effects would be permanent. The two wands' functions were the same but their values were completely different. With it, Yue Yang felt that a lot of people would run out of their luck. With the silence wand in his hands, he could exert its full power and make others cry. Tiger Nian gritted his teeth as he tried to endure the pain. He wanted to flee, but before he could shatter the teleportation stone, Yue Yang had attacked him with the strike of a ferocious tiger on Tiger Nian's back. Pay him back in his own coin. The teleportation stone landed on the floor and rolled to more than 10 steps away from him. Tiger Nian was very clear that he wouldn't be able to run away on 2 feet. Forget about Titan, who was as terrifying as a devil, even his Reaper Mantis could make his life hard. He had to get his hands on the teleportation stone, or else he would definitely die. Tiger Nian, whom Yue Yang sent flying into the air, tried to hold in the fresh blood which had rose to his throat as he struggled to get up and threw himself towards the teleportation stone. As he was about to grab onto the teleportation stone, a feet stepped onto it with full force. Tiger Nian raised his head unconsciously. It was Yue Yang the Jinx. No, no, don't kill me. Yue Yang didn't feel a tinge of sympathy or forgiveness for Tiger Nian, who was drenched in blood. To Yue Yang, kindness and empathy were subjects that were rare, and must not be shown towards his opponents. In front of all the spectators, Tiger Nian was struck in the head consecutively by Yue Yang's engulf of the hungry tiger and cane of the angry tiger, causing his head to explode as he died instantly in dire straits. He shared similar fate with his junior, Nightmare, as they all died under their own tricks. However, no one took sympathy to the duo as everyone burst out in cheers for Yue Yang's victory. The crazed gamblers took off everything they had, including their clothes, as they waved and tossed it towards the arena, which symbolized their admiration for the one who emerged victorious. Surrounded by a sea of buttocks twerking in the festive mood, the fat Ndong's face ashened. It was especially so after the fat toad Jia spoke, causing he to faint from hemorrhage. Jia said, "Dear Mr. Ndong, the sum I bet was not very big, so we shall leave it aside first. But Mr. Titan pledged 5 platinum grimoire with you, so after his 2 wins, you'll just have to return him 50 platinum grimoire since you are extremely wealthy." The mysterious man sitting beside Ndong was equally shocked. 50 platinum grimoire? Looks like Ndong wouldn't be able to repay Yue Yang even if he sells off his meat. Whether it was 5 books or 50 books, Ndong could not pay for it. In reality, he did not even have a single one. Normal people simply could not possess platinum grimoires. Let alone normal warriors, even those who had contract with grimoires do not necessarily possess a platinum grimoire. Furthermore, even if someone had one, would they even be willing to part with it? Moreover, who would be able to give it? Acquiring a platinum grimoire was not completely impossible. If someone was like Yue Yang killing others and taking their treasures, then it was definitely possible, but obviously, Ndong does not have this kind of ability. Those who have the ability to possess platinum grimoires were all innate rankers. Thinking about taking their grimoires is no different from throwing away one's life. The mysterious man wearing a wide-brimmed hat stood up and courteously nodded at Jia. "Mr. Jia, if you do not mind, please allow me to recover the loss. After all, I am also Mr. Ndong's creditor. Just like a while ago, Mr. Titan helped me win 2 million gold. Even though it will not be possible for me to help Mr. Titan take back 50 platinum grimoires, I still believe that we will be able to give him the biggest compensation. If you do not mind, please bring Mr. Titan to Ndong's mansion to rest for a while." "No, that mansion now belongs to Mr. Titan." "Of course, Mr. Chen. In the entire Tongtian Tower no one could doubt your unconditional fairness." The fat toad, Jia, respectfully handed over the mortgage over. Facing the boy wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Jia actually chose to put his trust on him without a single bit of hesitation. The mysterious man named Mr. Chen, whose face couldn't be seen clearly due to his wide-brimmed hat, continued to smile. "I will most likely need 3 hours. I ask Mr. Jia and Mr. Titan to patiently wait. In the next meeting, I hope to discuss with Mr. Titan about the business of the ore mine. I believe that at that time, he would have already become the new owner of the ore mine." Jia bowed a second time. "Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. With your help, all our problems are easily solved." The mysterious Mr. Chen did not even look at the fainted fatty Ndong and confidently shrugged his shoulder. "I am very grateful to Mr. Titan in making me Mr. Ndong's second biggest creditor. In fact, doing this much only requires me to lift a single finger." Yue Yang immediately grabbed back the 5 platinum grimoires. Other matters were all left to the mysterious Mr. Chen to handle. In Fatty Ndong's spacious and majestic mansion, he ate a satisfactory meal and rested for a while. Soon, the mysterious Mr. Chen and a serious-looking elder, as well as a fully smiling merchant entered. Outside the gate, a group of people not less than 100 also knelt outside close together. The fat toad, Jia, now acted as if he was Yue Yang's spokesperson. On one hand he welcomed the others and on the other he commanded Ndong's former beautiful maid to pour wine for the guests. "No need to be polite." The mysterious Mr. Chen sat in front of Yue Yang. His voice was clear as spring water, sweet-sounding and pleasant to hear. Mr. Titan, first, I would like to show you my thanks. First is because you helped me earn a bit of money, but I am more grateful for the second reason, and that is that you are willing to trust me. You are someone worthy of trust, of course I would feel assured. Yue Yang replied. No matter who, believing a stranger in the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower is hard, especially someone from the Thunder Fortress. The mysterious Mr. Chen's mouth exposed a smile. I always get right to the point and directly say what I think. In fact, I'm the same as Ndong, I came from the Xilan continent. I normally do not stay at the Tongtian Tower 6th floor, and even less at the Thunder Fortress. However, in this period of time, I had no choice but to come back repeatedly. I do not lack money, just like you, we are not people lacking in money. However, because of a certain reason, the Xilan continent needs thunder ores. These thunder ores are very important to the Xilan continent. Unfortunately, in order to earn money, Ndong was never willing to sell these thunder ores to his home, the Xilan continent. In this period of time, I continuously wanted to acquire Ndong's cave and continuously had no ability to fulfill this wish. Until you, Mr. Titan, appeared. Is that so? Looks like I have done a good deed. Yue Yang indifferently smiled. Ndong was very rich and also very crafty. Whether it was the Thunder Fortress or the Xilan continent, there would always be a huge demand for thunder ores. However, he had miscalculated. He did not know my determination in obtaining thunder ores, nor could he see through your strength. His stupidity and self-confidence will one day get him cut to 1,000 pieces by the demon eye, because Nightmare and Tiger Nian that he had invited fell dead in front of you. A weakening in terms of their overall power is like an attack towards the Thunder Fortress, and more so towards the demon eye. Ndong absolutely could not bear this responsibility. Enough, let us not care about a person who is about to die, let us talk about something else. The mysterious man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Mr. Chen, raised his head. His pretty face and eagle-like eyes shone from under the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat, looking towards Yue Yang. Mr. Titan, if you agree to sell thunder ores to the Xilan continent, then, other than obtaining twice the market value, you will also obtain the true friendship of the warriors in the Xilan continent. Precisely as you said, I do not lack money. Maybe we could use something else for our deal. Yue Yang placed a magic crystal on the table. It was a piece of gold ranked level 5 green-spotted wyvern crystal, Yue Yang's previous spoil of war. Regardless of it being a high-level magic crystal, dragon crystals were still treasures. Yue Yang would never say that he had enough, he only felt that the more he had the better. Other than being used for his own beasts, his sisters Yu Bing, Yu Shuang, Yu Yu, and even Yinan all needed great amounts of magic crystals to level up their beasts. Moreover, there was also Yekong, Fatty Hai, and the Li brothers. Those people all needed a lot of magic crystals, there won't be enough no matter how many he had. And finally there was the insatiable Hui Tai Lang who ate magic crystals like eating rice. That fellow, if an entire storehouse of magic crystals was given to it, it would still be able to finish them in no time at all. As a world-exterminating demon wolf, it would level up differently from other beasts. It did not seem to be walking the path of a humanoid holy beast, instead, it continued to be in wolf form while having the strength of a holy beast. It can even be said that it had now become stronger and smarter than a holy beast. Its only weakness was that it needed countless magic crystals. The only good thing was that Hui Tai Lang was not a picky eater like the Bloody Queen Red. As for Fei Wen Li, she simply held these kinds of things in contempt. And he simply did not know how to raise this little lowly lamia properly. Although magic crystals are also in demand, it is not as scarce as thunder ores. I will agree to this condition. There are no problems using magic crystals in exchange. Mr. Chen muttered and nodded to agree with Yue Yang's request. Do you guys have lustrous branches, everlasting leaves, fairy light bamboos, helix woods, and wisdom fruits, all these precious items? Yue Yang once again added a condition, if Mr. Chen has a way to get them, I will buy them for 10 times the price. 10 times. When Jyuta heard this, he was shocked. When he heard Yue Yang talk about lustrous branches, everlasting leaves, and wisdom fruits, these treasures, he wanted to remind Yue Yang that no one would sell these things. Gold can buy a lot of things, but these treasures could not be bought with money. Those who were able to climb up to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower were all experts. They were all the different continents' super elites. Everybody needed wisdom fruits, those were required for beasts to evolve into holy beasts. Additionally, the demand for wisdom fruits would also never go down. But towards Yue Yang's offer of 10 times the price, Jyuta still felt extremely shocked. Those things were originally expensive, by increasing the price 10 times many people would be tempted, at the very least the merchant in him was thoroughly tempted. 10 times was absolutely a fatal temptation. However, Mr. Chen shook his head, Mr. Titan, we do possess a few of these treasures. However, because our younger generations also need them, we could only apologize. Your price is very sincere, but wisdom fruits and these items are truly hard to obtain. Yue Yang was only trying to probe. Towards Mr. Chen's response, he had already expected it. Other than merchants, which warrior would bear to sell their wisdom fruits? He looked at the mysterious Mr. Chen and said, although we were just acquainted, Mr. Chen's honesty gave me a good impression. Lustrous branches, everlasting leaves, and wisdom fruits are things I wanted to obtain. If you agree, I could use a few martial spirit pills to exchange. Martial spirit pills? Mr. Chen stood up stupefied. Ow! The merchant sitting on the side was more shocked that his entire butt had fell down on the floor. PFT. The fat toad, Jie, who was drinking tea, had sprayed out the tea in his mouth. He almost choked to death. Even the serious-looking elder's expression twitched slightly. The mysterious Mr. Chen deeply breathed in air. He supported his wide-brimmed hat, apparently trying to calm his mind. He thoroughly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Mr. Titan, you truly have martial spirit pills. Yue Yang nodded. Mr. Chen once again deeply breathed in air. Regarding martial spirit pills, I had searched for them for more than 20 years and continuously unable to find them. Mr. Titan, you are truly the biggest lucky star. I wish to use 1 lustrous branch, 2 wisdom fruits, a bottle of succubus spring water, and a piece of fully ripe hard-shelled dragon fruit to exchange for 2 pieces of martial spirit pill. Can I? Can you tell me why you want 2 pieces of martial spirit pill? Yue Yang asked. Because I am a father of 2 children. Mr. Chen slightly paused. In the end he told the entire truth. Your children has a good father. Yue Yang instantly thought about 4th mother. His heart became moved and nodded, no problem. In fact, Yue Yang could immediately agree to Mr. Chen. Without considering anything else, Yue Yang would already agree to exchange them for the hard-shelled dragon fruit. This was an important ingredient in creating martial spirit pills and incredibly hard to obtain. With it, Yue Yang could make more martial spirit pills. However, Yue Yang originally wanted to sell ordinary martial spirit pills to Mr. Chen. After hearing about Mr. Chen cherishing his children and being moved by it, Yue Yang decided to give him 2 of his specially created martial spirit pills. Without any other reason other than that thirst for paternal love that he would never obtain. He thought about 4th mother selling all of her jewelry to gather 1,000 gold in order to give the tragic guy a spirit beast awakening knowledge pill. Although it was not him, Yue Yang had after all replaced the tragic guy. So much that Yue Yang had enjoyed all of 4th mother's love, and it was not less than what the tragic guy had received. I had never envy others, but this time, I envy your children. Yue Yang handed over a small jade bottle to Mr. Chen. Inside it were 2 specially made martial spirit pills. I also had never been so grateful to someone like today, thank you. At the same time I also wish to say that I envy 2 people. And those are your parents, having a child like you. I believe that is their lives' greatest pride. Mr. Chen carefully took in the jade bottle into his bosom. He did not store it inside the storage ring and only placed it in the breast pocket. Afterwards he brought out the items for exchange and gave them to Yue Yang one by one. He stayed until Yue Yang stored them and suddenly bowed. Mr. Titan, originally, I had a lot of deals to discuss with you, but my heart is now very moved. I wish to take my leave for now and bring back the good news. Please pardon me, I hope to visit and apologize tomorrow. Take care. Yue Yang's heart was also filled with waves. He had received the lustrous branch and the wisdom fruits. He also had the hard-shelled dragon fruit. With these things he was now able to continue making martial spirit pills. Moreover, Yu Bing's treant could finally evolve this time. The most important thing was Mr. Chen's action which triggered Yue Yang's longing for 4th mother. He also decided to return to the Soaring Dragon Continent and return to the Mirage to see 4th mother and the mischievous little girl. Little girl. As Yue Yang wanted to return back to the Soaring Dragon Continent, he teleported straight to Tian Luo's palace after he stepped out of the Tong Tian Tower. Initially some warriors from the warrior guild saw that Yue Yang was coming down from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower and wanted to host a welcome ceremony as a pretext of digging information about the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower from him. Yue Yang didn't have time to bother about them as he took their name cards and hastily walked off after telling them that he was in a hurry. The warriors saw Yue Yang off respectfully. Although they didn't know Yue Yang personally, everyone in the Soaring Dragon Continent would have heard of the famous Yu Titan who was the 3rd young master of the Yu clan. If one didn't know about him, then he must be a mute and blind man. Attacking the Yu clan castle twice, killing innate rankers thrice, following the eastern goblin tribe to invade the demon palace, defeating the 7 great bears, fighting Shuntian, killing his fake father. All his heroic deeds were circulated widely among the mercenaries and warriors, and were even recorded into the annals. In educational institutions, Yue Yang's fights had even been used as classic examples by the teachers. His summoning, trainings, beasts, skills and everything else served as a model for warriors around the world to follow. Those weak plant-type beasts and tragic special-type beasts with useless skills all managed to improve their reputations under Yue Yang's influence. The lousiest combat skills in the world such as the crushing stone hammer and the steel chopping techniques, where even the mercenaries disdained to train, all had their status upgraded. This was all due to Yue Yang's words. There was one time where a student from the death class of Ivy Academy went to the Yu clan castle to visit Yue Yang. He asked, "What kind of combat skill is the best?" Yue Yang's answer then was, "The best combat skill is the combat skill that can defeat the opponent. Prince Xiaijin's Great Desert Storm may not be stronger than steel chopping, the Thunder King's Thunder Hammer technique may not be better than the Crushing Stone Hammer technique. The combat skills are fixed, the more important thing is to see how one can use them flexibly. Which is more powerful, steel chopping used by an innate or Great Desert Storm used by a brave man? There is no lousy combat skills, but rather, lousy warriors. Similarly, there is no lousy beast, but lousy masters. With enough hard work and effort, even those who trained with steel chopping or warriors that have contract with poor beasts can become elders, if not even higher." Yue Yang said this to motivate the student. He was afraid that the elites in the death class would be too ambitious and anxious in achieving success, hence he said those harsh words. His words were spread around unexpectedly by the students in the death class, and not only the Ivy Academy, but the rest of the institutions around the Soaring Dragon Continent also used his words to educate their students. The elites in the death class already had some kind of foundation, coupled with great teachers like the Old Fox, Eagle-Eyed Man, and Grandma Wu-Tang, they would definitely become people worthy of respect in the future. If there were no accidents, they would at least become level 6 elders. Therefore, Yue Yang could confidently say that if they work hard enough, they would definitely become elders. However, using the same theory on others may not yield similar results. For those with little potential, if they were to learn steel chopping or contract a beast with poor skills, then their future might be bleak. They would be useless unless they worked 1,000 times harder than others, like that of a ascetic practice saint cultivating for decades, in order to change their fate. It would be impossible for a situation where everyone becomes an elder, but Yue Yang's words and actions changed a lot of bad practices in the Soaring Dragon Continent. At least when contracting a beast, people wouldn't just go for the popular choices like the bird-type or animal-type beasts. When the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen reappeared in the world under Yue Yang's care and defeated the almost invincible King of Black Light, when Yu Bingstrian shone on the stage of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent did not dare to belittle plant-type beasts anymore. Through the Yu siblings, people not only saw the fact that plant-type beasts weren't weak, they also saw that they were far stronger than the bird-type and animal-type beasts. It was similarly the case for insect-type beast. When the Reaper Mantis that killed the giant dragon, it proved to people how strong insect-type beasts could be. As Yue Yang didn't go out often, he was unaware of how famous he was in the Soaring Dragon Continent. It could be said that even the fame of the three great kings such as Jun Wuyu, were less famous compared to that of Yue Yang's. Some may not know who the kings of other countries were, but almost everyone was aware who the third young master of the Yu clan was. Yue Yang, a 20-year-old innate ranker, the incredible third young master of the Yu clan, encouraged a lot of people tremendously, especially the young ones. The example set by the third young master of the Yu clan conveyed a fact to people. If you are willing to work hard, nothing is impossible. Hence, even if Yue Yang wished to, it would be hard for him to be not famous. After teleporting to the palace, Yue Yang revealed to the palace guard that he was the third young master of the Yu clan and requested for the Tianluo Emperor to allow him into the Mirage to meet Fourth Mother. The guards were boiling with excitement. What? After being stunned initially, everyone stood upright in respect as a general led his guards to salute Yue Yang. If not for Yue Yang, the Eastern and Western Sky King, and various other rankers in Tianluo wouldn't be able to make it back from the ancient passage. Forget about him saving old General Ma Xingkong and his 3,000 soldiers or rescuing the 100 schools elite students on the Champion Island, and further ignoring the fact that he saw through the motives of Xiaijin Kingdom, Green Summit Sect and Lion Pagoda Sect, the very fact that he was the fiancé of the Luo Hua City Mistress was enough to earn him their respect. Luo Hua City Mistress was Tianluo Kingdom's pride. If it was not that she wasn't interested in succeeding the throne, she would have been the next empress. What made the people of Tianluo most proud of was that the Luo Hua City Mistress had already leveled up to become an innate. This was announced officially by Night Empress, one of their heavenly imperial guardians. These were her original words: "Children of Tianluo, I have a good news for you. Today, we have with us here an innate ranker who is qualified to join us as part of the heavenly imperial guardian. Our Luo Hua here has leveled up to become an innate ranker through her own hard work and also support from her fiancé who is the third young master of the Yu clan. She is the second youngest innate in the history of the Soaring Dragon Continent." The third day where the announcement was made became the most widely celebrated national day of Tianluo. Although she was not as abnormal as Yue Yang, as a female, Luo Hua City Mistress had surpassed many other powerful people and leveled up to become an innate. This kind of outstanding natural talent was definitely one in a million. How many powerful people were there in the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent? And how many warriors could only watch the innates and sigh? Innumerable. They might be dominant in certain areas, have shocking talents, or had been training for hundreds of years, but they were still unable to become an innate as they turned from young teenagers to an elderly with white hair. Although Luo Hua City Mistress wasn't as powerful as the third young master of the Yu clan, but for a young woman to soar to such great heights of becoming an innate was definitely a miracle in the Soaring Dragon Continent. The Tianluo Emperor, Huasu Ri, didn't meet Yue Yang but arranged for him to go to the Imperial Garden to wait as he sent forth Mother and Yushuang there from the Mirage. Yue Yang didn't understand, why did Huasu Ri not want to meet him? On the other hand, Jun Wuyu, that old guy, kept asking to see him. Both of them were emperors, why was there such a big difference? Could it be that Huasu Ri have something to hide from him? People thought that Yue Yang's skill was the camouflage inherent skill, which allowed him to find out the secrets of people around him in a certain distance. Yue Yang seriously suspected that Huasu Ri was actually a female, because when he accidentally went into the Night Empress Mirage previously, he felt that something was a little wrong. Unfortunately, he didn't pay further attention, and after that he didn't get any more chance to see the low-key emperor, Huasu Ri, directly. Hearing footsteps, Yue Yang stopped his overthinking. He turned and raised his eyes up to see. Fourth Mother was clad in plain white as she held the little girl Yushuang and walked towards Yue Yang. Upon seeing Yue Yang, Yushuang pouted her mouth and was on the verge of tears. She then ran into Yue Yang's embrace crying and started weeping sorrowfully. "Don't cry, my darling, don't cry." Yue Yang comforted her. "Sanyar, my Sanyar has grown up," Fourth Mother said as she stared at Yue Yang for a long time with tears in her eyes. She bit her red lips to stop her tears from rolling down in front of Yue Yang. It was only then did Yue Yang notice that Fourth Mother was wearing a white mourning clothes. With shock, he asked, "Fourth Mother, what happened?" Want2at, Fourth Mother is called Fourth Mother because she is the wife of the fourth son in the family. Yue Yang is actually called San, which means number 3 here because he is the third oldest son in the family. People at ER when addressing a person as a form of endearment. "Your fourth uncle has passed away." Fourth Mother closed her eyes as tears rolled down her pristine skin. "What?" Yue Yang was shocked upon hearing the news. Although fourth uncle might not get well after eating his special-made drugs, the toxin in his body wouldn't worsen. How could this happen? Could it be that the toxin in fourth uncle's body changed after he went to the prison Emperor Divine Palace? Or could it be that the drug he made under Kylan Girl's guidance wasn't effective? But if fourth uncle's condition worsened after he went to the prison Emperor Divine Palace, why didn't anyone inform him? Initially Yue Yang had wanted to find the best ingredient in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and make the ground lotus antitoxin pill mentioned by Kylan Girl, but it was all too late now that fourth uncle was gone. "Sanyar, don't think too much into it. Your fourth uncle and Miss Feng gave up willingly, it wasn't your fault." Fourth Mother was afraid that Yue Yang would start his wild guessing and feel guilty, hence she embraced him lightly and told him what happened. "When you were in the prison Emperor Divine Palace, there were 2 innates who brought your fourth uncle and Miss Feng here, threatening to kill them and Miss Feng's baby if we don't tell them the method of ascending the heaven stairway. The heavenly imperial guardians from Xia and Tianluo Kingdom came to rescue them but to no avail because the duo were too strong." "Are they called Shun Tian and Thousand Goblins sect leader?" Yue Yang asked as he felt that only those 2 were powerful enough to fight against the heavenly imperial guardians from the 2 kingdoms. "No, I heard that they were followers of the Dark Prison King, who was the prison Emperor Divine General 6,000 years ago. Only the Night Empress and Xizun can fight him, but they could not return on time. I don't know much about the method of ascending to the heaven realm, but I do know that my sister once carved it onto a stone in the Valley of Butterflies. So I told them this secret in exchange for the wellness of your fourth uncle and Miss Feng. However, your fourth uncle and Miss Feng refused to give in to the innate duo. Miss Feng had even cut open her own stomach to give birth to her daughter and passed away. Your fourth uncle then followed her shortly after. Sanyar, Sanyar, it's only us now, you fourth uncle is never coming back, he won't come back anymore." Fourth Mother embraced Yue Yang as she wept sorrowfully, her tears running down endlessly, causing Yue Yang's shoulders to become wet from the tears. Fourth Mother. Yue Yang felt extremely guilty as he didn't do his best in rescuing fourth uncle. He always thought that there would still be time, especially because it was a slow-effect poison. Although the situation looked bleak, with the Kylan girl's teaching that improved his drug-making skills, Yue Yang thought he would be able to cure fourth uncle and Miss Feng slowly after he found the best ingredient. He thought that he would first settle his own business, strengthening his power before leveling up his drug-making skills. He didn't expect that fourth uncle, who treated him like he was his own son, couldn't wait for him and passed away so quickly. Although Yue Yang was someone from another world, he felt thankful towards fourth uncle for bringing him up. If fourth uncle hadn't gone out to buy the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill for the tragic guy, he wouldn't have gotten poisoned. Even after the incident, as a stepfather, fourth uncle never made any request towards Yue Yang who was successful. He even rejected Yue Yang's advances to help and didn't allow Yue Yang to stay by his side, as he was afraid that he would affect his son's promising future. The silkworms of spring will weave until they die, and every night the candles will weep their wicks away. Shiro, poem by Li Shangyin, Translation taken from http://www.ebridge.cn/new/languages/lan.php ? $! This quote flashed past Yue Yang's thoughts. Although Li Shangyan's poem was used to describe how undying his romantic love was, it could also be used on kinship. Want2EAT, Li Shangyan was a poet in ancient China. Fourth uncle was a filial son, a dutiful husband and also a loving father, be it towards the tragic guy in the past or the Yue Yang now, even though he didn't know that his stepson then and now was two different people. Fourth mother, I will avenge the death of fourth uncle and Miss Feng, I will definitely behead the prison emperor divine general and his followers. Yue Yang was flaming angry. Initially, he didn't want to provoke the prison emperor divine general, but since he finds trouble with him, Yue Yang would definitely make him toast no matter how powerful he might be. Silly San both your fourth uncle and I only wish for you to live in peace, not in vengeance. You are the only man in our family now and you'll have to bring up your sisters. If anything happens to you, how do you expect us to live on? And how would I be able to account to my sister? Promise me that you won't take revenge, or your fourth uncle won't rest in peace. In his last will, he even warned you repeatedly not to seek revenge. San will you listen to me once? Contrary to Yue Yang, fourth mother didn't want him to take revenge. Although she was in grief, she was still realistic enough to realize that it would be extremely tough for Yue Yang to kill the innate duo. Even the heavenly imperial guardians couldn't fight against them. Therefore, she'd rather not take revenge and chose to deal with the pain herself so that Yue Yang and Yushuang can live safely. At least for now. Don't cry, fourth mother. I'll listen to you, okay, Yue Yang agreed on the surface, but he was still burning with anger underneath. Fourth mother finally stopped crying after a while. Tired from crying, Yushuang fell asleep in Yue Yang's embrace. Streaks of tears still hung on her face, wrenching Yue Yang's heart. If he had been more persistent, she might not have lost her father. Initially fourth uncle was like an NPC to Yue Yang, but now the pain Yue Yang felt for his death was akin to that of the passing of a loved one. When he saw fourth mother crying hysterically and Yushuang weeping, Yue Yang could no longer maintain his composure as just a guy from Otherworld. Yue Yang felt that in Soaring Dragon Continent, the small house in Whitestone City was like his second home. Although he was from another world, the people surrounding him were like family to him. He didn't want the incident that happened on fourth uncle to occur again. The responsibility of protecting fourth mother, Yushuang, and Yu Bing had now become his, it was his responsibility as a man. Yue Yang suddenly felt that he had grown up, he felt that the responsibilities left by his fourth uncle had suddenly been transferred over to his shoulders. He had the same realization last time. But it was only until fourth uncle's passing, leaving him the only man in the fourth branch, did he realize what responsibility really means. His mentality was changing rapidly. This incident caused Yue Yang to make a profound realization that he had never known before. He felt that he grew up instantly. He really did mature this time. It was only now that he could call himself a real man. Although there wasn't any observable difference on the outside, Yue Yang's mindset changed drastically, allowing him to make a breakthrough in his mentality. His mental state had also risen to a whole new level. Yue Yang had wanted to leave the Tianluo Palace with his fourth mother and Yushuang and bring them into his grimoire world. However, fourth mother didn't agree with him. Night Empress had already said that it is very safe inside the mirage. Even an innate would not be able to enter easily. If I were to follow you back to the Yu clan castle or to your grimoire world, I will definitely disturb your training. I don't want to disturb you, I only hope for you to do your best. Come visit me here if you have time, and when you are finally strong enough and do not need to fear your enemies, we can return back to our little house in Whitestone City. Alright then. Yue Yang did not demand insistently and stayed inside the mirage to accompany fourth mother for 2 days. In the end, he carried the little girl and returned to the Yu clan castle. Elder Yu Hai looked even older than before. However, his back was obviously still very straight. He took out the will that fourth uncle had written for Yue Yang and nodded, I'm okay, when your grandmother and father left us that time, I managed to overcome the double shock of their deaths. Your fourth uncle's matter won't make shock me to my death. As long as I live, I will take care of the Yu clan. However, when I'm gone, I would have to trouble you to look after this family. Jun Wu Yu, the old fox and the others had also come to offer their condolences. However, they didn't say anything much, they only patted Yue Yang's shoulders. After reading the will, Yue Yang stayed silent for a long while. After which, he asked the house butler to send out a notice, inviting the 4 great clans, 3 royal families and 4 great sects to the Yu clan castle and witness Yushuang contracting a grimoire. If it were another person, they would definitely snort at this. How could someone contract a grimoire just because someone said they could? Even though it was common for the members of the 4 great clans to contract a grimoire, it didn't mean that they could contract it whenever they want. Witnessing someone contracting a grimoire, that was really the first time everyone had heard of it. However, the one who sent this invite was none other than the most abnormal human in the world, the third young master of the Yue clan. Hence, no one suspected that kind of possibility. In this world, was there anything more unexpected than a 20-year-old reaching the innate realm? The miracles that the Yue clan third young master created was also not just once or twice. The unexpected miracles that Yue Yang had done was uncountable. For example, there was a time when the great demon king Baruth sent a strong complaint to Elder Nangong from the Innate Alliance, saying that there was a young boy called Yue Yang who invaded the demon palace for no reason, destroying the demon king's statue and injuring countless demon soldiers. He even stole a beast and killed one of their friends who was seeking protection in the demon abyss. The great demon king Baruth emphasized that the Soaring Dragon Continent rankers should give them an explanation to such a huge breach of the Innate Alliance treaty. Otherwise, the demon abyss would do whatever they could to invade the Soaring Dragon Continent. All along, it had always been the Soaring Dragon Continent warriors that complained against the demon king. Seeing the demon king complaining against the Soaring Dragon Continent was really a matter that happened once in 1,000 years. People didn't know what Elder Nangong had said to the great demon king Baruth, but in the end, Baruth didn't mention invading the Soaring Dragon Continent anymore. Everyone only knew one thing. And that was the Yue clan third young master had recklessly trespassed into the demon palace. They didn't know if this brat had played around with the demon queen, demon concubines, or seduced the demon princess, but how many people from the Soaring Dragon Continent could return safely after invading the demon palace? Even after 300 years had passed, there might only be one person as abnormal as the Yue clan third young master. People might not respect their emperor, but how could they not respect a hero? Especially a hero who could step into the demon palace, which was an unattainable place for most humans. Whoever it was who was jealous and wanted to find mistakes on Yue clan third young master, wanting to use this chance to boast about how awesome they were, everyone would quickly interrupt them with a sentence, "Why don't you try going to the demon palace yourself?" Furthermore, Yue Yang was an innate ranker. His potential was limitless, and Xia was even his introducer. Even if Yue Yang didn't send out invitations to invite honored guests all over the world, they would also want to take the advantage and visit to build a good relationship with the abnormal boy. Once they had established a good relationship, everything would definitely be of no problem. The two eastern and western sky kings of Tianluo, Old General Ma and Huasu Ari's ambassador, Feng Xiaoyun, Feng Kuang, Feng Qisha from the Feng clan, Shui Wendao from the Shui clan, Yan Qianzhong and Yan Pojun from the Yan clan, Whitestone City Master, Master Golden Blade, Eagle-Eyed Man, Princes of the Xia Kingdom. Xiaijin Kingdom ambassadors, Elders from the Lion Pagoda, Elder Kuming from the Floating Mist Sect, Dragon Ambassador Pai Po from the Water Crystal Palace and Han Xing Sword Master from the Moon Fairy Pavilion. Those who came, some were members of great clans, great sects, great royal families, or even city masters that Yue Yang had not invited. They came without invitation, looking like they were being polite, when in reality, they were trying to build a closer relationship with the Yue clan and introduce themselves to the upper class of elite experts circle. For example, Fatty Has Hai clan and Yekong's Ye clan, who were no-name clans that others always looked down upon previously. As one of their clan members had a good relationship with Yue Yang, they had also now risen in ranks. They had even received the warm welcome of other smaller clans. A lot of rankers brought along their own children. Of course, they did not expect that Yue Yang would take a liking to their son and betroth Yu Shuang to their son. No one would dare to think this way, because it seemed like if their son wasn't an innate, they wouldn't even be compatible. Their real motive was to let Yue Yang see if their son had any potential and also for Yue Yang to provide him some guidance which would benefit their son for life. One had to know that the most abnormal thing about Yue Yang wasn't his own ability cultivate, but to discover talent. Useless people like Yekong and Fatty Hai and ordinary adventurers like the Li brothers who would have never stood out in the crowd previously, became brilliant geniuses in just a matter of few months under Yue Yang's guidance. They could even be considered to be of the same level as Shui Tan Lang, Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha who were groomed under the four major clans. With regards to plant-type beasts which was regarded to be the worst beast of all, especially Thorny Flower which was said to be the worst of the worst and could only be used in school as teaching material. Under Yue Yang's care, he had actually nurtured a golden crown Thorny Flower Queen that could kill the Blood Prison Demon King in Legends. This was the most awesome part of Yue Yang, who could make others around him as awesome and powerful as he already was. There were a lot of guests, but except for the powerful ones, Elder Yu Hai normally wouldn't go out to welcome them. Yue Yang was even lazier to move. He was an innate, therefore he had this privilege. If he were to go out and welcome everyone, wouldn't he just scare off all the guests? Would there be anyone who dare to enter? The busy second uncle Yue Ling, who was the substitute clan master, was very good with public relations and banquet issues. After going through several family issues, he had become more open-minded and less arrogant. He would even greet those from small clans and families passionately, building up the Yue clan's reputation amongst the people. Yu Tian and Yu Yan who lost their power also became more tamed as they decided wholeheartedly to start from the bottom again. They also went forward to entertain the guests despite past disagreements. They probably wouldn't think of becoming an innate as they know that it would be impossible, but they hoped that they could at least become a level 7 overlord or level 8 emperor while they were still alive. This was their dream. Of course this was their ideal previously too. Yan Pojun and Feng Qixia came to visit Yue Yang especially, and had wanted to pay respect to him like how they would to their father, but Yue Yang was magnanimous enough to help them up and spoke with them, seemingly providing guidance, making the duo very touched. As parents, Yan Qianzhong and Feng Xiaoyun were also moved to tears. There was a saying that went, "It isn't scary to compare between goods, but it's scary to compare between people." They were all part of the 3 great killing stars, but Xue Tanlang had already surpassed them to become the most powerful among the trio. Forget about being a level 7 overlord or level 8 emperor, Xue Tanlang would become an innate sooner or later. As for Yan Pojun and Feng Qixia, even those losers like Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and Li brothers had surpassed them, how could they not be anxious? It was still alright for Feng Xiaoyun, because although the Feng family wasn't as close to the Yu family than the Xue family, their relationship was still alright. Also, the Thousand Dried Bones general, Feng Kuang, was a close friend of Yue Yang despite the difference in their ages. However, the situation looked bleak for Yan Qianzhong as the Yan clan was at loggerheads with the Yu clan. They had tried all means to take them down, and the worst thing was that Yan Pojun had misunderstandings with Yue Yang previously. Hence, this was causing much of a headache to the Yan clan. The entire Yan clan will always remember your kindness today. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't mind the past anymore, Yan Qianzhong proclaimed his gratefulness sincerely, so much that he almost called Yue Yang his master. Pojun is endowed with superb skills and is considered to be a rare talent. He definitely could become an innate in the future. So uncle, you don't have to worry too much. If he faces any obstructions, I will try my best to help him become an innate. Seniors, please rest while I speak with brother Pojun and Qixia. Feng Qixia was still alright, but Yue Yang didn't want to guide Yan Pojun at first as he was quite rude in the past. But after fourth uncle's incident, Yue Yang had matured a lot. In any case, no matter how Yan Pojun trained, he was destined to achieve little success. Yue Yang estimated that if Yan Pojun was very lucky and reached his maximum potential, he could become a level 5 innate, if not, he would reach around innate level 3. With this kind of capacity, Yue Yang could still kill Yan Pojun easily, therefore Yue Yang didn't consider him to be a threat. After a few decades when Yan Pojun finally became an innate, Yue Yang would have already went to the Heaven Realm to fight against the Heaven Realm great leaders Ming Yu Guang, Su Kong and Zhu Xiao. After a few hundred years when Yan Pojun finally became a level 5 innate, Yue Yang estimated that he would have already dominated the entire Heaven Realm. If things proceeded this way, why did he still have to be concerned about Yan Pojun? It would be better for Yue Yang to pay him a little favor so that Yan Pojun can help him guard the Soaring Dragon Continent. After all, it is better to make a friend than an enemy. If he were to be tempted into joining the Demon Abyss or other foreign innates, he might even cause trouble in the future. If that would be the case, wouldn't it be better for him to control Yan Pojun so that Yan Pojun will work for him? As the 4 major clans are the foundations of Xia Kingdom, they had to be preserved. Right now, due to Yue Yang's appearance, the 4 great clans had united. It was a golden time for the Soaring Dragon Continent. However, once the Soaring Dragon Continent combined forces and grew stronger, the Demon Abyss would definitely not stand still and watch. If those old fellows die, there had to be some juniors like Yan Pojun and Feng Qixia to replace them. Otherwise, Yue Yang wouldn't be at ease even if he goes to the Heaven Realm. Brother Pojun and Qixia, please follow me here. After Yue Yang talked to the duo for 1 hour, they felt that they finally saw the light. They almost did not break their fingers to express the sense of gratitude they felt towards Yue Yang. As Fourth Mother did not come to attend the ceremony, Yue Yang made a special trip to see her. Fourth Mother was touched by Yue Yang's gesture, but at the same time also felt that he was playing around. Yu Shuang was still so young, what would she know? It would be best if Yu Shuang did not get scared by the large crowd of warriors and cry in front of them. Fourth Mother's worries did not come true as Yu Shuang weren't afraid of all those so-called powerful and famous people. She had even sat on the lap of the Xia Emperor Junwu and pulled the beard of the innate old fox. As for Yue Yang, he had no choice but to carry her on his neck all the time, acting as her white horse. After choosing an auspicious time, under the gaze of thousands of rankers in the Soaring Dragon Continent, Yue Yang held his sister's hand as they walked out from the hall. Together with Junwu, Old Fox and Elder Yu Hai, they proceeded towards the plaza which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, and onto the platform in the center. Yu Shuang wasn't scared at all as she held the candied fruits especially marinated by Yue Yang. When the audience cheered loudly, she would bite the candied fruit and wave to the crowd like how the Emperor, Junwu, did. I am very happy to see everyone here attending my 8th sister's grimoire contracting ceremony. 4th uncle has passed on, leaving my 2 sisters behind. I am not talented, so I am afraid that I would fail my 4th uncle's wishes. Hence, I hereby promise that I will protect my sisters and bring them up on behalf of my father. I don't hope for them to achieve great success, but just for them to live happily and healthily every day. I also wish for all the sisters in the world to have a brother to protect them, and also for them to be happy. Yue Yang said as he wiped away the crumbs around Yu Shuang's mouth and then planted a kiss on her pristine forehead. I'll kiss you too. Long live, big brother. Yu Shuang kissed her brother lovingly. She even kissed him the second time because she felt that once wasn't enough. Under the arena, it was met with thunderous applause. Many of the older generations were welling with tears when they saw this touching scene. Especially the fifth elder, who was wiping away his tears discreetly. Yue Yang brought Yu Shuang, who was all smiles, to the center of the arena, and then took out the bronze grimoire that he had already taken since long time ago from the lich ring. The grimoire contracting ceremony had just begun. The little girl Yu Shuang's delicate hands, following Yue Yang's instructions, reached out and rested on top of the bronze grimoire. Close your eyes and don't think of anything, or how about thinking your favorite food? What's your favorite food that you want your brother to make? Think about it. Yue Yang's encouraging speech was only made for others to hear. He lightly covered the little girl's eyes and continuously injected innate qi in between her eyebrows. That was the true essence of the contract. Quite some time ago, Yue Yang had already connected Yu Shuang's blood channels. She already had a 100% chance to contract a grimoire. However, the time needed to contract a grimoire was uncertain. Moreover, a normal contract was not shocking. Yue Yang wished to make the grimoire contract ceremony a bit more impressive than the usual. He wanted to make her little sister's contract shock everybody. Yue Yang had already tested many times on Shui Wuxia's, Princess Qian's, Luo Hua City Mistress and Sickly Beauty's body. Using innate qi does not really count as anything for Yue Yang. If he did not fear outsiders finding out, Yue Yang had even wanted to use nirvana flames to purify Yu Shuang's body. Of course, those were needless worries. Golden light gradually spilled out from Yu Shuang's small hands, and it gradually grew brighter. In the end, it was like a lake or an ocean giving off a gentle feeling. It was unlike other warriors, who gave out a biting cold and oppressive feeling during their contract. It overflowed and expanded outside just like clouds and mists. When the golden light reached its limit, it stopped expanding and all the golden light started soaring to the skies. The light pillar was incomparably tall. It was tens of meters high. Every single warrior who saw the gigantic golden light pillar were colored in shock. What did this golden light pillar represent? It represented a grimoire contractor's potential. An ordinary contractor would never have a light pillar. Normally, light would flash from their bodies and soar up 2-3 meters. This process did not even last a few seconds. Those contractors who had obtained 3 meters of light was already very rare. A person who obtained a light pillar above 5 meters was already an extremely rare genius. Those capable of exceeding 10 meters would have a chance to join the innate rankers. When someone so powerful like the old fox was promoted to innate rank, his golden light pillar had reached 20 meters high. The ascetic practice saint had praised him endlessly and felt that the old fox would probably be promoted into a heavenly imperial guardian in the future. Today, Yu Shuang's grimoire contract gave out a golden light pillar that was tens of meters high. Although the light pillar from contracting a grimoire was not as accurate as the light pillar from leveling up into an innate rank, it was not really that different. If that person did not have some kind of accident in the future, then leveling up into innate rank would definitely not be a problem. If the light pillar from leveling up into innate rank was 100% accurate and represented a person's future growth, then the light pillar from contracting a grimoire defines their potential. There was a possibility that the potential would never be realized, but there was also the possibility that it become a huge growth. The thing called potential, having it does not necessarily mean that you would be strong in the future, but not having it means that you would be very miserable and tragic. No matter what, this potential of the golden light pillar that was several meters high made the all warriors flabbergasted. The time and place of contracting a grimoire would never be based on the owner's decision. There were some who would successfully make a contract in the day, some at night. Others would make a contract while awake, and some while they were asleep. Generally speaking, a contractor would have a hard time seeing their own light pillar. As for outsiders, other than coincidentally seeing it or following Yue Yang's example of inviting everyone to bear witness to it, it would be very rare for them to bear witness to other contractors' light pillar. If they did not see it themselves, the rankers would not dare believe that the little girl Yu Shuang would actually have such a high potential. It looks like it is 3 times higher than mine. The old fox still could not return to his senses from the shock. Brother Hai, I could not help but envy you. I can't do anything about your grandson being abnormal, but it is really unfair now that your granddaughter is also this powerful. Junwu, you guessed that this potential most likely had a connection with Yue Yang. Yu Shuang definitely did not have this kind of frightening potential originally. Of course he would never reveal this speculation, on the contrary, he would even help Yue Yang protect this secret. I truly did not know. Elder Yu Hai laughed bitterly. He also understood that Yue Yang had done something. However, he did not imagine that this brat was capable of making such a huge move. The golden light pillar flowed back and returned to Yu Shuang, and Yu Shuang's body shook a little. She fell down powerlessly and fainted. Yue Yang knew that this was the grimoire filling her head with knowledge. Her small head could not handle it, hence, as a result, she momentarily fainted. This was a self-defense mechanism of the brain. During contracting a grimoire, there were also a few people who fell into this kind of situation. This was also proof that the grimoire was putting more information into their head, so it would become like this. The knowledge everybody obtained was different, even if other people wanted to faint they would not have the opportunity. After the bronze grimoire finished the contract, it automatically flipped pages. Yue Yang, who was carrying Yu Shuang, bent his head and looked down. He jumped in surprise. Although she was mischievous and a bit gluttonous, this little sister still gave Yue Yang a nice big surprise. Little girl Yu Shuang was not one bit inferior to her sister Yu Bing. She was different from Yu Bing, who had to fight through the 12 zodiac temples to obtain her second inherent skill. Yu Shuang, this little girl, was naturally born with 2 inherent skills. Pearl inherent skill, gives the skill owner the ability to use pearl-type treasures to summon a beast spirit. Current level, level 1. Sweet inherent skill, when the skill owner's stomach is hungry, there is a fixed probability to temporarily turn objects or weak beasts into a sweet dessert. If the dessert was eaten before it returns to its original form, it would create an irrecoverable loss or be eternally be digested. This inherent skill will become stronger as its level increased. Current level, level 1. What? When Yue Yang saw it, he perspired profusely. This kind of inherent skill truly was Yu Shuang's style. Ha 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 ha, Eastern Sky King and the others swarmed like bees and squeezed in to look. They were first dumbstruck, but soon after they erupted in laughter. The tears in the old fox's eyes even splashed out. This was too funny. Although any kind of inherent skill was possible, Yu Shuang's amusing inherent skill was something no one has seen before. Of course, not a single person present dared to hold this sweet inherent skill in contempt. It was fine if it was an ordinary object, but if some kind of divine weapon was turned into a dessert by the little girl and eaten, it would really be tragic for her enemies. For beasts it was much more terrible. Those stronger than the little girl Yu Shuang might be safe, but those weaker than her could suddenly be turned into dessert and eaten. Luckily this inherent skill still had a lot of restrictions, otherwise it would defy the natural order. The warriors discussed spiritedly. Everyone thought highly of the sweet inherent skill because it had already established a rule. The more restrictions an inherent skill has, the more useful it was. Yue Yang's point of view was different from everyone else. He believed that this sweet inherent skill was not a bad inherent skill but, the stronger skill was the pearl inherent skill. The inherent skill with more restrictions was indeed a better inherent skill. However, Yue Yang still knew of something else. An inherent skill which looked simpler and more useless looks on the surface was actually the stronger one. After a long while, the little girl Yu Shuang finally awakened. Yue Yang told her to flip the pages of her grimoire, and her guardian beast appeared in front of everybody. It was a small humanoid doll with beautiful shell as its wings. Its name was Pearl Beauty. Pearl Beauty, special type beast. Humanoid intelligent life form. Silver ranked level 1. Living entity. Every day it would offer 3 7-colored pearl to its owner. Skill, Spirit Assist. Following Yu Shuang's summons, the small thing appeared with a bright violet flash. Looking at it, it was only a finger big. Its size was similar to Thumbelina from children's fairy tales. However, it had beautiful shells for wings. Its small body was the same as a dragonfly's, petite and nimble. Its hands held a big piece of silver-colored pearl. Furthermore, there were also 3 pearls of purple, blue and gold that revolved around its body. When this Pearl Beauty appeared, it bowed towards Yue Yang and the others, looking extremely polite and well-mannered. Afterwards, it gracefully flew in front of Yu Shuang and gave a pearl to its owner. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, it was playing with Yu Shuang. After Yu Shuang extended her hands to receive the pearl, it flew back a bit, not allowing the little girl to touch her. Yu Shuang insisted on catching her and continued to chase her. She ran down the stage with bell-like laughter, full of joy. However, everyone looked at each other in fear, such a smart beast. God, how far was the Pearl Beauty from becoming a holy beast? Even if there was a gap, it would definitely become a holy beast in the future, it is already something set in stone. Being born a silver-ranked beast was already shocking, but the most surprising thing was its wisdom. The Pearl Beauty was naturally smart and was a beast other could only dream about but never obtain. Seeing that the number of Yu clan younger generation geniuses had increased, many people couldn't help but sigh. They were truly worthy to be called the 4 great clans. Even a little girl from the Yu clan was better than the other's grandson. How long would it take for the Soaring Dragon Continent to produce a child like Yu Shuang? If it was not for the fact that there was the abnormal Yu clan 3rd young master above her, someone with her power might not even appear in hundreds of years. This generation of youths in the Yu clan was really too extreme. One is stronger than the other. In the past, Yu Tian and Yu Yan were part of the 10 elite youths and was already very strong. Then, Yu Feng had unexpectedly appeared and became the clan's hope with his high potential. Not mentioning Yue Yang, the abnormal Yu clan's third young master, Yu Bing had appeared afterwards, showing her powers with her plant-type beasts. Using her treant that had been powered up with poison and her combat skills, she had almost defeated Feng Qisha. Now, emerged another Yu Shuang who possessed two inherent skills. In addition, she even possessed the smart Pearl Beauty Guardian Beast and displayed a light pillar that was tens of meters tall. It would be very hard for her to not become famous in the future. Come my darling, come here. Jun Wuyu's Empress motherly instincts was triggered as she lifted the little girl and kissed her cheeks. She faced Yue Yang and said, Yue Yang, I am extremely fond of this little darling. How about letting her become my adopted daughter? Darling, do you want to become a princess? If this cute little body was to wear a princess clothes, becoming a princess is not fun. Yu Shuang quickly shook her head. A princess has many delicious things and many candies, don't you want to be one? Before the Empress finished, Yu Shuang's eyes shone and quickly nodded her head. It can't be helped, candy was an unrivaled existence for her. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai glanced at each other. The Empress wishing to adopt a daughter was not impossible. However, it would disorder the seniority between them. In any case, the seniority between them were already disordered. Princess Xian was Jun Wuyu's daughter, yet, she was engaged to the Yu clan's third young master. However, Jun Wuyu calls Elder Yu Hai as Brother Hai. Now the Empress wanted to adopt a daughter, although it was no big deal, the seniority between them got slightly disordered again. In any case, at this point, Jun Wuyu already did not care about the seniority disordering anymore. Seeing the Empress readily take a future innate ranker as an adopted daughter, the women present couldn't help but regret endlessly. Of course, no matter how much they regret it, they couldn't steal her from the Empress. Furthermore, even if they wanted to take her, the Yu clan third young master would not necessarily agree. This little girl was his darling treasure. How could a normal person adopt her? Those who realized this raised their hands to congratulate the Yu clan's happiness. Yan Qianzhong and many other big clans' patriarchs clenched their fists and stopped themselves from thinking about the idea of tying the knot with the Yu family. Let it be, the small bastards and their families simply could not match up to Yu Shuang. Suggesting it would simply be an embarrassment. It was better to be more honest and not make oneself feel unpleasant. If the little girl Yu Shuang contracting a grimoire gave everyone such a huge shock that it required them hours to digest everything, then afterwards, the things that Yue Yang said made everyone shocked senseless. Everybody doubted their hearing. This included the old fox, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai. However, when everybody saw the shock on each other's faces, they understood that they did not hear wrong. You? What did you say? The Eastern Sky King grabbed Yue Yang's collar. What are you playing with, you brat? Nothing, I only wish to try something. Yue Yang smiled brilliantly like the sun. Despite everybody seeing his smile, they couldn't help but shiver. Yue Yang swept a glance over everyone present and in the end repeated his sentence word by word with certainty. You did not hear wrong. A while ago I said that I have a worthless beast, its strength is incredibly bad. There's no other way, I will let it try if it could contract a grimoire, so that it can gain a bit of strength. Yue Yang turned around, charged down the stage and yelled, Hui Tai Lang, you damned dog. Come quickly, this master is still busy. You actually dared to lazily sleep down there. When Hui Tai Lang heard him, it eagerly trotted onto the stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. This dog? It will contract a grimoire? What would it mean for a beast to make contract with a grimoire? They would become divine beast. The difference between a holy beast and a divine beast lay in the possession of a grimoire. For normal rankers who reached the innate realm, they would train by themselves in the beginning, and then they would rely on their holy beasts to grow in later parts of their training, training together with their holy beast slowly to reach the innate realm. As compared to that of a divine beast, their progress in leveling up would be very slow. Some people could level up through their own hard work and power, but such people were extremely rare. Those who could level up to innate without relying on their beasts were hard to find among all the innate rankers, as there wouldn't even be 1 in 100 of them. With the help of a holy beast, there might be a possibility for a warrior to level up to innate. But if he had a divine beast, what would happen? No one had the answer. It was because other than Xizun, no other innates owned a divine beast. At least none on the records of the innate alliance. All the warriors believed that if they owned a divine beast they could be on the same level as Xizun. Even the powerful ones like Shen Tian and the Thousand Goblins sect leader thought so. They felt that the greatest difference between Xizun and them was the possession of a divine beast. Today, Yue Yang actually told all the superiors in the whole of the Soaring Dragon Continent that he wanted to make his beast contract a grimoire, which means to say, he was going to cultivate a divine beast in front of everyone. Had they not heard it and seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that it was true, or had it been someone else other than Yue Yang who said it, even if the person was an innate, they would have thought that that person was out of their mind. Making a beast contract a grimoire and turning it into a divine beast, was it even possible? Anyone would say that it was impossible. People had been trying all ways to do it for thousands of years but to no avail. Only one person owned a divine beast, and that person was Xia. No one knew what method she used to cultivate her divine beast, and of course, she wouldn't tell anyone about it. The reason why people knew that Xia owned a divine beast was due to the attack of the demon abyss in the past. Xia still wasn't the supreme elder back then, and she was also not so famous. The powerful demon kings of the demon abyss worked together to invade the Soaring Dragon Continent, breaking the rules set by the Innate Alliance. The whole of Soaring Dragon Continent was faced with the threat of destruction. Before this invasion, the human-populated Aojia and Gufeng Continent were already destroyed by the demon abyss. Soaring Dragon Continent, which was weaker in power, was on the brink of destruction. Innate rankers like Shun Tian, the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Chong Ni, Black Prince, and an Xi didn't attempt to stop the demon kings, and even seemed to support their actions. In the Innate Alliance, only Elder Nangong went forward to stop them, and even fought against the invasion by the demon kings, together with warriors from the Soaring Dragon Continent. The battle was even more dangerous than the battle 3,000 years ago. If the human warriors lost, the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent would fall and human would become slaves to the demons, or even food for them. However, the battle didn't take place because of Xian's appearance. She summoned her divine beast and killed two of the strongest demon kings with ease. It shocked all the rankers as a divine beast, which only appeared in myths and was rumored to possess great power, appeared in the public eye suddenly, causing the human warriors and the demon army to tremble with fear. Since then, the name Supreme Elder appeared in the world. She was incomparably strong, and she once again established the Innate Alliance Treaty. Up till today, all the Innate rankers had to abide by them. Even if a fight erupted, they would also have to abide by the rules. Otherwise, Xia would kill the person who violated the rules personally. But what made the Innate rankers heave a sigh of relief was that Xia didn't care about anyone and didn't restrict others' training. She only cared about exploring higher floors of the Tongtian Tower and searching for the legendary Heaven Realm. Although it was a long time ago, those rankers who knew about it was still full of respect to the divine beast. The divine beast was a creature of another level. Its power was unimaginable. Let me introduce my guard dog, Hui Tai Lang, to everyone. As you can see, its power is very limited as it was only a bronze-ranked level 3 beast. As Yue Yang was speaking, Hui Tai Lang nodded coordinately and used its own language to greet everybody in a well-practiced manner. Woof. Meow, nobody understood Hui Tai Lang, but what everyone knew was that it was sensitive. Not only was it smart, but it was ridiculously smart. To put it bluntly, it was cunning. Other than not knowing how to speak, it was able to conspire and scheme, and even knew how to bootlick its master. Although it cannot turn into a person as it wasn't a holy beast, it was smarter than a holy beast, as it even knew how to disguise itself. It was actually a powerful demonic wolf king who could kill normal warriors and even low-level innates, but it decided to masquerade as a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-back demonic wolf. If not for its even more powerful and abnormal master, people would have to worry if Hui Tai Lang would become the terminator of the Soaring Dragon Continent, bringing about a huge mess. With Yue Yang, people started to regard Hui Tai Lang as no big deal because like master like beast. If its master was extremely powerful, it would make sense that his dog would be somewhat strong too. Although Hui Tai Lang was very powerful, it paled in comparison to other beasts that Yue Yang owned. For example, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, which ranked up from the Spitting Thorny Flower, the Bloody Queen, which ranked up from a Golden King beast to a Holy Beast, the one and only Tongtian Tower beast, and even his guardian beast who turned into Barbarian Cow Shadow. The beasts owned by Yue Yang weren't what normal people could imagine. As for the Reaper Mantis that fed on dragons, it couldn't even compare to Hui Tai Lang at present. If not for the quintet seeking golden mice, the platinum-ranked Reaper Mantis would be at the bottom of the list. Those were Yue Yang's beasts that were known to the public, those that were unknown were even stronger. Only a few people like Jun Wuyu and the Old Fox knew about his domineering diamond-ranked little Lamia Loli. Normal warriors wouldn't know about it. And nobody knew that the little Lamia Loli owned a diamond grimoire, if not they would all faint from shock. As the warriors in the Soaring Dragon Continent had not really seen the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen, and Barbarian Cow's skills, they ranked Hui Tai Lang as Yue Yang's #1 beast. They thought that it was the most powerful of them all. The adventurers were very enthusiastic when they discussed about Hui Tai Lang's deeds. They were well aware of what it would do and eat every day. Some busybodies would even go to the Yu clan castle to see how Hui Tai Lang would abuse the young elites of the Soaring Dragon Continent such as Yekong, Fatty Hare, Li clan brothers, Xuetan Lang and Prince of Tianluo during their training. They watched as the powerful Yekong and Fatty Hai were defeated and left in distress by Hui Tai Lang, and similarly with Xuetan Lang and Prince of Tianluo. If they had not known, they wouldn't dare to believe that the weary-looking person covered in wounds on the training ground was one of the 3 great killing stars, Xuetan Lang. Sometimes they would even see Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha coming to the Yu clan castle and getting abused. They were even worse than the bronze-ranked level 3 Hui Tai Lang, as they could be deemed as vulnerable in front of Hui Tai Lang. Forget about them, even the old fox who had ranked up to an innate wasn't a match for it. This was the beast of the Yu clan, third young master. A beast without a contract but still remained loyal, not from a noble background but had powerful combat skills, and wasn't groomed deliberately but turned out to be very smart. This was Hui Tai Lang. Needless to say, nobody in this world, except for the extremely powerful Yue Yang, would own such a strong beast. But even so, to make everyone believe that Hui Tai Lang could make contract with a grimoire was still a little tough. No matter how smart, cunning, or powerful it was, it wouldn't be able to match up to the standard of a grimoire. Neither was it a holy beast nor could it turn into a person and talk in human language, so how could it make a contact with a grimoire? Even if it could, would it even be able to understand what was written on the grimoire? Would it know how to use the grimoire? It was definitely impossible because only a holy beast, who was both smart and could turn into a person, have the right to make contract with a grimoire. To put it bluntly, even Shun Tian's guardian beast, King, wasn't able to make contract with a grimoire, let alone Yue Yang's guard dog. Would it even be possible? Please be my witness. I'm just trying so I may not succeed. Yue Yang said as a bronze grimoire popped out from his hands. People thought that the higher the level of the grimoire used to make contract, the better the guardian beast and its potential would be. But Yue Yang knew that it was the exact opposite. The higher the level of the grimoire, the harder it would be to make a contract. Also, unless it would become a holy grimoire like that of Yue Yang's, the rest would just revert back to bronze-ranked grimoire, hence using a gold-ranked or a platinum-ranked grimoire would be a waste. Hui Tai Lang bared its claws in front of everyone. After a long moment, there wasn't any reaction. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief as they felt more comfortable. Luckily Hui Tai Lang wasn't that so powerful that it would turn into a divine beast immediately, otherwise they might not even need to live anymore. Hui Tai Lang, you idiotic, stupid dog, you just wasted my energy. I hold expectations of you, so can you please be more competent? Yue Yang was boiling with anger as he rained punches onto Hui Tai Lang, causing it to be covered in wounds. People thought that Yue Yang was vexed and had beaten Hui Tai Lang up to vent his anger, but Hui Tai Lang knew that it was a special reward from its master. The harder Yue Yang punched, the more the innate chi would enter its body and the more comfortable it would get. If it were other people, they wouldn't even get the chance to get beaten up even if they want to. Woof! Hui Tai Lang, who was sent flying more than 10 meters away, ran back obediently, giving off the vibe that it would show its power this time round. If you still can't do it, I would kill you and use your meat to make a dog meat pot to eat. Yue Yang's words caused everyone to break out in cold sweat. Only Yue Yang would dare to say such things. If it were others, forgot about dog meat pot, there would be a higher possibility of a human meat pot. Moreover, Yue Yang didn't even contract it but still beat it up so badly, everyone pitied the dog. Even if Yue Yang possessed other powerful beasts, he shouldn't abuse it like this. People never understood why Yue Yang only liked beautiful beast, why he did not want to contract a powerful beast like Hui Tai Lang. They could not even understand as to why Yue Yang always beat it up. Although Hui Tai Lang might not be very strong or smart, or know how to bootlick, he shouldn't treat it like this. For other beasts, if their master neglected it just a bit, its loyalty would drop. If the same logic was applied here, 10 million beasts would have betrayed Yue Yang long ago. Hui Tai Lang felt the people's sympathy and found it annoying. It is a sign of endearment when my master was beating me up. What do you think you all doing here? Is it your business? Swallow this down. If you can't, then I might really have dog meat pot tonight for dinner. I'm not joking. Yue Yang said as he stuffed a ball of something into its mouth. As he did it quickly, nobody could see what it was. But if they knew that it was the nucleus of Huangsha, a Heaven Realm ranker who was a level 8 innate, they would have vomited blood. Meow. Hui Tai Lang wolfed it down and pretended that he was a cat as it rubbed against Yue Yang's feet. Scram! Yue Yang shouted as he kicked it 100 meters away. Woof woof. Hui Tai Lang felt extremely pleasant. Initially the energy from the nucleus of the level 8 innate was causing its body to be on the brink of bursting, but Yue Yang's kick suppressed the energy nicely, which made Hui Tai Lang felt much comfortable. Taking note of the time limit of the suppression, Hui Tai Lang quickly ran back. Its front paws reached for the bronze grimoire as it looked at Yue Yang, signaling to him that it was ready and waiting for his command. Everyone held their breath as silence loomed over the place. Rankers of the Soaring Dragon Continent such as Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai, Eagle Eye Man, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King, Feng Xiao Yun, Shui Wendao and Yan Qian Zhong all balled up their fists. Feng Kuang, Eagle Eye Man and Dragon Ambassador Bai Bo leaned forward so much that they almost fell as they watched eagerly to witness the important moment. Everyone could see that Yue Yang was dead serious this time. If he was not certain, he wouldn't have brought Hui Tai Lang out to contract a grimoire. No one knew what he made Hui Tai Lang eat. They only knew that Hui Tai Lang's energy had been amplified by tens of thousands instantly. Maybe a historic moment with the first divine beast making its public appearance in Soaring Dragon Continent would happen in the next second. Would Yue Yang succeed? Yue Yang used his feet to lift Hui Tai Lang's front paw onto the bronze grimoire. On the surface, it seemed like he was abusing it, but he was actually using his innate chi to help Hui Tai Lang, just like how he did with Yu Shuang the little girl. Only astute people like Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai would notice the details. They looked at each other immediately and nodded to each other. It would be successful. With Yue Yang's help, the success rate of contracting the grimoire would be almost certain. A golden light diffused from Hui Tai Lang's front paw. It wasn't too bright and was even a little dark. However, the golden light slowly spread out, and the dark golden light was reflected onto the faces of the people around. It made them look as if they were covered in a layer of golden water, which made them look like they were golden statues. A golden light pillar rose to the sky. Everyone raised their head to see as they all gasped. God, that height was even taller than the little girl just now, putting all the human warriors to shame. The dark golden light pillar fell back, causing Hui Tai Lang's body to shake violently as large amount of smoke and flame rushed out of its mouth and nose. Its tail became transparent like a mist and then turned metal-like in texture in the next moment. Before people could respond, it became mercury-like, and just as it looked as if it was melting to the ground, it became a patch of golden sand under the flabbergasted gaze of everybody. The bronze grimoire became smaller gradually, and its design became completely different from that of a human bronze grimoire. A pale light circled around the bronze grimoire. As its pages flipped slowly, observant warriors realized that Hui Tai Lang's image was on it. Now, even a blind man would have known that Hui Tai Lang had successfully contracted a grimoire. The historical moment in the Soaring Dragon Continent had begun. With all the warriors as witness, a divine beast was born in front of the public. It was Hui Tai Lang. A beast who did not make a contract with its master but was groomed by its owner wholeheartedly, a beast who let its master beat and scold it but could still be happy and contented, a beast who was even smarter than a human, a beast who could surpass a human contracting a grimoire. Together with its owner, they would leave a glorious mark in mankind's history. Of course, Hui Tai Lang did not care about that. After successfully contracting the grimoire, it was so happy that it transformed into a cucumber-like long body, wiggling on the stage. Afterwards, it grew a pair of wings as it flew in the sky aimlessly. In the next moment, it grew 3 heads as they meowed, woofed and roared, tigers roar, simultaneously. It even turned into a violent sandstorm as it blew up the skirts of gorgeous ladies on purpose in an attempt to please its master, because it knew that its master would like it. Come down immediately, are you trying to steal my limelight? I'd punish you for being so supercilious. Yue Yang was boiling with anger as his beast was embarrassing him by being so haughty. Meow. Hui Tai Lang lowered its head as it tucked its tails like a child who just made mischief. It obediently received a series of beating and scoldings from Yue Yang. Hui Tai Lang didn't do it purposefully, it was just too happy. The Empress couldn't hold back her sympathy for Hui Tai Lang anymore as she went forward to stop Yue Yang in his tracks, otherwise Hui Tai Lang would have to continue suffering for a long while. Hui Tai Lang also took the chance to piggyback Yu Shuang, appearing like an obedient guard dog, which finally quelled Yue Yang's anger. Never mind, let me see what skill and guardian beast this stupid dog has. Yue Yang said, jolting up those who were still in a daze back to their senses as they quickly crowded around him. The summoning grimoire would unlock a skill of its owner and grant it a guardian beast. Could it be that Hui Tai Lang also possessed it? The absurd matter of Hui Tai Lang making a contract with grimoire had become a reality. People like Jun Wu Yu and the old fox fared better than the rest, they quickly recovered from their shock. In any case, whatever Yue Yang's shocking actions was, it didn't seem strange to them anymore. After all, that guy was way abnormal. He was able to train himself to become an innate at 20 years old, hence it wouldn't be a surprise that Hui Tai Lang could make a contract with a grimoire now. They guessed that this might only be the beginning. Sooner or later, all of his other beasts like the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen would definitely own their own grimoires. What is it? Let this king see what skill this big dog has. The Eastern Sky King was one of the rare, courageous ones who wasn't conscious of Yue Yang. To him, even if Yue Yang was very powerful, he was still his son-in-law. Moreover, he still hadn't settled his business with Yue Yang for stealing his only daughter from him. This is... The Western Sky King, who squeezed himself at the side, widened his eyes. Transformation inherent skill, to transform under certain conditions. Current skill level, level 1. It looked like a simple skill. But everyone knew that it wasn't as simple as it looked. In retrospect, they saw Hui Tai Lang transformed into more than one form just now, such as growing wings, extending its body, becoming Cerberus, and it could even turn into sand and become Sandstorm. All these meant that it could turn into element type, strengthening type, beast type, and special type beasts. With its transformation skill, it would have almost no weakness. Even if there was any, Hui Tai Lang could transform again and eliminate the weaknesses. This way, Hui Tai Lang's combat power would rise indefinitely. Everyone sucked in a gasp of breath. Abnormal, transformation was definitely an abnormal skill. Upon seeing its guardian beast, everyone almost collapsed to the ground. They had seen absurd things, but none to such extent. Forget about a wolf making contract with a grimoire, but how should the human warriors feel about the fact that it possessed such a strong skill in guardian beast? Clone real body, special type. Bronze level 1. Half physical body. Able to replicate a clone of the real body that possessed a third of the real body's power. Possess the same skills as that of the real body, the duration of its existence and amount of summon is correlated to its level. Skills, clone, real body. Everyone was shocked by Hui Tai Lang's inherent skill and its guardian beast. Honestly speaking, no one had seen such an abnormal guardian beast and skill. One Hui Tai Lang was already powerful enough. If it were to summon a clone of itself during a fight, and if the opponent wasn't able to differentiate between the two, even an innate would suffer an ugly defeat. This was because a guardian beast would never truly die. If the opponent were to realize that they had only defeated a guardian beast after a long fight and the real Hui Tai Lang remained unwounded, the opponent would probably vomited blood till death from the blow. Even more terrifyingly, there might not only be one clone. If Hui Tai Lang leveled up, it would be able to summon more than one clone. If an opponent were to be surrounded by a gang of wolf where only one of them was real while the others were clones with 1/3 of its power, the opponent would land himself in dire straits when the fight began. Woof! Hui Tai Lang raised its front paws to summon its guardian beast. A dull golden light flashed past and then disappeared quickly. An exact replica of Hui Tai Lang jumped into the air from Hui Tai Lang's body. Everyone stared at Hui Tai Lang and its exact replica, as they weren't able to differentiate between the two because both looked almost the same as if they were twins. However, they were still able to notice one difference between the two. As the real Hui Tai Lang hadn't moved and continued to remain in its summoning pose, its paws were still resting on the grimoire. Fortunately it maintained this posture, otherwise they would really be unable to tell them apart. Who are you trying to deceive? Yue Yang shouted as he suddenly raised his leg in the air and kicked the Hui Tai Lang that was not holding its grimoire, sending it flying high in the air. Only Yue Yang with the Heaven Eye's divine vision would be able to see which was the real Hui Tai Lang. It feigned obedience quickly, while the Hui Tai Lang who remained in summoning gesture disappeared after being recalled. Everyone broke out in sweat as they felt ashamed of themselves. Who would have thought that humans, who had seen through countless ulterior motives and schemings, and regarded fighting and bleeding on the battlefield as normal, would actually be duped by a dog's trick? Hui Tai Lang was so cunning as it made its replica place its paws on the grimoire while it jumped up itself. If there was really a fight, the opponent who thought that the replica was the real one would definitely be toyed by Hui Tai Lang mercilessly. Would there be an even more cunning beast than it? Although Shen Tian's beast, King, was able to personify, knew how to speak, was good at combat skill, and even had certain intellectual ability, but would it know how to use this kind of tricks to deceive people? Although people weren't familiar with Shen Tian's beast, they believed that King wouldn't know how to use this trick, even if it was a holy beast. This was the difference between a holy beast and a divine beast. Although Hui Tai Lang wouldn't be able to defeat King currently, but what about a decade later? Everyone could safely say that after ranking up, Hui Tai Lang would definitely make King suffer a ugly defeat. One wouldn't be afraid if a beast is strong, but would fear it if it is smart. This saying had been around the Soaring Dragon Continent ever since 5,000 years ago. Until now, it was still true and never proved to be more accurate. Although Yue Yang wasn't on par with Shen Tian now, everyone believed that Yue Yang would be able to surpass Shen Tian, probably in just a matter of decades. The only person whom Yue Yang might experience a hard time overtaking would be Xizun. When Xizun became Yue Yang's Tongtian Tower introducer in the past, she might have already knew his potential. It's just that the other warriors were unaware of it at all. The scary thing about Yue Yang wasn't his combat power, but his potential, the amount of potential that had yet to turn into combat power. For innate rankers like Shen Tian and Thousand Globe Insect Leader who had almost reached their maximum potential, they would definitely be jealous of Yue Yang. Potential might not equate to combat power, but it could determine one's future. Yue Yang's actions shocked the Soaring Dragon Continent completely. Not only did he have a sister with a lot of potential, he also owned a beast contracted to a grimoire, and it even became a divine beast born under the public eye. Could anyone doubt his power now? For those who were jealous of him, if they were really powerful, could they get themselves a divine beast and walk it along the streets? Both the Xia and Tian Luo Kingdom held celebratory ceremony, and even the ambassador from Xian admitted sourly that it was a miracle of the Soaring Dragon Continent. My son-in-law, this was the Eastern Sky King's stock phrase recently. You are talking about Princess Xian? No, I have never heard that she was seeing Yue Yang, there's no such thing. Jun Wuyu said that he was completely unaware when others went forward to congratulate him on being Yue Yang's future father-in-law. He added that Princess Xian was cultivating and hadn't seen Yue Yang for a long time, if not for it she would definitely attend Yu Shuang's grimoire contracting ceremony. Undoubtedly, Hui Tai Lang is a divine beast. As for the question pertaining to why third young master has not contracted it, it's useless for you to ask me because if you could understand why, you'd be him. Lin Miao, one of the head guard of the Yu clan indicated. Addressing the countless number of people mentioning their concerns about Hui Tai Lang rebelling had long become a pain in the ass for him. I want to marry big brother Yue Yang. Princess Fei Yan of Xiajin said. She was only 6 years old. I am friends with him. The scholar-looking, white-robed Sanhe from the warrior guild boasted, but nobody believed him. Shiro, the chatty white-robed guy that Yue Yang beat half to death in chapter 84, yes, Yue Yang got the puppet encyclopedia from our ancestor, Yu Gong, and inherited his knowledge. Yue Yang then built upon the fundamentals from Yu Gong's theories to create and develop a new puppet beast. After the birth of the divine beast, third uncle Yue Ling announced that the Yu clan had upgraded their puppet beasts and would be selling off large quantities of bronze-ranked, silver-ranked, and even gold-ranked puppet beasts. But needless to say, priorities would be given to kingdoms. I'm going to save money to get one of those gold-ranked beasts and ride it to marry my wife. Who do you think I am? I know Yue Yang and I'd beat up anyone who doesn't believe me. Tai Dan, a bandit leader who had forced 19 women to become his concubines, said as he beat his hairy chest to swear that he knew Yue Yang too. Shiro, can't remember, anyone has any idea. Save those lies. The mercenaries broke out in laughter. Students, I'm glad that you all are here to attend my lessons, because you know, there has never been so many students coming to my lessons. Previously, even the few students who came were just here to sleep. The old fox who had become an innate ranker continued to teach, and had become the most popular teacher in the world. It was a good thing for Ivy Academy because while other schools were scrambling to recruit students, they were rejecting them due to full capacity, to the disappointment of many. Luckily, the old fox did not set any restrictions to his lessons and even let people from other colleges in to attend, be it students or teachers. Old fox would normally emphasize one point. Students, let me remind you that you shouldn't try to imitate Yue Yang, because his success can't be replicated. Everyone should stay grounded and continue their cultivation, because it's impossible for everyone to become like Yue Yang. It's really impossible. I would be happy if you guys can become people like Fatty Hai and Yekong. Especially for students from the death class, you all should know how they were like in the class in the past. Worst of the worst. But they placed in hard work afterwards. If you all don't wish to be left behind, then you will have to cultivate patiently. There's no shortcuts. Even Yue Yang's achievements stem from his cultivation and the amount of effort he placed in was far greater than what you would imagine. Don't ever become arrogant and complacent about your future. Yue Yang has already showed an obvious example to all of you. If you cultivate conscientiously, it will definitely bear you fruits of labor. As the old fox was using Yue Yang as an example to teach his students, Yue Yang bid farewell to Fourth Mother. Together with Hui Tai Lang, they proceeded to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. He had to continue cultivating. As Fourth Mother had to take care of the baby left behind by Fourth Uncle and Miss Feng, she didn't want to enter Yue Yang's grimoire world. It was also because she was afraid that she would affect his training. She decided to continue staying in the Mirage until Yue Yang was strong enough to be fearless towards all of his opponents, only then would she agree to live with him. Yu Shuang, the little girl on the other hand, would be raised by the sickly beauty in the meantime, so that she could learn from Yue Yang and the sickly beauty. They could slowly find a good teacher for her in the future. Yu Shuang was reluctant to leave her mother's side as she cried for a long time before finally deciding to go with her brother obediently. Due to the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest in this dog-eat-dog world, Yue Yang had to make this decision. Only the powerful ones would be able to continue to live in this world. Become stronger. Be it for a child or an adult, everyone would have to become more powerful, and they must be even more powerful than their opponent. Yue Yang brought Hui Tai Lang, who disguised itself as a bronze-ranked level 3 beast, to return back to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and teleport to the underground city of the Thunder Fortress. The impatient toad merchant Jia scrambled to go forth and said, Mr. Titan, there are riots happening in your mine. Please decide if you want to alert the authorities to force them to succumb or if you want to try to calm them down. As for your arena, your fighters and fighter demons are already at their limit. If you don't wish to give them salary, please give them some food at least. My mine? My arena. It was only until then did Yue Yang remember winning over Ndong's entire asset, because he left hastily the other time as he was worried about Fourth Mother. It's all my fault. That day I did not clarify that all of Ndong's properties had already been placed under your name. This includes the West Wind ore mine, underground arena, 10 stores, and 200 mobile vendors' booths. There are also 3,000 earthen cottages and 5,000 slaves. A lot of slaves have already fled, and some of them had switched their allegiance to another master. However, I estimate that those who remained because they had nowhere to go is at least 3,000. Furthermore, Mr. Chen said that Ndong still had a huge domain and a lot of assets in the Qilan continent waiting for you to take over. However, Mr. Chen had not yet returned after he left. And the records are still in Mr. Yan Zheng's hands. Ah, Mr. Yan Zheng is the new butler that Mr. Chen hired for you. Jia talked non-stop and Yue Yang listened for a long time, only to discover that he had won a terrible mess. Are you trying to say that Ndong left this terrible mess and not a single gold can be earned, right? Yue Yang asked. It really isn't like that. Ndong was a scoundrel that was extremely extravagant. The mansion's decoration and treasures alone amount to at least 2 million gold. If you must know, the carpet itself is made from velvet. Cough, we still have money, but the Lord Demon Eye came yesterday and grabbed a huge portion of it. He said that it was payment for Nightmares and Tiger Nian's death. I felt that this was a bit wrong, that loss should not be placed on Mr. Titan's body because you are Mr. Ndong's greatest creditor. However, Lord Demon Eye is one of Thunder Fortress' 3 great leaders and his position is only second to King Chong Ni. Furthermore, Mr. Titan, you were not here, so I had no methods of stopping him. Jieda's face was filled with fear. He was afraid that once Yue Yang became angry he would behead him on the spot. How much did he take away? Yue Yang asked. 3 million or maybe 4 million. Ndong's concubines, the 2 succubuses, knew where Ndong had kept his valuables. Before Mr. Yan Zhang had arrived, Lord Demon Eye had already taken a huge amount from the treasury. Jieda saw that Yue Yang was still good and did not become hopping mad. He further supplemented, perhaps he also took away a few valuable pearls and magic crystals. Then how much is left right now? Yue Yang presumed that he did not immediately become a pauper. 1,680,951 gold. Jieda sincerely hoped that the future owner would not be angry after hearing this sum. After all, the remaining money was not even half of the total. Furthermore, the ore mine was currently facing an armed rebellion. What about the new butler, Mr. Yan Zheng? After Yue Yang heard it, his heart calmed down. Luckily, this terrible mess still left him with a lot of money. When he was negotiating with the armed rebels, he had been detained. Jieda wiped the perspiration on his forehead. If Mr. Titan doesn't mind, there is no harm in transferring the underground arena to me and let me help you pass through this crisis. If you must know, we, the 100 War Guild, had always been interested in the underground arena. Of course, if you agree to sell us the ore mine, then it would be better. A merchant, with a face full of arrogance, walked inside with big steps. His face carried self-confidence and arrogantly looked at Yue Yang, as if he was a noble looking down on an upstart country boy. He had already ignored the bowing Jiede. Yue Yang did not recognize this arrogant guy and was extremely disgusted with his high and mighty attitude. While wearing his Gemini mask, Yue Yang's emotions could not be seen. He wanted to see who dared to visit and negotiate a price with him. Could the ore mine's armed rebellion have any connection with this guy? You are. Yue Yang indifferently swept the arrogant guy a glance. His strength was not high, a level 6 elder, but he had 2 bodyguards that were level 7 overlord. I am Fu Luo from the 100 War Guild. I am in charge of the guild's Thunder Fortress branch, a rank 8 gold star merchant. This guy arrogantly casted Jieda a glance. He implied that Yue Yang should not treat him on the same level as Jieda. You want the underground arena? How much is the quoted price? Yue Yang wrinkled his brows. No one could see through his expression as he wore the Gemini mask. 1,500,000 gold. Fu Luo gave an extremely low price. No, this price only fits beggars. Jieda was afraid that Yue Yang would suffer losses and hurriedly interrupted, Mr. Titan, please forgive me for being honest and direct. You absolutely cannot agree to this price. Stupid Ndong had purchased this from others at 4 million gold after repairs and remodeling, and purchasing gladiators and monsters, the arena's price would at least be 5 million gold. 1,500,000 gold is an insult to you. Be careful of your words, you toad. Let me tell you, you best shut up or else I will toss you out. How could you, an unprofitable rank 3 merchant along with that unprofitable toad guild behind you, dare to clamor with our top 10 ranked guild? Annoying toad, do you understand the thing called rules? Do you understand the thing called a ranker's fury? You are starting a fight, humiliating and challenging our guild's dignity. With just a wave of a hand, we could annihilate you and your guild. Let me warn you, move to one side because this is simply no place for you to speak. Fu Luo thought that Jieda was a merchant who came to compete in bidding and apparently did not know that he was Yue Yang's spokesperson. With an arrogant language he rained curses on Jieda. Even in front of the client, Yue Yang, he still dared to be this unrestrained. It seemed like he was normally an arrogant and wild person. Jieda was so shocked that he did not dare say another word as he shrunk back to a corner. He stealthily raised his eyes and looked at Yue Yang, as if he was hoping that Yue Yang would stick out for him and speak a few words of fairness for him, or clarify once that he was his subordinate. With only his small power, without a ranker's backing, contending with the 100 Wars Guild was equivalent to trying to do the impossible. He would only be courting death. Jieda was someone Yue Yang had uses for. Although Yue Yang was never an official, he had already seen a lot of political stories. He understood of a few underhanded trickeries that were used. Yue Yang intentionally let Jieda cool down. He did not quickly speak and first let the other party, Fu Luo, misunderstand. He let Fu Luo's overweening attitude rise a bit more. Seeing Yue Yang did not support him, Jia immediately became sad. He clearly understood that the 100 War Guild and Endong were different. They were one Tongtian Tower's top 10 merchant guilds, with just 1% of their strength, they could overwhelm the whole of Golden Toad Guild. Titan can belittle Endong, but he absolutely cannot ignore the 100 War Guild's representative. Of course, in his heart, Jia still wished for Yue Yang to say one sentence, just one sentence. He had already intended to rely on Yue Yang and waited for a chance to show his loyalty. He hoped that it was now, but unfortunately Yue Yang did not say anything. When Fu Luo saw that Yue Yang did not speak, he even thought that Yue Yang had become intimidated by his 100 War Guild's fame. His attitude became even more arrogant and wild. He intentionally used a lecturing attitude and said, "Young ranker, I have heard before that you are strong. However, could you even compare to the master of our 100 War Guild? He has attained the level of innate rank 8, Lord Shenpan. He, the Black Prince, and Lord Shuntian are best friends and even allied together. I believe you are familiar with these three rankers' names. Without any disrespect, they are existences even more famous than the leader of the Thunder Fortress, King Chong Ni. Becoming enemies with our 100 War Guild has no benefits. If you were to cooperate with us and do business, then it will end with mutual benefits. The price of 1,500,000 gold for the underground arena is not unreasonable. The three strongest gladiators had already been killed by you, a majority of the gladiators had also ran away while you were gone, someone even stole a part of the strong monsters. The most important thing is after this matter, Chong Ni had commanded that in the future, bettors cannot put up collaterals as bets, in order to avoid a similar disaster happening again. These losses have directly affected the selling price." Fu Luo talked non-stop, lecturing Yue Yang, the rookie, in the business world. "Finally, other than us, the 100 War Guild, there will be no second person who would purchase the underground arena. I think I don't have to clarify too much, Mr. Titan should also be able to understand my meaning. Seeing Mr. Titan's strength and urgent need for money, we had intentionally provided a high price for negotiation. Mr. Titan, we quoted the price of 1,500,000 gold. It is absolutely the highest price in the entire Thunder Fortress and it is the only price. Other than us, no one else would quote a second price." What Fu Luo was trying to say was that they want this underground arena no matter what. If Yue Yang did not want to sell it to them, then he would definitely be unable to sell it to others. Furthermore, no one would dare bid against them. If what he said at the start was a lecture, then what he said in the end was undoubtedly a threat. He saw that Yue Yang did not let out a sound and thought that he was afraid of the 100 War Guild. So, he added seriousness in his tone and warned this youngster to be a bit tactful. Yue Yang simply wanted to laugh. He originally thought of using him to restrain Jia, who would have thought that this idiot truly cooperated with him. Shenpan, he had heard of this innate ranker. He was someone who believed he was righteous. He was originally named Shenji, afterwards he leveled up into innate rank and changed his name into Shenpan. Shiro, Shenji means audit while Shenpan means judgment, if it makes any sense, Shenpan was indeed a level 8 innate. However, his innate rank 8 is an overstatement. Whether it was in ranking or in strength, Chong Ni, who was also a level 8 innate, was higher by a huge length. In the Tongtian Tower 6th floor's ranking board, this Shenpan is considered as the weakest level 8 innate amongst others. This was like the game Heroes of Might and Magic 3's Ghost Dragon. It was a rank 7 organism but, it was incomparable to the hairy-legged uncle, the Black Dragon or even Titan. Shiro, https://n.wiki/heroes_of_might_magic_3 I swear, the author's references are ancient. Can't find any English records of the monster names, so we just translate as it is. The 100 War Guild that Shenpan had established was indeed one of the top 10 merchant guilds. However, at the same time it was the weakest among the top 10. Of course, compared to fake innates, Shenpan's strong existence was still something that others could not look up at. Even in the eyes of the fake innates, he was still a strong level 8 innate. What made Yue Yang frown was the other name. Black Prince. Yue Yang now understood that the Black Shadow who had attacked him with Shun Tian on that day was not the Thousand Goblins sect leader but rather the Black Prince. The Black Prince was a mysterious innate ranker. He possessed a powerful strength, yet nobody knows his origins. Because those who know him are all dead, they were all exterminated by this guy. The Black Prince is one of the top 10 homicidal maniac in the bloody villains list. His rank and strength were far above Chong Ni. He was on the same level as Shun Tian and the Thousand Goblin sect leader. This guy was the just newly added candidate to Yue Yang's kill list. When he visited Fourth Mother, Tian Luo's emperor, Hua Suri, had hired someone to deliver a letter to Yue Yang. In the letter, Yue Yang had gained a secret report about the Black Prince. How did Hua Suri gain information about the Black Prince? Could it be given by the Night Empress? Yue Yang placed those things aside for now. However, regarding the Black Prince's secret attack that day that almost killed him and Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Yue Yang would absolutely take revenge. If Mr. Titan has made a decision, then sign on this transfer contract. Fu Luo's tone sounded as if he was giving to charity. If he had not heard about Titan killing the strong Nightmare and Tiger Nian under the audience's watch before he came here, he would have lowered the price to 550,000 gold. Fu Luo looked at this young human who wore a gold-ranked mask on his face and laughed coldly in his heart. So what if he is strong? Could he surpass their master, Shen Pan? This brat was thinking of becoming famous in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, but he is still too young. He should learn about the ways of this world first, but meanwhile, Fu Luo would receive this boy's tuition fees first. Slap! Yue Yang raised his hand and heavily slapped Fu Luo. The slap smashed his teeth to pieces, causing him to spurt out blood violently. The 2 level 7 overlord hurriedly came to protect him. Yue Yang stretched out his hands, one for each person, and lifted the 2 like chicks. He lifted them up high and smashed them hard on the ground. 2 heads boomed and smashed on the velvet carpet and the obsidian floor. Just like watermelons, they were smashed into pieces. You dare hit me? Fu Luo still did not dare believe this was real. He was Shen Pan's spokesperson, yet this brat dared hit him? Hitting you is a must, not hitting you would be a grievance. Yue Yang slapped Fu Luo a few more times. He then beat him onto the floor and used his foot to pound him a few times. When Fu Luo struggled to escape, Yue Yang had warned him, I declare that Fu Luo, the manager of the Thunder Fortress branch of the 100 War Guild, had insulted innate ranker Titan's honor. He must receive the most severe punishment in order to eliminate this ranker's fury. If you dare run away, then I will retaliate against the 100 War Guild by 100 times. At the same time, I will order your arrest at the Warrior Guild. What? Fu Luo was shocked. He did not understand why the opposite party was so furious. If he did not want to sell the arena, then forget about it. Did he have to use this method? Jia emotionally trembled. He knows that Mr. Titan is not a charitable person, and more so not someone easily bullied. Let alone Fu Luo, he even dared to get rid of the innate rankers, Nightmare and Tiger Nian, publicly. He ignored that doing this would smear the Demon Eye's face and even directly made Ndong a poor wretch in an instant. He was capable of conveniently bringing out martial spirit pills, capable of making Mr. Chen treat him favorably, capable of making the leader of the Thunder Fortress, Chong Ni, secretly praise him, so how could he fear Fu Luo? Shen Pan was very strong. However, would he risk offending Mr. Titan just because of a subordinate who was only the manager of the Thunder Fortress branch? Can't say for sure, but the power supporting Mr. Titan's behind the scenes might even be stronger than Shen Pan's. Thinking about this, Jia's eyes immediately lit up. He clenched both his fists. If there was any hesitation in his heart before, then there is none now. He already firmly decided to follow Mr. Titan. As the saying goes, under a big tree the shade is plentiful. Mr. Titan, who did not care even if it was Shen Pan, was absolutely the master that he wants to serve in this lifetime. He absolutely did not make a mistake. Jia. Yue Yang called out. Yes. When Jia heard this, he only felt his blood rush emotionally, that his throat became slightly hoarse. Hoist this idiot up and beat him. If he dares to resist, then cut off his limbs and feed them to the dogs. Yue Yang big hand slapped Jia's shoulders and spoke with extreme seriousness, acting as my friend and my specially chosen business partner, you have an incomparably honorable status. Listen, whoever smears your face, then it means that they are smearing mine. Remember this point, Jia, you are already my friend. If others dare to curse you, you must give him a slap on their face. If he dares to punch you, then you can cut off his limbs. I, Titan, does not have a coward for a friend. I only have noble and dignified warriors as friends. Straighten yourself and bring out your grandeur, punish this idiot without mercy. Yes. Jia was extremely moved. He felt the blood rush almost burst out of his veins. He used his life's loudest voice and shouted. Yue Yang's face pretended to be serious, but in his heart, he was secretly happy. Although he does not have the talent as a con man, his conning skill was still more than enough to trick a merchant to do odd jobs for him with a little use of stratagem. Next, he must handle the matter of the ore mine. Those slaves at the ore mine had not rebelled last time but caused trouble right after he left. Could it be that there was someone secretly causing problems in secret? Crit? After Jia returned from beating Fu Luo up, Yue Yang was already done with ransacking the whole of Ndong's mansion. To be more accurate, it was the quintet-seeking golden mice who did the job. Ndong was an extremely shrewd merchant, so he must have possessed more than one treasury. Yue Yang didn't believe that Ndong would let his concubines know about the location of his treasuries if it was the only one he had. Would that be what Ndong would do? Being dubious, Yue Yang drove Jia away and summoned the quintet-seeking golden mice. Discovered a hidden door and large amount of gold, discovered special items, charged items, and precious ores. The quintet-seeking golden mice moved around swiftly and found 2 hidden doors quickly. Apart from the large treasury, there was another 2 behind these 2 hidden doors. On the grimoire, new targets appeared continuously as the mice discovered more items. The location of the small hidden door discovered in the hall was very secluded as it was behind an oil painting. The surface of the wall behind it appeared flat and smooth, and the trigger was actually the nails used to hang the oil painting. When Yue Yang pressed on the nails, it vibrated slightly as the wall caved in silently to form a space that could fit a small box, revealing the treasury within. It wasn't spacious as it couldn't even fit one person, but it was filled with ores that gave off a blue glow. Needless to say, those were thunder ores unique to the Thunder Fortress, and they were all of high quality. Although Yue Yang had not seen them before, he knew from the puppet encyclopedia that the quality of the thunder ores weren't correlated to their size, but to their purity. The bluer they appeared, the purer they were and the higher their quality would be. Equipped with the quintet seeking golden mice and heaven eye divine vision, Yue Yang was able to tell their quality at one glance, although this might be the first time he saw them. Among the ores, only 2 were so blue that they appeared almost transparent. These 2 were the best of the best. One was akin to the shape of a pearl and was only the size of a thumb, but it was of a higher quality between the 2. The other one's shape wasn't that neat, but if one could bear to carve it into shape of a diamond and embed it onto their weapon, it could enhance the lightning power of their weapons. This ore would probably drive all the rankers under the electrical elemental category crazy. These 2 thunder ores were no longer ores, but were gems of high quality and was considered priceless. There were also some other fist-sized ores giving off a deep blue glow. Although they weren't transparent, they were also of high quality. They would be one of the best items to be used in strengthening weapons or creating lightning-type puppet beast. The remaining deep blue thunder ores quality were a little worse off. But of course, if they were to compare these deep blue ores to the normal, light blue thunder ores, these deep blue ones would fare far better. Even the normal light blue thunder ores would have made others jump in joy if they got them. If these thunder ores weren't of top quality, then Ndong the rich man wouldn't have hid them so cautiously. Yue Yang pocketed the thunder ores Ndong painstakingly collected without second thoughts. If not for his enormous bet of 50 platinum grimoire, Ndong wouldn't have lost everything. His wealth meant nothing towards platinum grimoires. Moreover, the worst thing he did was to cause the death of Demon Eye's followers, Nightmare and Tiger Nian. After losing his right-hand men, Demon Eye's power had been diminished greatly, and if he were to lose his place in the Thunder Fortress, he would definitely not let Ndong off. Facing the ranker's wrath, even if Ndong was very wealthy, he wouldn't be able to resolve the issue because it wasn't a matter of money. Demon Eye was one of the 3 leaders of the Thunder Fortress, and as Chong En planned to advance into the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower, the next city master could have been Demon Eye. However, now that his strongest supporters, Nightmare and Tiger Nian, were killed, coupled with the attacks from Mountain Elf and Blood River, his chances seemed to be slim now. Demon Eye also seemed to be venting his anger on Yue Yang, the newbie titan. His action of snatching money from Ndong was a form of testing the water. If Yue Yang were to put up with it, Demon Eye might take that as a signal to continue. The rioting in the mines might also be caused by Demon Eye. But Yue Yang decided to ignore Demon Eye and the others at the moment. They were all like elite, low-level bosses, just like Blood Raven, Corpse Fire, and the Countess, whose sole purpose was to provide players with equipments when they were defeated by the player. Shiro, all of those monsters are from Diablo 2, et. Yue Yang discovered an special item in the treasury found beneath the bricks in the kitchen. This was his greatest takeaway today as he couldn't use his Heaven Eye Divine Vision to identify what it was. It was a black, spherical item. It had some design of the heaven runes on its surface, but no matter how Yue Yang dredged into his memory bank, he couldn't recall what it was called. But with the tragic guy's mother knowledge inheritance, Yue Yang felt some sense of familiarity. What is it exactly? A globe that could seal a ranker's soul? Just like that could seal the Dark Golden Spectre. Yue Yang fished out the silver moon ornament given by the Silver Dragon sisters who were war god guards. He felt that both were similar but yet different in certain sense. Forget about it, let's just take it first and study it slowly in the future. Before Jiuda came in, Yue Yang kept all the gold coins, jewels and equipments from the second treasury into the Lich Ring. What made him slightly disappointed was that among all the equipments, only one was gold ranked while the rest were silver ranked and bronze ranked. As for the jewels that only women would adore, Yue Yang couldn't be bothered about them, unless they were jewels like the White Dragon Pearl, Green Dragon Pearl, Vermilion Bird Pearl, White Tiger Pearl and Black Turtle Pearl. Yue Yang didn't count how many gold coins there were, he only knew that they could fill up 2 whole chests. The gold coins were different from normal ones as all bore a unique dwarf rune on their surface, so it seemed that they would be even more valuable than normal gold coins. The rest were medicinal ingredients like gold-ranked ivory, rhinoceros horns and deer horns, and a few precious herbs and even fewer pills. There were also weird collectibles that made Yue Yang speechless, such as the spider eye, scorpion tail, globin nail, skeleton ash, fairy saliva and witch blood. Looks like Ndong must have been suffering from kidney failure, such that there are so many kidney-boosting herbs. There's also alcohol. Yue Yang said as he digged out a huge jug of tiger whip wine. When Jiuda entered, Yue Yang was already done ransacking. No one knew anything. Yue Yang was contented with his loots. After all, finding the 2 top-quality thunder ores and that special sphere was a pleasant surprise to him. The only regret was that he did not find any valuable medicinal ingredients or gems, because they were things that Yue Yang had to collect, and had to be in one set. After completing the Prison Emperor Divine Palace for the old dragon turtle and giving him the Prison Emperor Divine Staff, Yue Yang only got 1 black turtle pearl in return. Although Junwu Yu gave him a white dragon pearl in return, it couldn't replace the green dragon pearl. Yue Yang was only left with the green dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird pearl. What are you going to do with the mine and the arena? Jia adjusted his mentality as Yue Yang's appointed merchant. For the arena, feed the beasts what they are lacking in. As for the fighters, offer those who wants to leave 10 gold coins. If anyone feel that it was too little, ask him to see me. It's okay if he wishes to stay, but he will have to pass through my evaluation as I don't want to waste my money on useless people. No one should think that they can skive under me. The same goes to Indong's servants. If they wish to leave, give them money, and if they want to stay, they have to be tested on their loyalty and ability. Yue Yang was also hinting Jia not to be too arrogant. Yes, of course, loyalty is important. Jia wasn't worried, because he had already given his all, so his loyalty shouldn't be an issue. As for his abilities, although he couldn't fight, he was definitely good at business. I will visit the mine personally. The Thunder Fortress was only Yue Yang's first step in dominating the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, yet the rioters want to play with him? He had to make sure that the beasts here were aware of who the real player was. Yue Yang wasn't going to remain as a mine owner or a slave, but he had to take small steps to defeat the ultimate demon, Chong Ni. He couldn't pick a fight with Chong Ni instantly, so he had to fight the smaller demons first, and defeat the boss the last. It'd be more interesting this way. If Yue Yang were to defeat all the big and small boss in the Thunder Fortress, forget about the rewards from the Warrior Guild, Yue Yang would be able to make a fortune just from the loots in the Thunder Fortress. Indong? He was merely a beginning in Yue Yang's quest of defeating demons and snatching their treasures. There were 5 underground mines, and the central mine belonged to Chong Ni, the owner of the Thunder Fortress. It was the biggest mine of all, and it also yielded the greatest amount and highest quality of thunder ores. The remaining 4 were the Grand Eastern Mine, Western Wind Mine, Southern Sand Mine and Northern Desert Mine. Grand Eastern Mine belonged to Demon Eye, Western Wind Mine belonged to Indong, Southern Sand Mine belonged to both Mountain Elf and Blood River, and the Northern Desert Mine belonged to the City Master of the Underground City, Ma Long the Ancient Beast. The Southern Sand Mine was the biggest one after the Central Mine, and it was owned by Blood River and Mountain Elf. On comparison, Western Wind Mine was the smallest and its ore production was only a third of the others. It was initially bidded jointly by Indong and another ranker called Xi Li, but all the shares went to Indong later as Xi Li died suddenly. Everyone suspected that Indong caused the death of Xi Li. He was probably secretly supported by Demon Eye and the killing is done by Nightmare, but there were no concrete evidences. This caused Xi Li's descendants to be disadvantaged and didn't go forward to fight for it, so Indong got this mine easily. Mr. Titan, do you think that someone was actually supporting this riot in the dark? Jia said as he introduced the mines to Yue Yang. He did not mention things explicitly as he was afraid that those with sharp ears could decipher his speech. No big deal, it wasn't even worth my laughter. Yue Yang acted as if he was the most powerful man in the world. Yes. What Jia admired most about Yue Yang was his attitude. As a ranker, he could be as arrogant and aggressive as he wished, this was what that made him impressive. The underground mine extended through several kilometers. Its entrance and densely packed tunnels were as complex as a spider's web. It was very dry in the tunnels as there was little water. There were a lot of glowing ores that could be barely seen in the dark. Only after turning into a corner did they see specially made turpentine oil torches. Almost all of the rioters were slaves, amounting to a few thousand, while a minority were supervisors. They were led by 2 beast twin brothers who possessed power akin to that of a level 7 overlord and possessed a giant silver-ranked sword in their hands each. There was also an ox-head supervisor that had a slightly lousier equipment, a bronze-ranked axe. More than 100 beast guards turned from supervisors to rebelling soldiers. In addition, there were more than 100 slaves, similarly armed with weapons and defense equipments, following closely behind their 3 rioting leaders. An even larger number of slaves were hiding in the dark as they watched all these numbly. When they saw their new master, Yue Yang, coming, they were shocked and many of them shuddered. Among all of you, who is the Xia Pu and Xia Er brothers? Yue Yang already knew who they were, he was merely testing them to see how they'd respond. You are. Xia Pu, the brother with a scar across his face, stood out. All the rioters, including him, were puzzled as to why their new master would send such a weak human over to negotiate with them. He is at most a level 6 elder, and his beast is even worse. It is actually a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-back demon wolf. The power of this beast wouldn't even allow it to survive in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, why would he want it for? It does not seem like a pet too. The weirdest thing is that this human who came over to negotiate was wearing a gold-ranked mask on his face. What a waste. People will probably snatch it away from him once he steps out of his house. Who is this guy exactly? The new master's name seemed to be Titan, and it was said that he was able to kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian, who were innate rankers. Could it be that this guy was Ranker Titan's brother, or son? Mr. Titan, Jia was about to introduce Yue Yang, but the twin brothers standing at the opposite side suddenly charged forward like lightning, trying to launch a sneak attack. The two ordinary level 6 golem guards beside Jia were blown away mercilessly, repelled several meters behind. One of the brothers without a scar on his face unsheathed his great sword and pressed them against Jia's neck. The other brandished his great sword and charged straight towards Yue Yang. The tip of his great sword stopped right at Yue Yang's throat, so close that Yue Yang would immediately die if he thrusted his sword forward even by a little. However, Yue Yang not only didn't tremble in fear, he even showed an arrogant expression as if he was someone who had gained the upper hand. He asked, with an extraordinarily calm voice, "Is this counted as kidnapping?" "Mr. Titan JNR, please don't act foolishly." The man who had a scar on his face was Xia Pu, the older of the twin brothers. He threatened in a cold voice, "I know you are a little skilled, but don't even try to struggle, otherwise, I won't hesitate cutting your throat open. I don't have any intention of harming the body of the noble young master, but I hope you can act smarter. Why are you guys trying to rebel?" Yue Yang asked them. Ha ha ha, when Xia Pu heard Yue Yang, he was shocked for a moment, then he started laughing like a madman, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the whole world. Not only him, his brother and the rest of the Ox Head guards also started to laugh, some even laughed to tears. Behind Yue Yang, a black light flashed. An incomparably sharp dagger suddenly pressed against Yue Yang's neck, and a dark figure restrained Yue Yang from the back. A delicate face slowly moved forward and pressed against Yue Yang's ears, sneering with a cold, heartless tone, "My dear noble young master who has never tasted starvation all his life, you will understand why we want to rebel if I threw you into the mine and lock you up for 2 weeks. Who are you guys to exploit us so? For what reason? Just because you are born with a noble status? Just because you are more powerful than us? We are also living beings with pride, but we are actually treated like slaves. Locked inside at the bottom of the mine as slaves and working for you guys year after year, digging ores for you guys. Do you know how many people died from exhaustion in this mine? Their bones can pile up into a mountain. They have made you countless riches, but what have you ever done to them? Have you given them a salary? No, we have never even eaten till we are full. Look at you, you wear dragon leather armor and a gold-ranked mask, all of those are from our sweat and blood. Don't you even feel a shred of guilt, you bloody leecher?" When Yue Yang heard her, he clapped his hands and laughed out, "Am I truly experiencing a slave rebellion now? Your argument is really logical, even I am almost moved." When the dark figure behind heard Yue Yang's insincere voice, she angrily punched him from the back. However, the dark figure noticed that while her fist was actually in pain from the punch, that boy didn't seem to feel anything. The dark figure became even more furious and pressed her dagger more forcefully against Yue Yang's skin. "Don't even try to talk your way out of this, or I will kill you. Don't think that you are a big shot just because you have an innate rancor as your parents. In my eyes, you are just a trash second generation. Please don't kill him. Mr. Titan is not someone you can afford to offend. If you hurt even a single strand of his hair, you would all die tragically. Don't you guys want to negotiate your conditions? Say them now, Mr. Titan will definitely help you guys." Of course, Jia knew that with only these few people in front, they would not be able to defeat his master. However, he coordinated with Yue Yang's farce and shouted in panic, pretending to be terrified. That level of acting was definitely worthy of an Oscar. "We want 5% share of the mine to be used for our salary and improving our living conditions," the older brother Xia Pu stated his first condition. "Impossible." Yue Yang didn't wait for him to finish and rejected him immediately. "You won't cry until you see your coffin, is that it? If you dare to speak one more word, I swear I will cut off your tongue." The dark figure behind kneed Yue Yang's back furiously, trying to push Yue Yang to the ground. Beyond his expectations, he was unable to move his captive at all. "I'm really scared," Yue Yang's words and his unmatching calm expression really made the dark figure furious. 5% shares of the mine. Its main use would be as insurance to compensate laborers in case of death and disability. You have to agree to this at the very least. Xia, the Scarless brother emphasized this point, it was one of the crucial points of their negotiation. Of course Jia didn't agree to it, he only said that he would mention it to his boss, but he couldn't make this decision for them. There must be rest time from digging mines. 2 days of rest during the week and no more than 16 hours of work per day. Every time a miner found a high-quality ore, the mine owner would have to give him a reward according to the price of the ore. The reward amount must not be lesser than 1% of the ore price. The dark figure who was holding Yue Yang also had a condition. We must continue to serve as supervisors of the mine, and in the future you are not to take revenge against us or force us to become laborers. You would need the mine owner's personal signature as guarantee. Xia Pu, whose face was scarred, looked at Yue Yang. He paused slightly and added, other than the above points, there is also one important condition. Adequate food must be supplied to the mine. However, not every race can eat meat, and not every race can eat vegetables. Our food needs are different, the mine owner must guarantee enough supply of food for all of us. So if some of you guys want to drink breast milk, I will have to find a nursing nanny for you? Is that what you mean? Yue Yang asked. You, the dark figure was so angry that she almost exploded. Her sharp dagger moved swiftly and almost pierced into Yue Yang's body. Her anger would not be appeased if she didn't spill some blood. But Xia Pu's sword jumped up and stopped the dagger quickly. Xia Pu, who was the leader of the group, shook his hand, don't hurt him. We don't have to quarrel with a second-generation trash who is born with a silver spoon and never tasted poverty before. Take him down and lock him up together with Mr. Yan Zheng. He then waved his hands at Jida and said, go back and tell your master. If he agree with our conditions, all of us will start working immediately. Otherwise, we are determined to rebel until the end, even if he dispatched the guards to attack us. We'd rather be annihilated and spill our blood all over the mine grounds than go back to slavery. Jida looked at Yue Yang once, before he hesitatingly asked, Brother Xia Pu, I can understand why you guys want to fight for your salary and all that. After all, no one will be willing to work for free. However, taking Mr. Titan captive is really too much. You need to know that the one oppressing you guys is Indong, not us. We have just gotten the mine from Indong's hands. When Xia Pu heard him, he sighed, indeed it is. However, although you guys have just taken over the mine, we will still revolt. We have been preparing for half a year, and we have been waiting for the right time. Even if the one who came here today was Indong and not you guys, we will still ask him the same conditions. That is not fair. This matter doesn't have anything to do with us from the beginning. When Jida heard the damned Indong's name, he became extremely vexed. They were really unlucky. Go back and ask your high and mighty Mr. Titan, if he want the mine to operate normally again, agree to our conditions. As long as he is not a short-sighted person, he will definitely see our sincerity. We only wanted to live, that's all. As long as there are rewards and insurance, all the laborers will definitely work hard. This place is, after all, our home. Some of the families living here had lived since the time of their fathers and grandfathers. Aren't they the true owners of the mine? Don't they deserve to get a share of the mine? Rather than forcing the slaves and making them work to their deaths, why don't you give them a chance to live, so that they could work harder and happier? Wouldn't that be better for everyone? Xia Pu then added in a low voice. If Mr. Titan felt that us brothers have offended his pride, we can take any kind of punishment. Even if our heads are cut off, we will have no regrets, as long as he fulfill our conditions. Do you think he will agree to them? Jida looked at Yue Yang and asked. Maybe it will be difficult, but I hope he can agree to them. I hope that you will convey our sincerity to him. If he needed a bunch of people to work at the cost of their lives, he have to give us an equivalent salary. Even the adventurer guild outside do it that way. If you continue treating us like cattle or slaves, even if we die, the next generation of slaves will definitely revolt too. In these 100 years, hasn't there been more than enough slave revolts to prove my point? Give them hope, a home and a path to live. If he does that, Mr. Titan SNR will definitely earn our loyalties and make a huge profit. Wouldn't that be great? After thinking for a while, Xia Pu waved at the dark figure who was restraining Yue Yang, let Mr. Titan JNR go. If Mr. Titan SNR is willing to agree to our conditions, we'll immediately let Mr. Yan Zheng go. We will also report ourselves to authority and seek punishment on our own. No, that can't be done. You definitely cannot let this boy return. The dark figure shouted out, this is different from our plan. Brother Xia Pu, you said that you will lead us to victory before. Pushing forward will lead us to victory. Why aren't we pushing forward? Why are we giving in to the enemy? Enough, this is my decision. Xia Pu waved his hand, I said, let him go. I won't let him go, the dark figure's voice resounded, I only have 2 brothers, I only have the 2 of you as family. How could I let you sacrifice yourselves? In the first place, they were the ones in the wrong. We are only upholding justice, why should we give in to our enemies? Brother Xia Pu, we will feel honored if you die in the battle, but if you die in order to appease some Innate's fury and save his reputation, we will feel ashamed, dishonor. Without you guys, what would I do in the future? Haven't it crossed your minds that they might be lying to us, that when the strongest amongst us has died, they will slaughter us all and continue to treat us like slaves? That's right, that is indeed what I am thinking. Yue Yang agreed and nodded. You shut up. The dark figure was so angry that her lungs was about to burst. My dearest sister. This is actually our last chance. When Mr. Titan JNR came here, I understood. If Mr. Titan SNR hasn't given us a chance, he would have already sent the authorities to us. He could even come here and kill us all personally. He is an innate after all, who is strong enough to kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian. None of us here is his match. I guess Mr. Titan SNR also doesn't want this matter to be blown up, he needs workers and we need to make a living. If he could agree to our conditions, we will do our best to serve him. This is our chance, I hope we can change our initial plans. We should show more sincerity towards Mr. Titan SNR and let Mr. Titan JNR. If it is successful, we will gain work and freedom. Of course, it might also fail, and in that case, we will all die. Xia Pu, whose face was scarred, swept a glance across the guards and slaves, and slowly whispered, I'll leave it up to you guys to decide. Maybe there is only a 1% chance of success, you guys can choose the other option if you wish. Whoever decides to leave the rebellion, I guarantee I will not pursue it any further and will give you some allowance to get by. If you decide to stay and work, I'll guarantee you enough food. As for your demands for a share in the mines, stop dreaming. Even a fool wouldn't do that. Furthermore, you guys would also not be able to protect your shares. Come, those who want to leave, please move here. Jia, give them some money, 5 gold for each person. Those who want to leave, just take the gold and scram. Those who want to stay will have to do labor work obediently. There will be no money, but I can assure you'll have enough food. We are different from that in Dong, we are gracious, magnanimous people. Yue Yang pretended to be a magnanimous second-generation noble. Unexpectedly, the moment Yue Yang spoke out, a lot of people really stood up and chose to leave. Even the Oxhead leader had also stood up. The Xia Pu brothers looked at him in shock. When the younger of the Xia Pu brothers wanted to beat the Oxhead up, the elder, scarred Xia Pu brother stopped him, forget it, everyone has their own choice. Seeing that more and more people started to follow the Oxhead man, taking the money and taking their chance at freedom, the dark figure suddenly shouted out. She forcefully grabbed onto Yue Yang's collar, raised him up and pointed her dagger at his throat, if anyone dares to leave, I will slit his throat. A girl shouldn't be so fierce, otherwise no men will like you. Yue Yang realized that the girl standing in front of him was actually quite attractive. Not only was her features smooth and delicate, she also possessed a pair of long, slender legs. Although her body was wrapped in tattered clothing, it perfectly showcased the shape of her thighs and seductive bubble butt. It could be seen that she was a high-grade, alluring woman. Her V-shaped chin and big eyes filled with tears were simply captivating, just like a foxy lady. Forget about his teasing remark just now, the next sentence that Yue Yang said almost made the dagger girl cry out in frustration. This was because Yue Yang said, your face is barely above average, but your chest is flat as a washing board. Others say that girls with big boobs often have small brains. Your chest is so small, yet why does it seem that you have no brains at all? Hui Tai Lang rested on the ground leisurely as it gave a big yawn. It saw that they haven't started fighting yet, so it continued to sleep. I'll kill you. The dagger girl was so angry that she would have bitten Yue Yang to death if she could. However, she understood that she couldn't harm this second-generation young master. Although she was boiling, she didn't move into attack. If you could choke me to death with those slender legs of yours, I actually wouldn't mind it at all. Yue Yang felt that his performance was like a rapist who had almost gotten his way. You think I won't dare to kill you? The dagger girl felt that she had to bore a hole on this bastard's back no matter what. Before the dagger even touched him, Yue Yang had already collapsed to the ground. The dagger girl jumped in shock. She didn't stab him at all, why would there be blood in this bastard's chest? The Xia Pu brothers and the Oxheads immediately paled. There was an assassin. There was actually a skilled assassin hidden amongst them, that was plotting to kill Mr. Titan JNR when he came here to negotiate. This time, it's the end. Jia was also shocked. However, when he saw that Hui Tai Lang was still snoring relaxedly even though blood was spurting out from Mr. Titan's chest exaggeratedly like a water fountain, he calmed down. Jia's 2 golems have already recovered although they were beaten up quite badly just now. They were earth attribute, hence they could sense enemies that moved on the ground from the vibration of the earth. They raised their hands and punched out at the same time, punching the ground. The whole mine shook, and dust flew everywhere. A tall and thin man whose face was covered and was wearing a black cloak appeared at a dark corner. The long dagger in his hand was glinting with the poisonous color of dark green. This person was the assassin that did the killing. Damn it! The Xia Pu brothers' battle was finished. Since Mr. Titan JNR has died, Mr. Titan SNR will definitely take revenge on them. Facing the wrath of an innate rancor, blood corpses will definitely scatter all over the mine. This hidden assassin, he was definitely here to frame them. The Xia Pu brothers thought about how previously, the preparation for their revolution, such as procuring food and weapon, had not gone well at all. However, they suddenly managed to get a huge amount of supplies a few days ago. Now they understood everything. He and all the other slaves had been used as pawns by others. Seeing the fountain of blood spurting out of Yue Yang's chest, the dagger girl covered her mouth with her hands and whimpered, "Are you going to die?" Yue Yang pretended to be in pain and shouted, "It's such a pity that I can't fulfill my honorable wish before my death." The dagger girl was really afraid that Yue Yang would die. She hurriedly said, "Say it quickly, what kind of wish do you have? Quick, say it, quick. Maybe I can help you fulfill it." Yue Yang nodded, "You definitely can." He reached his bloodied hand out towards the dagger girl and pretended to be taking his last breath. "I really want to know whether your chest is really that small, I didn't see it clearly just now. Let me touch them for a while, otherwise I will really die full of regrets." You. The first thought that came to the dagger girl's mind was how she could get a big hammer so that she could smash this bastard's head to pieces, then cut the rest of his body up so that she could feed him to the dogs. Just as the girl holding the dagger was about to smash a rock onto Yue Yang's head, she realized that Yue Yang was lying on the ground lifelessly. He seemed to be dead. She was so scared that her hands trembled. The rock in her hand dropped and it almost hit her toes. She kicked Yue Yang's body to see if he was really dead. "Hey, are you really dead?" "Oh my poor Mr. Titan," Jia the fat toad cried as he charged towards Yue Yang. His acting skills was absolutely 100 times more convincing than Yue Yang, who was feigning his death. Even an Oscar Best Actor award might not be worthy of him. Due to Jia's terrified act, the dagger girl started panicking as she tried to justify herself. "I did not cause his death, it really wasn't me, I only wanted to scare him, who knows that there really was an assassin here. Is he really beyond help? What now? I don't have healing power nor a healing type beast. Somebody come and help." The fact that she only thought of seeking help now showed that she was as slow as a dinosaur. But luckily her looks wasn't as bad as a dinosaur, because the longer one stared at her, the prettier she looked. On the other side, the Xiaopu brothers and Oxhead Man surrounded the assassin as they attacked him violently. The assassin wasn't as powerful as the trio, but he was very evasive. He was able to dodge all of their attacks, leaving the Xiaopu brothers powerless against him. The army arrived to assist soon after. Two men whose power was akin to that of the Xiaopu brothers charged in from outside the tunnel as they punched the slow golem guard, sending it flying in the air. Both sides had equal power now, with the scale tipping slightly towards the assassin. "This is a gift from my master, Blood River. Hope you like it, hehe." The assassin took advantage of the chaos and summoned a mist beast, facilitating his escape. "Don't chase him anymore." Xiaopu knew that they wouldn't be able to win even if they went after him. The opponent could move around as and when he wished to, even when he was surrounded by 2 golem guards and more than 100 men. What would they be able to do even if they caught up with him? Actually, they had fallen into the opponent's trap even before the fight began. The rioting slaves were just pathetic tools sacrificed to sow discord between the innate rancor Titan and Blood River, one of the 3 leaders. No matter what the result turned out to be, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Negotiation had turned into an extravagant hope now, and the best plan would be to escape. The Xiaopu brothers looked at each other and nodded. The elder brother, Xiaopu, said, "Everyone, Mr. Titan getting attacked by an assassin wasn't part of our initial plan. If Mr. Titan were to know about it, he would be very furious, and we won't be able to withstand wrath from an innate rancor. Please leave immediately if you can, but if you can't leave due to family ties, also do hide into the caves quickly and don't let anyone know that you were here. As there is a change of plans, my brother and I are willing to bear all consequences. Hurry up and leave now, before it's too late." Upon hearing, the 100 guards in the crowd started to panic. Some even ran off immediately. After they left, the remaining ones became even more anxious. Then a crowd of more than 10 people ran off too. Although some were still polite enough as to bid farewell to the Xiaopu brothers before they left sighing, some others didn't turn their heads at all as they ran off. They even left their weapons behind in the fear that the innate rancor would arrive anytime. Surrounded by guards, the Oxhead Man turned to look at the Xiaopu brothers and also at the trembling slaves. He then said, "Xiaopu and Xia, please leave together with us, those who stay here will definitely die. This is not our fault, and even a blind man can see that it was a trap. The wrath of an innate rancor is not something what people like us can bear. If there's no one here bearing the consequences, I'm afraid everyone here will lose their life. There has to be somebody taking up the responsibility. We can leave, but the workers here can't because their homes are here. We promised to help them, so my brother and I will stay to keep our promise." Xiaopu, who had a scar on his face, waved his hand. "Just go. This situation is caused by us. Mr. Titan Jr. was assassinated, and we couldn't save him in time. We even let the assassin escape. There has to be someone bearing the responsibilities. Then I wish you good luck." The Oxhead Man led his team away quickly. He was afraid that if he was any later, the innate rancor Mr. Titan Sr. would arrive anytime. "Brother," the dagger girl responded after recovering from shock. "You go too, leave here now." Su Pu demanded, go back to Gufeng mainland, and never return to Tongtian Tower. No, the dagger girl's tears rolled down like a river as she screamed helplessly. Unless you all come with me, I will not leave too. I can't just leave you all behind to go home myself. I already promised mother that we'll train in the Tongtian Tower together, and go home together. You fool, this is not the time to be affected by your emotions. If you don't go, we'll all die here. Xia the second brother raised his hand in anger as he prepared to slap his sister. Don't slap her. Xia Pu the elder brother pushed away Xiao's hand as he smiled to his sister who was already in tears. If Mr. Titan Sr. is a reasonable man, he won't kill us, and we will be willing to be his laborers in order to repay him, so we'll definitely see the light again one day. As we had already left home for a year and Xia and I have to stay as laborers for a few more years, you should go home now. Don't let mother worry about us. No, you are lying to me, you definitely won't make it home. That idiot is already dead, how can the both of you live? The dagger girl cried. Quickly leave. Xia the younger brother realized that the situation didn't seem right as he shouted to the slaves. A shadow moved quickly towards them from a distance. Some realized that the shadow looked exactly like the little Mr. Titan Jr. lying on the ground. They wore the same golden mask, was of the same size, same clothes, and even looked more similar to each other than the Xia Pu brothers. They were like the same person, but his power differed vastly from the one lying on the ground. Even a blind man could see that this second Mr. Titan was definitely an innate ranker. Just by moving swiftly, he blew all the slaves to the ground like a tornado. When he stared at the Xia Pu brothers, they had difficulties breathing even though they were quite powerful. The ox-head man and his guards who already fled to the cave entrance were so stunned that they kneeled to the ground and did not dare to move at all. The Mr. Titan who came later waved his hands casually, causing 3 bloodied heads to roll to the Xia Pu's feet. They all had their eyes opened as if they couldn't rest in peace. They were the heads of the assassin and his 2 accomplices. Even Jia was stunned, let alone the Xia Pu brothers. Why were there 2 Mr. Titans? If Jia wasn't born with a toad's inherent skills, he wouldn't be able to sniff that the blood that spurted out from Yue Yang earlier on wasn't human blood, but dragon blood. If not, he would definitely be worried sick. Respected innate ranker, I admit that it was our mistake. If you want to punish anyone, please do it on me, as I'm their leader. Xia Pu braced himself to greet this second Mr. Titan, and then kneeled down slightly to apologize. During his half-kneeling gesture, he signaled for his younger brother, together with their sister, to join the crowd again. No, it is all my fault. If it wasn't for me who restrained his back, he wouldn't have been assassinated. If you want to kill anyone, then kill me. The dagger girl charged forward as she blocked in front of her brother. We are done for. Everyone banged their head to the ground immediately. If she said it like that, forget about her, everyone there would be killed. The second Mr. Titan changed his stance slightly, unleashing his murderous vibe. Everyone shuddered uncontrollably as they kneeled to the ground. No one would think of fighting back an innate rancor. Even the Xia Pu brothers lost hope. What use could fighting back do if their opponent could kill them easy as killing an ant with a finger? Moreover, it was a fact that they caused the death of Mr. Titan Jr. due to their rioting, they couldn't deny that it wasn't their fault. The dagger girl trembled so much that she almost collapsed onto the ground. In the end, she bit her lips and mustered up her courage as she arched her small but cute asparagus-like chest up. If killing me quells your anger, then do it. I'm willing to compensate for that idiot's death with my life. She shouted loudly. Fuck, who's an idiot? Yue Yang stood up straightly, scaring the dagger girl out of her wits. Yo! You didn't die? The dagger girl was pleasantly surprised. Day! Yue Yang realized that her reaction wasn't the same as normal women, and it made teasing her very interesting. Then tell your brother quickly that you didn't die and ask him not to kill us. But I thought the dagger pierced your chest? How come you're still alright? The dagger girl got increasing dubious as she stared at him because the wyvern armor Yue Yang worn wasn't even torn, then where did the blood that spurred out come from? Xia Pu and Xia looked at each other as they nodded, they weren't as slow and insensitive as their sister, and they quickly realized that it was all a ploy. Mr. Titan Sr. knew that someone was scheming in the dark, therefore he asked his younger brother to carry out this ploy together. In the end everyone was duped. All the motives and schemings were exposed by Mr. Titan Sr., and the death of Mr. Titan Jr. landed all the slaves into a disadvantaged situation. Although Mr. Titan Jr. was fine, they don't know how long they had to serve as laborers to compensate for it. It seemed that the Mr. Titan Sr. did not want to kill the rioting slaves, and he merely wanted to continue enslaving them. If not, everyone would have died even if they had 100 lives. The second Mr. Titan who came later was actually an evil Gemini shadow summoned by Yue Yang using the Gemini mask, which possessed half the strength of the real Yue Yang. However, no one could tell the difference between them. Yue Yang would never disclose the truth as he wanted to create a sense of delusion. Especially towards his opponent. The opponent would feel more troubled if he held the thinking that there were 2 Mr. Titan. The evil Gemini shadow tapped Yue Yang's shoulders softly as it disappeared in a flash, just like how it came. It was so fast that no one could even respond to it. Yue Yang continued to pretend to be the bad guy. All those who abandoned their fellow brothers, please scram. A coward who develops cold feet at the last minute is what we needed the least. As for you all, due to the mistakes made, especially you who grabbed me by the collar and scolded me. Do you know what one will become when they scold me? All of you will become my laborers, and serve hard manual labor for 100 years. The money from your hard work will go towards my psychological compensation. This is not fair, they can leave but we had to stay. A guard stood out and begged weakly. I want to leave too. Then scram, right now. Yue Yang kicked him, sending him flying in the air. Whoever that wants to leave, scram immediately. He scolded. Upon hearing that they could be freed regardless of their past deeds, a lot of guards and slaves charged out desperately as they queued behind the ox-head man. Although they were labeled as those who betrayed their brothers and chickened out, it would all be worth it if they could be a freeman again. Many were notorious in the Thunder Fortress and things like betrayal, abandonment, selfishness were rampant. Others like justice, fairness, self-sacrifice were the rare ones. Apart from 1,000 slaves who couldn't live independently after leaving the mine and a few other loyal guards under the Xia brothers, the other majority left. And those who stayed, some also wished to leave, but were constrained by various reasons. Leaving would mean starving to death because they didn't have anyone to turn to, and apart from digging mines, they had no other skills. It would be pathetic if they remained as laborers here, but wasn't this what they did in the past? It was just a matter of the name they were called. Maybe this little Mr. Titan would be kinder than Ndong such that everybody would have something to eat. Being a laborer, having a meal to fill their stomach would suffice. How could they expect anything like rewards and shares? Go and release Mr. Yan Zheng. Yue Yang instructed Xia brothers initially, but then he turned towards the dagger girl. You will become my female slave from this moment onwards, go back with me. No. Images of herself being chained by the neck as the wretched Yue Yang held her by a lash as he walked her onto the streets flashed through the dagger girl's mind. I'm not going to be the female slave of a rich slacker like you. In your dreams. I'd rather die than to be your female slave. You pervert, if you dare to come near me, I'll commit suicide. Mr. Titan, this woman is both coarse and flat-chested, she is not suited to be a female slave at all. I have a half-elf girl that has the face of a child and a hot body of a woman. Not only is she obedient and submissive, she is also great at all sorts of chores ranging from cooking to knitting. If she is to serve you in your daily life, I'm sure that you will be satisfied. Jyuta quickly suggested his best girl to Yue Yang and swore that the half-elf girl was a virgin. According to him, this girl was groomed by women all her life, so she hadn't seen a real guy before, and she was waiting for Yue Yang to broaden her horizon. A child's look with a hot body? Actually Yue Yang wasn't a stranger to it as his noble teacher, Sora Aoi, had graced the hearts of all otakus, including him, before. WANT2EAT, Sora Aoi is the stage name of a Japanese AV idol. Source, Wikipedia, but what would the half-elf with a child's look and a hot body grow up to become? Yue Yang quickly nodded in a perverted manner. Yeah, that woman who's lacking in both brains and chest doesn't deserve my attention. Let's take a look at this half-elf girl. Does she really have the face of a child and a hot body? The dagger girl at the side was incensed. Being flat-chested was her weakness, and this wretched rascal kept pouring salt on her wound. I'm going to kill you. The crazed dagger girl charged forward him as she swore to kill the perverted guy. Yue Yang returned back to Ndong's mansion. Behind him, the dagger girl persisted on following behind him so that she could take revenge, even when she had been beaten down numerous times. She didn't understand, she was obviously much stronger than that bastard, but why does she still get beaten up? It also seemed that he hadn't used his full power yet. I'm going to kill you, pervert, for the good of everyone else. The dagger girl swore to kill this guy to prevent him from harming other women in the world. But she would never admit that part of the reason was also due to him mentioning that she was flat-chested. Mr. Titan Jr., I hope that the laborers will not go hungry. The Xia brother also followed Yue Yang as they had already come to terms with reality and had stopped hoping to get any shares. It depends on my mood. Yue Yang replied arrogantly. We'll continue working hard, even harder than before. As long as everyone have something to fill their stomach and can be treated when they are sick, we can dig the mine 1,000 times faster. We guarantee that we can be a lot faster than before. Xia felt that it was okay for those who couldn't work as a team to leave. Although there were only 1,000 men left, if they could listen to commands, they would suffice. Then make her my female slave. I'll be her master and enslave her till she suffers and go mad eventually. Yue Yang wanted to show them that he had an abusive trait. In your dreams. The dagger girl was furious when she heard it, but she didn't went forward to stab Yue Yang like before. After encountering several failures previously, she had come to terms that she wasn't a match to Yue Yang. He might not be powerful, but he surely possessed many treasures. And with the help of any one of his treasures, he could defeat her easily. Although she was hot-tempered, she wouldn't deliberately ask to be abused if she had already known what the outcome would be. The Xiaopu brothers could only look at each other and force a smile. Of course they knew that Mr. Titan wasn't short of woman, he was merely teasing her out of boredom. If he was really a playboy, he wouldn't be acting like this now. Unfortunately their insensitive sister didn't realize that he was just making fun of her, so she insisted on competing with him, falling into his trick. But if she were to just sit still while being taken advantage of, she wouldn't be their sister. But this trait of hers was really. Luckily she met this Mr. Titan Jr. who was only teasing her out of boredom. If he was a real playboy, she might have been locked away as a female slave. Mr. Yan Zheng was a serious old-fashioned person. He was just released after being locked up by Xiaopu brothers for a few days. However, he still had his emotionless poker face. It was only until Yue Yang finished fighting with the dagger girl did he walk out. I have a suggestion. For every laborer who worked, his salary per day will be 1 gold coin. If he were to be sick and stop working, his salary will be voided. If a laborer were to find a rare precious ore, his bonus will be 1,000th of its value, but if he were to keep it for himself, he would be killed with no second thoughts. If a laborer saves enough money, he can apply to leave the mine, or gain access to application for citizenship. In addition, laborers are allowed to set up booths outside the mine to exchange for daily necessities. He brought up a lot of rules that would benefit the laborers, but they would be even more beneficial to Yue Yang of course. If all of these could make the laborers work again, the amount of money spent was as little as a drop in the ocean. And of course, all these rules appeared better to that of set by Ndong the miser. Yue Yang believed that these rules would suffice to keep them from rioting again. I'll add one more. For those who didn't contribute for a month, ask him to scram. I will not pay for someone who slacks and is inactive. Yue Yang was alright with paying gold coins in return for labor. Rest assured, we'll all work hard under the rules suggested by Mr. Yan Zheng. Xiaopu believed that if the laborers were to know that they could receive both salaries and bonuses under their new boss, they would definitely work very hard, and would even be willing to die from overwork. When they were under Ndong, they couldn't even fill their stomach as Ndong treated them as slaves literally. They were thrown into mines to dig for ores, and when one batch dies, Ndong would send in the second batch. Talk is cheap. Yue Yang said as he asked Jia to chase the Xiaopu brothers out. Seeing that her brothers left, the dagger girl stomped her feet and followed them out quickly. Although she was a little slow and insensitive, it did not mean that she was daft. She was afraid that once Yue Yang closed the door, he would release his dog upon her or chain her up by the neck, so she escaped quickly, postponing her plans of seeking revenge. Before she left, she kicked Yue Yang hatefully. Seeing him enjoying himself made her angry. Unexpectedly, she had used too much strength to kick, causing her to lose her balance and almost fell. Yue Yang had even helped to support her at her waist when she almost fell to the ground and hit her bottom. She was extremely embarrassed. She quickly got up and ran out of the door in the midst of Yue Yang's laughter. This made her hate Yue Yang even more. She swore to take him down in the future so that he wouldn't be so arrogant. Just after she left, 2 men went in. They were here to send an invitation. Blood River and Mountain Elf had jointly invited Yue Yang to attend the annual auction held in the Villian City above the Thunder Fortress. Did your master ask you to say anything? Yue Yang asked. With an intelligence like yours, I'm sure that Mr. Titan will understand that the incident recently was an attempt to sow discord between you and my master. My master, Blood River, has always treated you like a distinguished guest. As a cordial and hospitable man, he even treats the normal merchants with respect. So how could he have sent an assassin after you? The tall man on the left replied word by word. He seemed to be just someone who works under the order of his master. How about your master? What did he say? Yue Yang looked at the fat man beside him. Mr. Titan, my master, Mountain Elf, has always admired you. He is willing to ally with both Blood River and you to enjoy mutual benefits. The fat man was all smiles. Forget about forming alliance first. We don't have the intention of staying at the Thunder Fortress. We are just passing by, minding our own business. Maybe if we get bored one day, we'll leave. I don't care about you guys at all, but if we are affected by problems, my brother and I will definitely kill our enemy's entire clan. Yue Yang smiled lightly and waved his hand like a superior. Both men took the hint and excused themselves quickly. After settling the issues in the mine, Yue Yang got himself a mine that could generate income, and also became enemies with demon eyes. With it, he had a reason to seek revenge. Kill the monsters and steal their treasures. Yue Yang had clear goals in mind when he came to the Thunder Fortress. Moreover, after he was done killing the monsters, he could then use them to exchange for more treasures from the Warrior Guild or Mercenary Guild. There were a lot of wanted people on the bloody villain list here, and the rewards for taking them down were mostly either monetary rewards or treasures. For example, one would be rewarded handsomely for taking down Nightmare and Tiger Nian, and also Demon Eyes and his gang. Yue Yang would be able to get the rewards for taking down these people in a single action. Yue Yang didn't bother about the things going on at the arena as he prepared to sell it away. Through this, it would quell the worries of some that Yue Yang wants to take over the Thunder Fortress. Also, as its profit wasn't as lucrative and it could be manipulated easily by his enemies. Yue Yang didn't want to end up like Ndong, who had enemies latching onto his weakness. Different affairs were sorted under the care of Jia and Yanzheng. Jia would control the finance as he was good at business, and was also loyal to Yue Yang. Yanzheng was an old-fashioned housekeeper. If not for Mr. Chen, he would not have worked for Yue Yang. But once he started to work, he would give the same loyalty to whoever his master was. After leaving the Thunder Fortress, Yue Yang returned to the plaza in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. He saw that Baoer the Golden Elf was still holding a banner to look for Yue Yang. But the words on it weren't as polite as before. It wrote, "Titan, you liar, if you still don't respond, I'm going to be angry." Baoer's cute angry face was also drawn on it. Towards this lowly Golden Elf, Yue Yang would feel happy whenever he sees her. Teasing her made him happy too. Fatty Hai, Yakong and the others lay around tiredly, drenched in blood. It seemed that they had just returned from a battle. Luckily everyone was well and alive, and Anna the Golden Elf was using the beast ability to heal them. The ox-head Fan Luntai was happily devouring a piece of pork. "That liar has already went on to the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower, we are just wasting our time waiting for him here." "Oh yeah, fat pig, what's the technique you used just now?" "Hey, I'm talking to you, how dare you ignore me?" Upon seeing Yue Yang approaching, Fatty Hai was initially stunned, but broke out into laughter later. "It is just a small trick compared to your barbarous charge." "We." Yue Yang brushed against the banner as he was walking past Baoer, and he even blew a whistle. "Do you know how to see when you walk?" Baoer hated people who walk close to her. Putting the banner down, Baoer checked if it was spoilt, and even used her hand to wipe the areas Yue Yang touched, meaning that she didn't want any outsiders to dirty the banner. She would have scrubbed and washed the banner if there was water. Fan Luntai smashed the pork on her hand towards Yue Yang due to his derogatory whistle towards Baoer. Yakong held in his laughter as he tried to stop her. "Don't be impulsive, this may be a misunderstanding." The ox-head Fan Luntai brushed him off. "Monkey, you leave me alone. You all don't know that this isn't the first time that rascal did this." He walked near Baoer to brush against her deliberately the other time, and he did it again just now. If it wasn't because there are a lot of us here, he would have molested her. "Don't be scared, Baoer, I'll help you teach him a lesson. This guy is very weak, it is just that he possesses a lot of treasures. If I were to strike, he will definitely die from his balls breaking." Yue Yang trembled when he heard that. Dying from broken balls, it was really an impressive way to die. He pretended to be terrified and ran towards the warrior guild quickly. Seeing his quick escape, Fan Luntai continued to wave punches at him in anger, thinking that if it wasn't because she was tired from their journey just now, she would have already ripped that rascal apart. Fatty Hai, Yakong and the Li brothers broke out into laughter, especially Fatty Hai, who was rolling on the floor laughing. As Xuetan Lang, Prince Tian Luo, Ox-Head Party leader Li Ao and Lin En just came to gather from other places, on seeing everybody laughing, they inquired inquisitively. Why was Fatty Hai and the rest laughing so hysterically when Li Ao and Lin En felt that nothing's funny? Even Xuetan Lang with a poker face broke into a smile, making Lin En exclaimed that it was miracle. "Is it so funny?" The four orc girls who loved to laugh looked at each other as they weren't able to comprehend. "Yes, I'm dying from laughter." Fatty Hai laughed and he couldn't even get up from the ground. Anna frowned, as she seemed to realize something. In the warrior guild, as Ou Zhen wasn't there, a man who appeared both haughty and astute went to receive Yue Yang, who claimed that he was an adventurer who just completed missions that offered bounties. He felt that they were just some small mission, then Yue Yang shouldn't have come to the second level of the warrior guild to claim his reward because this was a place for real rankers. For a level 6 elder like Yue Yang, he should have gone to first level to admire those who could go to the second level. But of course, he was still polite enough not to show his attitude. He asked casually, "What kind of mission did you accomplish?" Yue Yang's words almost made him collapse from shock. "I've accomplished a few, but I'll like to claim my reward for Nightmare and Tiger Nian first. If you don't mind, I'll like to exchange all my rewards for wisdom fruits." Yue Yang said as he took out the heads of Nightmare and Tiger Nian from his lich ring and placed them in front of the man. It made him pale like a ghost. "Nightmare, and Tiger Nian. UK killed T2 Innates." That fellow was so shocked that his speech was garbled. "Be quiet, if I want to announce it, I'll hire someone else to do it. I don't need you to say it so loudly. Give me my deserved reward. That's how simple your job is." Yue Yang spoke very calmly, as if he just killed 2 chickens and not 2 innates. "Age here. 4, for you." The man stamped the reward authentication on Yue Yang's heavenly badge as he opened a secret door and took out a parcel containing the wisdom fruits. With trembling hands, he passed it to Yue Yang. Without even counting the number of wisdom fruits, he kept them into his lich ring and turned to leave. Respected innate ranker, can you forgive me for offending you previously and give me your signature? The man asked weakly. I'll forgive you, but ask me about my signature next time. Yue Yang said as he waved his hands. The man bowed excitedly, with full of respect, he saluted Yue Yang's back. After Yue Yang walked a distance, the others who were too stunned to move just now started crowding around as they observed the two heads on the counter with trembling gaze. Until now, they couldn't believe that it was reality. The two serial killers, Nightmare and Tiger Nian, who were innate rankers, were actually murdered. The arrogant Yue Yang met Fatty Hai and the others when he stepped out of the door. As he wasn't quick enough to escape, he was captured by the ox-head Fan Lun Tai. I'll see where you can run to this time, little rascal. The ox-head Fan Lun Tai grabbed Yue Yang by his collar and she was about to use the most horrendous, ball-breaking claws on Yue Yang, which would make him infertile. As it was too horrifying, Fatty Hai and the others stopped her quickly, even Shui Tanlang also went forward to help. As it would affect his future brother-in-law's happiness, he had to do it. Do you all know this rascal? Even the insensitive and slow Fan Lun Tai felt that this situation did not look right. After hearing you, he sure does look familiar. Fatty Hai said as he circled around Yue Yang. Humph. Upon hearing, Ox-head Fan Lun Tai concluded that they didn't know him. You look so ugly wearing this stupid mask. Baoer felt that Yue Yang must either be disfigured or was the son of a parvenu for him to be so ostentatious. This guy has so little power, how did he manage to keep this mask from getting snatched away by others? This is a gold-ranked equipment. Could it be that the law and order in the Tongtian Tower has improved suddenly? The four orc girls laughed loudly. Anna's heart fluttered with their words as all her doubts were cleared. Just as Fan Lun Tai was about to release Yue Yang and ask him to scram, Anna moved her hands to stop Yue Yang who was pretending to be terrified. Are you trying to steal my mask? Although there are a lot of you here, but this is the warrior guild's entrance, all the guards will come out if I were to shout, Yue Yang said in a low voice. Baoer spat in contempt. Who wants your treasure? Scram quickly, I hate sons of upstarts like you the most. Who are you trying to show off to? No one cares about your goddamn mask. But Anna smiled and signaled for everyone to quieten down. Don't be afraid, I only want to ask a few questions. You can leave after I'm done. Anna spoke to Yue Yang softly. Yue Yang wanted to reject her initially, but Fan Lun Tai cracked her giant hands, signaling that if he don't want to be interrogated, she would break his balls. Fatty Hai and the others felt that it was so funny that it almost made their intestines cramp, but it wasn't a time for them to laugh. So they could only hold in their laughter as they watched the show. Little brother, what's your name? Anna asked her first question. That name is so old-fashioned. Baoer cutely pouted, feeling that this was truly a name for a country bumpkin. I think it sounds good. Yue Yang proudly said and made Baoer roll her eyes. Where did you come from? Anna asked her second question. Gufeng Continent. Yue Yang had always told lies without blinking. I know that place. It is a place that had been invaded by the demons but, the inhabitants are still humans with a few human-ruled countries like the country of Noah and Barbie. The most famous specialty of the Gufeng Continent is the sea anemone coral orchid. It is a precious material capable of treating yin-type venoms, but many nobles use it as ornaments to decorate their halls. Right, the Gufeng Continent's red stone is also very famous, so famous that every person has one. It is used to symbolize the warriors of the Gufeng Continent. After Anna said this, Yue Yang's head immediately ached. She is too knowledgeable, if he carelessly responded, then he would easily be exposed. Right, sea anemone coral orchids are not only be used as treatment for yin-type venoms, but they can also be used to attract gold starfishes. The magic crystal from these starfishes were extremely rare, they can be melted and casted into a high-quality material. It is even indispensable in creating some types of weapons and puppets. Yue Yang had seen Yu Gong's notes in the puppet encyclopedia before, so he quickly added. I heard that because of the demon invasion, the Gufeng Continent made early marriage widespread in order to protect the female from being plundered and tarnished by the demon. Males and females of 8 to 9 years old are being paired up to get married. Is this true? Lin En suddenly inquired. Yue Yang sweated profusely. Who the hell would know if Gufeng Continent had this kind of social custom? Brother, does the Gufeng Continent have this kind of custom? Fatty Hai chimed, definitely wanting Yue Yang to answer. No, the places that the demons have occupied are only the cities. Many of the civilians had escaped to the mountains. Although there are early marriages, it isn't that exaggerated. Yue Yang forced himself to answer. He based his answer on the dagger girl, who still relied on her brothers and did not have a husband. Early marriage of 8 to 9 years old should not exist in the Gufeng Continent, even if it existed, there is no such custom for warriors. Moreover, even if they were married, does that mean that the demon would not steal the bride? If it truly exists, the custom of early marriage would not only be limited to the Gufeng continent, many other races would also have them. Marrying early in order to escape a demon's persecution is a comical idea. It made it seem like demons are law-abiding children. In truth, the main goal of demons' conquest was to annihilate the continent's warriors. They eliminated the danger of powerful enemies and controlled the local growth. Then, they made their own race give birth to more warriors and rule over other races. The conquest was not done to exterminate other races nor to commit adultery. Based on a demon's body type and standards of beauty, it would be weird for them to like human females. The women that demons like should be tall with long horns. Their entire body should be covered in scales with a barbed tail extending from their bottom. The most beautiful ones would be those whose entire body was ignited in flames. Whatever snowy peaks and plump peaches, from a demon's standard those didn't matter at all. The standards of beauty for different races were simply different. The only thing was that some races like the human race had more population than others. Their numbers were also countless. Hence, the beauty of human females were just more fitting to the tastes of the majority. Let alone the non-humanoid races like the metal race, big hands race, finned race, and drill race, even the humanoid races like the dwarf race, pygmy race, jinn race, orc race, oxhead race, werewolf race, and others would never be interested in human females. They were not just the normal kind of ugly. Yue Yang had seen many history books. It was rare to see demons invading in order to kill people, devour or fornicate with them. There was simply no meaning in massacring civilians. The demon legion would indeed make a huge bloodbath. However, they only killed soldiers and warriors. As long as their strength crossed a certain threshold, the demons would definitely kill them. Afterwards they would take control of the area's growth, not letting another warrior appear. If a warrior appeared, they would be killed immediately. They disdained killing weaklings, just like how humans would not painstakingly kill all the ants in the world. Demons would kill, devour people and rape women, but this was not the main purpose of launching a war. This was only caused by the demons venting their awakened brutal instincts on the battlefield. Majority of the demons simply did not have intelligence. They only executed their orders. The true controllers of the demon race are those in the higher positions such as the demon generals, demon commanders, demon marshals and demon kings. Ordinary demons were merely slaves leading a tragic life. They were bound to become tools of war the moment they were born. It was not limited to only demons. No matter what kind of race it was, beastly actions such as killing, devouring and raping would always happen during wars. Even in the Soaring Dragon Continent, in every expedition, the victor would also commit heaps of wicked conduct. Therefore, although demons were definitely evil, the Gufeng continent would not necessarily have early marriages just to escape being humiliated by demons. What do 8 to 9-year-olds understand? Forget about those who matured early, those who matured at a late age might only know how to use their tool to pee. Things such as having the right to the bride's first night, only the more evil humans would practice it. Impossible, how could the Gufeng continent be so backward? In our Soaring Dragon Continent, many 8 to 9-year-olds are already fathers and mothers. Fatty Hai bragged. Do you mean that 8 to 9-year-olds become parents and then they go out shopping with their children like normal people? Yue Yang angrily said. I am only discussing it for research, don't be angry, Fatty Hai once again asked, little bro, are you married? Is your life still pleasant? Get lost. Yue Yang became furious and kicked Fatty Hai away. Hey, how dare you hit others? The ox-head girl noticed that something was wrong. This brat's temper was too explosive. They were discussing things nicely, yet he suddenly attacked. Everybody quiet. Anna indicated everybody to stop quarreling and only she can make inquiries. She became extremely serious, but her eyes contained a sister caught sight of a mischievous younger brother type of smile. Shan Chu, when did you arrive at Tongtian Tower 6th floor? Do you have a group? If you don't, how about joining us to gain experience? Although we are not very strong, we are very united. Wait a minute. I don't want this incapable brat to join our group. The ox-head girl, Fan Lun Tai, was the first to oppose. We also do not agree. The 4 orc girls also felt that this kind of decision was too careless. If this upstart's son followed us to train, he would definitely cry out of fear by the time we reach the Spider Canyon. Baoer always had the bad habit of looking down upon new party members. In truth, her guts were also quite weak, but she took pleasure in acting as a senior and teaching new members. What about your opinions? Normally, aren't you the ones who are the noisiest? Anna noticed that Fatty Hai and the others, who were normally the noisiest, did not speak at all. Cough, I finally discovered someone weaker than me, isn't this good? If he became a party member, I will have a feeling of superiority. Fatty Hai laughed loudly. Hearing this, Anna's eyes immediately shined, as if she had just confirmed something. Even Lin En and Li Ao slightly frowned. It was a well-known fact that this fatty Hai was very opposed to adding new members to the group. No matter what mission it was, even if it was dangerous or hard, he would absolutely not add a new person and would rather clench his teeth to fight bitterly. I forfeit my vote. Ye Kong flexed his shoulders. I support little sister Baoer. We certainly cannot let him join, unless he give us a few good items. After Prince of Tianluo said this, Baoer immediately clapped her hands and cheered. In truth, she was not opposed to this upstart's son joining. What about you? Anna asked the strongest of the group, Xuetan Lang, the iceberg boy. It was normal for him not to speak a single word in a whole day. Up to him. When Xuetan Lang spoke, Lin En was flabbergasted, as if she had seen a miracle. Even Anna seemed to have guessed that Xuetan Lang would say this. Everybody vote. Anna showed that she was attentive to the majority. Hey! Aren't you forgetting to ask my opinion? Yue Yang felt wronged. What kind of situation is this? Forcing him to conscript into the party? Weaklings don't have a say in this. Baoer was afraid that he would not agree and blocked his argument with a sentence. Ha ha ha. Fatty Hai laughed his brains out. He would never imagine that Yue Yang would also have moments of being forced to yield. If others found out that this invincible and arrogant Yu clan third young master was defeated by a small girl from the elf race using words, they wouldn't be able to say anything and only laugh their heads off. He can join, but he must be in charge of cooking. His strength is only enough to be a cook. Oxhead girl Fan Lun Tai looked at his power and reluctantly answered. Right, right. He is only material for a cook. Fatty Hai nodded his head strongly. He only hated that he couldn't record this moment and bring it back to broadcast to the entire Soaring Dragon Continent. I like sweet things and the taste must be light. Baoer instructed Yue Yang. The four of us like barbecue, huge amounts of barbecue. The four orc sisters also showed no trace of politeness. Last, I also want barbecue. Are you people finished? Yue Yang almost went crazy. Let's go, we must go to the Spider Canyon to finish a materials gathering mission, we cannot put it on hold. Baoer straightforwardly ignored his protest. Look, Yue Yang suddenly pointed to the sky. Everybody was curious and looked at the direction his finger was pointing at. However, they did not see anything. Out of all people, this brat's expression seemed to be very serious. Could it be that there is truly something in the sky? Even Fatty Hai had been fooled and looked up. What are you looking at? Baoer was baffled. There was clearly nothing in the sky. An airplane, look there, it flew over there. Yue Yang moved his finger and seriously pointed to the west. I did not see it, there's nothing there. Is it an invisible beast? Did you see it? My ox eyes are almost popping out. What was it? Just as Fan Lun Tai and the others were discussing spiritedly, Baoer suddenly shrieked. Everybody turned around and discovered that the guy, who seriously shouted that there was an airplane in the sky, had fled with a very fast speed. Bringing his bronze-ranked level 3 Ironback Demon Wolf, he quickly charged into the teleportation portal and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Anna and Lin En burst out in cold sweat. However, the two people immediately looked at each other and smiled. Especially Anna, she rubbed the almost crying Baoer's head and comforted her with a smile. He will definitely return. He cannot escape. Let us catch him next time. Yue Yang returned to the Thunder Fortress and reverted back to his innate rank status. Jia spoke in a different manner as he bitterly said that he failed to register the Titan Merchant Guild. He explained that 100 years ago, the Titan Merchant Guild existed, only it was very small and not well known. Towards this reply, Yue Yang made an impressive decision: have the other Titan Guild dissolve, otherwise purchase it. If they are not willing to sell it to us, then make it disappear forever. Yes. Jia felt that following this master was too pleasurable. If the master was not courageous and bold and only a modest nobleman, could that still be called a master? That was a useless person. Just as Jia exited, butler Yan Zheng brought in a few slaves. He said that it was to present treasures. They were the miners who had dug up good ores last time but secretly kept them and did not give it to Ndong. Now, they are offering it to their new master, hoping that according to their oral agreement, he would give them a bonus of 1,000th of its price. Yue Yang felt that the bonus was a positive action. If every slave had secretly stored a piece, then he has no way of knowing, so he had agreed to the bonus system. Unexpectedly, the result was not bad. Just as he arrived, some people had presented treasures. Before the mine was turned over, Yue Yang had heard similar examples of mine workers devise ways to bring out the ores for themselves. They would stuff their mouths, noses, navels full of them. A few people even cut off their calves and stuff the diamond inside their flesh. Since Ndong was ruthless, Yue Yang believed that the slaves who had secretly stored ores were not limited to those in front of him. He generously gave them bonuses and even gave a few gold coins. Those slaves happily kowtowed him repeatedly. They felt that following Yue Yang was stepping foot into the light. They were able to eat till they were full, they were given salaries, and there were even bonuses. Compared to before, their lives now was simply climbing out from hell and entering heaven. Afterwards, the slaves returned to brag. The results of this news was huge. This time, there were not only a few of them but hundreds of slaves had come forwards to present treasures. Butler Yan Zheng was flabbergasted. He absolutely did not imagine that those starving slaves would actually stash high-quality ores. Moreover, the overseer did not inspect them. The most exaggerated matter was that of an old and limp slave. Half a year ago, this old guy who lost all his strength had contracted a serious illness and was near death. He had previously been thrown into the corpse stack and was laid there a few days. In the end, he actually did not die. He relied on eating carrion fruits and once more crawled back to the mine shaft. Because he had lost all his strength, he could only eat soil to fill his stomach every day. He was so hungry that his bones can be seen from the skin. In the end, the dagger-holding girl could not bear to look at it anymore and pitied him. She occasionally gave him food which helped him persevere until today. He actually had a piece of high-quality thunder ore that even amazed Yue Yang. This piece of thunder ore was simply priceless. Impossible. The dagger-holding girl accompanied him to present treasures. When she saw the huge thunder ore, she was stupefied. What do you want? Gold? Residential status? Or is it women? Yue Yang did not immediately accept the thunder ore and asked for the conditions. Master, you are a good master. In my entire life, I had never seen a kind master like you. I hope to stay beside you and work. Even if my legs are crippled, my eyes and hands are still good. I can still work. I know where the ore vein is, it is sunk in the 5th cave. In there, my father and uncle had discovered a good ore vein. However, they did not want Ndong to obtain it, so they intentionally made the entrance collapse, creating an accident and forever buried themselves inside. Now, I wish to lead everybody to once again dig the 5th cave. We will pay master back with the best ores. I dare say that the ore vein is the best in the underground city. As for my request, my master, please allow me to collect all the skeletons of the workers. Being able to store them inside my cave is fine. I do not want money, nor anything else. If master is able to forgive this humble self-offense, I hope to be able to take off Ms. Xia Yi's identity as a female slave. Let my savior Ms. Xia Yi continue to work as an overseer. She would become the best overseer in the world. Every single one of us are very grateful to her, just like how we are all grateful to you, master. The old slave respectfully prostrated on the floor and said things that amazed Yue Yang. The dagger-holding girl named Xia Yi was already crying in streams. On one hand was the clean and priceless thunder ore, on the other was a dirty and stinky old slave that was disabled and lame. After obtaining the thunder diamond that was worth a bomb, Yue Yang did 3 things which pushed his reputations to a peak. First, he made a standardized uniform for the laborers. Although the uniforms didn't cost much, and the money used to make 1,000 of them might not be even worth the money of one of Yue Yang's wyvern armor, it was a form of recognition and reward to the laborers. And for individual talented miners, they could have an additional golden line sewed on their uniform. All the slaves cried when they received their red uniforms with golden lines. Yue Yang was the first person in the 100 years of history in the Thunder Fortress to make uniforms for his slaves. Second, Yue Yang came out with names for the slaves. This was a first too. A lot of the slaves didn't have names. Of course, they had nicknames or other forms of address, but they had never owned a real name. When Yan Zheng the butler announced that the kind master, Mr. Titan, had allowed everyone to own a name, and that they could go forward to register when they had thought of one. All of the slaves trembled. Although they didn't recognize their own names, but when they saw it appeared for the first time on Yan Zheng's notebook, they felt that they had been reborn as a human. In reality, a slave's master would only see him as a tool used to dig mines and wouldn't care about his well-being. Even if he had a name initially before he was captured, he would have forgotten everything after spending long hours every day digging the mine. Only until today, when Yue Yang allowed them to own a name again, did they realize that their master had awarded them not only a name but a status that equalized them with other human beings. Only with this status could they become unique. Only with a name could they be considered a real being, not a mere mine-digging tool that was as insignificant as an ant and abandoned by the world. A lot of people didn't have names, so Yan Zheng the butler had to come up with one for them. They were given a serial number at the same time. If it were to be other free common man, they would definitely feel that it was a form of humiliation and shaming, because the number was sewed on the most obvious part of their uniform. It was like a print on a donkey or a horse, and it could be said that it was a mark that signified that the slave belonged to a master. But the slaves liked it a lot. What they were most afraid of now was that their kind master, Yue Yang, would leave them alone. They were scared that they would be abandoned by their master and become an insignificant miner in the underground city again. The third thing Yue Yang did was to grant the old slave a name and a puppet beast. The old slave was named Pai Ping. As it was a prank by a guy who crossed dimensions, of course no one would know. WANT2EAT, Pai Ping is a homonym for Pepin. Yue Yang was mocking that the slave was short, because there was a famous king called Pepin the Short. The puppet beast was modified by Yue Yang. Although Yue Yang created it casually and simply, Yue Yang possessed strong skills in making puppet beasts. Even under his casual modifications, he made one which was bronze ranked level 2. But it wasn't capable of attacking, and could only be used as an alternate mode of transport and also used to dig mines. This reward evoked a wave of news that would make everyone who heard it sing praises of Yue Yang and feel goosebumps all over their bodies. There was no need to announce or explain further, all of Yue Yang's slaves were finally convinced. As long as they worked hard, they would definitely win the favor of their master and be rewarded. Everyone hoped that they could be like the old Pai Ping who was bestowed a name and received a handmade puppet beast by their master personally. No one dared to say anything, but all of them were working towards this goal. As it was a unique reward. One could even say that it was something that would bring them utmost honor. What excited and motivated the slaves the most was when Yan Zhang the butler announced that for those who contributed significantly, they would get a chance to meet their master in person and that there would only be 10 nominees each year. The possibility of being named by their master, being granted a beast and the chance of meeting their master became the things the slaves sought after the most. While the slaves were working desperately to fight for this honor, those who fled regretted deeply. Nobody had thought that their new master, Titan, would not only spare the lives of the rioting slaves, he had treated them generously too. The salaries, bonuses, uniforms, and many other credits made a lot others envious. Even the patrol guards in the underground city couldn't hide their jealousy when they discussed about the changes in the Western Wind Mine, let alone slaves. Who wouldn't want a master like Yue Yang? Look at that damned fat toad. In the past, he was just a pathetic guy with a low status, but now, he walked arrogantly with his head held high. Even when the head of the elite leaders, Baogu, saw Yue, he would address him politely as Mrwer. If it was in the past, addressing him as fatty or stupid toad would be polite enough. The fighters in the arena acted like obedient kids now. Titan would allegedly inspect them numerous times every day, so if they want to live a good life, they would have to comply with their master's wish. As a result, the fighters who fought several times a day would hug each other 10 times, especially towards their opponents, they would smile brightly at each other and kept shaking hands with each other to show their harmony. Everyone hoped that their fellow fighters would not make any mistakes during their probation period, if not their past efforts would go to waste. Those who took Yue Yang's money and left were mocked as fools. Unfortunately, one wouldn't be able to overturn their regrets. Those who left and went to work under others were even living in fear that Yue Yang would go after them and finish them all. Titan treated his subordinates well, but that didn't mean that he could be pushed around as he had the ability to kill the 2 innate rankers, Nightmare and Tiger Nian. Moreover, does Yue Yang still have to do it himself now? With a single command, all of his fighters would rush forth desperately to show off their skills to Yue Yang. The most famous person in the underground city wasn't its city master, Ma Long the ancient beast, but Mr. Titan. If one said that they didn't know who Mr. Titan was, then he must be blind and deaf. He might even get beaten up by others. Shiro, Ma Long means horse dragon, master. City Master Ma Long sent a diplomat here. Jia addressed Yue Yang as master like Pai Ping did, because it made Yue Yang sound more impressive. Others would feel that Yue Yang was a leader just by hearing the way he addressed him. You go and deal with him, don't pester me. Yue Yang was contemplating how he should deal with the Thunder Diamond. The Thunder Diamond would be a good tool used to merge and rank up different equipments. If he were to give it to Shui Wuxia, it would be of great help to her. But Shui Wuxia wasn't around, moreover, Zhizun would have possessed too many treasures to care about the Thunder Diamond, so Yue Yang decided to keep it for his own use at the moment. After all, he could use it to rank up his equipments. Both the Crescent Moon Blade and Hui Jin can fuse with the Thunder Diamond. With it, Yue Yang would gain an additional lightning-type equipment other than his Yin Ice and Yang Fire ability. If he were to use it on his opponent, it would make them suffer for a long time even if they escaped death in the end. As Yue Yang's Crescent Moon Blade was only gold-ranked, it could only be used in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. If he were to proceed to a higher level, it would be considered weak. His Hui Jin magic blade was platinum ranked now, and because it contained 2 souls, it would definitely rank up to diamond rank in the future. Also, the 2 souls insides of the Hui Jin magic blade were superb. Although it was only platinum ranked, it was definitely the best of the best among all other platinum ranked equipments, and they are near the standards of being holy weapons. The Thunder Diamond would seem a little weak to fuse with the Hui Jin magic blade, as it wasn't spirited. Yue Yang had always wanted to add a new spirit to his Hui Jin magic blade to strike balance such that the powers of the Hui Jin magic blade could be maximized. But if he were to fuse the Thunder Diamond with the Crescent Moon Blade, it would be a waste as the Thunder Diamond was one of high quality. It would take 1 million years to form one natural Thunder Diamond. Possessing an ancient rune permanent hardening and heaven rune frost end sharp, even a dwarf Grand Smith Master wouldn't be able to cast the Crescent Moon Blade, let alone normal equipment masters. If one were to wish to embed a Thunder Diamond on it, it wouldn't be possible, unless with Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame. After spending a long time, just as Yue Yang's hands were going weak with fatigue, he finally managed to embed the thunder diamond onto the crescent moon blade. Flashes of lightning flickered and glided on the crescent moon blade. The clapping of a thunder occupied the atmosphere. Its chilly cold air was even frostier than before, and its sharp edges looked as if it could tear down the entire space. The Nirvana's flame in Yue Yang's hands ceased and the crescent moon blade started humming, as if it possessed awareness, as if it was celebrating its leveling up. The crescent moon blade had successfully leveled up to platinum ranked. It wasn't just a normal platinum ranked equipment, but one which could be considered to be of high quality among other platinum ranked equipments. Although it couldn't match up to the Hwei Jin magic blade with two spirits, it had developed some insignificant awareness too. What made Yue Yang puzzled was that he didn't understand how a spirited equipment could be made, and he couldn't use his innate chi to find out why, as he was afraid that his devour inherent skill would destroy the inchoate awareness inside the crescent moon blade. He decided to let the tiny awareness grow before investigating it slowly. He should ask Xia next time when there is an opportunity. Yue Yang knew some knowledge about a spirited equipment from the tragic guy's mother. But he did not acquire any knowledge about developing a spirited equipment. It might be caused by incomplete digestion of the information, such that Yue Yang hadn't obtained any knowledge pertaining to this field. Whiz! Yue Yang raised the crescent moon blade he just leveled up to platinum rank as he wanted to test out its strength. He then used it to slash the wall casually. The blade pierced the sturdy stone wall easily like it was made up of tofu. The most ridiculous thing was that when Yue Yang took the crescent moon blade back, he realized that the 10 meters thick wall was penetrated entirely by the blade and his innate chi. An electrical flash shot out, hitting a death bat that was hovering in the air more than 30 meters away. Even the usually swift death bat turned into ashes immediately and its shape remained in the sky. Then, the ashes dispersed instantly and disappeared into the air. As Jyuta heard some noises, he thought there were assassin and rushed in immediately. On entering, Jyuta saw the chilly crescent moon blade that was flashing with lightning on Yue Yang's hands. He shuddered, and looked towards the wall that had been slashed to form a long, narrow crack. His legs gave way as he collapsed to the ground. Ask someone to mend the wall. Yue Yang instructed casually. Yes. It was only until then did Jyuta could finally react, and he quickly replied loudly. After Yue Yang left, he swallowed his saliva as he braced himself to touch the crack on the wall. He was still a little bewildered. As Jyuta didn't know that there was still a little electricity left on the crack, it shocked him and Jyuta cried for his mom loudly before scrambling out, as if his hands were bitten by a monster. When it was night time, after Jyuta instructed some people to mend the crack on the wall, he went to find Yue Yang. Master, the half-elf girl is here. Please proceed to inspect the good. He said as he bowed. Yue Yang was a little taken aback, so this guy was being serious. He was merely finding excuses previously. Whatever, because he pretended to be a master, if he didn't even want to accept a half-elf girl, others might think of him as incapable, and that would make him unimpressive. Yue Yang waved his hands. Okay, you can leave now. Oh yeah, you will accompany me to attend the auction tomorrow. On hearing that there was a door, Jyuta bowed excitedly. Yes, yes. Yue Yang would usually return to his grimoire world, but today, he gave it a thought before proceeding to his master bedroom. There might be a half-elf female slave waiting. Let's see how she looks like. Of course, Yue Yang was only curious, and would never admit that he went due to the temptation of her having a child's look and a hot body. The master bedroom that Yue Yang was going to was not furnished with the things that Ndong had used before. In reality, the moment Yue Yang gained hold of the property, Jyuta had changed whatever things that could be changed to a new one, sincerely hoping to serve his master well. He was now one of the members of the Titan Merchant Guild after all. Although it was just established and was unknown and unrecognized in the world, Jyuta knew that before long, the Titan Merchant Guild would definitely reach the top 100 guilds, no, it might even reach the top 10 guild. Seeing Master Titan's attitude towards the 100 Wars Merchant Guild, Jyuta knew that Yue Yang did not even have a shred of respect towards Shen Pan, who was an innate level 8. Without a certain level of confidence, would he dare to come into the Thunder Fortress and snatch valuable properties? It must be known that the owner of this robber's den, Thunder Fortress, was Chong Ni, a strong ranker who possessed the strength of an innate level 8. Strangely, even after Nightmare and Tiger Nian was killed, Demon Eye, who should have blown his lungs out from anger, didn't even dare to let out a fart. He even faintly showed the intention to return Master Titan's belongings that he took away. Following such a magnificent master, why would he, Jyuta, be afraid he wouldn't have a chance to be successful in the future? At the lavish entrance of the master bedroom, a few healthy maids stood on attention. When they saw Yue Yang coming, the hurriedly bowed and excused themselves. There were two beautiful maids inside the room, who also hurriedly excused themselves and quickly closed the wooden door behind them. A white ivory bed was decorated with a silk canopy that has wild roses out of golden thread embroidered on it. There was a slight bulge on the velvet quilt covering the huge bed, as if covering a small body underneath. They couldn't have stripped the girl naked before leaving her here, could they? Yue Yang remembered during the Qing dynasty, whenever the emperor wanted to bed a concubine, she would be stripped naked by the eunuchs, rolled in a blanket and carried to the emperor's bed. It was said that if concubines did not bribe the eunuchs, they would give them a hard time. For example, the eunuch would pester the emperor about his night plans, causing him to lose interest and not give the concubines a chance to be chosen. Or perhaps after a concubine was favored, the eunuch would purposely announce the morning hour earlier so that the concubine would miss the chance to be conferred a title. There were also darker stories. For example, the moment a concubine lost the emperor's favor, the eunuchs would take revenge with all he had and use all kinds of terrifying torture methods that would make one's hair stand on its end. In Yue Yang's opinion, these emperors were fools. Who would know if the eunuchs had a taste of the concubines along the way? Although eunuchs were useless, they could still give women that they had already been intimate with to the emperor. If that really happened, wouldn't the emperor's hat be green-colored instead? Shiro, man wearing a green-colored hat husband whose wife is cheating on him. Originated from ancient Chinese culture, men whose wife was a prostitute had to wear a green hat due to a compulsory law. If these concubines refused to serve the eunuchs, their lives would definitely end tragically. With their intelligence, why wouldn't they do it? Under this kind of law, the emperor was simply a fool wearing a green hat. Look at how well people from another dimension was doing. Eunuchs were useless. In this other dimension, female slaves were trained since they were babies. They were trained to be female slaves and would never see any man at all in their lives. They would live in a female palace, and when they have grown, they would be sold all together with the women who raised them as one set. The first man they see would be their master, and this process was called eye-opening. This method raising concubines was extremely effective, much better than the emperor's preparative concubine selection ceremony. Along the way, even if the concubine's virginity was still intact, they must have already been trained on other skills. Hence, ancient emperors were the most tragic victims of green hats. Shiro, preparative concubine selection. Ancient Chinese emperors will select a few virgin girls from distinguished families every 3 to 5 years to add into their harems. The process is quite strict as every girl's body would have to be checked. Is that master? Your servant was sleepy and has accidentally fallen asleep just now. A clear-sounding voice rung out from beneath the quilt. Following that, a snow-white body sat up on the bed. A female slave very respectfully bowed like a slave towards Yue Yang. Although her body was covered by a veil, Yue Yang could clearly see her humongous, extremely powerful and lethal human weapon. As she was prostrating on the bed, her lethal human weapon was pressed against the bed and formed a breathtakingly deep valley. Even someone with Yue Yang's composure couldn't help but to swallow a gulp of saliva. This lethal human weapon was definitely capable of killing people. Yue Yang couldn't help but to start stripping off her veil, wanting to see for himself the legendary lowly-faced, big-breasted half-elf. Her glowing skin was so white that it rivaled the snow-white quilt made out of swan's feathers. It was sparkling and almost translucent. There was not a single flaw on her skin, which looked so fragile that it could break at any moment. Seems like the women in charge of training this female slave really understood how to best display a woman's charm. If they had displayed this half-elf completely naked, her charm would have been greatly decreased. It would also easily dissatisfy Yue Yang, the top-grade pervert. The real charm lies within faintly discernible things. This point was greatly utilized by this half-elf. She didn't have any clothes on her body, but there was a thin sash pressing tightly against her skin, covering some important parts of her secret place. Under the cover of this sash, the half-elf female slave's body had not only become more charming, she had become 10 times more enticing. Especially those 2 lethal human weapons in front of her chest. Seeing those tightly bound by the sash would simply kill a man. Yue Yang could see breast swaying or breast trembling whenever he want. Those breasts were definitely omnipotent, reaching even the highest realm of breasts. An elf's slender body, a human's curves and a goddess-like innocent face. All of this combined together was the half-elf girl. The half-elf girl whose eyes was covered by a sash slightly twitched her nose. On her innocent, sweet face, her moist lips blossomed into a smile. Are you my master? I am really happy that my master is an innate ranker. You smell really nice, I have memorized it in my heart and will never forget it. How do you know I'm your master? How do you know I'm an innate? Yue Yang was slightly surprised when he heard her. This girl has the ability to recognize him through smell? Grandma from the female palace told me that I will leave the palace today. My master will be a kind, indomitable man, an innate ranker. Master, you truly hide your abilities very well, but I possess the scent recognition inherent skill, hence I am able to see through master. Although I won't be able to fully understand the extent of your power, I can see that master is an extremely strong innate ranker. As for whether you are truly my master, since the day I memorized your scent, you will be my master forever. A master-servant memory can only be used once in a lifetime. Some people choose to have sight memory, but I feel that sometimes eyes can deceive oneself, hence I have decided to use scent memory. Scent would never deceive other no matter what, because not only it comes from within one's body, it also measures one's strength, etc. That half-elf girl whose eyes was blindfolded really do seem to possess such an inherent skill. At the very least, her identification skill was not something that normal people would have. Do you know my name? Yue Yang asked. No, but Master's scent is like a name to me. The half-elf bowed politely. When she lowered her body, her beautiful back formed a smooth, glossy arch. She was so beautiful that even if it was the most picky man in the world, he wouldn't be able to find any flaw on her body. Especially her full moon-like butt. When she was bowing down, they were raised high, making her seductive level shoot straight to the top. The silk sash around her body bound her lightly across her butt cleft and covered her mysterious place in front. What's left to imagination could even bring the most serious man's blood to a boiling point. Smelling the simple yet irresistible virgin's smell, the whole room could suddenly turn wonderful. It was as if Yue Yang's soul was on fire, and igniting his whole body. Yue Yang had an extremely high tolerance, yet he couldn't help but to clench his fists, trying to forcefully calm his beating heart. If one said that a half-elf wasn't enticing enough, they would be lying. That pure, innocent face coupled with that enchanting body formed an extremely distinguishing contrast, which became an endless temptation. However, Yue Yang was not a fool who would jump on any women given to him by others. He would search through this woman's motives thoroughly till the end. Do you have a summoning grimoire? Yue Yang had wanted to ask about who the grandma from the female palace was, but after giving it a thought, he changed the question to grimoire instead. No, but grandma can find out each of our inherent skill and train them. My inherent skill is scent recognition and my beast is butterfly enchantress, bronze ranked level 2. Although it isn't very powerful, it can help me to fly for a short period. It can also help me to do many other things. The half-elf girl nodded obediently as she replied, Yue Yang. If I gave you a choice, would you choose freedom or would you choose to be a female slave who will serve me forever? Yue Yang suddenly asked. You are already my master. If I am abandoned, I will commit suicide to protect my chastity. There is a saying in Tongtian Tower, reputable women will not marry a second time, loyal servants will not serve a second master. If master do not trust this servant, please kill this servant. The half-elf slowly extended her soft, slender arms forward. Her delicate fingers were soft like lily. Even though this pair of hands might not be the most beautiful hands in the world, it was definitely one of the best. How could such a beautiful pair of hands be capable of cooking? Is she really capable of sewing and handcrafting? Killing intent flashed in Yue Yang's eyes as he took out his crescent moon blade. Quicker than lightning, he slashed his blade towards the half-elf's head. With the power of platinum-ranked crescent moon blade, forget about a weak half-elf girl with the power of a mere level 3 hero, even a lesser innate would be instantly killed by the blow. However, the half-elf girl didn't show a shred of fear. Even when Yue Yang's killing intent had penetrated into her body and suffocated her throat. Her delicate features showed a sincere expression as she slowly revealed a smile, as if she wished to leave her master with her most beautiful smile in her last moments. Even if he killed her on the spot, it seemed like she wouldn't feel any shred of regret. The crescent moon flashed, but contrary to the expectation of blood splashing all over the bed, it only cut through the silk sash that blindfolded the half-elf girl gently. The silk sash tore to half and fall onto the bed. The half-elf girl covered her eyes with her fingers and slowly rubbed them. She slowly revealed an innocent smile, just like a flower bud that was blossoming slowly. Then, a spring-like clear-sounding laughter rung out, "Thank you, Master, for opening my eyes. Your servant could finally see Master's appearance now. Although you are wearing a mask, your servant has finally seen your appearance. You look the same as your smell. Will you remember my current appearance forever?" Yue Yang lightly tapped at his Gemini mask as he asked her. "No, during eye-opening, Master's whole appearance will be stored inside your servant's memory. It's useless even if you wore makeup or masks." The half-elf girl looked at Yue Yang unblinkingly with her big blue eyes. She picked up the silk sash blindfolding her just now and presented it to Yue Yang. When Yue Yang saw it, he discovered that there was a heaven rune circle drawn on the silk sash. He couldn't help but to be shocked. Looks like there are quite a lot of talented people in the Tongtian Tower. That grandma who raised this female servant could actually have such a deep understanding on heaven runes. Seems like she is not any ordinary human. What's your name? Yue Yang took the silk sash and stored it away. He could recognize all of the heaven runes on the rune circle, but the arrangement of the runes were extremely ingenious, worthy for his research in the future. We, the female servants in the female palace, don't have a name. Please bestow this servant with a name, Master. The half-elf girl raised her face and looked towards Yue Yang, just like an obedient cat wanting its master's caress. Although Yue Yang was trying very hard to stop his desire, he had almost reached out and caressed her. If he touched her even a little, things might not be so easy anymore. It was easy to bestow her a name. Yue Yang had almost shouted, "Your name is Sora Aoi from now on," but after giving it a thought, he decided to keep the name Sora Aoi locked up inside his memories. If her name is not Sora Aoi, what should he name her then? 10 minutes later. Yue Yang, who had returned to the grimoire world, hugged the sickly beauty the moment he came back and rushed towards the bed. The sickly beauty signaled that Yu Shuang had not slept soundly yet. When she saw that her clothes had all flown away, she shyly asked Yue Yang, "Who seduced you?" Yue Yang stooped down and kissed the beauty. "I don't have time to talk right now. Now. The second day was the day where the auction in the Villian city above the Thunder Fortress would be held. However, the auction during the day mainly served as an opportunity for merchants under different rankers to interact with each other. It was used as a pretext to pry and exchange information. There were also people who became allies on the spot and made decisions on who would get which auction goods. The exemplifications of shady businesses and survival of the fittest were at its best here. For example, when a ranker took interest in certain treasures, his subordinates would then warn others to stop them from bidding for it. Otherwise, they would become hostile towards them. Of course, these were only effective towards the weak. The auction started officially at 9 at night. As it would be held for 3 consecutive days, the best treasures and female slaves would only be put up for sale on the last day. Yue Yang made Juda and Yan Zhang the butler the representatives during the day. When he finally woke up, he only instructed the maids lazily to do one thing, that was to help tailor some clothes for the half-elf female slave. They were to create legendary female costumes such as sailor uniform, princess dress, and others. Accessories like ribbons, bells, cat ears, and lace were not to be missed. Yue Yang was also contemplating if he should make some policewoman costume or air stewardess costume for the tigress, Xia Yi. A sadistic queen's costume would be suitable too. She would definitely look eye-catching if she were to wear it with high heels and meshed stockings, together with a black leather short skirt on her slender waist and toned bottom. It would definitely be impressive if she were to complement them with a spiked collar and a belt. Everyone would go with me, Your Highness. Undeniably, this was also the guilty pleasure of a guy who crossed dimensions. But for those other maids who were bought alongside with the half-elf female slave, their master's instructions were treated with high regards. "Are you going to make me clothes, master? I'm so happy!" The half-elf girl with a child's look and a hot figure exclaimed. As she was clad in a tight-fitting gown that revealed her chest excessively, Yue Yang was boiling with excitement and almost couldn't contain himself. "What are you doing?" Yue Yang asked curiously as he saw the half-elf girl drawing. On the easel, there was a drawing of his portrait which looked like him exactly, his charms and traits fully highlighted. Yue Yang got angry instantly as he glared at her and ordered her to stop. "Who allowed you to draw this? Erase this immediately." It shocked the half-elf girl as she poked out her tongue and threw her hands up in surrender. "I won't dare to do it next time. If master were to go out, this drawing would make me feel that master is still by my side. It will definitely energizes me when I work." She ran off like a little deer and returned with a bowl of hot dessert in a blink of an eye. Yue Yang was slightly surprised. This girl really knew how to cook? After a while, Yue Yang kept the dessert into his lich ring. Yu Shuang would definitely like this kind of sweet dessert, and moreover, this was made with kind intentions by the half-elf girl. "Erase my face on the painting." Yue Yang felt the urge to grab a hold of her chests, but he decided to pet her head lightly and stepped out of the house. "Thank you, Granny, I've met a kind master." The half-elf girl twirled blissfully as her big eyes became squinted from smiling. "Master is so cool, but he is also meticulous enough to make clothes for me, ha." She hopped around like a little deer and tied up her hair. Holding a cloth in her mouth and a container with her hands, she seemingly wanted to clean up the house thoroughly. She lifted her sleeves and balled up her pristine small fist. "This marks the first day of me meeting master. I have to work hard to make master like me." The few maids grew accustomed to her actions as they cleaned the hall outside diligently. They were swift and dexterous, and they complemented each other well, making their work highly efficient. In contrast to the obedient half-elf girl, another girl of her age was similarly cute, but had completely different personality. Forget about doing chores, the very fact that she could walk around without knocking into a tree or losing her way when making turns was impressive enough. She was none other than the golden elf, Baoer. On seeing Yue Yang stepping out of the teleportation circle, she threw the banner that she was initially holding high up and dashed towards him, grabbing him by his arm. "Where are you running to? I've finally caught you after a long wait. Come everyone, I just caught the swindler yesterday." "You are?" Yue Yang was great at feigning ignorance. "Look, there's an aeroplane in the sky." Baoer tried to act decent as she imitated Yue Yang's tone yesterday. But she burst out laughing in the end. She couldn't hold in her laughter herself, and instead went on to blame it on Yue Yang, throwing light punches on him with her small fist. "Don't try to deceive me. I'm super smart and you won't be able to use the same trick on me twice. If you don't believe me, try saying that there's an aeroplane in the sky." Yue Yang shook his arms. "Little kid, I'm afraid that you recognized the wrong person. I don't know you at all. Quit speaking to him, just drag him away directly." The ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai waved her gigantic hands. "We are still short of 100 spider tooth, if we are any later, we may not be able to complete the mission. Let's go." "Hey, I protest." Yue Yang used the tactic of a diplomat of China. Protest rejected. Baoer replied with a cute grimace. Because you are our appointed slave. Looking at Fatty Hai who was swinging his butt and Yekong who was laughing discreetly, Yue Yang knew that he had been betrayed. He kicked Fatty Hai's butt violently, making him groan like a pig about to be slaughtered. As for Anna and Lin En, they feigned ignorance. Among all, only Baoer remained in the dark. Even the ox-head girl Fan Lung Tai had already guessed a little, but she did not probe further to expose Yue Yang's identity. The Spider Valley. It was a dangerous region with difficult terrain. Sandstorms were rampant on the two plateaux, where several high-level monsters resided. There were also various quicksand traps filled with ground-drilling demons waiting for their prey. There was a narrow valley in the middle, with the widest not more than 300 meters. The shallowest part of the valley was only 50 meters deep. But the deepest could span a few thousand meters deep. When wind blew, the valley would give a whizzing noise that would send a chill down one's spine. Of course these noises were just ordinary occurrences. The scariest thing in the valley was the densely packed snaggletooth spiders that could swallow a man whole. Not even his bones would be left. They were level 7 bronze-ranked creatures. Although their level wasn't considered to be high, they had strong combat power, and their population in the Spider Valley amounted to a few 100,000, occupying the whole of the valley. Numbers could determine everything. In the valley, most of the level 7 silver-ranked human-faced spider and the gold-ranked devil-eyed spider king would be hiding in the dark. Once their prey approached, they would bring all their forces out of the nest to attack it. Of course, there was the stronger spider empress who could level up to level 7 platinum ranked. There would only be two outcomes of an adventurer who encountered the spider empress. The first would be that he had a narrow escape, and the second would be that he becomes food of the spider empress. There was no third outcome as no one had managed to kill the spider empress as of yet. Rumor has it that an Innate had wanted to kill the spider empress for the empress pearl in her stomach before. However, he returned in failure, severely wounded, and the toxin in his body couldn't be cleared for more than 3 months. He almost lost his life. Since then, no one dared to attack the spider empress. Luckily, the spider empress rarely appears, so the Spider Valley could be considered a yellow warning zone, albeit just barely, but not red forbidden ground. Follow me closely, don't wander off by yourself, if not it will be none of my business if the spiders eat you up. Although Baoer was naughty, she was kind-hearted. As a senior, she was still caring towards Yue Yang the newbie. At least she was willing to protect Yue Yang. It's okay, I have Hui Tai Lang. Yue Yang indicated that he did not need anyone's protection, but he did not reject the idea of enjoying the scenery when following behind Baoer. A level 3 bronze-ranked iron-back demonic wolf, are you sure it wouldn't tremble in fear when it sees the snaggletooth spider? Baoer glared at Yue Yang. She hadn't seen such a weak beast in the whole of 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Woof, woof woof. Hui Tan Lang protested loudly, but Baoer still disregarded him. Following the mountainous path that the adventurers took year after year, they proceeded slowly. After an hour, they finally reached the valley floor of the Spider Valley. If not for the red phosphorus torch, they wouldn't have reached the Spider Valley even if Fatty Hai and the rest were 10 times stronger. The snaggletooth spiders and the human-faced spiders hated the red phosphorus fire, so the adventurers could fend them off easily just by waving their torches. If they were to fight them off without the torches, the entire troop of more than 100,000 men might be readily swallowed by the snaggletooth spiders. The spider-eating birds and the parasitic wasps were also the predators of the snaggletooth spiders, but the relationship could go both ways. A large group of the spider-eating birds hovering in the air could hunt down a young snaggletooth spider. Similarly, they could become prey of the snaggletooth spiders if they got trapped onto its web. As for the parasitic wasp, the snaggletooth spider would certainly die as the parasitic wasps would lay their eggs in the body of the targeted spiders so that their offsprings could grow inside the spider's body. Yue Yang couldn't be bothered about the rules of nature. All he wanted was to get some treasures here. He wasn't interested in the snaggletooth and human-faced spider, all he cared about was only the level 7 gold-ranked devil-eyed spider. Not only could the eyes of the devil-eyed spider be used as medicinal ingredients and used to level up equipments, the precious poison pearl in its poison sac was an even more precious treasure. As for the spider empress, Yue Yang felt that he might not be able to find it. Moreover, that kind of strong beast which could even defeat an innate might have already become a holy beast, which would make killing it difficult. She would definitely not wait for someone to hunt it down like bosses in games. Seeing how the old dragon turtle had gone to the Soaring Dragon Continent to recuperate when he was injured show that a holy beast was very shrewd and its intelligence was on par to that of a human being. It could even clone themselves, making differentiating between the clone and itself difficult. There is a party of adventurers in front battling. They seem to be fighting for treasures. Yekong who went to explore the path returned with a bad news. We will take the longer route. The Oxhead party leader, Li Ao, made a decision on the spot. Anna looked at Yue Yang. On seeing that he did not object, she nodded too and agreed to it. If the snaggletooth spider didn't become berserk by the smell of human blood, they would normally be fearful of the red phosphorus fire and wouldn't find trouble with the adventurers who were here to collect spider teeth. However, once they smelled fresh blood, they would definitely become restless and even besiege the adventurers and attack them. Just 3 minutes after they took the longer route in the opposite direction, the spiders on the cliff seemed to be awakened by something as they rushed toward and inundated the battleground. Tens of thousands of the spider on the rock of the cliff jumped and rushed forth. The scene was spectacular, especially due to the geographic location of the Spider Valley. The number of spiders seemed like they could cover up the entire sky. 3 parties of adventurers gathered as everyone held their weapons nervously and waved their red phosphorus torches. Luckily no spider attacked Yue Yang and his gang. But it remained uncertain as to whether the spiders would be blinded by their killing thirst to the extent that they'd disregard the threats of the red phosphorus fire and proceeded with tearing people apart and feed on them. The red phosphorus fire was a threat to the snaggletooth spider as they were afraid of fire. Through the hairs on their legs, they could sense the air movements to search for their opponents. So if they were burnt with fire, they would start panicking. But the red phosphorus fire in the hands of a few adventurers appeared insignificant to tens of thousands of snaggletooth spider. Once the snaggletooth spiders became berserk, they could kill 1,000 times more adventurers. Everyone form a circle and hide behind the huge rock. Remain calm, and nobody is allowed to attack. One party leader shouted. Save me, I have used up my torch. If you save me, I'm willing to offer a reward of thousands of gold coins. 3 women in black clothes ran frantically from a distance. 2 of them seemed to be female guards as they were clad in black armor that were tight-fitting. They were holding sharp daggers in their hands. Even in such a dangerous situation, they remained aloof as they proceeded in silence. The one who was crying for help was their leader. She was clad in an expensive black dragon armor. One look at her and one would know that she wasn't a normal adventurer. She was probably a ranker's or a king's daughter. Her silky purple hair swung in the air and her features were like that of a beautiful painting. The glow in her green doe eyes charmed everyone and her hot figure was revealed through her black dragon armor. She had a pair of long legs, big chest, small waist, toned butt, delicate feet and pristine arms, making her look like a sexy doll. The adventurers were mesmerized as they stared at her. Some people's drool fell like a waterfall. Yue Yang shook as he looked at the purple-haired beauty, his gaze was as chilly as ice. Fatty Hai and Yekong looked at Yue Yang. They seemed to be deciding on something. When they saw Yue Yang's cold gaze, they were completely shocked, and when they turned towards the purple-haired, sexy and alluring girl, they became fearful. Xue Tanlang clenched his fist, as if trying to control his feelings. Anna and Lin En had already noticed this, but when they saw Fatty Has and Yekong's expression, then saw Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo clenching their fists, they immediately turned towards Yue Yang, who was standing leisurely in front of Baoer. The couple looked at each other, then looked at the purple-haired black-clad lady, and their gaze also turned surprised and fearful. Ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls didn't have any reaction at all. They didn't feel anything wrong. Baoer's reaction was a sour feeling in her heart. That purple-haired lady's alluring body and electric gaze could even make her elven heart feel jealous. With regards to beauty, they were probably evenly matched, rather, the golden elves might even be winning a little. However, with regards to sexiness and allure, not even 10 beautiful elves could compare to this hot beauty wearing a whole set of black dragon armor. She ran all the way here, but she didn't look disheveled at all, she even looked beautiful. Her appearance was breathtaking, making others want to protect her. When Baoer checked on Yue Yang and realized that his eyes were staring blankly, she was furious. She brandished her fists and punched his head violently. Hey, isn't it time to come back to your senses? Think about her again if we survived out of this spider valley. Useless chap, look at brother Fatty, although he is a pervert normally, when it's a critical time, look how serious he is. He isn't like you at all, your eyes are about to drop to the ground. No way, even I am drooling right now. Wow, that girl is amazing. Fatty Hai, who was completely dumbstruck just now, suddenly laughed awkwardly. He even wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. Yes, I also thought that way. Yekong suddenly hugged Fatty Hai's arms, and they started dancing happily. I will never understand a human's useless way of thinking, the ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai humphed angrily. What kind of situation is it now? They still have time to think about girls. Didn't they notice the ground that was filled with snaggletooth spiders? The 4 orc girls could only roll their eyes. Ever since Fatty Hai and the others joined them, they had never looked at them with a respectful expression before. It must be known that amongst the orc race, they were all exceptional beauties. Unexpectedly, these humans could not appreciate their beauty at all. The ox-head party leader Li Ao frowned. He felt that it was really a troublesome day today. The appearance of this girl didn't seem like a good thing. A lot of fights between party members stem from women after all. In nicer sounding words, these beautiful ladies could be called beauties. But in a bad sounding words, they were source of calamities. Let's go, we have collected enough spider fangs for today. We should do the puppet stone statue quest. Lang, who never initiated anything, suddenly spoke out. He suggested to leave the Spider Valley, and Prince of Tianluo also agreed. There's so many spiders here, how are we going to escape? Baoer felt that they should wait until the spiders calm down before leaving. It is simply too dangerous now. I have a teleportation scroll. As for you guys, find a way to escape yourself. Yue Yang was a wealthy millionaire, he possessed several teleportation scrolls that was worth 100 gold each. Can't you guys bring us along to leave? We are really terrified and we want to leave this place as soon as possible. Please don't abandon us. That purple-haired, dragon leather-armored girl suddenly cast away the adventurers that was trying to gain her favor and ran over to ask for Yue Yang's party's protection. Listen, if you are sensible enough, scram away right now. The three party leaders of the adventurers was furious. Initially, when they saw that there were two breathtakingly beautiful golden elves ladies in Yue Yang's party, they were already drooling in greed. Furthermore, there was the weak-looking Yue Yang who was actually wearing a gold-ranked mask, making them want to snatch it away from him. However, beside Yue Yang, there was Lang who was releasing his qi, overpowering and pressuring them. They didn't think they would be able to defeat Lang, hence they discarded the idea of attacking the other party. However, after glancing at each other, the three party leaders thought that they should just give it a try. Maybe they would be able to acquire all three beauties that way. Be it the doll-like girl wearing black dragon leather or the two golden elves, all of them were high-quality goods. If they could get even one of them, they wouldn't mind if they lose 10 years of their lives. As the saying goes, humans die for gold, birds die for food. Becoming evil halfway through the way, killing people for treasure, these kind of things happen in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower all the time. It's not a strange sight at all. The three party leaders looked to the sky and saw that the spider waves was slowly passing by. Seemed like in a short moment, the spider threat would be gone. Just at the right time, they should take advantage of this opportunity. Along with the hand gestures that the three party leaders signed, a dozen over-adventurers charged forward, smiling evilly, and surrounded Yue Yang and the others. In their eyes, this party with two golden elves only have one formidable enemy and two good fighters. That youth with the extremely cool face would be the toughest enemy to defeat. The other Oxhead party leader and the handsome golden elf was also not weak. However, they didn't care about the others like the Oxhead girl, the orc girls and the two thin guys carrying giant poles. Their abilities were not that high, one adventurer would probably be enough to hold them off, and two adventurers would be able to defeat them easily. The little golden elf girl's bow was only for decoration, she would not pose as a threat. The fatties and the monkey's ability were, needless to say, even worse than the others, they don't even deserve to be taken into consideration. As for the big fool wearing a gold-ranked mask, everyone ignored him automatically. A mere level 6 junior elder could be slapped and sent away flying easily anytime. These adventurers were planning to kidnap the three high-quality women in the midst of the chaos. In the past, they had done this many times. What are you trying to do? Please, I beg you guys, please protect us weak women, don't let them tarnish our reputation. I will definitely thank you abundantly when we return. The purple-haired girl looked pitiful as she cowered and walked towards Yue Yang and Baoer, as if trying to seek their protection. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. How dare these beasts do this? I, the goddess of justice, will definitely annihilate all of them. Baoer's heroic personality burst out as she raised her bow. Yue Yang could neither cry nor laugh. Who would be the one protecting who? She didn't even consider this purple-haired girl's origins. Maybe she had other motives for trying to get your protection. Who would emerge the victor? Nobody knows. If it wasn't because Yue Yang was a little curious on her motives, he would have already attacked her. However, he decided to observe the situation first. It was a good opportunity for them to learn. If he managed to see the whole truth clearly, it might even help with leveling his beasts to holy beasts to divine beasts. Bloody Queen, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and even the Barbarian Cow Shadow, Yue Yang would never allow them to be limited to their current level. He must think of a way to level them up into a high-quality holy beasts and divine beasts. Boom! Lang released a burst of ice-cold qi from his body, and the temperature of the whole place suddenly dropped 10 over degrees colder. Frost and snow formed in the air. He looked at the surrounding adventurers coldly and said, "Leave this place immediately, otherwise I'll kill you." Baoer clapped her hands and praised, "Brother Lang, you are so cool. Beat them, beat all of these fellows up until they are picking up their teeth on the ground. Also, Brother Fatty and Monkey, go and beat them up too." Yekong was speechless, cough, "Didn't I tell you to call me brother yet? I am not Brother Monkey." The three adventurers' party leader estimated that the ice-attributed human boy was extremely strong, it would be difficult to defeat him even with the three of them. Although they were superior in numbers, the moment they start fighting, they might suffer great losses. Afterwards, if the three parties fought internally against each other, wouldn't they be crippled then? They were a little hesitant. Although beauties are good, they still need to be alive to enjoy the beauties. Just as they were thinking of retreating, the purple-haired seductive beauty suddenly spoke out, angering them. That purple-haired girl ridiculed them. Kill all of these trash. How could useless trashes like them have weird ideas about me? When she said these, the three party leaders were furious, more furious than any other moment in their lives. They had originally wanted to let that beauty off, but she was actually seeking death, so they didn't mind granting it to her. Even if their party members were killed, they could still find other people to replace them. If they missed the opportunity to capture this beauty, they might not be able to get another chance in the future. Furthermore, if they didn't show off a little after being called useless trashes, how could they still be called a man? They should just die then. The adventurers surrounding Yue Yang's party were also riled to the point that their eyes glowered in red. They had also initially wanted to let the beauty off, but after hearing her, they wanted to teach her a lesson. Kill. The adventurers almost didn't wait for their party leader's orders as they cried out thunderously and charged forward. The beasts beside them also charged forward together with a loud rumble. I will first kill you, then hunt for the boss monster here. Do you really think that I will be afraid of you? Fatty Hai roared out and released his hidden strength. If Yue Yang was not here, he would probably be a little worried. But now, these enemies felt like the little minions they had to fight before facing the boss monster. He remembered Yue Yang ever said when he conquered the 12 zodiac temples, if he didn't kill a lot of minions before killing the boss monster, defeating the boss monster wouldn't feel that awesome. You guys are dead meat. Ye Kong laughed out coldly. Their speed were not any slower than the fastest in the party, Xue Lang. Their hidden strength instantly burst out to the maximum, increasing their speed as they charged towards the enemies. Fatty Ha's Hippo Meteor Punch smashed hard at one of the party leader's chest. That party leader was completely shocked. Never in his life did he imagine that this vulgar-looking fatty was actually stronger than himself. Right as the party leader was sent flying towards the valley walls, Ye Kong appeared at his back and attacked with a strong punch. Together with Fatty Hai, they attacked the party leader's head. Boom! The party leader's head burst open. The party leader who was level 8 Emperor couldn't even show one of his moves before he was killed by Ye Kong and Fatty Ha's combo attack. However, he didn't really die meaninglessly. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai were originally more powerful than him. Furthermore, he had completely misjudged their strength from the beginning. Make one wrong move and you will lose all. On the other side of the battlefield, one of the party leaders was sent flying to the sky by Xue Lang. While his body was still frozen like ice in the air, Prince of Tianluo smashed him down violently from the sky like a meteor. His body burst into pieces of meat as he died miserably on the spot. This was Xue Lang and Prince of Tianluo's combo attack. Their combo attack's power was on par with Ye Kong and Fatty Ha's combo attack. Under the influence of the Great Totem Pole battle technique, they would be much stronger attacking in teams than alone. When 2, 4, or 6 people formed a combo attack together, the power of the attack would be greatly multiplied. The last party leader who was riding on a gold-ranked Kodo beast was the strongest amongst the three. The Ox-head party leader Li Ao and Fan Lun Tai charged forward. However, the great axe that they swung violently was actually repelled easily by the party leader. This fellow had not yet realized that his 2 other comrades had actually returned to paradise. He was still following their original plan and charged straight towards the purple-haired, black-clad girl with his hands reaching forward. Beauty, you are mine. His plan was perfect. If he attacked the other 2 golden elves, he would definitely provoke the whole party's wrath. But if he took the opportunity to kidnap this sexy purple-haired girl while his comrades were keeping the other party members busy, he would be able to get away if he quickly used a teleportation scroll to escape. As for his other party members, who cares if they die? As long as the 2 parties fight to their deaths and attracted the horde of snaggletooth spiders with their blood, all of them will be annihilated, and he would be able to enjoy the sexy enchantress all on his own. Save me! The sexy purple-haired enchantress wanted to go around Baoer so that she could hide behind Yue Yang. Hui Tai Lang, you damned dog, what are you waiting for? Yue Yang kicked the lazy Hui Tai Lang and pulled Baoer into his arms at the same time. Roll over right now, you rotten dog. That party leader didn't even care. A bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demon wolf? He could kill it with a sneeze. Who would know, the party leader whom the Ox-head party leader Li Ao and Fan Lun Tai could not defeat with brute force, as actually smacked flying easily by a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demon wolf. It was as if the party leader's gold-ranked Kodo beast was made of paper. Hui Tai Lang only slashed its claws a little, yet the party leader felt like he was attacked by a horde of giant mammoths. He shot straight towards the valley walls, caused a few rubles to fall, and shook the whole valley violently. When the party leader struggled in pain to get up, Hui Tai Lang was standing at a high place as it raised up its hind leg. A stream of hot yellow liquid splashed onto the party leader's face. The smell of piss almost made that fellow faint. I'll kill you, bitch. The party leader who had strengthened his body with the Kodo beast could not even manage to swing his fists before he was pressed down by Hui Tai Lang's great claws. Rumble. The whole ground shook violently. That party leader's head burst open like juice as he died on the spot. Baoer's mouth immediately formed a cute O. Forget about her, even Anna and Lin En could only stare dumbly at the scene before them. What kind of special demon wolf was this? How could a bronze-ranked level 3 beast kill a level 8 intermediate emperor instantly? We surrender! The adventurers cried as they fell to the ground, defeated by Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and the Li brothers, just like how the autumn wind sweeps the leaves down. Too late. Xuetan Lang was aloof and merciless when he strikes. The same went for Hui Tai Lang as it killed another adventurer with its claws. Fatty Hai and Ye Kong used all their power as they killed indiscriminately without regards to whether if they resisted. Anna and Lin En wanted to stop them, but on seeing that Yue Yang and the purple-haired woman was looking at each other, they shifted their attention immediately. With a charming smile, the purple-haired sexy beauty was trying to seduce Yue Yang with her big doe eyes. But Yue Yang continued with his serious expression as he held on tightly to Baoer, afraid that the naughty girl would leave his side. Baoer struggled a bit as she thought Yue Yang was trying to take advantage of her. As she was preparing to bite his arms, she stopped on seeing Anna's hand gesture. However, she was still confused with the situation. Obviously they have won, so what is happening now? Could it be that this son of an upstart knew this purple-haired enchantress? Rest assured, I won't harm her. Seeing Yue Yang's severe expression, the purple-haired woman smiled slightly, making everyone's heart race. Go away. This was Yue Yang's reply. When you left that day, I thought I won't see you again. I'm so happy to see you today. Little girl, do you remember the silver dragon from the Jadeite forest? I'm a friend of the silver dragon, so I'm not a bad person. Looking at Yue Yang's look that was filled with rejection, she turned towards Baoer. Hearing what she said, Baoer recalled vaguely. You are the Black Shadow sister from the Dragon Cliff, no wonder your voice sounded so familiar. I'll give you some money. Yue Yang said as he took out some gold coins and passed it to Baoer. Help me count them. Why? Baoer was a little puzzled. I'm preparing to sell you away, so please help me count the money. Yue Yang replied matter-of-factly. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard it. Why are you selling me away? Baoer was even more puzzled. This sent Fatty Hai and the rest collapsing onto the ground. Oh boy, if this girl were to be sold off, she might really help the person count his money. The purple-haired woman smiled as she thought that it was funny too. She wanted to hold out her hand to pet Baoer's head, but Yue Yang brushed her hands away instantly. Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and the others all started to crowd around, ready to summon their grimoire for their strongest beasts. The Li brothers had even thrusted their large totem poles onto the ground to support the entire team in terms of combat power. Xuetan Lang went to gather his strongest freezing air energy while Prince Tian Luo's meteorite was ready to attack. Baoer was confused, and similarly were the four orc girls. The ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai was at loss too. Only Anna and Li En coordinated with Fatty Hai and the rest's formation as they prepared to take down the silent female guards in black. The purple-haired woman threw a glance at Fatty Hai and the rest. Are you trying to bully the three of us with so many of you? She said calmly. Fatty Hai smiled evilly. It seems that we really make up the majority now, look up at the sky before you speak. Ye Kong shouted as he punched Fatty Hai. When Fatty Hai raised his head, what he saw sent a chill down his spine. Because the top of the valley was covered entirely with dense cobwebs, and the spiders were charging down ferociously, with thousands of human-faced spiders and hundreds of Gold King beasts devil-eyed spider leading the troop. The densely packed giant spiders filled the entire valley, leaving nowhere empty. They covered everywhere they went with their webs, turning the entire valley into a giant mesh bag in just a while, and trapping their prey in it. When the purple-haired woman waved her pristine arms, all the spiders stopped dead in their track. They were 10 times more organized than a well-trained army. She pointed to Fatty Hai and the rest as she smiled at Yue Yang. Other than you, no one else can fight me. But if I wish to kill them, I could have done it yesterday. But little sister Baoer is so cute, how could I bear to harm her? Actually I just wish to make friends and interact with you all. Yue Yang pulled Baoer, who was exceptionally happy after hearing the compliment, behind him, preventing her to leave his side. This made Baoer stomp her feet in anger as the intimate posture they were in made her feel extremely awkward. It was as if he was embracing her and he wasn't willing to let go. Ignoring Baoer's reactions, Yue Yang stared at the purple-haired woman as if she was a dangerous opponent that he couldn't lose focus of even for a second. Hui Tai Lang stared at the two female guards in black and growled as a warning for them to stop coming any nearer. Is there such a way to make friends? Yue Yang pointed to the spiders that had covered the entire area. Who will bring tens of thousands of spiders to make friends? You are dangerous too, if I don't bring along these small spiders to protect myself, I'm afraid that you'll kill me. The purple-haired woman murmured dejectedly, and then broke out into a smile that was ultra-charming. You are wary of me, I'm even more wary of you. How about we treat each other with sincerity? I want to learn the things you know, and if you are interested in my treasures, I wouldn't be stingy. Yue Yang, don't be polite with her, kill her. It's rare that we meet with such a big boss. Dealing with tens of thousands of spiders is a piece of cake and would be worthy. Fatty Hai put up a strong front as his feet trembled in fear. A snaggletooth spider would be a piece of cake to him, but there were tens of thousands of them here. I'd like to show my power first. Maybe then you all would be interested in making friends with me. The purple-haired woman disappeared. She then appeared behind Fatty Hai's back. She blew a breath onto her pristine palm and printed it onto Fatty Hai's back. Fatty Hai began to breathe heavily, as he attempted to defend and stand his ground with his iron rhinoceros strengthening. At the same time, he countered the purple-haired woman with the hippo meteor punch that was 10 times stronger and faster than his previous attack. Ye Kong and the Li brothers who were beside Fatty Hai went to his aid immediately and attacked her with all their might, but they knew that she was a really strong boss and the lot of them would definitely not be able to take her down. But because Yue Yang was with them, they weren't afraid. With the speed of lightning, the purple-haired woman pressed Fatty Hai onto the ground. She then dragged Fatty Hai through the ground, and in an instant, she had drawn a 50-meter-long, deep mark on the ground with Fatty Hai's face. In the meantime, Ye Kong and the Li brothers had just started attacking. Their speed differed greatly from the purple-haired girl. One was as quick as a lightning, while the other one was as slow as a snail. Before he could even withdraw his fist, Ye Kong realized that the purple-haired woman's hand was already in between his forehead. His head was then smashed into the stone wall with a loud thud. He found himself dizzy and weak, as if he wasn't able to use any strength to attack back. It was as if he had been struck by a hammer. The Li brothers were similarly kicked and sent flying into the air one by one. Although they were abused by Hui Tai Lang during their past trainings, Hui Tai Lang wouldn't defeat them so quickly. Also, it seemed that the purple-haired woman hadn't used all her power yet. Xuetan Lang and Prince Tian Luo did not attack because they knew what the outcome would be. The purple-haired woman appeared in front of Yue Yang in a flash. It only took her 3 seconds. In a matter of 3 seconds, the strongest in the team, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai, together with the Li brothers were defeated as they all lied onto the ground lifelessly. This was an exemplification of her power. Anna and Lin En were stunned and couldn't believe what happened. Now, everyone had realized that the purple-haired woman was not just an ordinary person, but they did not expect that she would be so powerful. No wonder she said that she could kill everyone easily. It was because she was really that powerful. Since she was so strong, could it be that she was the legendary Spider Empress? The charming beauty they met today was a Spider Empress that could even defeat an innate ranker? Do I qualify to be your friend now? The purple-haired woman smiled as she asked Yue Yang. Try to throw a punch on me. Yue Yang passed Baoer to Anna. I'm not a match for you, but since you requested, I shall try to throw a punch. Before she finished her sentence, the purple-haired woman had disappeared and reappeared behind Yue Yang. Balling up her fist, she punched Yue Yang's back using the same technique she used on Fatty Hai just now. Too slow. Yue Yang tilted his body to dodge as he grabbed the right hand of the purple-haired woman and flung her into the air. Just when she crashed onto the ground, Yue Yang took out his platinum-ranked crescent moon blade to slash at her. However, the purple-haired woman had already disappeared, leaving only her after-image. She flew 100 meters into the air instantly. Yue Yang, who was previously on the ground, disappeared too as he chased after her. Appearing behind her, Yue Yang slashed his crescent moon blade down, unleashing his earth-splitting slash attack straight towards the purple-haired woman's head. The purple-haired woman took out a pair of long silver pikes from between her thighs. She crossed them together to withstand the blow from Yue Yang. Her body immediately shot to the ground like a meteorite from the impact. When she landed on the ground and stabilized herself, she realized that there was a pair of long legs in front of her. It was Yue Yang's legs. His kick was as swift as that of a Buddha's kick as he sent the purple-haired woman flying in the air. You really get on my nerves. The purple-haired woman raged and screamed angrily as she returned to grab hold of Yue Yang's feet with a speed that was 10 times faster than she was sent flying in. She flung Yue Yang onto the stone wall, and when he rebounded, she kicked his face. But as Yue Yang had already lowered his head and dodged the deadly blow, he grabbed the woman's thighs onto shoulders with his hands as he raised her up high and smashed her to the ground. Boom! A deafening noise shook the entire Spider Valley. Let alone the center of the battleground, even Fatty Hai and the rest who were far away staggered and almost fell. Numerous snaggletooth spiders fell from the sky as they became even more restless. They seemed to be driven to the edge of madness, especially after seeing the miserable posture the purple-haired woman had landed herself in when she was smashed into the giant pit by Yue Yang. The purple-haired woman raised her hand slowly, signaling for the cessation of commotion among the spiders. She picked herself up. After spitting some soil and dirt, she took off her black dragon armor, revealing a small vest that showed off her hot body. What made everyone shocked was that when she dropped the black dragon armor to the ground, it landed with an extremely loud thud. It seemed to be made of a material that was 100 times heavier than a metal block, and this very fact scared Fatty Hai and the rest out of their wits. This woman had been wearing such a heavy armor during the battle just now, yet she could still move so swiftly. I'm going to start being serious now. It's been so long since I met such an interesting opponent. Although I'm no match for you, I won't let you bully me like this. The purple-haired woman tied up her hair and she seemed to remove her pants too. The pants made from black dragon skin might be of a heavy weight too, that's why she wanted to release all her burdens to fight with Yue Yang. I'm not going fight with you anymore. Yue Yang turned his back. He decided to call it a quit. He had already known how strong the purple-haired woman was. She was nearly a level 7 innate. God knows how this woman could cultivate to such a high level. Of course, if they were to really fight, Yue Yang could still defeat her. It was just a matter of time. The most important thing was that she was very fast, so it would make the fight very energy-consuming. Hearing that Yue Yang wanted to call it a quit, the purple-haired woman held onto her pants as she was unsure if she should remove it or not. She responded after being stunned for a long while. Why? I still have many other superb skills and domain of power that I have yet to show. Yue Yang waved his hands. You win, okay? Yue Yang's reply made her speechless. She wore her black dragon armor again and kicked Yue Yang's shin when she walked past him. It seemed that she wanted to take revenge of him kicking her just now. But when everyone looked at her, she regained the look of a superior as she reached out her hands. Please allow me to introduce myself, I'm Zhang Ying, the Lord of the Spider Valley. Some call me the Spider Empress, but I'm actually a dragon, a mixed blood one. My grandmother was a Spider Empress and the silver dragon you all met last time was my aunt, she was giving birth at that point of time. If you guys are interested, we can exchange different necessities such as dragon skin, teeth, horn, scale, muscle, blood, you name it I have it. I also have some spider-related products and even magic crystals, accessories, weapons, medicinal ingredients, and ores. Then what do you need? Yue Yang didn't shake hands with her as he inquired her openly instead. A grimoire. The purple-haired woman pointed to Hui Tai Lang as she looked at Yue Yang in the eye. I want to be like Hui Tai Lang who could successfully contract a grimoire. I'm sure that you know some ways to make me a divine beast. Hui Tai Lang is a divine beast? This almost made the ox-head girl Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls faint from shock. Never in their lives would they imagine that that stupid dog was actually a divine beast. Hui Tai Lang is so impressive. Baoer totally forgot what she mentioned previously, that Hui Tai Lang wouldn't be able to survive in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Do you think it's so easy to contract a grimoire? Yue Yang rejected her on the spot. Of course it won't be easy. But I'm sure that you can do it. The purple-haired woman said as she smiled, her small face looked as charming as a ray of sunshine shining through the clouds. She grabbed Yue Yang's hands forcefully to indicate that they had formed alliance and then she told him a big secret. I know that a 10,000 years Mother Earth potion will appear in the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower soon. As long as we could drink it, not only me, even your other beasts could all become holy beasts, or even divine beasts. Team up with me. Only I know the place where it will appear and also, a 10,000 years Mother Earth potion is extremely rare. It will only appear once in 10,000 years. If you miss it, you would have to wait for another 10,000 years. 10,000 years Mother Earth potion. Yue Yang wavered a bit. Not only was it popular in the medicine encyclopedia, it was also sought after by the Kylan girl and appeared in the knowledge pool of the tragic guy's mother. Everyone said that it was the best ingredient to be used when making a godly medicine. One would have to wait 10,000 years for one to appear. A 10,000 years Mother Earth potion would only be created in a heavenly environment that contained sufficient spirit chi. It encapsulated the essence of both heaven and the earth. If a normal man were to consume it, their lifespan could be extended by 500 years. It was of even higher level than the God's Dew, God's Wine, and the immortal spring water. Only the warrior's soul and the God's blood were on par with it, but as both were only found in the outskirts of God's ruin, one would have to travel to the heaven realm to get them. This made the Motherland Potion the only godly medicine that could be obtained from Tongtian Tower or outside Tongtian Tower. But the thing was it would only appear once in 10,000 years. And only one with affinity to it would be able to get it. But now, it's actually going to appear somewhere in the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower. If the warriors in the Tongtian Tower were to know about this, a lot of them might go crazy. And it would cause fighting and bloodshed in the Tongtian Tower. How many people know about this? Yue Yang felt that if her information was real, then it was really not to be missed. Only I know about it. The purple-haired woman shook Yue Yang's hands vigorously. If you make me a divine beast, we can split the Motherland Potion equally and form alliance. If you encounter any trouble, I would definitely go to your aid. Look at all these spiders, wouldn't they be the best soldiers one could ever ask for? I have no other wishes other than becoming a divine beast, so how is the deal? I'll have to consider first. Yue Yang wanted to agree to it immediately, but he managed to hold it in. He had to gain the upper hand first. Listen up, I want to become a divine beast. There's no need to consider. The purple-haired woman shook Yue Yang's hand vigorously, she almost broke his bones. Everyone wanted to agree on Yue Yang's behalf, but who knew that he would turn his back to her and say that he had to give it a thought? He could be the death of everyone. It was such a good deal, how could he not agree to it? Yue Yang had a greedy thought. Turns out that the impossibly strong spider empress, purple-haired Zhang Ying was a strong, independent hornless dragon with her own thoughts. If Yue Yang was not tempted by this, it would be a lie. Her stunning beauty, sexy body, alluring face, and heroic strength were all extremely alluring. If he helped her become a divine beast, her strength would probably increase by leaps and bounds. At present, she was already a 7 stars holy beast, which was equivalent to a level 7 innate. If she contracts a grimoire and purify her strength with his innate chi and nirvana flames, her strength would reach a whole new level. Her future would be limitless. Moreover, if she obtained and drank the 10,000 years Mother Earth potion, her strength would skyrocket. If this girl would only be a mutually beneficial ally, Yue Yang would absolutely not be at ease, especially because she possessed a very high intelligence and could make her own decisions. It would only take a second for an ally to turn into an enemy. The only thing that would make Yue Yang be at ease would be to make her into his own beast. The best case scenario would be to use his phantom shadow to seize her and turn her into one of his guardian beasts like Bloody Queen Red. Only guardian beasts would never betray its owner, because they shared life and death with their master. Yue Yang did not hope to control Zhang Ying's mind. Moreover, he would never be able to suppress a beast's personality, just like how he couldn't suppress Bloody Queen Red's thoughts. His only goal was to make a contract with her. Naturally, if Yue Yang suggested a contract with her, Zhang Ying might immediately refuse it. Moreover, a fierce conflict would appear in her heart. No matter how good becoming a divine beast is, freedom is better. As a carefree empress-level beast, she would definitely have a hard time accepting the fact of becoming a human's contracted beast. At that time, when he used the phantom shadow to seize the Bloody Queen, he had received a fierce rejection, but at that time the Bloody Queen was fatally injured. The circumstances had made her change her mind, combine with the phantom shadow and become Yue Yang's guardian beast. With the successful case of Bloody Queen Red, Yue Yang naturally hoped to do the same thing again. For now he won't say anything and first let this girl worry, and then slowly guide her. First, he would make her have a favorable impression on him so that, when the time comes for the phantom shadow to seize her, there won't be any fierce resistance. Yue Yang was not anxious. He would slowly wait for a chance. It would be impossible to make a contract with such a strong beast just because he wished for it. It was a process that required a long journey and a good opportunity. Without waiting for Baoer and the others to come to their senses, Yue Yang used a teleportation stone to leave and return to the mansion in the Thunder Fortress. In here, he was not Baoer's cook, he was the house owner with the highest position. In order to entice Zhang Ying, he intentionally left Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang would definitely pretentiously summon its grimoire, making everybody see its power. This way Zhang Ying would definitely become extremely envious. Yue Yang's conscience had long turned evil. Naturally, he had never considered himself to be a good person. He felt that if he gave everything away in order to be a nice person, that would be what others may call as incompetent. Master, the uniform is done. However, a few details still need to be processed. A few maids respectfully delivered the uniform. Master, your servant has already prepared the hot water for you to take a bath. The half-elf girl truly knows how to serve her master. When Yue Yang saw her bowing cheerfully in her new made uniform, his beastly blood boiled and heat began to rise from his lower abdomen. She wore a black apron with white frills, and a beautiful white headband with frills decorated her head. Her white neck was adorned with a scarlet-red handkerchief, and below it, there was a shockingly, so electrifyingly beautiful cleavage to behold. How wonderful would it be if he could stuff his head inside those until he suffocate. Cough, cough, the uniform is not bad. Yue Yang strongly pushed aside the thought of happily suffocating inside the half-elf's breasts and caressed her head. Thank you master, your servant is very happy. Looking at her, it seemed like she wanted to also follow inside and wait upon him taking bath. Her small face blushed. Her small fingers trembled slightly as if she was very nervous. However, her slender legs followed bravely. Yue Yang suddenly turned around with a deadpan expression and said, "Did you know? A female slave's uniform needs to be accompanied by long white garters. Short socks are simply not enough. Also, it must be worn together with black shoes, the best would be shoes that covers the entire foot. After going through a black and white contrast, the leg's beauty would naturally come out. If there is a lace on the garters, then it would be perfect. Last, half-elf girl with maid uniform is the best." Hearing this, the half-elf girl stared blankly and immediately nodded excitedly, "Your servant will change immediately." By the time she ran to her bedroom with deer-like footsteps and changed her uniform, Yue Yang had already finished taking a bath. He had also returned inside the grimoire world and became one with the sickly beauty. If Yue Yang could hold back after seeing the sexual allure of the beautiful hornless dragon Zhang Ying and the half-elf girl slave's continuous enticement, then the skies would probably crash down. Luckily the sickly beauty did not leave and continuously waited upon her husband. She was endlessly gentle, allowing her spouse to enjoy a happy life. Otherwise, the beast within Yue Yang would definitely push down the half-elf girl to release the heat inside. Outside, the half-elf girl dispiritedly hanged her head and criticized herself, failure. I was actually not able to serve master taking a bath. It was such a good opportunity. After a moment, she clenched her small fists and raised her morale. I will definitely be more diligent tomorrow and make master like me. After the maids delivered dinner, the half-elf girl absent-mindedly ate on one hand and opened a book on the other hand. From time to time she would leak out sighs of admiration as she looks at the topics on the record. When your master returns from his battles, you must respectfully welcome him and carry your sweetest smile. That is the start of warming up your master's heart. Do not forget to wait upon your master while him are taking a bath and give him a gentle and silent massage. After your master removes his fatigue, you must offer the dinner that you had prepared earlier on. The dish is as follows. When your master is bored or lonely, use your huge breasts and take the initiative to give a near-suffocating hug. You must bury his head inside your chest and let him feel blessed. At this moment, you are the master's little mother. Never forget to console your master's heart. Never let your master feel lonely and always let him know that you are always beside him. This book is truly worthy to be called Grandma's treasured mystical book. After the half-elf girl finished sighing, she became filled with unwavering determination as she clenched her small fists. Tomorrow, I will definitely work harder. Turning another page, the half-elf girl's face gradually reddened as if set on fire. She stealthily looked at the door and discovered no one. She immediately closed the door and hid inside her bed with the book. Hiding beneath her blanket, she peeked at the book and unconsciously sighed in admiration from time to time. Hawa! It looks like I can also do it like this. It seems like waiting upon master is an extremely profound study. Will master like this kind of posture? Very good, my breasts are big enough and I match the conditions. I have the advantage in this position, only, I am not sure if master would like it this way. After Yue Yang's big battle ended, with his body and mind relaxed, he returned to the hall. Last, you guys should probably understand which big battle this refers to, right? The blush on the half-elf girl's face hasn't vanished yet. Her gaze unconsciously looked towards her master and used her hands to compare their height difference. When Yue Yang turned towards her, she frantically waved her hand to tell him that nothing was wrong. After Yue Yang turned away, she quietly muttered, "Master is too tall. It looks like there are many positions that I can't use. If I tiptoed, it should be barely enough. If only I could grow a bit more." Butler Yan Zheng and Fat Toad Juta had gone to the auction earlier on and hadn't returned. Those slaves had once again dug up good ores and entrusted the dagger girl, Xia Yi, to report to Master Titan. Originally Xia Yi did not have a good impression towards Yue Yang. She even thought that Mr. Titan Sr. was the true ranker, while Mr. Titan Jr. was from the second generation, who would not be able to defeat her without his full set equipments. However, Mr. Titan Sr. had left Mr. Titan Jr. to manage things. Without any other options left, she could only nurse her grudge against Yue Yang, the younger Mr. Titan. In these few days her grudge had settled down a lot, but she still continued to look down upon Yue Yang. If she did not bicker Yue Yang for one day, she would feel disgusted, as if something was missing. As a result, whenever the slaves dug up a good ore, she would actively bring them over. On one side, it was to help the slaves receive their bonuses, and on the other, it was to quarrel with Yue Yang. She would not neglect her work and her grudge. Maybe this was the thing they called a natural enemy. With regards to Yue Yang buying a bust of female slave with a huge sum of money, Xia Yi was especially disgusted. A childish face with huge breasts. She only had slightly bigger breasts and slightly more innocent look. It wasn't as if her face wouldn't suddenly grow flowers if he looked at her more. He was a pervert that had never seen big breasts his whole life. Xia Yi classified Yue Yang as a breast-loving beast. She evilly made conjectures like, Yue Yang did not drink milk when he was born, or the milk had all been drunk by the strong Mr. Titan Sr. and that this became his heart's shadow when he was a child. As a result he became such a huge pervert. Of course, if someone said that she was jealous because she had small breast, she would never admit it. You came at the right time, take off your clothes. When Yue Yang said this, Xia Yi's beautiful big eyes immediately burned with rage. Did you think I am your female slave? One you could order to take off her clothes or put them back on whenever you want to. Dream on. Xia Yi's first action was to draw out her dagger. Although she knew that she was not his opponent, she must still resist. Try changing into this, who would want to look at your book-like body? Your chest is flat as an airport runway. Yue Yang severely criticized Xia Yi's unacceptable self-defensive response towards perverts. Xia Yi became angry. Although she did not understand what an airport runway was, anyone who described her with a flat chest must be killed. If it was not because of the half-elf girl pulling her away, she would fight to the death with Yue Yang. It might be small and not as exaggerated as the half-elf girls. However, it was absolutely not flat. Xia Yi felt that her own chest was not bad. Although it was not big, its shape was still beautiful with a tender color. It was round and not drooping. It stood up with pride and was a grade A class treasure. She did not imagine that this pervert did not understand how to admire beauty and specially criticized it. She could not stand this kind of breast-loving beast. She was definitely angry, but there is no harm in changing clothes. This brat made her new clothes, why would she be polite? Taking up his hospitality was her good fortune. After the indignant Xia Yi changed into the new uniform, she was stupefied. This heroic beauty in the mirror, was it truly her? It was a skin-tight uniform that she had never seen before. Her black hat was flat, and there was a weird yet majestic-looking golden crest in front. Her black-colored top was iron straight, decorated with small, silver strips of badges. The stars embroidered on her shoulders were awe-inspiring, and there was also gold-colored tassels hanging down from her chest, as if it was a gold-colored rainbow. Her tight, short skirt also emphasized her long legs and slender figure. Her legs were adorned in a black-colored pump. Xia Yi felt that she had turned into a whole new person. Wearing these clothes made her entire soul tremble. She was filled with strength. A kind of unspeakable grandeur radiated from within her body. Even she herself felt that this uniform suits her very much. Compared to a warrior's uniform or a robber's uniform, this was even more of a fit. She then placed the silver dagger inside the leather belt. Xia Yi slowly stood straight with her head held high. She gathered her feet together as she looked at the person in the mirror. The reflection of a heroic-looking, beautiful female soldier was so unfamiliar that she could not believe that it was her. Not bad, pity it lacks something. Yue Yang stretched his hand and stroked Xia Yi's neck, fixing the collar and hat. Wearing a white shirt inside and a scarlet necktie would be better. Also it lacks a pair of white gloves. Originally these touchy-feely action would enrage Xia Yi. However, without knowing why, Xia Yi discovered that she actually replied softly, "Is that so? Later, I will join the auction, accompany me." Yue Yang stretched out his hand and lightly caressed the half-elf girl who was not willing to show up in public. His movements were like an owner caressing an obedient cat. However, towards Xia Yi, he simply ordered her strictly. "No." When Xia Yi heard his hard-toned command, she became angry and refused him immediately. However, her legs quickly followed him for an unknown reason. The villain city was located in the center of the Thunder Fortress among 3 other districts. It was where all the rich men of the Thunder Fortress resided and was a haven for those who seek an unbridled and materialistic life. King Chongni's palace was located on the highest hill of the Thunder Fortress, which could be seen when one followed through the winding tunnels to the ground level. Under the hill, there was a small lake below a steep cliff that belonged to the King Chongni. No one else dared to live there. Tall buildings were found scattered in the other 3 directions. Among all, the busiest central district was the villain city. If one could afford to own a mansion in the underground city but had no properties in the villain city, no matter how rich the person might be, he would only be considered a parvenu. Of course Ndong owned properties in the villain city, he even owned 2 retail outlets. However, it was already ransacked by Demon Eye's followers even before Jyuta could go and take over them. Even a blind man would be able to tell now that Demon Eye, one of the 3 leaders, harbored a deep grudge against Titan the newbie. Demon Eye supported Ndong originally, and it could be said that he was Ndong's greatest ally. But now, Ndong lost everything and Titan took his place. Having lost both his right-hand man and his 2 great followers, Nightmare and Tiger Nian, Demon Eye had proclaimed several times that he was going to teach Yue Yang a lesson. He would make Yue Yang understand that even a powerful dragon cannot crush a snake in its old haunts. The attitude of the 2 other leaders, Mountain Elf and Blood River, were completely the opposite. They have indicated on various occasions that they would welcome Titan with open arms. They even quipped that they didn't mind a situation where there would be 4 leaders, showing their full support towards him. Ma Long, the underground city master, took a neutral stance. Since Titan wasn't interested in fighting with him to take over as the next city master of the underground city, Ma Long didn't feel threatened. Moreover, Ma Long had plans to acquire the arena and had sent men over to negotiate with Titan's subordinate, the Toad Merchant, and Yan Zhang the housekeeper. They were only left with deciding on the final price, so if Titan and Demon Eye were to really fight against each other, Ma Long might side with Yue Yang. Although the villain city was prosperous, Yue Yang didn't care about it as these were all nothing to him. The only thing that mattered in the Tongtian Tower was power. If Chongni and the 3 leaders were to die, then the Thunder Fortress would become a bloody killing ground where mobs loot and murder. "Master, this way please." The fat Jyuta welcomed Yue Yang eagerly. When Jyuta first saw Xia Yi in a smart policewoman uniform, he almost didn't recognize her as he thought Mr. Titan had gotten a new beauty. It was only on closer look did he realize that it was Xia Yi who always picked a fight with his master, Yue Yang, all the time. Seeing Jyuta opening his mouth wide in shock, Xia Yi couldn't help but to feel pleased. After jumping down from the carriage, Yue Yang proceeded to the auction house. There was an unwritten rule in the auction house that weak merchants and warriors were to reach the place early to greet the rankers who would arrive later. Of course, those who were at rivalry to each other would not abide by it. For example, when all the merchants stood to applause and greet Yue Yang, a few who were under demon eye remained seated. Forget about the merchants around the auction house, even those of high status sitting in the private boxes waved their hands through the windows to show their respect. As Yue Yang was an innate ranker who could kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian, he could possibly be one of the 4 leaders of the Thunder Fortress in the future. Hence they had to forge some kind of relationship with him first. When Yue Yang entered the VIP private box in level 2, a few people started to buzz around. Their discussions were all surrounding Yue Yang's mysterious identity, looks and strength. Soon after Yue Yang entered the auction house, the city master of the underground city, Ma Long, Mountain Elf, and Blood River who were part of the 3 leaders arrived not long after. Chong Ni did not come, making Demon Eye the one with the highest power. He arrived the latest to show that he was of the highest status. Demon Eye was a foreign man with eyes glowing with a red light. Standing at 3 meters tall, he had horns on his head and beard growing from the side of his head and down his chin. He wore a circular neck brace-like object that was connected to the skeletal bones of his shoulders. His arms bulged with the horns, and his black nails were razor-sharp. One thing Yue Yang noticed was that Demon Eye was wearing a shiny ring. It didn't look like a normal jewel, instead, it resembled a storage ring with unique functions and it was a platinum-ranked equipment. Yue Yang felt that it would be worth killing Demon Eye just to get this platinum-ranked ring in return. For someone like Demon Eye, he would definitely put a lot of treasures within his ring. Demon Eye waved to Mountain Elf, Blood River, and Ma Long individually, showing that he was magnanimous ranker. However, he didn't wave to Mr. Titan who was of equal status as the trio. He acted as if he had never heard of him. Everyone watched secretly, anticipating to see a good show. Ha, Boss Demon Eye, please allow me to introduce someone to you. The man who replaced Ndong as the new owner of the Western Wind Mine is also here. Do you want to see him and extend our welcome to him as the leader of the Thunder Fortress? Mountain Elf was a scrawny man with a skinny build, and he had long arms with sunken eyes. However, all these weren't an apt exemplification of his power. He was actually on par to Demon Eye in terms of strength. Indeed, Mr. Titan is someone who deserves our respect. Blood River also agreed. Blood River was a handsome man. He looked middle-aged, but the handlebar mustache above his lips made him look fashionable. He had a clear sharp eyes and was clad in a fiery red cloak. Both of his hands were smooth like that of a woman's. But it was this pair of hand that made him powerful as he was known for his ultimate skill, the heaven-engulfing fiery palm. Demon Eye knew that Mountain Elf and Blood River did it deliberately to sow discords between him and Mr. Titan, so that their relations would worsen under the public eye. With a small humph, Demon Eye pretended to be amicable as he laughed. I didn't know that Mr. Titan is here, if not I would have welcomed him warmly. With regards to him replacing Ndong, I have heard of it from my assistant. In the end, he still didn't acknowledge Yue Yang as he walked into his VIP private box laughing. Everyone looked towards Yue Yang. They wanted to see how, as an innate ranker, the newcomer Mr. Titan would react to himself being ignored publicly. Jie, as a junior, shall we send some gifts over to our senior? Get the firewood at the corner and give it to the leader Demon Eye as form of respect. Upon hearing what Yue Yang said, everyone was stunned. Sending a gift over? Using firewood as a gift? What does it mean? What does this mean? On the auction house below, Jie handed a firewood over to Demon Eye's follower respectfully, making Demon Eye's follower completely incensed. My master had said that in his homeland, a man worthy of jewels will be given jewels, while a useless man worthy of firewood will be given firewood. We think that the most suitable present for your master is these firewood. Jie decided to risk it all. He knew that with the words that he said, if Demon Eye wasn't killed then he would be the one who will die. However, he had no other choices but to risk it all because if Demon Eye were to be killed, then that would make Yue Yang part of the 3 leaders, and his status would rise enormously, making him just a rank lower than the greatest man of Thunder Fortress. Want2EAT, firewood is a homonym of useless man, I'm going to kill you. The follower was even angrier. Stop. I will take the firewood, and help me relay to Mr. Titan that these firewood could be put into good use to beat up dogs in the future. Demon Eye poked his head out from the window and smirked. It's a good thing to receive gifts. I didn't even receive any, Blood River laughed as he tried to clear the awkwardness in the air. He looked at Mountain Elf as they nodded discreetly. The rest of the crowd felt that there would be more dramas coming up in the future and was contemplating on whose side they would support. They couldn't afford to choose wrongly because the consequences of it would be dire. If they chose Demon Eye but Titan won in the end, Titan would definitely get rid of all Demon Eye's followers. But if Demon Eye wins, those who chose Titan wrongly would perish too. So choosing sides was definitely an important skill to master. The auction began on a rival-rouse note. As the Toad merchant Jie had already declared war openly, he wasn't polite to Demon Eye's follower as he competed to bid for every single item Demon Eye's followers wanted to take down. Yue Yang had already authorized Xia to do so, but Xia didn't really want those items. He merely wanted to make Demon Eye's followers pay more. And Xia was astute enough not to participate in the bidding for items wanted by Mountain Elf and Blood River's followers, but instead, they allied to suppress Demon Eye's followers, almost causing them to flare up. Demon Eye also didn't expect Yue Yang to be so full of guts to challenge him so openly. This trapped him in a predicament and he had no choice but to continue. As he was doing so he secretly measured Yue Yang's real power. If the rascal really possessed similar powers as he do, coupled with the help of Mountain Elf and Blood River, he would definitely be a threat to him. But once his strongest ally arrive, this rascal would die. His trump card was his strong ally, so he wasn't afraid at all. Everything would be okay as long as they don't start fighting now. Demon Eye kept trying to suppress his anger. If it was in the past, he would have attacked the opponent who provoked him immediately. Up next will be the Dark Prison Royal Jelly. It is a 6th ranked medicine where women use it for a youthful and radiant look while men use it to attain inexhaustible energy. Most importantly, this is the only bottle that could be found in the whole of 6th floor of Tongtian Tower this year. Starting bid is 1000 gold coins, and a minimum addition of 100 gold coins is required for every bid. The auction officer introduced the product enthusiastically on the stage. Yue Yang was a little wavered. To others, the Dark Prison Royal Jelly was merely a drug used to replenish energy and its use was limited to boosting sexual drives. But to Yue Yang who have read the medicine encyclopedia inside out and with the memories passed down from the tragic guy's mother, this Dark Prison Royal Jelly had 3 other uses unknown to people. Although it had to be added with other medicinal ingredients for concoction, it was a necessity as it was the main ingredient of the pill. When one managed to create 100 enchanting fragrance pill from Dark Prison Royal Jelly, it could give off a deadly temptation to all insect-type beasts. No matter if one were to use it during contracting, attracting, or battling an insect-type beast, it would produce an extremely effective result. It could also be used to make the rarer Queen Demon Charm Potion, which could be used to rank up insect-type beasts. It could even be used to make the Dark Prison Grim Reaper Pill, where poisonous herbs like the Grim Reaper Blood Sickle Flower, Evil Green Plague Mushroom and others had to be added. It could be used to poison and kill insect-type beasts instantly, including Gold King beasts. Even humanoid holy beasts could only barely defend against it. Initially Yue Yang was disinterested in the auction as he was merely thinking of how to kill Demon Eye. He was also thinking of how to stir up some trouble in Thunder Fortress, which was the robber's den, and kill some evil warriors to earn himself some rewards. But now that Yue Yang saw such a good deal, of course he would tempted. You want the royal jelly? Xia Yi sat for a long time and felt bored. On seeing that Yue Yang took interest in the Dark Prison Royal Jelly, she couldn't help but want to spit on him. He certainly lived up to his name of being an ultra-pervert as he was only interested in aphrodisiacs. Thinking that she could help him bid for it but she'll pay with his money, Xia Yi raised the sign used to bid. She quoted a price that shocked even herself. 3,000 gold. Wow! This made the crowd stunned. Even if this was a good thing, it could only be consumed once and would be gone in one gulp. Moreover, its effects would only last for one night. Would all these warrant such a high price? Could it be that Mr. Titan Jr. liked sex toys and wanted to use the Dark Prison Royal Jelly to aid him in the procedure? Or was it that he just had too much money to spare to the point that he did not see the value of gold coins anymore? Everyone was curious why Mr. Titan Jr., who did not indicate interest in any goods the whole night, actually made his female guard bid for the Dark Prison Royal Jelly. Xia, who was under the stage, was shocked too. But he was no stranger to Yue Yang's carefree attitude and behaviors. Moreover, the Dark Prison Royal Jelly was indeed a good medicine that both sexes could consume with no side effects. 3,500 gold. Demon Eye's followers finally got their chance as they tried to bid up the price desperately. 4,000 gold. Xia Yi smiled coldly. The one paying won't be me anyway. If you all wish to bid up the price, I will play along. It will be best if I can make this guy bankrupt. Bring it on. This guy is filthy rich anyway, he wouldn't become poor even if the price goes up to 40,000 gold. When Xia Yi first started to bid, she was a little afraid and worried that Yue Yang would scold her. However, on stealing glances at Yue Yang, she saw that he was smiling and didn't seem to care about the money. So she relaxed and decided to continue with the bidding since he did not seem to object to it. We'll bid 4,500 gold. Demon Eye's follower immediately pushed up the price. You want to take down something you like? No way. 5,000, Xia Yi quoted her price immediately. 5,500. Another one of Demon Eye's followers stood up to quote the price as they were unwilling to relent. We don't want it anymore. Xia Yi's quit made Yue Yang shocked too. Since when was she not stupid anymore? Xia Yi snorted delightedly. That guy wore a cunning look, I'm sure he's not going bid anymore once I quoted 6,000. He must be rejoicing and thinking that I'm stupid in his mind, but I won't fall for his tricks. It's okay that we didn't get it. Just get your elder brother to snatch it back for you. Anyway, you have already picked a fight with Demon Eye, so it will be an opportunity for you to get back at him. Yanzhang the butler who was at the door looked at Xia Yi, dumbstruck. He felt that she might have been badly influenced by Yue Yang after following him around for so long. It was not even 3 minutes when a sneaky guy ran towards them. He slipped a note to Yanzhang. It turned out that a black market dealer had a big bottle of the Dark Prison Royal Jelly and was willing to give it to Mr. Titan at the minimum bidding price, 1,000 gold. He also wished to make friends with Mr. Titan. Xia Yi was speechless. This guy is so lucky. Just a few moments before, they wished to buy it at a higher price but to no avail. However, someone was actually willing to sell it to him at such a low price now, it was almost as if they were giving it to him for free. Seems like she wouldn't have to worry about saving money for him. Next up we have the high-quality meteorite vital iron which was extracted from the core of a 1,000,000-ton meteorite. It weighs 1,628 kilograms and is 99% pure. It is best suited to make a gold-ranked equipment. I'm sure that everyone here will know its value without me going on further. The minimum bidding price is 5,000 gold, with at least 300 additional gold with every bid. The highest bidder gets it. The auction officer revealed the long meteorite vital iron under the red cloth, grabbing everyone's attention at once. Although the meteorite vital iron wasn't as good as the meteorite vital gold, it was still a rare treasure. The most important thing was that the meteorite vital iron was of large quantity. Many rankers require heavy weapons as they weren't accustomed to use light weapons. However, casting an equipment was met with the problems of energy usage and chances of it being successful. But this meteorite vital iron here was 1,628 kilograms, so it would be more than enough to make 2 heavy weapons. If an individual who prefer large weapons could create a giant axe or a wolf teeth gauntlet, their combat power would definitely increase by a lot. For those who prefer shorter equipments, they could use the remaining meteorite vital iron to create an armor as the meteorite vital iron was a good defense material too. Yue Yang gave Xia Yi a limit of 100,000 for bidding. Who knew that Xia Yi liked to ask for trouble when she quoted a price of 100,000 without even thinking? This left everyone stunned instantly. Everyone believed that at the end of the bidding, the price of the meteorite vital iron would go up to 100,000, but she quoted this price on first bid. How would she expect everyone to react? The price quoted by this lady here is the highest bid now, 100,000, congratulations, this amount, is great. If there are no more bidders, then this meteorite vital iron will go to this lady over here. Are there any bidders who are as willing to offer more than 100,000? Going once, going twice. No one else. The auction officer said after going blank for a while. Demon did not care about Xia Yi as he stared at Yue Yang. 110,000 gold. He said aloofly. 200,000, Yue Yang said as he showed everyone what it means to be rich. Hey! Xia Yi was anxious. The meteorite vital iron wasn't worth 200,000, if Yue Yang was the highest bidder, he would suffer a huge loss. She couldn't stop him openly, so she stepped on his foot under the table, signaling for him not to fight with Demon Eye as it really wasn't worth the money. Even if he was very rich, he shouldn't waste it like this. Xia Yi was even worried that when this pervert goes home, he would be scolded by his elder brother. 210,000, Demon Eye wouldn't relent as money were merely numbers to him. Forget about his own wealth, he hadn't even spent a single cent of the few million assets confiscated from Indong's treasury, so he was fearless in competing with Yue Yang. I'll offer 220,000. Normal people wouldn't even dare to bid for it. Even if they wanted and had the money for it, they wouldn't bid for it. Only Blood River who was of equal status as Demon Eye would do so. Demon Eye glared at Blood River and looked at Yue Yang as he finally went back to his private box. He was calling out on Yue Yang, not Blood River, so he would let it slide this time round. Congratulations, congrats leader Blood River. The auction officer said as he perspired profusely. The atmosphere was very tensed as he could lose his life anytime. You can congratulate Mr. Titan. I've decided to give this meteorite vital iron to him. On hearing what Blood River said, Demon Eye's expression ashened. Looks like I'll have to give Mr. Titan something too, or it would seem that I'm a stingy person. It would be so unpresentable of me as a leader if a honored guest were to come to the Thunder Fortress without receiving any gift from me. Mountain Elf was even more generous as he gave the green dragon pearl he bid for 500,000 to Yue Yang. Demon Eye's face changed drastically as he had to think of something to retaliate before he lost his standing. Two leaders who were of equal status as he was had already decided to support Titan openly. It was obvious that they were trying to gang up on him. It seemed like the auction wouldn't end in peace today. Just when Demon Eye's eye was glimmering to think of his comeback, a laughter came from outside the auction house. An enormous pressure descended the entire auction house. Other than Blood River, Mountain Elf, Ma Long, and Yue Yang, the rest felt like they had just landed in an icehouse as they were suffocating from the pressure. The auction officer raised the hammer but realized that he couldn't knock it. Many were familiar with this pressure. Only the Thunder Fortress's owner, Chong Ni, would possess such an intense aura. However, if it were to be Chong Ni's, it would be more violent with an air of royalty surrounding it. This pressure, on the other hand, was more invisible and gentle, which made people shiver. The pressure vanished suddenly and everyone felt that they could breathe again. A young handsome man in white was welcomed by a crowd who bowed when he walked in. He ignored everyone and only smiled to the demon eye who went to welcome him. "Long time no see, brother demon eye. I heard that you were troubled this few days, so as a senior I came down to drink your sorrow away with you. Come, this is the demonic wine native to the demonic palace at Falling King Mountain, come drink it with me." Behind the man in white, there were two mesmerizing beauties following him. They were only clad in thin layer of clothes, showing off their wondrous bodies as their conspicuous breasts and butts swayed especially when they walked, captivating everyone around them. One of them was holding a golden dragon pot while the other was holding a silver dragon round plate with two jade cups on it. On seeing him, the expressions of Mountain Elf and Blood River changed. The white-robed man's arrogant attitude of choosing to ignore the two innate rankers, Mountain Elf and Blood River, as he continued to drink with Demon Eye embarrassed them even more. But even as they were embarrassed and bitter, they could only swallow their pride. Because the man in white wasn't someone they could mess with. "Brother Sky Dragon, I thought you'd arrive tomorrow or the day after. I'd forever grateful for your timely arrival. Come, please be seated." Demon Eye clinked bottles with the man in white excitedly as he drained the cup in one gulp. He felt that the tables had turned and luck was favoring him now that his strong ally had arrived and he had nothing to fear. Demon Eye led the man in white to his VIP private box as he glanced delightedly at Mountain Elf and Blood River. He was especially showing off to Yue Yang, his gaze as if saying, "See how you'd die later." A level 6 innate ranker, Xia watched the innate heavenly badge on the man in white as she trembled and quickly pulled Yue Yang's hands. "Let's go, he's not someone to be messed with. Quickly go back and report it to Mr. Titan Sr. Is there some rats bothering you? If you are having any difficulties, I'd have your back as your brother." The man in white did not even look in Yue Yang's direction. Just by sensing his smell, Sky Dragon could conclude that Yue Yang was only a level 6 elder. To him, his ranking was even more insignificant than an ant. Sky Dragon was even puzzled as to why Demon Eye would fear such an opponent. Could it be that there's a stronger man behind the mask? In Demon Eye's letter for help, he did not mention anything explicitly but only said something about a pair of mysterious twin brothers. But now, it seemed weird to the man in white. If one of the twin was only a level 6 elder, even if the other one was an innate, he wouldn't be anyway near being strong. Did the twin really kill Nightmare and Tiger Nian? This was certainly puzzling. Demon Eye nodded. "There is just a little rat here, the bigger one is hiding in a cave. Furthermore, the wild dogs were barking frequently these days, and these affected my sleep. Sorry to make you see this, brother Sky Dragon." The man in white started laughing. "These are all trivial matters, I'd help you with taking them down. I'm sure it'd be a piece of cake." Mountain Elf and Blood River's complexion darkened. Not only were they weaker than Sky Dragon, his backing, the demonic palace, was also very strong and not to be trifled with. Even the arrogant Chong Ni would politely ask Sky Dragon about the well-being of sky demons in the demonic palace whenever he sees him. Also it was said that Chong Ni had previously met and trained with Sky Wrath and Sky Disaster. They had developed a bit of camaraderie. As a result, Chong Ni treated Sky Dragon favorably. Glancing at Yue Yang, Blood River and Mountain Elf prepared to leave. They would have to relent today, or else they would land in a disadvantageous situation. However, Yue Yang stood up instead, and Xia wasn't able to stop him. Not only did he stand up to the shock of everyone, he said something even more shocking. "Why are you so arrogant? Do you think that Tongtian Tower is yours? I didn't even speak, and a loser like you is actually saying that you could take me down easily." Even Sky Law, one of the 3 major sky demons, would smile sweetly when she sees me while you are merely the lousiest sky demon ranked 10th on the list. "Do you think you can scare me like that? Do you think that the demonic palace is a big deal? I was just respecting Sky Law, if not I would have attacked you guys long ago. Do you think you are a biggie just because you came from the Soaring Dragon Continent that was just like a refugee camp?" The man in white was the Sky Dragon that they met in Jun Wuyu's palace. Shiro, refer to chapter 176 and 186, as he had a crush on Sky Law the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, he could be considered as Yue Yang's love rival. In the past, he was extremely jealous of Yue Yang. Because not only did Yue Yang possess the world-exterminating wheel, he was also intimate with Sky Law and impressed the Night Empress, and his introducer was Xian. But he wasn't able to recognize his love rival Yue Yang now. After the battle at the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yue Yang's power had already improved enormously. If Sky Dragon were to fight with Yue Yang now, it wouldn't be the same as the one they had at Jun Wuyu's palace. "What did you say?" Clad in white, Sky Dragon was incensed. How dare a level 6 elder like Yue Yang say something like this to him? "You are asking for death." The 2 beauties beside Sky Dragon frowned their eyebrows in anger. How dare this weak guy offend their master? Forget about an innate, even if he was an innate ranker, they would kill him. The face of the beauty on the left started to disfigure as her red lips tore to the sides of her ear, and out came her razor-sharp teeth. Her eyes were glimmering with green light. White scales grew all over her tender hands as her nails became dark, forming a pair of poisonous killer claws. With the power of an innate, the ebony wooden floor burst under the impact of her stomp. In a flash, sharp dark claws were waving in front of Yue Yang. As they were waving everywhere, it was hard to tell between the real and fake claws. Suddenly one of the claws shot out from among the pretense, and reached straight for Yue Yang's heart. Xia cried as she went to Yue Yang's aid. However, as she was only a level 6 elder, she wasn't on par to the innate ranker in terms of power and speed. Before she could pull out the dagger from her waist, the claws of their opponent had already reached Yue Yang's heart. Xia rushed forth quickly as she tried to push Yue Yang away. Maybe she wanted to use her body to shield her bad-tempered, difficult, arrogant, but kind master. She did not even think of why she wanted to do it, because she had wanted to kill him before. But now, when his life was at stake, her body functioned way faster than her mind. No. Xia realized that she was still a tad slower. Just when she was about to reach him, the dark claws of the woman who attacked from a distance had already pressed onto Yue Yang's chest, and in the next second, it tore through his chest. Xia could even see the cruel, wicked smile of her opponent, but all she could do was to cry out in sadness. No. When Xia's tears rolled down and blurred her vision, she felt that something burst. Fresh blood shot out all over the place. A lot of it went onto Xia's face and body. That's it. Xia closed her eyes in grief. She had never cried for a man, but now hot tears streamed down her face. When he was still alive, she hated him for being such a boob-obsessed pervert, previously breast-loving beast, and thought that if not for his powerful brother, he would have become minced meat from being beaten up by his rivals. But when he was actually killed, she wasn't happy at all, and instead, she was unable to accept it and was overwhelmed with sadness. It tore and devoured her, and all she wished was to roll around on the floor and torture herself just so that she wouldn't have to accept the reality. At the same time, endless anger and hatred filled her. Kill that goddamn opponent to avenge his death. Kill. A crazed wrath overcame Xia as she felt that something broke inside her. Her soul exploded as a foreign yet powerful energy rose from her dantian and inundated her body. Her four limbs trembled as if they were going to break from this very energy. However, Xia couldn't care less as she held onto the dagger tightly. Gritting her teeth, she used her greatest strength. She charged towards where the opponent was. She had never learned how to slash someone with a dagger, but it became an instinct now. Or simply put, it was a form of hatred, a destructive one. She swore to destroy the opponent regardless of anything. Ah! Xia groaned angrily. Although she hadn't opened her eyes, the long dagger had already slashed the dark-clawed women into half with terrifying wrath. The bronze-ranked long dagger couldn't withstand the crazed wrath and broke into pieces, scattered all over the ground, after slashing the black-clawed woman into half. After killing the opponent, Xia's legs gave way as she collapsed onto the ground as if she had lost all her energy. Overwhelmed with grief, she was about to burst into tears. She did not care if the remaining opponents would slash her or beat her to a pulp, all she wanted was to cry and let it all out. She only wanted to vent the agonizing pain. Her tears streamed down like rain. But before she started to cry, a familiar voice sounded amazingly. Hey, what are you doing? Xia opened her eyes, and was stunned by what she saw. Mr. Titan Jr., whose chest was tore through by the opponent, wasn't dead and he looked well and alive. Xia looked at Yue Yang, who was staring at her as he carried the headless corpse of his opponent, and then glanced at remaining half-body of the dark-clawed woman. She realized that her dark claws were on the wyvern armor worn on Yue Yang's chest, but it did not tear through it. Xia was elated instantly and she jumped in joy. You are not dead! She yelled euphorically. You don't say! Yue Yang said as he tossed the corpse of the woman, whose skull was shattered by him and body was slashed into half by Xia, out of the window. Yaa. Xia felt a wave of emotions inundating her as she let her guards down due to the newfound surprise. She wanted to run towards Yue Yang and hug him tightly, but instead she ran to the corner of the wall as she squatted down, covered her face and cried out loud. Tears seeped out of her fingers and wet her clothes. Yue Yang had never seen such a weird girl. It's okay if she wanted to cry, but why is she crying secretly at the corner? Yue Yang would have teased her if not for the incensed look on Sky Dragon's face that made him look as if he wanted to swallow a man whole. It was only until then did Sky Dragon realize Yue Yang was pretending to be weak this whole time. This rascal definitely possessed the power of an innate, he was only pretending to be a level 6 elder. On second thoughts, it all made sense. If Yue Yang hadn't been an innate ranker, how would he have dared to call out on Demon Eye openly? Demon Eye could kill a level 6 elder easily, why would he call him for help? Sky Dragon wanted to unleash his innate power instantly to kill his opponent, but as a sensitive ranker, he had realized that the opponent who was provoking him was not as easy as he seemed. The other dark-clawed woman beside Sky Dragon was already trembling in fear. If it wasn't her sister but her who attacked them just now, she would be dead already. She saw her dead sister who was morphing back into the shape of a silver python on the ground and started to lose control of her bladder. Demon Eye's complexion darkened. He had heard that the elder brother of the Titan brother was an innate who could kill Nightmare and Tiger Neon instantly, witnessed by the public's eye. He did not expect that Titan Jr. was pretending to be a level 6 elder and that he was also an innate. Seeing the peaceful look on his face, his power might not even be inferior to his. It was no wonder he would challenge him so openly. Both brothers were actually innates with powers on par to him. Mountain Elf and Blood River's complexions, on the other hand, were completely different. They almost cheered out loud and applauded. They did not expect the twist that Mr. Titan Jr. was also an innate ranker. But they were definitely welcoming to this surprising twist. Now, they felt that their choice to ally with the Titan brothers was the correct move. Although Demon Eye had Sky Dragon as his strongest ally, if he were to fight with the Titan brothers, it would be hard to determine who would win. Furthermore, Sky Dragon was an outsider after all, he wouldn't stay in the Thunder Fortress forever. Even if the Titan brothers were a little more inferior in terms of power, once Sky Dragon leaves, how could Demon Eye, without any ally, survive? It is impossible to resolve my hatred towards you for killing my concubine. Since the both of us are innates, we will do the talking with our power. Let's fight. Sky Dragon definitely wouldn't be able to take it in his strides. He was an innate ranker, and was even a level 6 innate. If he did not avenge the death of his concubine who was killed publicly, how could he walk with his head held high in the Tongtian Tower in the future? Although he had a lot of concubines, he couldn't let his pride down. It was your concubine who attacked me, an innate. I had a reason to kill her. If you want to avenge her death, then game on. Yue Yang smiled aloofly. Forget about him not being part of the innate alliance, even if he was a member, he could justify his actions. Anyone who launched attacks on an innate with ill will would be seen as challenging the pride of the innate. A powerful man had the say regardless whether he was right or wrong. It would still be alright if Sky Dragon were to win. But if he didn't, Yue Yang had every right to kill him. Seeing that Mr. Titan Jr. wasn't afraid even when facing a level 6 innate, Mountain Elf and Blood River were ecstatic. The Titan brothers were so arrogant that they could even fight with Sky Dragon who was a level 6 innate, they definitely had to ally with them. Both of them looked at each other and then stood up. A battle between two innates would be destructive, why not shift the battleground to the Blood Warrior Arena to prevent injuring the innocents, Mountain Elf said in a stentorian tone. Blood River nodded in agreement. If both of you couldn't wait until King Chong and I arrive to bear witness personally, both of us together with Underground City Master Ma Long can help to bear witness on his behalf. Let's go. Sky Dragon's expression changed slightly upon hearing, but it returned back to the usual haughtiness in an instant. His hands waved slightly, shattering the windows and sending the tables and chairs flying in the air. It was as if a giant invisible hand had hit the place as merchants and warriors all fell to the ground. Sky Dragon unleashed his chi and flew to the sky, breaking the roof of the auction house as he morphed into a meteorite and went to the Blood Warrior Arena. The dark-clawed woman followed closely behind as she shot out like a bird, morphing into a silver python spanning a length of 30 meters. Gilding through the air, she followed behind her master. Yue Yang glanced at Jida and Yan Zhang the butler. You all don't need to come, he instructed. In the past, Jida thought that Yue Yang got all his worldly possessions because he had a strong elder brother. Although he still respected him, it was nowhere near the respect he had for Mr. Titan Sr. now. It seemed that both brothers were both strong, the only difference was that Mr. Titan Sr. was cooler and rarely interfered with any business while Mr. Titan Jr. was more extroverted and took charge of everything. Maybe both of them were equally powerful. Thinking of this, Jida grew more apologetic and respectful towards Yue Yang as he kneeled down to beg for forgiveness. I will go back immediately and report it to Mr. Titan Sr. Yan Zhang the butler was similarly shocked when he knew that Mr. Titan Jr. was also an innate. But he knew that they could only win if both brothers worked together to battle against Sky Dragon. If it's 2 versus 1, the demonic palace will say that my brother and I are bullying him, so me alone will suffice. Yue Yang waved his hands, he knew that the evil Gemini shadow could only fool those who weren't innates. Sky Dragon would definitely see through it. Moreover, if he could defeat Sky Dragon in a battle without Mr. Titan Sr.'s help, he would look even more impressive. Even if Chong and I wanted to side with Sky Dragon, he would be apprehensive. Yue Yang did not want to take down Chong and I first as he didn't know anything about him. Yue Yang decided that the best time to take Chong and I down would be after he got his hands on the 10,000 years motherland potion and contracting Zhongying the hornless dragon. Yue Yang would be a fool if he didn't beat up his love rival, Sky Dragon, now that the opportunity arose. Yue Yang wasn't fearful of any one of the 10 great sky demons of the demonic palace, except Sky Execution which he wasn't certain if he could defeat. Moreover, that chick Sky Law still fancied him. Would Sky Execution and Sky Law condemn him if he were to beat up Sky Dragon, who was the lousiest among all? Impossible. Especially Sky Law the Phoenix Fairy Beauty who was vexed by all the pestering by Sky Dragon. Now that he was going to beat up the irksome Sky Dragon, she would definitely be happy, and might even reward him with a delightful suffocation from her gigantic breasts. He is actually Mr. Titan Senior, right? On seeing Yue Yang leaving the auction house, Ma Long the city master went forward to inquire. No. He is definitely Mr. Titan Jr. Xia Yi with tears streaked all over her face from crying just now recovered and said firmly. Mr. Titan Senior is very cool, he is the complete opposite of Mr. Titan Jr. Little sister, I saw that your dagger is broken. I have a demon-killing dagger for you. Ma Long's wife went forward to try to bribe her and rope her in. She was generous enough to tie a top-quality silver-ranked dagger around Xia Yi's waist and addressed her affectionately as her sister in an extremely sweet voice as if they were really family. Xia Yi wanted to reject her, but Ma Long's wife pretended to be angry as she tried to coax her. Mr. Titan Jr. is an innate ranker, his battle with Sky Dragon will definitely make him famous. As your sister, I'm very envious of you, so rest assured, I wouldn't just watch from the sidelines. Let's go and see their battle. Xia Yi was very worried as the strength of a level 6 innate ranker was an existence that she couldn't even imagine. Forget about Sky Dragon with the power of a level 6 innate, even an innate level 1, or a lesser innate would be able to kill her in an instant. Then how did she manage to unleash all her power and use the dagger to slash the body of the dark-clawed woman who was a lesser innate? Xia Yi wasn't able to comprehend, but she thought that maybe it was because the innate Mr. Titan Jr. had already killed the dark-clawed woman, that's why she could kill her easily. As the atmosphere tensed up, she didn't have the time to spare for more thoughts. Xia Yi felt that every part of her was aching. It seemed like she had used too much strength just now, so much so that she had injured her tendons and muscles. Are you all right? Ma Long's wife saw that with every step Xia Yi took, there would be holes formed on the solid ebony floor. She thought as she saw that there was an obvious footprint on the limestone floor where Xia Yi stepped on, but the strange thing was that Xia Yi wasn't aware of all of these. Nothing, I'm just a little nervous. Xia Yi did not realize the abnormality about her body at all. In the past, she could only break the limestone floor using full strength. Making such an obvious footprint on the limestone floor would be a difficult feat even with the help of a beast. But now, the whole of the limestone street was covered in her footprints from all the steps she took. They looked like those left on a beach. The fat Juda saw it and his jaw dropped so widely it could fit an entire hippopotamus. What is going on with Xia Yi? In the Blood Warrior arena, Yue Yang and Sky Dragon were ready for their battle. Yue summoned the Reaper Mantis, and did not summon for beasts like the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow. He unleashed the strength of a level 1 innate gradually. In front of him was Sky Dragon who had unleashed his power as level 3 innate. But Sky Dragon soon realized that his vital energy wasn't yet on par to Yue, as the chilly cold wind given off from him was devoured by Yue's yin yang whirlpool continually. Sky Dragon gritted his teeth as he moved on to unleash his power as a level 4 and level 5 innate. A level 9 platinum ranked Thunder Dragon was summoned by Sky Dragon. It was his strengthening type guardian beast which could merge with Sky Dragon quickly. With flickering lightning and rumbling thunder, the Thunder Dragon became one with Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon's body grew taller rapidly, becoming enormous as a dragon horn grew on his head. His lips tore to the edge of his ears as his teeth elongates, becoming like razor-sharp knives. A pair of silver wings gradually grew on his back. With a gush of wind, a giant wing pointed to the sky haughtily, as if showing its might to all creatures that it was an overlord-level giant dragon. Its body, arms, and legs were all covered in silver dragon scales. At first there were only a few, but within a matter of 2 seconds, it spread it all over its body, protecting Sky Dragon's body fully. Electric current flowed through Sky Dragon's body with a sizzling sound. His 10 fingernails became sharper and pointier, emerging into powerful dragon claws that could tear everything in pieces. The same went for his legs as dragon claws emerged from his torn shoes, as his healthy skin bulged, seemingly filled with energy. At last, Sky Dragon opened his previously tightly closed eyes as an electric light shot out from his eyes and up into the sky, like a sharp sword that could tear down the skies. It looked really impressive. Sky Dragon caressed the platinum grimoire with his claws, as raging flame rose from his nose and mouth. "Who come and let me take a look at you? As haughty as you may be, let me see what power you have. I hope your power equivalent to your eloquence. Come out, double-headed dragon, that Reaper Mantis will be your prey today." The platinum grimoire glimmered with a golden light as a double-headed giant dragon had been summoned this time. It was 2 times larger than a normal giant dragon. It had 2 heads and 4 wings. The head on the left could spew poisonous fluid while the one on the right could shoot sulfuric fire. When it appeared, it let out a groan that resonated through the skies. Its chilly might made all the weaker beasts and rankers who weren't innate shiver as they feared the level 9 platinum-ranked double-headed giant dragon wholly. Although the Reaper Mantis was the giant dragon's nemesis, and was also platinum-ranked, their level differed too vastly. The Reaper Mantis was only level 4 platinum-ranked. There was a great difference between their levels. Nobody thought that the Reaper Mantis would be able to defeat the double-headed giant dragon that was 5 levels higher than it. Only Mountain Elf and Blood River felt that if Mr. Titan Jr. were to challenge Sky Dragon confidently, he would possess other even more powerful beasts. If it is an idiot, any extra head would be useless. YY smiled aloofly. He did not summon, nor did any grimoire appear, but a flaming spirit of flame and smoke appeared beside him. It was a level higher than the Reaper Mantis, but was only level 5 platinum ranked. However, Sky Dragon's expression changed when he saw her appear. The element-type beast that was in near-human form could have been a holy beast if it was on par to 1 in terms of intellectual capacity. The source fire of the spirit of flame and smoke even made Sky Dragon terrified. It was not a normal spirit of flame and smoke. On facing the spirit of flame and smoke of higher rank, the double-headed dragon lost all its might because all of its attacks would be rendered useless towards the element-type spirit of flame and smoke. Not only would the double-headed dragon's poisonous fluid be useless towards the spirit of flame and smoke, its sulfuric fire would also add on to the strength of the opponent. Earth-shattering water dragon, come out quick. Sky Dragon pressed its claws on the summoning grimoire as he summoned a level 10 gold-ranked water-horned python. Small trick. YY loved comparing beasts. Both sides summoned all their beasts as they battled each other with their entire army. In this way, more possessions would be acquired after the battle and chances of the opponent backing out would be at a minimum. Most importantly, his beasts could grow during the battle. Boom! The barbarian cow Shadow Aman had become increasingly alike to a female Delaney as she backflipped thrice in the air and landed agilely. WANT2EAT, Delaney is an Irish professional footballer. Her eyes were shining with a glow of wisdom, as she looked completely different from the muddle-headed barbarian cow. After much reconstructions, shedding her old self for rebirth with the Nirvana flames and with her innate chi and ancient rune, her power was only below Xia Wen Li. Even Hui Tai Lang the divine beast wouldn't fight with her rashly. Of course, the most terrifying thing of her was her blue dye double kill and Doom's eyes. Although the chances weren't high, and certain capability would be required to trigger them, once they were triggered, not only the rivalry beast would suffer a humiliating death, the same would go for its master. When Aman appeared, her trampling skills shocked the entire arena. The mighty-looking water-horned python that was preparing to shoot water at Spirit of Flame and Smoke collapsed from the vibration directly. Its head shook in a daze and it did not manage to recover from it after a while. Sky Dragon's complexion ashened. A holy beast, this female barbarian cow was definitely a holy beast. All beasts, on becoming holy beasts, would be able to do a qualitative leap. Normal holy beast symptoms wouldn't be able to test for them anymore. For example, this barbarian cow looked as if she was level 1 diamond ranked, but her real power during combat would definitely make the level 10 gold ranked water-horned python suffer because her accurate rank was definitely 1-star holy beast. It was equivalent to level 1 innate, and according to some abilities of unique beasts, they could be even more powerful than innates. This female barbarian cow is a guardian beast, so she wasn't an innate initially. She must have ranked up all the way. Then how did she rank up to a 1-star diamond ranked creature? When ranking up to gold ranked, there would be a cutoff that would restrict all beasts from changing ranks. So how did this female barbarian cow turn from gold ranked to platinum ranked and eventually to diamond ranked? One must know that diamond ranked creatures are completely different from other ranks. Mr. Titan Jr. must have some ways that could groom his beasts into diamond ranked, so if he were to force him to tell his secrets, it would be Sky Dragon's greatest takeaway. A holy beast wasn't a thing that everyone could possess. One must sufficient luck and fate with it. Not only so, he must also be approved by the beast in order to contract it. As for grooming, Sky Dragon exhausted all means but his guardian beast was only level 9 platinum ranked. Even after consuming over 100 wisdom fruits, he still wasn't able to unlock its intelligence of a holy beast. Come, it's the ultimate showdown now. Let's battle. Seeing YY's beast, which was also his guardian beast, Sky Dragon felt that the situation might have become a little tricky. The only thing he was confident about was that the Mr. Titan Jr. seemed to not become a level 6 innate now, so YY was still inferior to him at the moment. Although YY's beasts were better than his, he was still superior to him in terms of combat power. Sky Dragon felt that he could still continue with the battle as it was one between two innates. They were not only fighting against each other with their beasts but also with their own power. The Earthquake Dragon that was over 100 tons and the Lizard Head Dragon carrying Plague Virus were summoned by Sky Dragon. Both were level 8 gold ranked. If he could win YY in terms of quality of beasts, he could compensate for that in terms of quantity. And the best way to defeat this Mr. Titan Jr. who was a tad lousier than him was to capture his leader, Sky Dragon thought to himself. The Earthquake Dragon could suppress the strong female barbarian cow temporarily. And if the Lizard Head Dragon and the Double-Headed Dragon work hand in hand, they could defeat the Reaper Mantis completely. As for the Water-Horned Python, because of its type, it could have a tie with the Spirit of Flame and Smoke. As long as they don't get caught up with the female barbarian cow, Sky Dragon could still accept a situation with 1 loss and 1 win. After all, she was a holy beast, a fight would land them in a disadvantaged situation. Kill, kill that Reaper Mantis! Sky Dragon roared like thunder as he ordered all of his beasts when they began their battle. In your dreams, YY did not back off but rather, he went forward. Sky Dragon, who had unleashed his power as a level 5 innate, waved a impactful punch onto YY's chest as he was being hit with YY's punch at the same time. Sky Dragon felt a torturing pain that could tear his body apart. He realized that his dragon claws that could cleave metals and crush rocks couldn't tear through YY's skin. On the opposite, Mr. Titan Jr.'s punches could crush his dragon scales that protected his body. How is this possible? To the shock of everyone, and under the eye-goggling gaze of Demon Eye, Mountain Elf, and Blood River, YY clenched hard on Sky Dragon's fists as he raised Sky Dragon's body into the air, thrusting Sky Dragon, with power of a level 5 innate, onto the ground of the arena with power as a level 1 innate. The entire arena was shocked. The shockwave from the thrust caused the buildings around the Blood Warrior arena collapsed as if swept by a hurricane. Other than Mountain Elf, Blood River, Demon Eye, and Malong, Fatty Jide, Xia Yi and the rest all flew more than 10 meters away from the shock. Those weaker ones landed more than 100 meters away. This was how powerful a single strike of Mr. Titan Jr. was. A battle between a level 5 innate and a level 1 innate, yet Sky Dragon lost it. Why? YY did not even bother explaining why. After summoning the Grimoire, he was backed by giant phantom shadows, causing his power to increase drastically. Even Sky Dragon was shocked by the extent. Ha! Sky Dragon vomited blood from the impact of YY's single punch as blood shot across a distance of 10 meters. A huge pit formed on the arena made of obsidian stone after Sky Dragon fell. Scales flew from his legs as his dragon claws on the ground almost cracked. This was the power of a single punch. Arrogant hey! I'd beat you to a pulp, and make you vomit 3 liters of blood. YY leaped again as he raised his fist to attack Sky Dragon. It scared him so much that he dodged all the way, and did not dare to retaliate. Sky Dragon's embarrassing dodges from YY's consecutive attacks looked even more pitiful than a fleeing wild dog. It was until the last moment when the effects of the giant phantom shadows wore off completely did YY stop his attacks. Sky Dragon, who kept vomiting blood, then stopped, and started panting to quell its racing heart. YY was too strange. The assistance provided by his beast was superb. Luckily the duration wasn't long, if not he really couldn't fight with YY. You forced me into it, don't blame me if you die because you asked for it. Sky Dragon decided to unleash his power as a level 6 innate, if not he wouldn't be able to turn the table around being heavily injured. Come, continue bragging. YY was very pleased, it would be best this way. Anger the opponent and find an appropriate opportunity to kill Sky Dragon. Of course, he had to find the golden time to do it because for him to be a level 6 innate, he wouldn't be an idiot. If Sky Dragon were to realize that he couldn't fight YY, he would definitely run. Demon Eye, Blood River, Mountain Elf, and Malong were already stunned. This battle had already blew their minds away. How could a person of lower rank win a person of high rank? Who would believe that a level 1 innate could beat up a level 5 innate, and even till the point that he vomits blood? And of course Mr. Titan Jr.'s beasts were impressive. They had never seen such terrifying beasts that could amplify their master's power to 10 times or even up to 100 times. Possessing such strong beasts, Mr. Titan Jr. would be powerful even if he did not wish to. If there was no time limit, Sky Dragon would have been so scared that he would crush the teleportation stone to escape. Gyuto was in tears. His master was just too impressive, such that he could make the famous, powerful Sky Dragon puke blood. Xia Yi clenched her small fist tightly as she knew that Sky Dragon was a level 6 innate ranker. It was a completely different thing as a level 5 innate. 10 level 5 innates might not even win against a level 6 innate. Although Mr. Titan Jr. had won against Sky Dragon this time, what about next round? Would YY still be able to beat him up to the point that he puke blood? Boom! A deafening vibration shook everyone like an earthquake would. Everyone turned their heads uncontrollably as they realized that the barbarian cow had already made the heavy earthquake dragon collapse onto the ground. They then turned and saw that she was holding the water-horned python in her hand like a giant cane as she whipped it onto the ground continually, making terrifying booming noises. In a blink of an eye, the water-horned python had lost all his combat power as it was on the verge of death from a broken spine. It could only wait for death now. Everyone almost fainted. Even if the barbarian cow was a 1-star holy beast, how could she have killed a level 8 gold-ranked earthquake dragon weighing over 100 tons and a level 10 gold-ranked water-horned python in an instant? 6 skills she had there. Roar! Sky Dragon roared to the sky as he clutched onto the hard dark obsidian stone pavement tightly. His body that was already enormous expanded several times bigger. His body also turned strangely longer, as he morphed into a monster snake. His 2 legs joined together to form a huge, long tail. The wings on his back elongated, forming a weird wing the shape of a fin. Sky Dragon's head formed 2 fiery red meat horns that looked like cockscomb as his original horn darkened, becoming thick and wrinkled, and twisted like that of a buffalo's. This was Sky Dragon's true form, a demon-winged sea dragon. Different from a beast that could personify, Sky Dragon was a mixed blood between human and demon, hence he could morph into two forms. One being the demonic form and the other being the human form. The summoning grimoire shone with a bright light akin to that of a lightning as Sky Dragon unleashed his domain of power, raging lightning, instantly. He rotated slowly in the crazed shockwave with 12 huge thunder balls surrounding him. Any creatures within 50 meters of Sky Dragon would be bombarded mercilessly by the thunder balls. The electricity on his horns were sizzling as Sky Dragon, now with the power of a level 6 innate, had sufficient confidence now. He felt that he could definitely defeat his opponent and win the battle. In comparing beasts, he would definitely be inferior. But he possessed powers that his opponent could never reach. The domain of power was an important symbol of an innate ranker, only those with domain of power could be considered to be a real innate ranker, and only then would they have hopes of soaring to greater heights. Ha! Sky Dragon shook his arms and unleashed an intense vital energy, sending the spectators who were 100 meters away flying into the sky. Even Demon Eye, who unleashed powers as a level 5 innate, swayed uncontrollably, almost falling to the ground. Blood River, Mountain Elf, and Ma Long, who had yet to unleash their powers fully, were jolted back a few steps from the shock. Their powers weren't weaker than that of Demon Eye's, and their difference was extremely insignificant. But now, as the situation wasn't clear yet, they are unsure if Mr. Titan Jr. would be able to defeat Sky Dragon, so they did not unleash all their power so it wouldn't appear that they were opposing Sky Dragon. To put it bluntly, they were still waiting. If they see that Mr. Titan Jr. possessed the power to fight against Sky Dragon, they wouldn't mind to rub it in Demon Eye's face and combine forces to attack him. You only possess so little power. Yue Yang felt nothing towards a level 6 innate because all along, he had been fighting with people way stronger than that, for example, the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, Black Prince, Thousand Goblins sect leader and the great demon king Baruth, or the rankers in the dark prison palace like the undying Huang She, who was a level 8 innate whom Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia killed together in the second hall. Being a level 6 innate was powerful indeed. The Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Longcheng was also of this level, but he was scared witless by Yue Yang in the past and even went to seek refuge with Demon Abyss, but was still insta-killed by the Phoenix Sisters in the end. After battling with the three great leaders of Heaven Realm, he felt like it was a piece of cake fighting with a level 6 innate. Under the guidance of the Heavenly Sword Goddess and after his Nirvana rebirth, Yue Yang's rank as a level 1 innate could surpass a level 5 innate even without the support of his beasts. So Sky Dragon is a level 6 innate now? Unseal! Yue Yang shouted in anger, his deafening voice resonated through the skies. A chilly energy was unleashed from his body as his yin and yang ability formed a whirlpool that could devour all energy. It circled around his body. The power of the star explosion filled his body, causing him to look like a bright shining star that was dazzling. The star explosion domain that could only form a ball previously slowly developed and expanded. It then became star fragments, surrounding Yue Yang like the Milky Way. Although it was smaller than the domain of others, it still occupied a region of 5 meters and could be considered as a recent breakthrough for Yue Yang. If not for the cultivation in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace and solely relying on daily cultivations, 2 to 3 years would be required for one to expand the star explosion domain. A purple flame and a blue frosty ice lay on opposite ends of Yue Yang's hands, slashing the sky into half, with one side being the feisty fire hell and the other one was being snowy winter hell. Those who were in them were either perspiring profusely or shivering from the cold. The weirdest one was Jia, the fat toad, who happened to be in the middle of the two. His clothes on the left were covered in frost, causing his face to be numbed from the cold, while his body on the right was perspiring profusely, as perspiration showered down like waterfall, causing him great agony. Both sides are bad, but he chose to be in the winter hell because after all he is obese and fat is a great insulator of heat. Fire hell? Everyone knows that plump people were afraid of the heat. He's just a level 2 innate, yet he could use the domain of power. After seeing, Demon Eye's face is so twisted that it almost went out of shape and his eyes were burning with jealousy. What a strong energy! He's only a level 2 innate, but could fight against a level 6 innate. This battle, Blood River was overwhelmed, but he did not continue further. He merely looked at Mountain Elf as they nodded discreetly. Now that they saw Mr. Titan Jr. could at least fight to a tie with Sky Dragon, they would choose to side with him now and get rid of Demon Eye. Forming an ally would be 100 times better than making an enemy. Demon Eye was an ambitious man. He would not be contented with just being the city master of the Thunder Fortress. He would definitely clear everyone obstructing his path in order to become the real owner of the Thunder Fortress. Be it for their safety or for their future, Blood River and Mountain Elf had to prevent Demon Eye from staying in the Thunder Fortress any longer. On the contrary, the new Titan brothers seemed to be disinterested in the pursuit of power here. They were similar to Chong Ni, who was just using the Thunder Fortress as his springboard. Both parties wouldn't stay in the 6th floor of Tong Tien Tower for long, and would definitely move on to the 7th floor, 8th floor, or even higher. That's where they aspired to go. This kind of ally was best in working hand in hand with. Mountain Elf and Blood River knew that they had exhausted most of their potential and their chances of going up any further wouldn't be high, so they would be contented with just being the rich masters of the Thunder Fortress in the 6th floor of Tong Tien Tower. With a stance like theirs, they believed that the Titan brothers would definitely form alliance with them because after all nobody likes a man too ambitious, the popular ones would be those powerful yet contented ones. Divine Dragon spitting pearls. Sky Dragon raised a thunder ball in his domain. His guardian beast, Thunder Dragon, appeared in the sky in a flash. With the dragon's breath coming from the image of the Thunder Dragon, and also with all the power of Sky Dragon, the thunder ball moved swiftly like a meteorite and shot towards Yue Yang. As long as it hit squarely onto something, even a hill could be razed to the ground. Sky Dragon believed that with his power and the energy of his thunder ball, no man would be able to fight against him, at least not for someone whose level was lower than he was. Yue Yang reached out his hands as he prepared to receive the thunder ball directly. Sky Dragon's python-like body disappeared and then reappeared behind Yue Yang. Numerous lightning morphed into dragon heads that would devour any man that it sees. It shot out from Sky Dragon's hands as it charged towards Yue Yang, with his giant mouth wide opened. Facing attacks from the front and the back. Sky Dragon had never seen a survivor after he launched this attack. A giant pillar appeared. It looked like those pillars in a palace that supported the roof as it was giant and perfectly round. Nobody had ever used it as a weapon before, except Yue Yang. The Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar that couldn't even be carried around one's body appeared on Yue Yang's hand. After brushing it back and forth, he swung off the thunder ball like it was a baseball, and then he used it to bombard the dragon head formed from lightning, causing it to dissipate into numerous sparks, and then forming an electrical network in the sky. It was the special practicing pillars of the Prison Emperor. Rankers from the Heavens Realm or even the great leaders of Heaven Realm wouldn't be able to destroy it. It was a joke that Sky Dragon thought his tiny thunder ball and dragon head morphed from lightning could destroy it. The dragon head hit by the Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar was sent flying 100 meters through the sky and subsequently crashed into the ground, causing stones and mud to splatter everywhere. He shot out from the pile of stones. The Prison Emperor's 7 stars pillar hit his head squarely from the sky. If it gets hit, Sky Dragons would no longer be called Demon-Winged Sea Dragon, he will be renamed as a coward. 1000 Thunderbolt. Sky Dragon avoided the critical hit by mere luck, and fell back by 100 meters, summoned a sky filled with thunderbolts and aimed at Yue Yang. TCH, Trickster's lowly skills. Yue Yang sneered, summoned countless meteors which evaded the thunderbolts, launching his counterattack. However, it's for show, the real deal lies in Yue Yang's left hand. In the flash of bright light, Demon Eye, Blood River and Mountain Elf were unable to see clearly what treasure the rays of light belonged to, all they could see was Yue Yang waving his hand, while Sky Dragon froze with a blank look as the flash of light cut through his throat with ease. Ah! Sky Dragon painfully covered his throat as red blood spurted out. If it was a normal human, Sky Dragon would have been done for. Fortunately, he was innate goblin. Sky Dragon forcefully crushed the teleportation stone in his hand. He realized that if he continued, his life will definitely be in danger. That Titan Jr. has too many sly moves and treasures, for instance that mysterious 7-colored light just now could actually slit his throat easily. What is even more terrifying is that his powerful ability to self-heal could not be used and his wounds were tore and worsened. Pa! The most high-level escape tool, teleportation stone shattered, yet SY Dragon was not teleport the way. Prison Emperor's 7-star pillars along with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword could still restrain the most powerful and mysterious Ming Yu Guang out of the 3 Heaven Realm Great Leader. If Sky Dragon could have escaped from the Prison Emperor's 7-star pillars restriction, then that would be called uncanny. Roar! Sky Dragon, sensing that things were taking a turn for the worst, immediately charged towards the sky with every ounce of energy he had before launching himself downwards. With the help of Raging Lightning Domain, he escaped from Thunder Fortress as quick as lightning. When it comes to attacking, Sky Dragon does think that he might have been somewhat weaker. But when it comes to speed, the Sky Dragon who possessed Raging Lightning Domain had enough confidence. In this word, was there anything faster than thunder and lightning? Currently, not just Sky Dragon, even Demon Eye was hurrying to flee. Blood River and Mountain Elf waited for quite a while, so has Underground City's owner. Malong had changed his previously neutral position, unleashing his innate strength. The first being stopped Demon Eye, who was deemed an underdog. Aha, Malong has not sparred with you for a long time, today I'm interested, let's fight and learn from each other. The dark-clawed woman who had lost her sister, did not dare to go into the field and fight, instead she stood outside. When she saw that her owner, Sky Dragon has already fled, she immediately turned her body. She was preparing to flee in the opposite direction. However, there stood a person in front of her way long ago, Xia Yi. The dark-clawed woman furiously raised her sharp claws, while Xia Yi unsheathed her demon-killing dagger like a tigress. Using the dagger as a sword, she slashed at her enemy. In the sky, the lizard-head dragon that was preparing to flee howled in tremendous pain. It was swept into a body of the spirit of flame and smoke which was made of raging flames, violent storm and thick smoke. Tumbling in the raging flames of the fire tornado, the Sky Dragon was nearly at the death's door, his fate sealed. The spirit of flame and smoke even had time to release a small tornado from himself so as to absorb the lightning energy emitted by the sky dragon. She seemed to like this kind of food. Only the double-headed giant dragon and Reaper Mantis were able to resist and fight against each other. Reaper Mantis had an upper hand due to his attribute as well as flying speed. On the other hand, the double-headed giant dragon's size, level, and power worked to his favor. For now, the match was even. A man thundered over, carrying the carcass of the earthquake dragon by lifting it above her head with both hands. As she hurled out the carcass of the earthquake dragon, her eyes flashed with crimson light as flames and thick smoke puffing out from her nose and mouth. Even before the carcass of the earthquake dragon crashed into the double-headed giant dragon, it had let out a miserable cry before collapsing to the ground. Its soul perished immediately, with no signs of struggling. Doom's eyes was activated. The double-headed giant dragon that was killed in an instant was not the only one with bad luck. More than 10 kilometers away, Sky Dragon that was flying at high speed felt a sharp pain at his head, as if its soul was being slashed by a sharp sickle. Although it did not faint on the spot nor did it plunge to his death, the pain was intolerable. Sky Dragon's mind was a swirling mess as fresh blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. What in the world happened? Sky Dragon was baffled. He was already more than 10 kilometers away from the Thunder Fortress and ready to leave with a teleportation stone. He didn't expect to receive a long-ranged attack from his enemies from such a remote distance. Moreover, this kind of attack came from the soul, to which he was completely defenseless. Blue die double kill, but there is no need for you to know. The dead has no use of this information. Yue Yang's voice came from behind his back. First, his right hand holding the teleportation stone was chopped off forcibly using Crescent Moon. Then the innate invisible sword chi broke through his defense and pierced into his skull. With Xia Wen Li's binding inherent skill, Sky Dragon was helpless as he watched Yue Yang gliding his world-exterminating wheel across his neck, slicing open his motionless body gracefully. A small globe of light escaped from Sky Dragon's body. That was Sky Dragon's orb bearing his soul, consciousness, and all of his power. However, before he could flee as far as a meter, Yue Yang grasped him using his right hand and burned him with Nirvana's flame. 10 seconds later, without his body's protection, the Sky Dragon's soul and consciousness in the orb was incinerated. All that was left was a purified innate level 6 orb. This victory was the result of Yue Yang's meticulous planning that had been carefully crafted for ages. However, killing Sky Dragon is only the beginning. After getting rid of his old love rival, Sky Dragon, Yue Yang still pretended to be angry that he let his enemy escape and returned to the Blood Warrior arena. He did not give out the expression of a victorious rancor and instead showed anger. Yue Yang's response made everyone have a misconception. Although Sky Dragon was a scoundrel, he was still able to escape Titan Jr. with his speed. Everybody thought this was correct. After all, Sky Dragon possessed Raging Lightning Domain and was an expert in flying. If he flew out of the space's confines, it was possible for him to use a teleportation stone. Blood River, Mountain Elf, and Ma Long did not doubt Sky Dragon's escape. After all, he was level 6 innate, killing him would not be easy. Titan Jr's strength, being able to beat up Sky Dragon and forcing him to escape, was already very abnormal. The three people did not think about Sky Dragon's life and death anymore. It has nothing to do with them. The most important thing was how to eliminate Demon Eye. Now that Demon Eye had a falling out with them, he must die. When Demon Eye saw Yue Yang return, his complexion became awful. He kept rolling his eyes, as if thinking of how to escape. Mr. Titan Jr., although I did not extend a hand of friendship to you nor did I welcome your arrival, there is no need to put me to death, right? Demon Eye knew that there is a fine line between life and death. If the opposite side attacked, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long would work together and have Titan Jr. call the shots. He was not Sky Dragon, so he would undoubtedly die. The only way was to give a reason, seizing my assets and tarnishing my name. Yue Yang's voice was bone-piercing cold. Demon Eye was now extremely regretful. At that time, if he had not deliberately showed his strength by showing that he was above the law and plunder in Dong's treasury, then he would not have provoked this deathly calamity. He had taken 3 million gold and a few ores and treasures from Indong's treasury. Demon Eye was willing to immediately return these. He was also willing to pay compensation. However, would Titan Jr. be willing to accept his apology? Blood River strongly shouted, Demon Eye, I had respected you as the next leader after Chong Ni and even treated you as a model brother. Who would have thought that you actually did these shameful acts? Not only did you not respect strong innates, instead you intentionally tarnished his name and despicably seized his assets. It sickens me. Today, you and I are now divided, the three great leaders are now disbanded. Even if you call yourself the number one leader, I, Blood River, disdain to be associated with you. Mountain Elf raised his arm and turned his fingers at him, Demon Eye, your annual earnings from the ore mine, taxes and offerings does not go below 10 million. You have wealth equivalent to an entire nation, yet you are still so greedy. You truly make people speechless. Ma Long the underground city master slowly shook his head, Demon Eye, there is no need to say who is right or wrong because you are definitely wrong. There is no need to speak about justice in the Thunder Fortress, if you have the ability, use it to speak for you. Demon Eye seizing others' assets did not only happen in Yue Yang's case. In the past 100 years, he had already done this a lot of times. Whenever he had the opportunity, Demon Eye would seize others' assets. Even Ma Long, Blood River and Mountain Elf had suffered in secret. The only reason they did not dare be angry and speak was because their strength was weaker than Demon Eye at that time. They secretly endured the losses in silence. Until now, whenever they think about this, their hearts would explode in anger. The matter about Demon Eye emptying Indong's treasury and stealing everything from Indong's stores, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long knew about all these. Moreover, they had also thought that Titan, who was an innate capable of simultaneously killing Nightmare and Tiger Nian, would definitely not leave matters at that. As a result, they were very cautious and restricted their subordinates from participating in the looting. Now, they were aware that they did a smart thing. Sure enough, the Titan brothers were not saints. Moreover, compared to the cool Titan Senior, the flamboyant Titan Junior seemed to be more disgusted with these kinds of evil acts. He simply must take revenge. Isn't stealing a ranker's treasures an act of slapping their face? To rankers, money is a small matter, but this kind of act was absolutely not tolerated. If it was replaced with Demon Eye being robbed, it would be weird if he did not fight back. Titan Junior was not afraid of Demon Palace's Sky Dragon backing him. Now that Demon Eye had no backers, would Titan Junior let him go? Let me leave. I only beg to leave Thunder Fortress. I'll give you all my property and ore mines, consider it my apology. Demon Eye quickly spoke begging for forgiveness. As long as he had the strength, he would be able to prosper anywhere. He was a level 5 innate and would be an overlord wherever he went. What's the worth in money? Those things can be obtained anytime. Cut off your right arm and remove your eyes, then kowtow once more before I consider it. Yue Yang gave his conditions. What? Demon Eye was stupefied. He was very clear what cutting his right arm meant. If it was his left arm, he would do so without hesitation. However, his right arm was where his true strength lied. After hundreds of years of cultivation, he had successfully moved the magic stone from his head to his right arm. This was done in order to prevent his enemies from injuring him fatally by attacking the defenseless head. If he cut off his right arm, it was equivalent to destroying half of his strength, maybe his strength would immediately drop to level 1 innate. His eyes on the other hand was where he could display the most battle strength. If he was blind, then his remaining strength would also be destroyed and he would not be able to become an innate anymore. The last point was kneeling to his opponents, kowtowing and begging for mercy. If this shameful and humiliating thing was spread out, then he would not be able to fit in anywhere in the Tongtian Tower anymore. Let me leave my left arm instead. Demon Eye moved the platinum-ranked ring from his left hand to his right hand. His feet slowly moved, on one side waiting for an opportunity to escape, on the other haggling the price. Speaking to you is only a waste of my time. Yue Yang saw that this bastard was already close to death yet still hated to part with his platinum-ranked ring. He immediately raised Crescent Moon and used Yin and Yang Spiral to attack Demon Eye. Blood River and Mountain Elf looked at each other and felt that Demon Eye moving the ring was very funny. It's fine that he did not want to part with his right arm and changed to his left, but he also moved the platinum-ranked ring. These kinds of people truly only have money in their eyes. Ma Long on the other hand hiddenly gestured. He knows that other than hating to part with his treasures, Demon Eye had another deep thought. That was to use the platinum-ranked ring's special ability to escape. Light more violent than the sun was emitted from Demon Eye's hands. The point with the strongest light came from the platinum-ranked ring. Under the support of Demon Eye's right hand, light 10 million times brighter burst forth, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Soul-restraining eye. Demon Eye's guardian beast was a huge demonic eye. It was extremely ugly and covered with tentacles and eyes all around. In the middle of it was a huge eye that suddenly opened. It emitted a purplish-black spirit light, fiercely hot towards Yue Yang's body. As long as they have been hit by the spirit light, anyone weaker than Demon Eye would receive injury on their souls. The gold-ranked level 10 demonic eye was also capable of restraining souls for a minute. Within the minute, Demon Eye could do anything to the physical body without any resistance. Demon Eye did not have any hopes that his own guardian beast would be able to kill Yue Yang. As long as it was able to hold Yue Yang for a minute or even 10 seconds was enough. Blood River, Mountain Elf, and Ma Long and the others were stung by the strong light. Titan Junior was also hit by the strong light but also hit by the spirit light. This was the best opportunity to escape. Compared to Sky Dragon who had to travel tens of kilometers to escape, Demon Eye, who was familiar with the Thunder Fortress, was confident that he could escape without a trace within a minute. When all said and done, Demon Eye was still a level 5 innate. His odds of winning when fighting 1 against 3 or fighting 1-on-1 with Titan Junior was low, but it did not equate that he could not escape. Success. Demon Eye discovered that Yue Yang used his crescent blade to block the strong light and completely did not notice the spirit light. He immediately turned around and used his entire strength and speed to escape. However, before he moved, before his feet even left the ground, a single finger pressed on the back of his head. A frightening sword chi lightly penetrated the protective energy and shot from the back of his head and out of the forehead. Before his painful scream rushed out from his throat, an extremely sharp crescent blade already pierced from the back. It passed through his throat, slicing his chin, and fiercely sliced upwards in between his teeth. The severed tongue also splashed in mid-air. Demon Eye naturally responded by waving his hands. His right hand, that radiated light brighter than the sun, flew in the air as it had been chopped by the demon blade burning with demon fire. Demon Eye had gave up all hope. He wanted to turn his head and use the last of his strength in his eyes to self-destruct and perish with his enemy. When he turned around, what he saw was endless darkness. The silver-ranked Eye Destroyer dagger with special abilities to injure the eyes mercilessly streaked across. The demonic eye that tried to save its master was easily killed by the gold-ranked dragon slaying spear. The gold-ranked dragon slaying spear could easily kill huge dragons. Regarding the demonic eye that was good at using spiritual attacks, it was only a minute existence in front of this spear. The spear had also accurately pierced through the magic crystal inside its body. One hit kill, there was absolutely no need for a second hit. At this moment, the right hand that was flying in mid-air with the shining platinum-ranked ring slowly fell down onto Yue Yang's hands. Demon Eye slowly collapsed. His eyes became blind. His valiant body was still struggling as he neared death. However, a thorny flower stalk appeared and directly swallowed him inside its stomach. After the thorny flower stalk and right hand had been put away by Yue Yang, the Blood Warrior arena returned to its original state. Demon Eye, who was a level 5 innate, seemed as if he never appeared in this world, already disappeared without a trace. Perhaps the people in the future would talk about it. About how he had become fertilizer, how he was so arrogant, so rampant, so greedy, and so funny. Blood River, Mountain Elf, and Ma Long looked at each other. They knew that Demon Eye would not be able to escape. However, they never imagined that he would die so fast in such a miserable way. Even his corpse did not remain, and immediately became food for a beast. Amongst the innates, Demon Eye was probably the champion of bad luck. Other than the demonic eye becoming light and disappeared, Yue Yang had also put away the corpses of the earthquake dragon, two-headed dragon, and single-horned python and other beasts. As for the lizard-headed dragon, it had already become minced meat. The spirit of flame and smoke was now stronger. She possessed storm power, flames, and smoke and spirit energy. Now after the battle, thunder and lightning were also added. This was from absorbing the raging lightning domain and the 1,000 thunderbolts energy. Although it was not yet strengthened, if the spirit of flame and smoke continued to grow like this, its future would be limitless. Now, her form is a spirit, fire is her body and smoke is her clothing. Storm is her chair and lightning is her hair. Even though she was not a holy beast, she had now taken her first steps in becoming one. Lasts afterwards, man, want to eat Estling pace is scary. Also, for the people who think we release randomly, please refer to the release schedule in the About section of the site. After the battle, Aman and the spirit of flame and smoke returned to the grimoire world. As for the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen, she only returned after strangling and devouring Demon Eye using the veins of the stalk of her flower. Only the Reaper Mantis stayed to accompany his master. The battle between the two innate rankers had ended. But the fight between normal warriors had just begun. Mountain Elf and Blood River's followers charged towards Demon Eye's followers ferociously, as a bloody fight between both sides ascended. The morale among Demon Eye's followers was low as everyone was only thinking of leaving the Thunder Fortress. As the saying goes, when the tree topples the monkeys scatter. Now that their master, Demon Eye, was killed, they knew that they wouldn't be able to reap any benefits from continuing their stay in the Thunder Fortress. But how would Mountain Elf, Blood River and their people let them go so easily? With the new powers, Titan Brothers, replacing Demon Eye in the Thunder Fortress, this would be an ideal time for them to show off their abilities and win the Titan Brothers' favor. Moreover, Blood River and Mountain Elf's followers had had enough of Demon Eye's followers already. They had always wanted to teach them a lesson. Scram! In another fight, Xia Yi and the Dark-Clawed Woman were drenched in blood from their fight as both were beaten black and blue. In terms of power, the Dark-Clawed Woman was superior to Xia Yi by a lot, but the thing was that she had already lost her will. And now, with Xia Yi's newfound strong power, and the support from Ma Long's wife, Yan Zheng the butler and the others, she became more bold and fierce as she unleashed her power beyond her original potential and fought with the Dark-Clawed Woman using all her might. The Dark-Clawed Woman was actually no match for Xia Yi. This scene had made Jiude, the fat toad merchant who was sent flying in the air by the Dark-Clawed Woman's kick, jaws dropped to the ground with shock. In your dreams. Xia Yi stood firmly. She wasn't sure how she was able to contend against a lesser innate. With her original power, she would be defeated instantly by the Dark-Clawed Woman. But the strange thing was that Xia Yi felt that she was only a little weaker than the Dark-Clawed Woman and the fight could go on for 3 days and 3 nights without anyone emerging victorious. But of course Xia Yi did not have the time to think deeper as she gritted her teeth to continue the fight. She swore to defeat her enemy. The dark-clawed woman had already tore various wounds on Xia Yi's body, but as stubborn as she was unyielding, Xia Yi continued to push on. Her demon-killing dagger had similarly slashed more than 10 bloody wounds which unfurled on the dark-clawed woman's skin and flesh. One was too terrified, thus her strength decreased greatly, the other one was fearless, increasing her combat power tremendously. With all these compensations, both sides could have a tie. The fight came to a deadlock. The angry and fearful dark-clawed woman couldn't withstand the mental duress anymore. When she looked at the dead demon eye on the ground, she decided to quit the fight and let out a poisonous mist that obstructed Xia Yi's vision. Then, she morphed into a giant silver python quickly, knocking down Yan Zheng and Ma Long wife who were obstructing her path and glided off. Seeing the dark-clawed woman's attempt to escape, a dark shadow flashed in the air. The Reaper Mantis appeared and dived towards her. Previously, the reason why there was a deadlock in its fight with the double-headed dragon wasn't because it was powerful but because it was a level 9 platinum-ranked beast. The fact that there was a tie was already very impressive for the Reaper Mantis as they differed greatly in terms of rank, size, and power. Although the Reaper Mantis was growing, it hadn't grown to its maximum potential yet. It was still much smaller than its mother in terms of size. Although it couldn't take down the double-headed dragon, this did not mean that it couldn't deal with the dark-clawed woman. Seizing the opportunity, the Reaper Mantis dived down in a flash, clamping the head of the silver python with its scythe. It then wolfed down her head with its sharp teeth as it tore and devoured the magic crystal in her head. The silver python curled up its body panickingly, as it attempted to suffocate the Reaper Mantis. But to the Reaper Mantis, the attempt to suffocate it seemed like a joke. Just by flapping its wings, it could change the whole situation. It dodged the silver python's attempt to curl, suffocated it cleverly and shook the silver python's head vigorously. Its powerful scythe penetrated into the spine of the silver python. And through the spine, it branched into the joints of the silver python. The weakness of a snake lay in its spine and its chi-kun point. Once these areas were hit, a snake would become weak and powerless. WANT2EAT, chi-kun is a 0.7 inches away from a snake's head. The silver python rolled on the ground, vigorously at the start, but towards the end, its neck became numb and only its tail was able to move. Then, even its tail began to move slower, and eventually it lay supine on the ground, motionless. Although it hadn't died, it was too weak to struggle as the Reaper Mantis began to devour her. Seeing it, Xia Yi relaxed and fell to the ground, drenched in blood. Ma Long's wife carried her up immediately. "Congratulations, my sister. You have successfully defeated a strong opponent. If you don't mind, I can help to heal your wounds." The quick-witted fat toad, Yue, had already gotten the best doctor over. Regarding the matter on clearing up the mess, Yue Yang wasn't worried at all. There would be someone doing it for him. Blood River, Mountain Elf, and Ma Long were all keen to make connections with a ranker like Yue Yang. Especially so when they knew that there were two of them who were equally powerful. Blood River invited Yue Yang over to his Blood River Palace and told him that a small thing like handling of Demon Eye's asset could be settled by his men, and every single cent would be passed into Yue Yang's hand in the end. Of course Yue Yang didn't care about the small amount of money. The best treasures must be hidden in Demon Eye's platinum storage ring, his mine, his shop, and the Devil Eye Palace he resided in. Yue Yang would just instruct Jita and Yan Zheng the butler to retrieve all the assets. "My brother and I were merely passing through the Thunder Fortress and decided to stay here temporarily because there aren't many restrictive rules here. After a while, we will move on to the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower." Yue Yang indicated that his ambition didn't lie in a small place like the Thunder Fortress. And with that, Blood River, Mountain Elf and Ma Long were extremely pleased. The name of Titan Brothers will definitely become famous throughout the Tongtian Tower. "Although the Thunder Fortress is a small place, we will always have your back," Blood River responded quickly. "Please tell us if you need anything." Mountain Elf possessed great interpersonal skills too. "How could we not celebrate this joyous occasion with wine? I have a bottle of Xilan wine with me today, please savor its taste with me." Ma Long, the city master of the underground city, took out a bottle of Xilan wine that he kept for a long time. This precious wine was a gift from Ndong in the past. It was said that the Xilan wine was made by a wine saint, and only 10 bottles could be found in the whole of Xilan continent. It was sealed for 1,000 years by the time sand, and was worth 10,000s of gold. Money can be earned easily, but fine wine are hard to come by. Ma Long was even reluctant to give it to King Chong Ni. However, as Ma Long felt that he did not contribute significantly today, and also to gain the favor of Yue Yang, he decided to offer it. "Brother Ma Long, why didn't you take out your wine earlier?" "Haha, it is the product of the wine saint and can be considered a priceless treasure." On hearing what Ma Long said, the craving for wine in Mountain Elf and Blood River's minds were triggered, as the Xilan wine was something that couldn't even be bought with money. The entire process of taking over and sorting out Demon Eye's asset wouldn't be very fast. Ndong's underground mansion couldn't even compare to Demon Eye's Devil Eye Palace. Fat Toad Judah exhausted all of their men to remove Demon Eye's logo from all parts of the Devil Eye Palace, and replace them with Yue Yang's Gemini logo. Undoubtedly, this requires time. When Judah was awfully busy, the maids helped to tidy up the Devil Eye Palace such that it could be turned into the Titan Palace for the Titan brothers. As for Demon Eye's slaves, they either escaped or was captured. His female slaves were also locked away, awaiting Yan Zhang the butler's decision on which were the loyal ones that could be used as servants. After Yue Yang walked out of the Blood River Palace and into his new residence, Titan Palace, he discovered that there were a lot of people busily tidying up the place, and his slaves from the mine were also happily painting the wall, especially Pepin, whose wrinkled smiling face blossomed like a flower. The Xiaopu brothers were perspiring profusely as they were removing Demon Eye's giant, sturdy logo with great effort. Xia Yi, who was recovering from her injuries, slept on the stairs outside the entrance, weary. A few female slaves were guarding her, but they did not dare to persuade her to rest inside as they felt that she might be waiting for her master, Mr. Titan Jr. All the slaves who passed by Xia Yi bowed to her slightly. The Titan brothers made good masters, that was for sure. If not for Miss Xia Yi, who requested for more rights for the slaves, Mr. Titan Jr. wouldn't have given them so much. At least not so quickly, because they were all innate ranker of high status, they wouldn't care about the well-beings of the slaves. It was Xia Yi who told them what the slaves needed. Send some men to escort her to rest. How could she rest here? Yue Yang covered Xia Yi with his outer coat casually. Although it was only one clothing, it touched all the slaves. There wouldn't be a better master in the world. Only Mr. Titan Jr. would care so much for the slaves. If it were to be other innate rankers instead, they wouldn't even spare them a glance. The half-elf girl was also busily preparing her master's new bedroom. She did not choose the big, luxurious bedroom previously owned by Demon Eye because with a sensitive nose, she felt that the room was reeking of blood and carried a weird rotten smell. Although it was from a long time ago, she felt that it would be an insult to her master to live in that kind of place. Hence, she decided that Yue Yang's temporary residence would be on a small elegant hall beside a scenic man-made lake. Yue Yang took the dinner prepared by the half-elf girl, and returned to his grimoire world after petting her head. After resting for a night, as the treasures in Demon Eye's platinum storage ring were just too much, Yue Yang got dizzy from looking at them, so he decided to leave them as they are temporarily. As for Sky Dragon, he placed all his treasures in his grimoire, so Yue Yang had to put in some effort to get them. The people outside were still busy doing their jobs, leaving Yue Yang the most idle person around as he walked about aimlessly. The slaves in the places he passed had their morale boosted tremendously as they worked with renewed vigor. But Yue Yang was bored. He didn't have the habit of inspecting places as a leader. In the end, he decided to claim his rewards at the Warrior Guild first. Killing Demon Eye would yield him a handsome reward. Yue Yang felt that he should forego getting the wisdom fruits at the moment and get the immortal spring from the Warrior Guild. It was an 8th rank treasure which couldn't be bought with any amount of money and could be used to cast metals, refine equipments and medicine, and strengthen beasts. Most importantly, the immortal spring had extremely strong strengthening effect. If it were to be refined together with a consumable object, there would be a high chance for these objects to become permanent. If all the giant phantom shadows summoned could become permanent, piled on top of each other and stacked on Yue Yang's body, he would be able to defeat even a level 10 innate with just one punch. Of course, the immortal spring would be difficult to obtain. Yue Yang wasn't sure if the Warrior Guild would be willing to offer him any reward for just killing Demon Eye alone. Even if they were to offer any, there wouldn't be much to offer. As for Sky Dragon's death, Yue Yang decided to hide the truth temporarily because he killed no 10 of the top 10 Sky Demons of the Demonic Palace after all. Would Sky Execution and the rest do nothing if they were to know about it? In any case, the reward for killing Sky Dragon wouldn't become less if he were to collect it later. After teleporting to the plaza of the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, Yue Yang had not even walked for 2 steps when he saw Baoer running towards him, shouting slave. Yue Yang was pleased, but thought that it would be more accurate if she were to call him husband instead. Seeing the big lowly golden elf perspiring profusely to the point that even her nose tip was covered in perspiration and her body giving off a light aromatic fragrance unique to a virgin, Yue Yang walked towards her directly and brushed his body against hers. However, his words differ from his actions. Little chick, leave me alone, I don't know you. We discovered this sealing circle in the jadeite forest. All of us couldn't identify it, and Sister Anna and brother said that it could be a sealing circle from a long time ago. Everyone is trying to remove the seal, and brother asked me to come back to get you to look at it too. Baoer boasted proudly as she further mentioned that the sealing circle was discovered by her. God, who asked you all to touch it? Is it something that could be played with? What does an ancient sealing circle represent? The only thing that could be sealed inside would either be a destructive beast, or an inhumane monster. Or it could be some terrifying curse. He carried Baoer onto his shoulders and rushed towards the Warrior Guild. He did not even bother to claim the immortality spring as he charged towards the teleportation room. Jadeite Forest, this is urgent. Start the teleportation C. He even tried to ask further. Young man, did you encounter a dragon hunter? Do you need the guild to dispatch the Iron Blood Guards? No thanks. Just after Yue Yang completed his sentence, he disappeared with Baoer. In the Jadeite forest, Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the rest were sitting on the ground disinterestedly. The Li brothers were polishing their weapons as Shui Tanlang and Prince Tian Luo were quietly meditating and reading. The four orc girls were chomping on their roast meat while the Oxhead party leader Li Ao was keeping guard of the lot. Fan Lun Tai the Oxhead girl were gulping on a beer. Only Lin En and Anna were perusing the ceiling circle on the stone wall. According to their investigation, the ceiling circle was preserved for a long time as there were algae overgrowth. If not for the energy that the ceiling circle was emitting, this place would have been a flora paradise. The ceiling circle was extremely big, more than 10 meters in height and width. It was dark-colored and circular in shape, and there are 4 different heaven runes in its 4 sides, top, bottom, left and right. They seemed to be connected yet completely unrelated, and there was also a complicated pattern in the center. Even the knowledgeable Lin En and Anna weren't able to tell what it meant. The heaven runes around could be shifted, but why not the one in the center? After exploring around, Anna realized that the crystals embedded on the heaven runes could be rotated, but no matter how they shifted it, they would still be connected to those beside them. There's a hole in the center one, could it be that we have to put a magic crystal into it as its source of energy? Lin En realized that there's a small circular hole in the middle. Don't waste your effort, wait for your cook to come, he will definitely understand. That fellow can even write a love poem with heaven runes, this will be a piece of cake for him. As for the magic crystals, he has a lot of them, and all are of the highest quality. Fatty Hai was a lazy guy, he was more than willing to let Yue Yang take over things that he did not understand. He may not be free today, we'll approach him after we are done with our observations. The Oxhead girl Fan Lun Tai did not want to admit that she made a wrong judgment and merely said that Yue Yang bluffed everyone. What if something went wrong? What do we do? Ye Kong advised the Oxhead girl not to touch the stones. There's still Hui Tai Lang, no? It is a divine beast. The 4 orc girls were very confident as they felt that divine beasts would be able to accomplish anything in the world. Meow. Hui Tai Lang appeared humble this time and indicated that he was not up for such a heavy responsibility. Being curious, Lin En really placed a level 3 fire-type magic crystal into the small hole. But maybe its level was too low, or its energy too little. After the level 3 magic crystal flashed briefly for a second, all became still and there were no further response. But this flash triggered everyone's desire to study it. Hey, something's up, a magic crystal could really be placed in it. Fatty Hai and the rest crowded around as some fished out their magic crystals while others tried to turn the stones. After a while, nobody knew who did what but the ceiling circle gave off a dazzling glow that shrouded everyone. Under the gaze of Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the others, a ball of light began to develop in the center of the ceiling circle as a teleportation door was formed. Lin En and Anna wanted to ask everyone to move back, but the bravest Oxhead Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls reacted as if they saw a legendary hidden treasury. They held onto their weapons tightly, staring at the teleportation door as they carefully walked towards it. Fan Lun Tai, I feel that we should report this to the warrior guild. We all aren't sure of what's inside, so don't take the risk easily, warned Lin En. The Oxhead girl Fan Lun Tai looked at the teleportation door unwillingly. There may be hidden treasures inside, if we were to report it, we'd only get 5% of the reward. We should enter the place to look for treasures first. After getting them, then we will go and report it to the warrior guild. Anyway, only those with affinity gets the treasures, so if we're able to open the teleportation door today, that means that we have affinity with the treasures. The 4 orc girls agreed to what Fan Lun Tai said. Fatty Hai and the rest were a bit wavered too, they felt that if there were really treasure in it, it would be a pity to report it to the warrior guild and let them take the treasures. Even if there weren't any good treasures, they could treat it as a form of exploration and cultivation. There might be many traps inside, but nobody here are weaklings. If they could work together and stay alert, then it wouldn't be too dangerous. Moreover, with the company of Hui Tai Lang the divine beast, if they really couldn't control the situation, they could always use the teleportation stone or teleportation scroll to get Yue Yang. It would be a waste now that they opened the teleportation door and leave without exploring what was inside. This was the best opportunity, they had to go in no matter what. Lin En and Anna were leaning towards reporting it to the warrior guild while Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the rest felt that instead of reporting to the warrior guild, they should find Yue Yang immediately. If Yue Yang were to know that they didn't take any treasures after opening the teleportation door, or that they handed it over to the warrior guild, he would definitely be mad. The Oxhead party leader Li Ao, Shui Tanlang and Prince Tian Luo's opinion were to wait for Baoer to get Yue Yang, while Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls felt that they should send someone in to explore around, if not Yue Yang would look down on them and find them incompetent. As they couldn't arrive at a conclusion, they decided using the rock-scissors-paper game. The Oxhead girl Fan Lun Tai was lucky enough to win, hence waving her giant hands, she decided to take a look inside. The first batch, comprising of Fan Luntai and the 4 orc girls, went in. Following closely behind was the Ox Head party leader Li Ao, Fatty Hai and Yakong, and then it was Shui Tanlang and Prince Tianluo, Anna, Li En and Hui Tai Lang trailing behind. The Li brothers stayed behind so that in case of any emergencies, they could go get Yue Yang to help immediately. After half an hour, Yue Yang took Baoer along and rushed there. But Fatty Hai and the rest went in way before, so he did not manage to arrive in time to stop them. What the hell? Your guts have grown bigger than a water tank now. Yue Yang was speechless towards them. How could they just go in without knowing anything? Even if there were hidden treasures, would they be so easy to get? The heavens runes on the wall indicated that it was a door of death, and was obviously a warning for people not to go in. But they went ahead without comprehending them. He wasn't sure if he should call them brave or reckless. The Li brothers were instructed to stay. The reason was because Yue Yang wanted them to prevent anyone from destroying the teleportation door, and also if anyone among Fatty Hai and the rest comes out, they could help. He wasn't sure if the teleportation door could go both ways, as it seemed like it, but Fatty Hai and the rest did not come out immediately, so even if it could transport both ways, it wouldn't be on 2 common points. Baoer had to stay originally, but she kept on sticking to Yue Yang and insisted on going in. If Yue Yang were to reject her, her tears might flood the entire jadeite forest. Anyway, there's the grimoire world, he could always throw her into it if the situation required him to do so. Yue Yang was still confident about protecting Baoer. He agreed to bring along the big loli as he held onto her hand and stepped into the teleportation door. After a short dazed moment of being transported into a different space, Yue Yang discovered that he was in a very unique dimension. It felt like the 12 zodiac temples as it was filled with restrictive power. Although he had the power of an innate, he couldn't use them at all. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and realized that he could only summon one of his beast and nothing more. He was shocked as the restrictions here were far more stringent than that in the 12 zodiac temples. What on earth is happening? After some tries, Yue Yang realized that anyone who entered this mysterious dimension would have a hard time. The restrictions here were so stringent that it made his hair rise on its end. One wouldn't be able to use any of his main power, and would only be able to summon one beast. Those strengthening types and elemental types were rendered useless and unique types' strength were 10 times weaker. Only the combat beasts could use half of their power. What is this goddamn mysterious dimension trying to do? What kind of powerful being is sealed within? What kind of beast is sealed in here? Must it actually render the power of strengthening type and elemental type beasts useless? Yue Yang got more perplexed from thinking about it. Could it be that a pure strengthening type or elemental type beast was sealed with? Ahead of him, there were no footprints left behind by Fatty Hai, Yakong, and the rest, and there weren't any scent of Hui Tai Lang too. Facing the passages that looked like a maze to Yue Yang, he could conclude almost immediately that the entrance of the teleportation door was completely random, and there weren't any fixed points. From this, it looked like everyone was separated apart from Yue Yang, who was worried and held on to Baoer. It would be alright for Fatty Hai and Yakong because even without aid of their beasts and their own power, they could still escape and defend themselves. But Anna and Lin En's lives would be hard as they only own elemental type beast who couldn't do anything in this mysterious dimension. The same would go for the Ox Head party leader Li Ao, Fan Luntai and the 4 orc girls as they were all pure strengthening type beasts. Shui Tanlang and Prince Tianluo's strongest beast, Giant Snowman and Skyfire Meteor, were also useless in this dimension. But they still had combat type beasts and together with their own power, they wouldn't face much problems. Luckily the Li brothers did not enter, if not they would be landed in a similar predicament as the others. This mysterious dimension was abnormal. Yue Yang had never seen such a restrictive space before. The Reaper Mantis, whose power was halved, couldn't control its body as it kept crashing into caves while flying, so Yue Yang had to recall it and changed his beast to the puppet-type silver-rank Stormhawk. The puppet-type Stormhawk unexpectedly wasn't affected by any of the restrictions, and it seemed that its strength was raised instead as its combat power was doubled. It was only now Yue Yang understood what was happening. In this weird mysterious dimension, only the puppet-type beasts were freed of all restrictions. From this, it was apparent that there were puppet-type beasts sealed within the ancient sealing circle. What were they guarding then? Are there really treasures? Or a vicious devil? Yue Yang's curiosity was triggered. After walking around the winding maze-like tunnels, Yue Yang discovered an exit. There was a broad platform and a night pearl made the platform shine like it was daytime. There were various groups of puppet-type beast patrolling around rhythmically. Every one of them were level 10 bronze ranked while their leader was level 10 silver ranked. In the center of the platform, there were 4 even more gigantic golden beasts that were in forms of a tiger, leopard, lion, and wolf. They were all level 10 gold ranked. Under their paws was a lid covered with heaven runes. That might be the entrance to a dimension in the next level. Or it could be leading to a vault filled with treasures. There's something wrong, I feel that there's something fishy going on. Yue Yang frowned his eyebrows as he thought hard about it. Seeing the scene in front of him, he seemed to understand something. But he couldn't catch the main point. He was just one step away from finding out the truth, but he couldn't do so. Baoer hid behind Yue Yang, completely oblivious to the dangers around her. It sucks that we can't fight with them, I can't even show off my superb shooting skills. Why are there so many puppet beasts? They look like a troop to me. Is this some kind of emperor's tomb? There's so many guards around his tomb. Baoer complained. She said those words casually, but Yue Yang was enlightened instantly after hearing her words. He understood that this was very similar to Yu Gong's puppet palace. This was the legendary Five Elements Palace. It should be the one mentioned in the memories inherited from the tragic guy's mother. This was the gold palace among all other elements, namely wood, water, fire, and sand. What the hell is this place? Fatty Hai realized his hippo meteor punch was entirely useless, and he was being beaten badly by a wind breath seabird shooting sharp wind blades. He couldn't have done anything if this wind breath seabird was high-ranked, but to his chagrin, it was only bronze-ranked level 5. Normally, bronze-ranked level 5 beasts trying to fight against Fatty Hai would be considered to be a suicidal beast. Now, he was being chased with nowhere to hide. Fatty Hai was at a different location compared to Yue Yang and Baoer, he was teleported to an underground beach. At the edges, there were steep cliffs which was impossible to climb. The dome of the underground cave was so high there were even small whiffs of clouds and mist, but there were definitely stalactites of the karst cave above. Far away from the underground beach, there was a small island glowing faintly in the distance. It seemed as if valuable treasures would be hidden within the island. Treasures? Fatty Hai suddenly didn't want it anymore, all that he wanted to do was to get rid of this damned wind breath seabird. This detestable little thing had a grudge against him. When Fatty Hai first arrived he thought it would be a easy prey and wanted to eat fried chicken. Unexpectedly the wind breath seabird shot hundreds of sharp wind blades continuously. Despite being tired, it was persistent in its pursuit, following Fatty Hai relentlessly. Every now and then, it attacked the miserable Fatty Hai, who appeared stupid yet unusually nimble. Fatty Hai was at the verge of going crazy, but he couldn't do anything at all. Even if he summoned his iron rhinoceros and little hippo, being unable to fly, they would just get beaten up. More importantly, this wind breath seabird was very clever, it was solely focused on attacking Fatty Hai. Lin En and Anna were also in a dire situation. The two of them realized that they entered an area filled with raging flames of lava and were standing right at the side of the river of lava. Here, other than fire-type beasts, no other beasts could be summoned. Lin En has fire-type beasts, but they were only used as light source and have no battle capabilities. If not for Hui Tai Lang who was also teleported to a nearby area and protected the two of them, they probably would have already died. Thousands of fire monsters were moving about in the lava river, their levels were not very high, at most around bronze ranked level 6, while some were silver and gold ranked level 6. However, their vast number and unique battlefield terrain were more than enough to overwhelm any enemy. They did not dare to provoke Hui Tai Lang, and Hui Tai Lang did not dare to leave Lin En and Anna too far away, in case any fire-type monster decided to take the opportunity to kill them. Hui Tai Lang could only take Lin En and Anna and walked upstream together. Lin En and Anna hoped to quickly find the exit and get out of this terrifying place. The creepiest thing was that teleportation stones could not be used here. The only way out was to use the teleportation circle. Go away! Go away! The Ox-Head Girl, Fan Lun Tai and the 4 orc girls were in an underground savannah. A pack of hyenas and desert spiders were chasing them. Some were only bronze-ranked level 5, yet Ox-Head Girl Fan Lun Tai was unable to fight back and could only flee. Ox-Head Party leader Li Ao and Yekong were in the same dire situation. Luckily Yekong could still summon his beasts, and although their original strength was halved, once Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle appeared, they were invincible. Although there were numerous hyenas, desert spiders, gigantic rock guardians, jinns, and other monsters, they could only watch from afar. They didn't dare to step up and attack the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle. Obviously, even if they attacked the Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle, it would have been in vain. The Herculean Rhinoceros Beetle's powerful defense rendered the majority of the monster's fangs and claws useless, as if they were nothing but decoration. Xuetan Lang and Prince of Tianluo furrowed their eyebrows while walking through the forest. Prince of Tianluo's sharp-clawed seeker puppet beast which was silver-ranked level 5 fought to create a path in front. There were man-eating flowers, vines, and trees everywhere, it was almost as if the entire forest was alive, and could claim lives. For the first time, Xuetan Lang realized that plant-type beasts could be a headache if there were too many of them. Yue Yang was unaware of his comrade's situation, but he could imagine. He needed to find Fatty Hai and the rest quickly. Staying here for too long would definitely be life-threatening, especially if they were running around blindly. If they end up in the lands of death, they would be done for. Under Yue Yang's command, Stormhawk drew the puppet soldier guards away. Yue Yang carried Baoer with him, tied to his back with a rope, and lured away the 4 gold beast guardians himself. Faster than lightning, Yue Yang turned back halfway in the air, landing on the metal lid full of heaven runes. Hurry up, faster, that 4 gold beast guardians are running back again. Baoer urged him. I told you to hide first, but you just didn't listen. Yue Yang was frustrated. At first he wanted to let Baoer hide somewhere, but she stubbornly refused. I won't be fooled by you again. Once you go in you would abandon me. Ah, watch out. Baoer noticed that a gold-ranked level 10 tiger had actually sprouted its wings. It could actually fly. Furthermore, that gold leopard actually knew rock climbing and was preparing to launch an attack from the skies. Be quiet. Yue Yang dodged the gold leopard's pounce skillfully. His dancing figure headed straight for the rock cliff, and at the instant they were millimeters away, he instantly whirled around. In the end, the gold tiger crashed into the rock wall with a loud bang. The gold lion and wolf pursued closely, but there was a huge gap between their speed and Yue Yang, an innate ranker. 10 minutes later, Yue Yang successfully undid the rune circle on the metal lid. The metal lid bounced open, revealing a deep tunnel. Yue Yang carried Baoer and jumped down without hesitation, but the 4 gold beast guardians actually stopped and gave up their chase immediately. 1 minute later, the metal lid closed slowly, and the 4 gold beast guardians returned to their original position and crouched down, as if nothing had happened. Not far away from them, the Stormhawk had already become a bunch of scrap metals, as a result of the gold tiger's attack. Among the 4 golden beast guardians, the gold tiger was undoubtedly its main force. When Baoer heard the metal lid close with a bang, she questioned breathlessly, would we be trapped here forever, unable to get out for eternity? I don't know about you, but I definitely won't. Yue Yang loosened the straps to put her down, but Baoer was clutching onto him like an octopus. Nope. Baoer felt that it was really comfortable being carried this way and simply refused to get down. She didn't thought about how tiring it would be for Yue Yang to fly while carrying her, but luckily Yue Yang was an innate ranker. If it was a level 6 elder flying in such a restricted space for so long, he would be so worn out, and end up dog-tired. Flying alone versus flying while carrying someone was entirely different. For instance, for a battle eagle, flying 1,000 miles would be a piece of cake. However, if it was carrying a person, even if it's an infant, it would drop to the ground after a few hundred miles. If one were to carry someone of a vastly different level himself, both would feel extremely uncomfortable. Especially if one were to carry a more powerful being than himself, he would feel even heavier. Before Yue Yang learned how to control and blend his innate chi with energy fusion, despite Bloody Queen's highly skilled flying ability, she was unable to carry Yue Yang for long periods of flight. Of course, now it was different. After Bloody Queen mastered energy fusion like her master, she could almost live with Yue Yang together in the sky. Her flying ability became 10 times even better. This secret cheat of energy fusion was taught to Yue Yang by the Kylan girl. She claimed that for the Eastern Fairy tribe, riding beasts were a piece of cake. The more powerful the owner, the easier it was for the beast to carry. It was entirely different from the outdated riding technique used by the Soaring Dragon Continent. Hurry up and get down. Seeing that this elf lowly refused to come down, Yue Yang whipped her buttocks with his hand. It hurts. Baoer twisted her body and complained miserably, even until this age, I have never gotten hit before. Isn't it okay? I'm scared of the dark, and I want your protection too. Since she acted like a spoiled child, Yue Yang's pedocide felt the urge to discipline her. Carrying a beautiful loli on a piggyback ride was something others desire but unable to do. Although her chest size was not very big, against his back, that bittersweet feel was precisely why lolitas were the best. As for her little ass, it was not bad. Yue Yang could not help but to hit her again, meanwhile secretly thinking that the golden elf Lolita's body was alluring. If she were to grow up, with that charming little face, lovely body line with a golden ratio as well as her elastic ass, let alone feeling her touch, just a few glances from her might be enough to kill others. On the surface, Yue Yang would definitely scold her a little. However, Baoer still refused to let go and come down even after getting scolded. She has instantly fallen for the feeling of lying on his back. It was strong, safe, and exceptionally comfortable, giving her an unprecedented sense of security. I don't have a father, you should just be my daddy. Hearing Baoer's comment, Yue Yang spat out the water he was drinking. Why don't you have a father? Yue Yang was bewildered. Were you the same as the Monkey King, and came from the rock? Shiro, Monkey King https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/sun_wukong, Golden Elves normally only have a mother, so I don't know who my father is. Mommy knows, but she told me a long time ago that he died during a war. I have never met him before. Baoer embraced Yue Yang's neck, intimately snuggling up to Yue Yang and happily resting on his back, sighing relentlessly, I think being carried on daddy's back, would probably feel just like this. Piggyback rides are fine, but you shouldn't randomly just call anyone your father. Yue Yang suspected that this sheik was Daddy Khan, but never mind, she did not even have a father, it was something she could not control. It was a kind of thought, a nostalgic memory, a substitute. Besides, her Daddy Khan was also directed to himself, so it might not be a bad thing if she was a daddy con. Baoer stuck her tongue out, but did not give a reply. She closed her eyes and enjoyed this moment of comfort, happily sniffing Yue Yang's back. After Yue Yang walked further out by a few hundred meters, although he called for her, there were no responses. Turning his head, Yue Yang discovered that this Lolita has fallen asleep, peacefully like an infant. With the experience he gained from entering the puppet palace, Yu Gong's knowledge and the control bracelet, Yue Yang was able to get past the puppet beasts and checkpoints with ease. To someone with Heaven Eye's divine vision, the trap mechanisms were just pieces of cake. Finally, Yue Yang reached a place with a huge runic circle. This runic circle was engraved on the surface of the wall. The wall was nearly a few hundred meters, it was as smooth as a mirror. Yue Yang had avoided the guardian beasts, but soon discovered that flying was impossible. There were curses to prevent flying. The treasure in the Golden Palace seems to be inside the runic circle. Of course, it might have sealed a terrifying monster. Yue Yang thought that the latter was less likely. Inside, there should be treasures that were exceptionally helpful for puppet beasts. Previously, Yue Yang was not passionate enough about puppet beasts. But after the incident with Yu Gong and after making a promise with him to complete the third secret treasure, Yue Yang had a new responsibility. Within the runic circle, there might just be the third secret treasure. He had to take opportunity of this chance and take the treasure out of the seal. Besides, when would someone pass on a treasure when they saw one? Yue Yang was just like a nimble lizard as he climbed up the smooth surface of the wall slowly. This was a display of his innate ki most skillful capabilities. Forming a whirlpool-like suction force on his 10 fingers using innate chi, Yue Yang was able to support his body and climb up slowly. The treasure was just right ahead. While Yue Yang was dashing through the Gold Palace, one of the 5 Elements Palace, the Li brothers guarding outside the teleportation gate noticed a group of people approaching from the distance. They were adventurers drawn by the bright light. At first, they didn't approach them and simply stood from afar, discussing. After a short while, some individuals crushed their teleportation stone. It seemed as if they had teleported away to call for their friends. The Li brothers panicked. At this rate, the secret of the teleportation gate would be exposed. They were still hesitating whether to kill all those people. The other party had a few level 7 overlords, which made the Li brothers fear that it was not possible to kill all of them in an instant. If some of them escaped, they might develop a deep-seated grudge against them, and it would only make the situation worse. The Li brothers, clueless about what to do, took out their weapons. They decided to forget about the other problems and defend the teleportation gate first. With a sudden burst of clamor, 100 Iron Blood Guards led by Ou Zhen rushed over. What happened here? Artisan and that golden elf your teammates? Did he enter the teleportation gate? Ou Zhen had a very strong memory, he recognized that the Li brothers were Yue Yang's teammates and immediately approached to question them. Ou Zhen didn't come to work just now, but Elder Matthew told him that a lad named Titan and a golden elf had teleported to Jadeite Forest. They might have encountered the dragon hunters. Since Ou Zhen couldn't bear to have a promising youngster like Titan perish at such a young age, he gathered the Iron Blood Guards to assist in driving the dragon hunters away. However, they still couldn't find the dragon hunters after searching for them for ages. Upon seeing the Li twins guarding in front of the teleportation gate, Ou Zhen was able to catch a gist of what happened. The elder one of the Li brothers nodded his head but remained alert. Even if the other party was from the warrior guild, he could not be trusted completely. The leader of Iron Blood Guards furrowed his eyebrows. Ou Zhen, this sealing circle looked very old. We never knew its existence before, but today it was suddenly activated. A beast may have been born and broke through the seal. One said, gloom shadowed over Ou Zhen's face. If that is the case, the people inside would be in danger. Li Ji quickly shook his hand. No, this sealing circle was unsealed by us, there were no monsters nor beasts entering into the teleportation gate. According to the guild's rules, once we discover a new space, new territory, or new district, we have the right to be the first to explore and scout. We would not occupy it for a long time but we have to enjoy the first rights of exploring. I believe that this rule that is drawn up by the Innate Alliance cannot be refuted. Whoever wants to get past here had to first consult the weapons in our hands first. The leader of Iron Blood Guards snorted coldly, who wants to rob you people of your treasures? We only came with good intentions to help you. If you don't want help, then so be it. Ou Zhen had to quickly smooth things over, there is no need for everyone to be so agitated, perhaps danger is lurking right around us. The fact that Titan and the rest went into scout should be considered a good thing. The warrior guild needs their information. As long as you people do not enter, I will suggest to our party leader to share the information with the warrior guild later. Li Qi nodded seriously. How long had Titan been in there? Ou Zhen asked. An hour. The Li brothers did not speak of the truth. In reality, Fatty Hai and the rest who had been inside the longest stayed in for about 3 hours. There are monsters coming out from inside, the advancing adventures were increasing quickly in numbers. Within half an hour, more than 200 adventurers arrived. It was only because they were afraid of the warrior guild's power that they didn't start attacking. If there were only the Li brothers, they would have charged forward already. As the number of people increased, the situation got more and more dire. Suddenly, the light from the teleportation gate flickered and flashed as a gold-ranked level 10 flame general burst out of the teleportation gate. Blazing flames covered it from head to toe, and it started puffing out flames at the sight of the adventurers. Oh no, Yue Gen's face paled for a second time. There were actually monsters coming out. On top of that, it was such a powerful level 10 gold-ranked monster. The fate of Titan and the others looked grim. Kill the flame general before rescuing the others. Although discontented with the Li brothers' reason for hindering the Iron Blood Guards, the leader of the Iron Blood Guards reacted immediately, commanding his subordinates to surround the flame general and charge into the teleportation gate to rescue the others. The Li brothers' hearts were in great turmoil. If not for their trust in Yue Yang, they would have been crushed by despair. Monsters appeared from the teleportation gate. What could this mean? Did all those that entered suffer a total defeat? Right now, they could only hope that Yue Yang was protecting everyone and that their comrades were safe and sound. Look, you guys can still keep your right to explore, but let us go in to rescue them. Right now this is urgent. Money and treasure are merely external possessions, human lives are way more important. Yue Gen tried to persuade the Li brothers while ordering an Iron Blood Guard to return to the Warrior Guild to report and request for backup. Boom. The level 10 gold-ranked Flame General was strong, but there were hundreds of Iron Blood Guards. Being surrounded, the Flame General was strained and battered. In the end, it was slaughtered by Yue Gen on the spot before it could escape back into the teleportation gate. The leader of Iron Blood Guild ordered his subordinate to enter. However, after he reconsidered it and exchanged ideas with Yue Gen, he decided to let 20 Iron Blood Guards remain behind while letting the 80 Iron Blood Guards advance. At last, he added while looking at the Li brothers, "You guys stay here, it is dangerous in there. You guys are strong but you can't assimilate into our battle formation, so you guys won't be helpful." How can the Li brothers not go? Not only are they anxious for the others' safety, they also wanted to inform Yue Yang that a large number of people were coming in so that he could make necessary preparations. Without a word, they charged into the teleportation gate. The leader of the Iron Blood Guild stomped the floor angrily. Ridiculous, those two threw their lives away in the face of wealth. Yue Gen on the other hand gave a quick smile. Youngster are always like this. When you and I were at their age, even if it was just a level 3 Irish elk, neither of us would have given others a chance to touch it. Let them be, who hadn't been young before. Let's go, what we have to do now is to assist and rescue. Once those youngsters suffer a few losses, they will slowly mature. The Iron Blood Guards thundered towards the teleportation gate with only 20 left outside. Although there were only a few, the Iron Blood Guards, renowned for their combat power, kept the 200-300 adventurers at bay. After all, to be enemies with Iron Blood Guild would mean that they were picking a fight with the Warrior Guild, which many did not dare to do. In the crowd, some were cursing, while some sighed in disappointment as they had no luck in finding the treasure. There was a fallen innate ranker amongst the dragon hunters. The Iron Blood Guards were no match for them, and were forced back one step after another. A few hundred adventurers saw their chance and drove forward, one after another. Some joined the massacre while some sneaked through the teleportation gate. There were also some that helped to assist the Iron Blood Guards so that they could escape. The dragon hunters didn't try to eradicate the Iron Blood Guards, but flocked through the gates under the lead of the fallen innate ranker. Of course, once they entered, their miserable fate was sealed. Some of them dropped into the man-eating forest of the Wood Palace, with countless man-eating vines wriggling and twisting to welcome their arrival. Some dropped into the fire palace filled with lava, and the weaker adventurers fell straight into the lava river and turned into ashes. Those who made to the river bank shrieked in fear as they come face to face with thousands and millions of fire-type monsters. Miserable cries echoed throughout the wood and fire palace. It echoed from the quicksand traps of the sand palace, from the midst of the huge waves by the sirens in the water palace, and from the gold palace of the puppet soldiers. Those who entered tried to fight back, however, due to the various restrictions imposed, they were doomed. Being restricted from using elemental and strengthening type beasts, they were unable to muster their full strength. Unique type beasts were weakened, fighting type beasts' strength were reduced by half. This resulted in the adventurers' ability to fight to fall. The monsters they once knocked out easily could now easily pulverize them, leaving them with nowhere to hide. The leader of the Iron Blood Guild was on the verge of going berserk when he saw his defenseless subordinates being torn to pieces by the supposedly weak hyenas. Go, leave, we must leave this place immediately. These damned traps. No, the rescue. Good gracious, we're done for. He roared. At first he still wanted to rescue those being dragged into the quicksand by desert spiders, but later he found out that it was all futile. A swarm of desert spiders were encircling them. Even a single second of delay could lead to a complete defeat. The 10+ Iron Blood Guards by his side once faced thousands and millions of desert spiders and hyenas fearlessly. The Iron Blood Guard's leader, who had always been bold and fearless, could only choose to flee right now, because he was a specialized strengthening type beasts user. Yu Zhen's gaze seemed to shake. There were a dozen Iron Blood Guards and hundreds of adventurers around him, defeated and scattered. The gold-ranked level 10 flame beast in the lava river was practically invincible. Moreover, most of the adventurers' beasts were hardly useful. The handful of remaining beasts were overwhelmed by the numerous flame beasts' attack. They couldn't continue this fight, because it was equivalent to suicide. Meanwhile, Yue Yang just managed to undo the runic circle seal. Rays of light sparked and flashed. With a tremendous boom, a strong ray of light beam shot out from the center of the runic circle and onto the rock wall across the seal. The rock wall across the seal crumbled. In the middle of the runic circle, a dark cylindrical cave appeared. It was deep and mysterious. Yue Yang stopped immediately. He did not climb in, full of joy, unlike what an ordinary person would have done. Instead, he stood outside and waited. After a long time, a voice drifted out from the cave, as if the person was sleep-talking. "Smart lad, how did you know there was someone inside? Thank you for undoing the Millennium Seal for me. I would like to repay you with the best treasure ever. All you have to do is do me a small favor." "What favor?" Deep in Yue Yang's eyes, a flash of light gleamed, as if showing his bloodlust, mocking the owner of the voice. "You may not know, but this place is the Five-Element Palace. Go to the Water Palace and make me a vase. Once you give it to me, I will give you the best treasure I have. Or perhaps a treasure you long for." The voice was full of enticement, bewitchingly tempting to Yue Yang. He had to will himself to break free from the enticement in the voice. "Who are you? Why were you sealed here, and why the vase from Water Palace?" "My name is too ancient, I'm certain you have not heard of it. As for the vase, it contains the highly valuable God's wine, it can help me restore my power. Bring it to me, then you can exchange it for the treasure. You don't have to worry, I won't harm you, I swear in the name of God, if I cause you and your pals the slightest harm, I will be imprisoned here forever. You have to understand that all I long for is freedom, I just want to get out of here. Why would I hurt you? You should know that all elemental type and strengthening type beasts are useless here. All my beasts are elemental types, so you don't have to worry at all. Fate brought us together, why not let us be friends? We will both get what we want, you want the treasure, I want the God's wine." The tempting voice was filled with emotions and persuasive, even Yue Yang himself cannot help but feel the urge to help him. "All right, but I hope you can give me the box next to you, that is the treasure from Gold Palace. It is also my target." Yue Yang stated his condition. "Why not? To me, this thing does more harm than good." Before he finished, a small golden box flew out. Yue Yang saw and reached out to catch it. Suddenly, a gigantic golden hand spun out of the box and transformed into Devil's Claw. It clawed viciously at Yue Yang's body with unimaginable speed. Yue Yang, who was carrying the sound asleep Baoer, was unable to dodge quickly. Yue Yang summoned the grimoire, activating his protective shield to block this fatal blow. However, the gold Devil's Claw was slowly penetrating the protective shield and closing in, preparing to crush Yue Yang. "I knew you couldn't resist asking for the golden box, no one can resist their greed for treasures. I spent 1,000 years transferring my soul into it, simply for this day. Did you know? Once anyone asked for it, the restrictions here will not restrict my abilities anymore. Heh, after I take over your body, the whole Tongtian Tower will tremble at the sight of my return." The voice sneered coldly. "Don't be so cocky. Although you have a few tricks up your sleeve, don't assume others are idiots." Yue Yang's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. As if music from heaven, a phoenix's cry resonated through the air. Nirvana's flame soared through the sky. A wise person may be ruined by his own wisdom. If the powerful opponent hiding inside the golden box knew that not long ago, the dark golden spectre, which broke through the white jade beetle upon being unsealed, was killed instantly by the Phoenix sisters due to the fact that it attacked Yue Yang, it probably would not have done such a foolish thing. Immortal beasts were often extremely powerful, they were also kind-hearted by nature. Normally they would not take the initiative to attack any other living creatures. However, once they were attacked maliciously by their enemies, they would strike back immediately, causing destructive damage mercilessly. This was also a display of the immortal beast's dignity. Shiro, for those who are confused, there are Eastern Goblin Tribe and Eastern Immortal Tribe. Eastern Goblin Tribe, Flying Tiger Ambassador, Leopard, Bears and the others who attacked Yue Yang during the 100 Schools tournament. Eastern Immortal Tribe, Kylan Girl, the two Phoenix sisters in Yue Yang's body, the two Dragon Girls who were with the Elder Nangong when Yue Yang was offered a position in the Innate Alliance. Eastern Goblin Tribe is the subrace of the Eastern Immortal Tribe, which is much more powerful. Similarly, the Phoenix sisters, being guardian beasts, were also the same. When their owner, Yue Yang, was subjected to attacks that he could not defend, they would immediately wake up from their slumber and fiercely attack the enemies. The 5-element palace's overpowering restrictive code works even on an innate ranker like Yue Yang, however, for the Phoenix Sisters, they could ignore the 5-element palace's restrictions entirely. Nirvana's flame soared through the sky, instantly forming a gigantic Nirvana flame phoenix. Even though the Phoenix Sisters did not appear, the Nirvana flame was under their control, making it extremely formidable. When the metamorphosed Nirvana flame phoenix attacked the golden box using a ball of raging flames, the hidden opponent who had lost its physical body and was left with only his spirit energy, quickly escaped from the box in horror. The golden box melted quickly as the demon-like shadow fled quickly, while trying to break through the encircling Nirvana's flames. However, it was all in vain. His spirit energy dissolved as if it was snow in the Nirvana's flames, leaving nothing behind. The demon-like shadow turned and rolled under the raging flames, in severe pain worse than death. "Let me go, I am willing to be your servant," the demon-like shadow struggled with all his might. Before his body dissolved, he called out to Yue Yang to compromise. "Not a bad idea, looks like I can consider." Yue Yang pretended to be thinking hard. "No, spare me." After shouting out this last request, the demon-like shadow was unable to make any more noises as his entire body had dissolved. The Nirvana flame burnt even more brightly, as if its flames had life, whirling slowly. A vortex was formed. The flames quickly cleansed everything in the area. Not even half a minute, the Nirvana flames cleansed the dissolved demon-like shadow completely, leaving only a small silver pearl which dropped into Yue Yang's palms with a paw sound. Yue Yang fished out the dark pearl left by the dark golden spectre. Upon comparison, he decided that the two were similar. Looks like they were both ancient rankers that were sealed. The question now was whether this type of seal was done by the same highly skilled person. Sigh, when could he possess such a powerful sealing ability? Yue Yang was really looking forward to the future. If he could master this kind of sealing technique, Shuntian, Black Prince, and Thousand Goblins sect leader would all just become small fries. In the sky, the Nirvana flame phoenix held onto a lump of shiny golden liquid using its beaks and flew down. This was the treasure inside the golden box, now it had already become liquid. Delighted, Yue Yang quickly used a jade vase to receive it, and used his Heaven Eye's divine vision to examine. Oh my god! It was actually divine molten meteorite gold. Molten gold normally refers to gold that had melted to its liquid state. Divine molten meteorite gold actually refers to the legendary divine ranked weapons or treasures used by extremely strong fighters, that had been melted into liquid. Divine ranked weapons were unbreakable existences, especially those that contained spirits such as the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and Prison Emperor Divine Staff. They were all unbreakable existences. Divine ranked weapons that could be melted into molten gold were 1 in a million. This meant that the owner could recast the divine ranked weapon. Yue Yang was sure that the golden box just now contained parts or fragments of a divine ranked weapon. As to how it was broken, he does not know. Anyways, the Phoenix Sisters had gave him big help. They unexpectedly melted the fragments of the divine ranked weapon into liquid using Nirvana's flame. If it were Yue Yang instead, even if he tried smelting every day for a month diligently without stopping, to the point that he would drop to the ground from fatigue, he may still be unable to smelt it. More importantly, after being smelted by the Phoenix Sisters, not only did it leave the divine ranked weapon fragment's inherent qualities undamaged, its value was also upgraded. Yue Yang wouldn't have this confidence if he were to smelt it himself. Being able to retain the inherent qualities of the divine ranked weapon's fragments was a miracle. Now with the Phoenix Sisters' help, Yue Yang was bursting with joy. With the immortal beasts in my hand, the whole world will be mine. Right now the Phoenix Sisters were still young, yet they were so impressive. When they grow up, wouldn't they be capable of wreaking disasters and havoc? Yue Yang really wanted to hug the Phoenix Sisters and kiss their tiny cheeks. Too bad the Phoenix Sisters didn't plan on coming out to give him this chance to express his feelings. Looking at the divine molten meteorite gold in the vase, Yue Yang's eyes almost turned heart-shaped. In fact, he was not the one to blame. If a dwarf elder saw it, he would probably strip himself naked, run around, and then stand at the peak of the dwarf castle and scream for 3 days and 3 nights. Divine molten meteorite gold was something used to create divine weapons. If he were to add a legendary warrior's soul and a few drops of God's blood, he would be able to make a divine weapon immediately and a high-quality one at that. Even without the warrior's soul or God's blood, sacrificing a psychic-type beast or embedding a soul pearl, dragon crystal, etc. would do the trick. It would be a level 1 divine weapon, but at the very least, it would still be a divine ranked weapon. The only downside was there was only a little of this treasure. Only one small bottle, it would be nice if there was a whole tank full. Yue Yang sighed greedily. Divine molten meteorite gold was not mineral water, one small bottle was enough to make others green with envy. To be specific, divine molten meteorite gold was more precious than divine weapons. Divine weapons select their own owner, but divine molten meteorite gold could be made into their very own, custom-made divine weapon. Comparing the two, even fools would choose divine molten meteorite gold. Zzzzzzz. Baoer was still sound asleep heartlessly. Yue Yang pricked her finger with a needle lightly, but she only shriveled a little and showed no sign of waking up at all. Yue Yang grasped her finger and squeezed a drop of blood into divine molten meteorite gold. Immediately, a burst of rainbow-like light illuminated the whole cavern. Virgin's blood could make the divine molten meteorite gold stay in liquid form longer. It was said that collecting 9 chaste virgin's blood could increase the divine weapon by 1 level when casting the divine weapon. Of course, as to how Bao'er's blood contributed, Yue Yang would never tell this elf Loli, in case she get too full of herself. He put away the divine molten meteorite gold and collected the silver pearl. Yue Yang once again entered the deep cave with its seal undone. Inside, there were numerous ancient characters, as if it was a record or some sort. Yue Yang did not recognize a single word, but he believed if he brought it back, the sickly beauty would be happy to enlighten him. After making a copy, Yue Yang found a sealing circle. Too bad it was already broken and battered after Yue Yang forced it open, or else Yue Yang would have made a copy and tried to seal an innate rancor himself for practice. As a rule, he made a copy of the broken sealing circle to give it to the sickly beauty for research. After exiting the cave, Yue Yang discovered that on the rock wall across where the beam of light shone onto, the crumbled rock wall had revealed a gigantic teleportation circle. This should be the teleportation circle that leads to the center of the 5-element palace or the next palace. Yue Yang stood on the teleportation circle and inputted some energy. He was teleported in a flash. The next second, Yue Yang found himself on the surface of what seemed like an underground sea. Dozens of sea nymphs and sirens quickly swam towards him one after another. In the center of the underground sea, there was a tiny island that glowed faintly. On the beach in a distance away, upon thousands of wind-breath seabirds' attack, countless mercenaries were battered and beaten as they tried to flee. If it wasn't for the bronze rank level 5 wind-breath seabirds' weak attacks due to their low levels, these people would have been dead long ago. Yue Yang saw those mercenaries that looked like black points from afar, but he didn't pay any attention to them. He turned towards the island and started treading on the waves instead. Before those sea nymphs and sirens that intended to attack could even approach him, they realized that a little Lamia Loli had appeared. Immediately after Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid appeared, they scattered and fled in all directions. Stone Element Medusa didn't chase them, instead, she summoned the gold tiger shark for Yue Yang to ride on. The Storm Mermaid created a huge wave, aiding the gold tiger shark's swimming speed and charged towards the tiny island. The sea nymphs and sirens along the way were terrified and fled in different directions. Although they may not have the intelligence, their instincts could tell them what was dangerous. Around 10 kilometers away, Fatty Hai was suffering from a headache. The wind-breath seabird was still pursuing him closely, however, both were exhausted. When Fatty Hai stops to rest, that wind-breath seabird also stops, as if exhausted. However, once Fatty Hai stood up, it would start flying immediately, continuing the chase. It just won't spare this fatty. Please sir, could you, I beg you, spare me. Fatty Hai's on the verge of tears. What the hell was this place? None of his companions were around, he didn't even know where the teleportation exit was. Just staying here was miserable enough, but there just had to be a wind-breath seabird that wouldn't give up and leave him alone. He just wanted to catch it and eat roasted meat, now that it had already beat him a few hundred times, couldn't it just forgive him? Help, help. Fatty Hai suddenly heard someone calling for help, and that someone was calling towards him. Round the corner, Fatty Hai saw numerous wind-breath seabirds shrouding the entire sky as they chased after a bunch of mercenaries. Fatty Hai jumped out of his skin. One wind-breath seabird was already a torture, 1,000 of wind-breath seabirds would definitely eat him alive. Fatty Hai didn't have the habit of doing good deeds like Lei Feng. When he heard the others calling for help, his first thought was still to save his own pitiful life. Shiro, Lei Feng is basically a selfless soldier who died for his country. He is used as propaganda by Mao Zedong after his death. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/lei_feng, he widened his stride and ran back madly with all his might. That wind-breath seabird continued to chase after him relentlessly. After an hour with the help of Xia Wen Li, Stone Element Medusa and the Storm Mermaid, Yue Yang, who defeated the Guardian of the Water Palace, Demon Title Fang, obtained the Water Palace's treasure, Dragon Sealing Pearl with ease. However, the god's wine was nowhere to be found. The rancor whom he annihilated was probably lying to make Yue Yang let his guard down. Riding the gold tiger shark, he swam under the ocean with ease. All of a sudden he found Fatty Hai lying on the sandy beach like a dead dog, flat on his back with his beer belly facing up. Next to him was a wind-breath seabird in a similar position. What are you doing here? Yue Yang was curious about the exhausted Fatty Hai who was lying on the beach. Did his head get caught in the teleportation gate just now? Could the teleportation gate do that? What actually happened was that, this goddamned bird kept on chasing me. Of course I had to run, but it continued chasing, so I continued to run, and then I got so freaking tired. Fatty Hai had difficulties trying to explain. He found it difficult to explain himself. Don't even talk about Yue Yang, he couldn't even believe it himself that a bronze-ranked level 5 wind breath seabird was capable of beating him to a pulp. Was this even possible? Who would believe this? Oh, okay. Please carry on. Yue Yang seemed to be very understanding. Before he left, he commented, this little birdie was not bad, it looks quite clever. Did you hear that? He said you are smart. That bastard Yue Yang hardly praises anyone. Fatty Hai shouted noisily at the wind breath seabird, which was also so exhausted that it laid flat on its back. Fatty Hai tiptoed and approached it. Suddenly he pounced to catch it, but the wind breath seabird flapped its wings and flew up into the air, leaving Fatty Hai helpless to catch it. Once Fatty Hai saw that Yue Yang really left, he started running after him fearfully, following closely behind. That wind breath seabird spat out a wind blade, hitting Fatty right in his big fat ass, causing him to fall, almost on his face. Fatty Hai was so furious he almost fumed, motherfucker, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I swear I will strip your feathers one by one. If you have the guts, get out of here and fight me one-on-one. Bullying me here does not count. Come, follow me if you dare. Fuck, I forgot I had contract scroll. You are dead meat. Once my contract is successful, I will roast you. Don't run if you have the guts. Once it saw Fatty Hai taking out his contract scroll, the smart wind breath seabird realized the tables have turned and immediately fled. Fatty Hai glanced in the direction which Yue Yang took his leave. He gritted his teeth and decided to take care of this seabird first and foremost. He took 2 steps at a time with huge strides, chasing continuously. Now the situation had flipped. Just now it was a bird chasing a man, now it was a man chasing a bird. At that moment, Yue Yang was already teleported to the wood palace. The whole forest was filled with man-eating flowers and veins, but once the golden-crowned thorny flower queen appeared, they behaved so well, 100 times way better than an obedient child. Everyone stood motionless, quietly. Not only that, the man-eating trees along the path even pointed out the directions to Yue Yang, leading him into the wood palace's core region, where the millennium ancient tree was located. What did you say? 100,000 gold? Do you think I'm a millionaire? Prince of Tianluo madly shouted. Xue Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo stood under a 100-meter tall tree. The huge tree appeared like it had a human face. It had eyes, nose, and mouth, that looked a little sinister. Its 2 huge hands extended from its chin. It had no neck and an extremely short body. Its knees were deeply rooted into the earth and its head was abnormally lushful. It looked like a tiny dwarf who was wearing a helmet of overgrown bush. It looked extremely hilarious. This was the wood palace's guardian, the evil millennium ancient tree. Shiro, disclaimer: it is actually 10,000 years old, but millennium ancient tree sounds nicer than 10,000 years old ancient tree. I think Oxford need to invent a word to describe 10,000 years collectively. Of course, this evil millennium ancient tree was unlike those evil, homicidal human being maniacs. Although its name was Evil Millennium Ancient Tree, it was only a little money-grubbing and stingy. Just as Xue Tanlang and the Prince of Tianluo came in front of it, to ask where the teleportation point was, it asked for 100,000 gold. This price even made Prince of Tianluo, who came from a prosperous family, shout in shock. No money? If you don't have money I can't tell you the teleportation point. When that evil Millennium Ancient Tree heard that they didn't have money, it immediately closed its eyes and did not pay any more attention to them. Prince of Tianluo was speechless. If it was outside, he would have already summoned a meteor to destroy it. Unfortunately he had no way of summoning in this mysterious space. Inside the wood palace, summoning any other beasts besides plant-type beasts would result in a tragedy. Xue Tanlang did not say a thing. His face remained calm and cool. His storm giant and Prince of Tianluo's heavenly meteor were both elemental types and could not be summoned here. Since they had no way of attacking, they could only wait there. Waiting for Fatty Hai and Yekong won't do, they had to wait for Yue Yang. Xue Tanlang had a lot of patience. He simply closed his eyes, sat cross-legged under the tree and began cultivating. Seeing this, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree immediately shouted, "Hey, wait a minute. If you guys want to train here, you must first ask me, the owner, for my permission. If you want to let me agree to let you stay here and train, it's very easy, just give me money. If you don't have 100,000 then 10,000. You should probably have 10,000 gold, right? Hand it over or I will not allow you to train here." Prince of Tianluo was baffled. This ancient tree stayed here for its entire lifetime, what use would money be? Now, it actually wants us to hand over 10,000 gold? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree urged tens of times. In the end it angered Xue Tanlang and he angrily roared, "Shut up! That evil Millennium Ancient Tree only bullies the weak and fears the strong." Seeing the Ice Cube guy truly become angry, it conceded and used its black slender arms to scratch its head as if a human scratching their heads. "Then let's do it like this, the benevolent me allow you to pay late, but there is an interest, do you understand? The interest cannot be lacking." What interest? Having heard Xue Tanlang shout angrily, Yue Yang had thought that his brother-in-law had been attacked and ran over here to see. He discovered a very funny-looking tree and stood in front and couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Your appearance is extremely interesting and creative. I have no choice but to say that you are a masterpiece of heaven and earth. Thank you, but I like money more than praises. Do you have money? If you give me 1,000 gold, I would become happier, at the same time it would represent the Wood Palace's welcome to your arrival. Do you want to leave? I can tell you where the teleportation point is as long as you give me money. Also, do you need treasures? You can exchange them with money. Whatever treasure you want, I have them all as long as you have enough money. I dare say that you can get the treasure that you have been yearning for. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree believed that Yue Yang was praising him and laughed out loud. He then extended his tree arms and his branch fingers to peddle into business with Yue Yang. Yue Yang didn't think that the ugly appearance of the treant was unusual, because most of the plant-type beasts were also ugly. Only a few were not. However, this was the first time Yue Yang met an ugly and greedy treant. When he heard about money, Yue Yang's response was not as helpless as the Tan Luo prince's. He immediately clapped and laughed. Yue Yang lightly knocked on his Gemini mask. Treant, please take note, you are currently speaking with a rich man. Prince of Tian Luo looked at Yue Yang and became pleasantly surprised. However, when he heard that he was prepared to do business with the treant, he immediately pulled Yue Yang to one side. This wretched treant is a bloodsucker. When he starts to talk it would be 100,000 gold. Let me tell you, don't waste words with it and directly use fire to burn it. Or, how about calling your golden crown Thorny Flower Queen out and tell her to swallow this bastard? But I don't know if swallowing this damned treant would cause her indigestion. Golden crown Thorny Flower Queen. When the evil Millennium Ancient Tree heard this, its face slightly perspired. It knew that the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was the strongest plant-type beast. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen wouldn't be a joke. Do you want me to let her out and say hi to you? Yue Yang asked with a brilliant smile. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree shook its big head with a rustle as the leaves on its head trembled. No. Dear Ranker, from a while ago, I have already received the report from the tree demons. I have already received the news of the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's arrival. The sincere me welcomes her arrival and also welcome you, because you are her owner. Let us return to the business conversation. Do you have any interests in buying treasures from me? No matter what treasure, I have them, as long as you can pay the amount. I have the Xian tree shoot. No matter where you plant it, you can grow a tree fort and endless wood. How about it? Do you want this treasure? It only costs 10,000 gold. Yue Yang nodded his head. The Warriors Guild outside only sell it for 1,000 gold and you are selling it for 10 times the price. You black-hearted merchant, no, black-hearted old tree. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree did not have any reactions towards Yue Yang's criticism. It shamelessly haggled the price. You get what you pay for. This Xian tree shoot worth 100,000 gold is different. This is an ancient tree shoot, do you understand? This shoot came from 10,000 years ago. Yue Yang was surprised and asked, will shoots from 10,000 years ago still grow? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree sweated and coughed. Of course it can, as long as you spend 30,000 gold to buy a bottle of Earth's core dew. This dew is collected from the spirit energy of the Earth's core for 10 million years. It is the world's most delicious spring water. When an ordinary person drinks a drop, even if their body was extremely spent, they would immediately recover their full strength. Yue Yang clapped his hand. Earth's core dew is indeed good stuff. The problem is one bottle is only worth 600 gold. On the Night Empress Sky Garden, the spirit energy spring that comes out from under the rainbow waterfall produces this kind of stuff. I normally use it to take a bath and water the plants. You are not wrong for opening the price at 30,000, but whoever buys it from you would be the world's greatest idiot. Do you want me to sell you a bucket of it for 600 gold, my dear clever treant? Okay, I can give you Earth's core dew for free. However, the Xian tree sprout must be bought for 10,000 gold. I cannot change this price. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree persisted on this. Seeing that Yue Yang was still unmoved, it worriedly corrected itself. Cough, it seems I have 2 stocks of them, 2 for 10,000, how does that sound? Add in 10 bottles of Earth's core dew. Yue Yang's attitude was to ask for more goods at a lower price. Didn't you have a lot of Earth's core dew? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree became angry. If I have them, then it is my business. Even if I like to use it to flush the toilet, what can you do about it? No, let's call it off. Besides, I already know where the teleportation point in the wood place is already, since the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen helped me ask earlier. Yue Yang was prepared to leave. This was a technique necessary in buying things from a store. Seeing that the customer was about to leave, the shop owner will definitely rush over and pull him back in the store and talk again. Most likely they would definitely agree with the customer's price. If not, they could ignore the customer's price and continued to latch onto the customer relentlessly. The only problem was the amount they earned. Then let us quickly go. The way I see it, let's not take this item. Prince of Tianluo agreed with Yue Yang's haggling. Wait a minute, don't rush to leave the wood palace. Our deal is not yet over. Okay, I agree with you, but I only have 3 bottles of Earth's Core Dew. How about 3 bottles of Earth's Core Dew and 2 stalks of Xian tree shoots for a total of 9,999 gold? The evil Millennium Ancient Tree inquired. I'll give you the 10,000 gold, you beggar. Yue Yang got angry and almost kicked the ancient tree down. Thank you for your purchase. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree shamelessly agreed. What? Prince of Tianluo's head almost fell on the ground. After transacting the Xian tree sprout and the Earth's Core Dew, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree happily swallowed the 10,000 gold. Its body emitted a faint golden aura, making him incessantly happy. He laughed loudly and asked, let us continue with the business, do you still have money? Yue Yang raised his thumb in an extremely cool manner and shook it, I feel that your customer service is really bad. If you must know, this person in front of you is a billionaire. When the evil Millennium Ancient Tree heard it, it immediately bowed, making its leaves rustle. Yes, let me apologize. Yue Yang took out a chair and sat on it like a master. The only thing missing would be having 2 servant girls behind him fanning him. What other treasures do you have? Let me hear it. If it's low-ranked, you don't have to tell me. Even the trash swept out from the corner my house are all gold-ranked treasures. Hearing this, the evil Millennium Ancient Tree breathed quickly, I won't hide it from you. I have a true treasure, but it is a priceless treasure. You should at least give me 10 million gold without a single gold missing. It must be 10 million gold, because, that is. Let me confirm if you have 10 million gold. If you don't, quickly go back and get it. If I don't see the money, I will never tell you what treasure it is. Hearing this, Prince of Tianluo's heart shook, it seems like the treant truly has an precious treasure. However, he knew that if Yue Yang showed interest in it, the greedy treant would definitely increase the price. He signaled to Xue Tanlang with his eye, what treasure could be so expensive? Xue Tanlang intentionally snorted, the item is definitely a fake. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's body trembled continuously, as if it was very angry. It blurted out without thinking, you 2 loathsome paupers, let me tell you how genuine I am. Have you ever heard of the Wishing Dutchman's pipe? As long as you make a wish with it, then there is a chance that your beasts would level up to become a holy beast, or even divine beasts. Could both of you country bumpkins even understand how precious it is? I was afraid that it might shock you, see if you still doubt me. TCH, who doesn't know about the Wishing Dutchman's pipe? It is a rank 7 treasure. If the wish is too small, it's not worth it, if the wish is too big, it would not succeed. It is only a dubious treasure. The most important thing is that, it will immediately wilt regardless of whether the wish is granted or not. It is only a single-use item, what use would it be? Of course, Prince of Tianluo knew the Wishing Dutchman's pipe price. However, it was a rare item that simply cannot be bought by money. Even if it only has a small probability of making beasts into holy beasts, it was still a treasure yearned by many rankers. What do you understand? I used God's dew, God's wine, and God's water to grow this Wishing Dutchman's pipe. Its flowers are everlasting, do you understand? It is a Wishing Dutchman's pipe that will never wilt. Whoever could obtain this can make wishes forever. Of course, there is a 3-year interval for making wishes, but it is the world's best treasure. No, I must ask for 100 million gold for this, I will not sell it for less. After the evil Millennium Ancient Tree spoke, Prince of Tianluo almost drooled a waterfall. Prince of Tianluo pulled Yue Yang over, brother-in-law, we must get this treasure. If you don't have enough money, I can go back and move the entire Tianluo's treasury here. Hearing this, Xue Tanlang was also stunned. It would sell a Wishing Dutchman's pipe that could make wishes forever? How could there be such an idiot in this world? However, thinking about it, even if the evil Millennium Ancient Tree had it, it would be useless. This was because the Wishing Dutchman's pipe must be used by an owner on his beasts. It was only an evil treant and not a divine beast. It was like a beggar having a treasury without the keys to it and still starve in the end. Yue Yang poured the gold that he received from Indong's treasury as well as the gold from Demon Eye's platinum ranked ring on the floor, creating a small gold mountain. He stood on top of the gold mountain with an arrogant attitude, as long as you say yes, then all this gold will be yours. On the other hand, if you hesitated even a little, or if you want to haggle over the price, I will immediately take away the money and walk away, never coming back here ever. I will begin the countdown from 10. If you don't speak within 10 counts, then I will take my leave. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's body shook, it had never seen so much gold before. Let alone the treant, even the Prince of Tianluo, who had entered the Tianluo Kingdom's treasury before, had never seen so much money. Even if there wasn't 10 million gold inside, it would still at least be millions of gold. How in the world did Yue Yang manage to rob so much gold? 10, 9, 8, 7, Yue Yang counted quickly, so fast that the evil Millennium Ancient Tree didn't have time to ponder on it. The evil Millennium Ancient Tree's eyes flickered with $2 sign. It quickly shouted, "Stop counting, stop counting. The more you count the more worried I am. Stop counting, I will agree to it, let us exchange. Now leave the stack of gold, quickly leave, and don't attempt to steal a single one because it's all mine." Forest God up above, thank you for finally listening to my prayers. I've been poor for 10,000 years, now I finally have money. Ahaha, I finally have money. After receiving the crystal bottle containing the Wishing Dutchman's pipe, Yue Yang, Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang quickly left. On one hand, they were afraid that the evil Millennium Ancient Tree would be regretful, because an eternal Wishing Dutchman's pipe was far too important and precious. On the other hand, they could not tolerate its greedy attitude. Prince of Tianluo said that he had seen the greediest man before, but he paled in comparison to this evil Millennium Ancient Tree. When they arrived at the teleportation gate and prepared to enter the Fire Palace, Prince of Tianluo asked, could the ancient Xian tree shoot really be bought using 1,000 gold? Yue Yang smiled and did not answer. In truth, the lowest auction price for the ancient Xian tree shoot was 500,000 gold and cannot be obtained without reaching 2 to 3 million. As for the Earth's core dew, it was something Yue Yang truly wanted. The Sky Garden simply did not have it. Moreover, how could he use Earth's core dew to take a bath and water the flower? In the black market, a bottle would cost 1,000,000 gold. Moreover, even if one wished to buy it, it would already be sold out. Many treasures were simply too priceless and could only come by once in a blue moon. The Wishing Dutchman's pipe was considered to be an extremely high-quality treasure, or something of little value that you could not bear to throw away. Its value was determined by its ability to realize one's wish. If it could, then no other treasures could match up to it. Of course, it would also depend on how greedy the wisher was. If he was too greedy, for example, turning a level 1 bronze-ranked beast to level 10 diamond-ranked beast, needless to say, he would definitely fail. After 1,000 years of historical records and experiences from all the past wishers, it could be concluded that the wish-realizing ability of the Wishing Dutchman's pipe had stringent restrictions and a mysterious probability of success. It was said that those virgins who were pure physically and mentally had the highest rate of success. If it were to be a shady, scheming conspirator, the level of difficulties of them utilizing the Wishing Dutchman's pipe to make a holy beast would be akin to passing a mammoth through the eye of a needle. As for the probability, those who used it in the past shared various experiences. Almost everyone concluded that wishes that were close enough to current condition would have the highest probability to succeed. In other words, if a beast's power was near a holy beast already, and there were just some gaps in terms of intellectual ability, there would be a huge probability that it would turn into a holy beast after its owner wished for it. Another way to succeed would be to make a wish easily accomplished. For example, 2,000 years ago, there was a warrior named Go Wa who made a wish to the Wishing Dutchman's pipe for his beast, a mongrel with skin diseases, to have a smooth and shiny fur again. In the end his wish was granted, and the mongrel with skin disease leveled up to become a howling celestial dog. He became powerful from then on, and after many years, Go Wa who made the wish became a famous innate ranker known as Tian Go, and he went on to fight the demon abyss with his howling celestial dog, and prevented the demon's invasion. Although he died from the battle later on, he took down 2 demon kings with him, making him a human ranker who had shocked the whole of demon abyss. Shiro, Howling Celestial Dog is Lang Shen's dog. https://n.wiki/wiki/erlang_Shen. Tiangu means heavenly dog. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/tiangu. Normal people did not know that Go Wa was just a level 2 braveman before making the wish. His rank was just an insignificant as an ant to the demon kings. After making the wish, his dog with skin disease became a howling celestial dog, while Go Wa became Tiangu that could fight against 2 demon kings. This was the power of a Wishing Dutchman's pipe. Brother-in-law, don't go to the Wood Palace ever again, if not the evil Millennium Ancient Tree would kill you, definitely. Prince Tianluo felt that Yue Yang was too wicked, he had never seen such an evil person. Even if the evil Millennium Ancient Tree was 100 times more wicked, it couldn't compare to him. This is great. Xue Tanlang curled his aloof lips into a rare smile. The eternal Wishing Dutchman's pipe that would not wither forever, it could definitely surpass a divine weapon. No one would even exchange it for 10 divine weapons. One can make a wish every 3 years. That would make 10 wishes in 30 years and 100 wishes in 300 years. How could all the 100 wishes fail to realize? If one wish was realized, then it would make the Wishing Dutchman's pipe worthy. It would be rewarding if 2 wishes were realized. The 10% success rate would make all other divine weapons pale in comparison. One had to know that not everyone could be as abnormal as Yue Yang as to own so many guardian beasts and holy beasts, and even Hui Tai Lang the divine beast. Other warriors could only wish for a holy beast in his lifetime. Owning a holy beast was already a wishful yearning for all the warriors. You guys, don't be too anxious. Wait for me to study it slowly. After I find out the method to achieve the highest success rate, we can test it out repeatedly. Yue Yang did not expect that it would allow him to mass-produce holy beasts, it would be impossible, but using the Wishing Dutchman's pipe to level up his beasts and overcome some of their limitations would definitely be possible. The greatest obstruction that prevented a beast from turning into a holy beast was either its own potential, or an inherent unbreakable hindrance. Only by breaking these hindrances would they be awarded with the possibility of leveling up progressively. For example, for a beast without any intelligence, if it were to be awarded with some intelligence, even just a little, it could mark the start for it to become a holy beast. Them becoming a holy beast would be a different story, but at least they were awarded with such opportunities. After leaving the Wood Palace, they entered the Fire Palace. The huge lake of lava made Xuetan Lang's combat power dip to a minimum. However, on contrary, Prince Tianluo's combat power rose to the maximum. Reason being, his guardian beast, Sky Fire Meteor, was a fire type, so he could use it effectively in the Fire Palace and maximize its strength. The duo separated with Yue Yang temporarily as Yue Yang the treasure hunter maniac went to the center of the lava lake to fight the boss. As Prince Tianluo and Xuetan Lang wouldn't be of much help, they went downstream in hopes of looking for missing teammates. As they went along, they left some markings such that when the other teammates see them, they could catch up quickly. More than 10 kilometers from them, Li En and Anna were resting on a rock wearily. With Hui Tai Lang around, the two golden elves would be safe. But the adventurers who were further away suffered tremendously as they fled in a sorry state. Oyu Zhen led the Iron Blood Guards, together with 10 other adventurers who were following them to charge forward as the fire monsters and flame demons were chasing closely behind from the lava pool. 5 minutes later, Oyu Zhen discovered Anna and Lin En. Although he was also in danger, the helpful Oyu Zhen still tried to reach out to them. "Don't move, I'll go and help you all right away, don't move, wait for me." Not knowing if they should laugh or cry, Lin En and Anna watched as Oyu Zhen tried to distract Flame Demon and Fire Monster and then making a sharp turn quickly as he ran in front of Hui Tai Lang, panting. "Quick, bring along your pet dog, we have to leave soon, those monsters from the lava lake will be coming for us anytime. Why are they not chasing us?" Oyu Zhen shouted to Lin En. The leader of the Flame Demons, a level 10 gold-ranked Flame Demon commander, groaned lowly while the other lower-ranked demon commanders walked about, as they dare not to advance easily when facing the lazy Hui Tai Lang. This was because too many of their own kind were killed around the area and the place reeked of death, making them extremely wary and fearful. The only thing that puzzled them was that the root of their threat was merely a level 3 bronze-ranked iron-back demon wolf. Without verbal interaction and comprehending what was going on, and together with the lack of sufficient intelligence to understand the truth, the few flame demon commanders were lost, furious and fearful. They stopped 1,000 meters away from them, semi-besieging Oyu Zhen's troop of Iron Blood Guards and the other adventurers at a distance. "Rest assured, you are safe now, Hui Tai Lang will protect everyone, don't leave its side too far, wait for my fellow teammates to rescue us," the kind Anna tried to comfort Oyu General What, protecting us with a pet dog. Upon hearing, some of the adventurers swallowed their saliva while others rolled their eyes. Some even burst out laughing. "Woof." Hui Tai Lang indicated disdain towards their responses. "I'm guessing that there's an artifact here that stopped the fire monster from coming near." An adventurer was still dreaming that he could discover some hidden treasure stash here. A fire-type monster require ice-type and water-type beast to restrain it, but among us, only a few of our beasts are of these two types. However, even those few beasts are all under the healing category. It's good that they are not advancing now, I'm just scared that this will change. Oyu Zhen wasn't bothered about Hui Tai Lang. Not only it was low-leveled, more importantly, it was very lazy and appeared low on energy. It did not appear like a strong beast at all. Moreover, it did not have a contract, how could he depend on it if he wasn't sure if it would be loyal? Oyu Zhen did not really dare to believe Anna. Anna and Lin En were different from Baoer, who just arrived to the 7th floor from the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. They had been cultivating in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower for a long time, and they knew that men were unpredictable and complicated creatures, not to mention very vicious too. They wouldn't reveal Hui Tai Lang's real identity publicly. They did not mention a single word on it being a divine beast. Those adventurers who could summon fire-type beast became excited from thinking that there were artifacts around the area that could restrict the fire monsters. They tried to run outside, and on seeing that the fire monsters really did not dare to advance, they regained their confidence as they instructed their fire-type beast who were skilled at long-distance combat to attack the fire monsters, thinking that it was an opportunity bestowed by heaven. With the protection of artifacts, they could attack the monsters without worrying for their retaliation. How good is that? But such thoughts did not even last for a minute. The Flame Demon Commander waved his arms covered in raging flames and immediately, hundreds of the Flame Demons and Fire Monsters charged forward. They then started dragging those whimsical adventurers into the lava lake as they tore and devoured them. There were even some lava fire snake with no intelligence who glided towards Oyu Zhen greedily. The adventurers dispersed in confusions and flee in disarray like ants in a hot pot. Ouyujen and the Iron Blood Guards gritted their teeth secretly, as they prepared to fight with the demons with their limited manpower to break out of the besiege. Wait for me to charge forward with my troop, and then you all flee west immediately. I will send 2 Iron Blood Guards to shield you all. Anna waved her hand to prevent the guards from dying for nothing. Don't move, with Hui Tai Lang, those flame demons won't dare to attack, it will protect us, and if you all don't leave, it can protect you all too. You all will be the safest with us. What? Ouyujen was stunned when he heard Anna said it for the second time. Golden elves wouldn't lie, but because the previous one was too ridiculous, he did not think much into it. But on hearing it for the second time, he couldn't help but look at Hui Tai Lang seriously. Could this level 3 bronze-ranked iron-back demon wolf really protect them? If one were to say that it's a fire-type beast, it wouldn't be strange because fire-type and earth-type beasts made up the majority of beasts. But seeing Hui Tai Lang, forget about it defeating a level 10 gold-ranked flame demon commander, it might not even be able to defeat a level 6 bronze-ranked flame demon. Not only were their levels high, they were also in a favorable geographical location. Also, this iron-back demon wolf had a physical body, unlike those elemental fire demons. Although it was fire-type too, it would definitely die if it fell into the lava pool. It would be lucky if it could protect itself under such a situation. Forget about Ouyujen's disbelief, even those less knowledgeable adventurers couldn't believe it either. A fight between level 3 bronze-ranked beast versus a level 6 bronze-ranked beast, the outcome was apparent. A black shadow flashed past. With a loud booming that shook the entire stone wall, it sent lava crashing out of the lava pool. 2 lava fire snakes spanning 10 meters were pressed onto the rock and killed easily by Hui Tai Lang. Their heads burst out, spurting out their fiery brain matter all around the lava lake. Everyone's jaws dropped onto the ground. The lava fire snake was level 8 bronze ranked. Forget about it being in the geographically advantageous fire palace, even if they were outside, normal adventurers wouldn't dare to provoke them, because they were akin to lava. It merely took the form of a snake, and it was a fire-type demon. If they tried fighting it with beasts other than ice or water types, defeating it would be tough. The lava fire snakes would only die if all the lava in their body were exhausted and their body flooded with large amount of cold water subsequently to harden them, and finally digging the magic crystals out of their skulls. But the lava fire snake, whom the adventurers thought would be hard to defeat, was killed instantly by Hui Tai Lang, who was merely a level 3 bronze-ranked iron-back demon wolf. How could they believe their own eyes? Impossible. A few adventurer leaders yelled weirdly as they couldn't accept the fact. However, Hui Tai Lang took out 2 fiery red magic crystals from the lava lake and gulped it down in one mouthful. It then walked back slowly towards the place it was resting before. The place it passed sent all the lava fire snakes scrambling to escape. The adventurer troop also panicked and became disorganized as they formed a passage in the middle for Hui Tai Lang to make its way onto the highest rock, and it slept on it lazily. Upon looking at it again, their disbelief had turned into shock. Everyone, including Ouyujen, was extremely shocked. With reality staring them right in their eyes, they could only be convinced. The instant kill caused the flame demon commander to withdraw his troop 1,000 meters away. Many flame demons hid in the lava lake in fear, not daring to come out even after a long while. Is it a holy beast? After a long while, Ouyujen asked, swallowing his saliva. I don't know, because it isn't my beast. Lin En smiled as she shook her head. She wanted to say that it was a divine beast, a real divine beast. Oh, so it's a holy beast, no wonder it looked so majestic. Look at that smooth and silky fur, one would know that it is a holy beast with just one glance. The adventurers who recovered from shock started to bootlick immediately. I had mentioned that it doesn't look like a simpleton. Have you ever seen level 3 bronze-ranked iron-back demon wolf in the Tongtian Tower? No. Except for this one, because it is a holy beast. Tisk tisk, this holy beast really has its own style. Look at its ears, it really looked too majestic. There's no other way. I have decided to rename our adventurer party after this demon wolf. We will be called the Demon Wolf Party from today onwards. Another adventurer leader started to praise it shamelessly, almost causing Hui Tai Lang to puke. If you were to mention corny, Fatty Ha's bootlick was cornier by 100 times. But at least Fatty Hai would only bootlick when there was a need to. This guy on the other hand was totally born to be a bootlicker. The central lava lake in the distance burst out in a violent tornado as innumerable lava were sucked into the sky, forming a frightening yet grand scene. Sensing it, Hui Tai Lang jumped up in excitement, its tail wagging frantically. Its sleepiness was all gone. Master! Its master was in the central lava pool, battling. That violent tornado was the original form of the spirit of flame and smoke. Hui Tai Lang's blood was boiling with excitement as it raised its head and howled into the sky. Giving off a devilish vibe, a black hell flame rose up from its body and formed a giant fire wing spanning 10 meters. It flapped its wings and soared to the sky, and like a meteorite, it shot towards the lava lake in the center, towards its master.